The vagrant issue progress has advanced greatly. Progress rate 71%. Lord Evernaton felt a substantial uptick of refugees arriving at his city walls, dwarfing any other instance in recent times. The sudden increase led him to believe that something was amiss, and he probed for more information. As a result of his investigation, he discovered that they had arrived from the holy city of Gottheim. Rumors spread throughout the camp eventually found their way to his ears, and he learned of an evil spirit kidnapping people and peeling off their skin. Wilhelm grimaced. A truly grotesque tale. The urban legend was rampant in the vagrant slums, being the most predominant story lingering in their minds. Lord Wilhelm, expecting that there was some truth to the matter, sent people to the area surrounding the holy city to collect information. The man kneeling in front of him was one of his trusted confidants. The situation in the holy city is severe. In order to prevent judgment, they are levying heavy taxes in the name of God. As a result of this, assets are being seized en masse, and the number of refugees can only grow ever more. And the rumor? There is truth in the matter. Missing persons are oft never to be seen again, my lord. The only thing is that His Majesty appears to be taking no steps to address the threat.
Wilhelm pauset.
For sacrifices? His voice was barely audible. Yes, based on multiple eyewitness accounts, it is likely an act of sacrifice in the name of Artemis, all to prevent the goddess's judgment. The goddess's judgment, in order to correct the sins of man, in order to lead history to righteousness. Simply enter the space and return history to the correct path and the judgment would cease. However, the Holy Kingdom refused to take action to stop them. Instead of fighting the judgment, they chose the path of sacrifice. They believed that in the space, the goddess would reveal their sins and take the world back under her embrace. By offering the flesh and blood of sinners, they attempted to appease the goddess. Do they really think that they can fight the judgment like this?
Wilhelm Evernatens clenched fist trembled in anger.
He felt powerless to stop this chain of events. To make matters worse, his informant wasn't finished. A few days ago, a large number of children disappeared, coinciding with the mass immigration of refugees to Evernaton. The Lord's eyes crinkled. Did an enormous judgment appear? Most of the other lords predicted the same, but with the current state of the Holy Kingdom, it will be difficult to prevent this from occurring. Wilhelm closed his eyes momentarily to consider the implications of the man's words. He warily opened them again and looked down at his informant. My lord, the Earl of Mytelfer has requested to advance upon Gottheim. I will pretend that the request wasn't received. You are dismissed. My lord, the informant exclaimed before realizing his place and kneeling once more. Wilhelm shook his head. Regardless of the fact that I was chased out, I swore on my name that I would live to serve the Holy Kingdom. I will not tarnish my honor. Leave this place, Lord Carlos. Footsteps echoed out as Desir meandered through the lush garden. Romantica had solved the immediate problem of food, but there was still more to be done. In time, the food would run out. A solution was needed to end this, once and for all. Only one day left now. Despite the most pressing problem being alleviated, there was no additional time to resolve the overarching issue. Without a solution to address the influx of refugees, the Evernaton estate had little to no reason to deal with Romantica's guild. In the meantime, they had the leeway to think up a long-term solution thanks to Romantica's intervention. For instance, educating and employing the refugees based on their talents. This would be the quickest solution that came to mind, but Desir quickly concluded that there were problems with this method, and dismissed it.
Wilhelm Evernaten is an astute Mann.
He's already thought about it. The truth of the matter was that it wouldn't solve everything. There wasn't enough money to go around to educate and provide work for everyone. Desir slowed down and stopped in his tracks. Somebody was building a snowman in the garden, humming away in bliss. It was Lilica. With the food problem no longer an issue, she could return to work in the castle. Looking around, Desir found plenty of snowmen perched around the garden and approached the little girl, patting down the snow and grabbing a carrot for her newest creation. You'll catch a cold building a snowman out here, advised Desir. Mr. Desir, exclaimed Lilica. It seems like every time I see you, you're building snowmen. Lilica smiled brightly at Desir. Yup, snowmen are my friends. Do you want to build a snowman? Her eyes shined with anticipation. What? Don't look at me so pitifully. They're real. We've been friends since before coming here. A warm chuckle came out of Desir's mouth. So the snowmen aren't imaginary? Lilica's cheeks puffed out and she crossed her arms at Desir. Excuse me. She looked forlorn as she gestured towards the snowman. Do you remember the kid that I asked Mr. Desir to take care of? He was my closest friend. It must have been lonely parting from him. His name was Carlos, right? Yeah, I couldn't even say goodbye. Were you too busy? No, he disappeared suddenly. Some people said that a ghost was to blame. You mean the evil spirit that takes wandering people and peels off their skin? A voice rang out from behind them as a gentle breeze drifted forward. Romantica walked towards the two surrounded by the snowmen, and Lilica's eyes bloomed with curiosity. Hey big miss, how did you know that? It doesn't seem like the rumors have reached the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom, but plenty of news have passed in the cities leading up to Evernatten. Lilica, are you originally from Gottheim? Yup, not just me, but all of the refugees are from the Holy City. Desir's eyes widened at the sudden discovery. Didn't I mention it to you, Mr. Desir? Romantica let out an exasperated sigh. You really don't know anything going on in the Holy City, do you? She was correct. Desir's knowledge of the Holy City did not extend past what Jeffrin had revealed. Desir didn't have the time to look into the affairs of much anything outside of Evernatten with the abundance of work assigned to him after becoming the advisor to Lord Wilhelm. How did I not think of that? Chastised Desir. His focus was so intent on resolving the refugees that he didn't put any thought into how they came about. There were just too many problems to solve. To solve any problem, one should always look to solve the fundamental cause. At this moment, Desir realized that historically, Wilhelm Evernatten made the wrong decision to abandon his principles and exile the refugees. Whilst that would solve the immediate problem, it turns a blind eye to the fundamental issue, the Holy City. If the problems plaguing Gottheim were never addressed, the problem would only infect the rest of the Holy Kingdom and one day extend its reach to the Evernatten estate. Romantica, tell me everything you know. The morning fog rolled over the castle and settled in, chilling the atmosphere inside of the office. The fireplace lent no warmth to the individuals inside, consisting of Desir's party and the heads of the estate. 2 days had passed. Success or failure would all come down to this moment. Wilhelm lightly coughed to grab his peer's attention. Before we begin our discussions, I would like to express my gratitude towards Madame Romantica for your foresight and leadership. The food situation has improved immensely with your assistance. To that end, I would like to express my thanks. Romantica curtsied and elegantly paid her respects to Lord Evernatten. The conversation was as smooth as molasses, and the room was in good spirits. There is still the problem of public security, my lord. Ayelan stepped forward to bring everybody back to reality. Wilhelm gave her a curt nod and turned to his advisor. Well, Desir, the allotted time has passed. Have you come up with a solution? Desir stepped forward and kneeled in front of Lord Evernatten. Whilst the situation has improved, many problems still need to be addressed. Public security for one. Unfortunately, not every problem can be solved immediately. Even if these problems are addressed, the large influx of refugees mean that all solutions will only be useful short-term. Eventually, we will be bereft of options. Take, for instance, the food shortage. The Merchants Guild can only offer so much support, and this won't be the only time. If the problems in the Holy City continue, refugees will arrive year after year. If we wish to make use of the refugees, we will need to educate them. The only logical solution is to banish the refugees. If we do not accept them, then there is no responsibility. With that, we can resolve our problems almost immediately. In fact, that is exactly how many other estates are approaching the problem. However, there will only be more and more refugees. All of those men, women, and children with nowhere to go will die. This isn't a solution. This is a death sentence. By exiling these people from the territory, we are averting our eyes from the suffering and avoiding the problem. Desir's intense gaze swept across the room, resting a moment longer on Aylin. She had her fists tightly clenched, but did not dare speak out in front of the Lord. I wish to provide a solution that will solve the fundamental problem, announced Desir. Wilhelm Evernatten cared for the people deeply, deeper than anybody else in the entire Holy Kingdom. He had not spent a long time with Wilhelm, but his compassion and charity exuded from his very being. Do you know the root cause, my lord? I gather it is due to the problems in the Holy City. Correct. Almost all of the refugees have come from the Holy City, and they are suffering violently. With nary an option left to them, they can only run away. In the future, the people who suffer will continue to compound the problem we are experiencing right now. This is not just about them. The tyranny that originally drove them out of the Holy City will one day reach here. The Holy Nation's capital was headed for ruin. In the name of religion, in the face of the dangers ahead of them, nothing was being done. The problem would eat away at the Holy Kingdom until it was completely submerged, with only one result: ruination. Desir knew what had happened to the Holy Kingdom. Through a Class 1 shadow world, the entire Holy Kingdom was eventually annihilated by the encroachment. In the end, only a handful of survivors of the Artemis religion remained, living out the rest of their days in the Western kingdoms and piously spreading their religion. A companion in his former life, Priscilla, was also a member of the Artemis religion. She was bitter whenever she recalled the downfall of her once great nation. It was due to this that Desir could speak with confidence. In order to bring the Holy Kingdom back to form, sweeping reforms were needed. With that, Desir presented his solution. The Holy Kingdom is currently on the path to ruin. The endless waves of refugees are a byproduct of this. In order to resolve the fundamental issues and provide for these vagrants, we must change the twisted ideals of the Holy City. An Artemis priest was outraged at Desir's proposal. You call this scheme a plan? This is a rebellion. It's treason. Father, interjected a jest. Don't interrupt the Lord. The priest glared at a jest with murderous eyes. He wanted to say more, but kept silent. It was a momentary respite, the same kind of peace they experienced last night when Desir asked for more time to resolve the vagrant issue. Aylin and the priest glared at Desir. They wanted Desir's party to know that they would not stand by this course of action and were ready to leave at any time. So you're essentially asking me to spark a rebellion, said the Lord. Even in this extremely tense situation, he was only focused on Desir. Are you aware of who I am? You are the Lord that rules over the Evernatten region, replied Desir. Not my name, but my past. Wilhelm Evernatten, the fallen hero. As a cardinal, he achieved many great accomplishments leading his order of knights against the shadow world. And before he was a cardinal, he was a knight who had devoted his life to the kingdom. I have pledged my life to the Holy Kingdom, and you're saying that, in order to save that very kingdom, I should start a rebellion? Wilhelm achieved the highest order of knighthood as a knight captain. There was no questioning his loyalty to the kingdom. And yet, Desir noticed that the Lord did not reject his proposal outright. The context of a conversation could be completely flipped depending on minor nuances. That was the case here. Wilhelm wasn't throwing accusations at Desir, but rather asking subtle questions in order to gauge his reaction. He is already aware that there is a bigger problem. This was a man that once held the lofty position of cardinal within the Holy Kingdom. It would be stranger if a person with such rank was unaware of the problems facing the kingdom. But he's unable to act due to his oaths. Wilhelm was unable to pursue the ideals he valued because of his obligations to the kingdom. Desir mentally prepared his answer. It was time to help Wilhelm Evernatten realize what he was truly searching for. I believe we have to make one thing clear. What was it that caused you to pledge your life and sword to the kingdom? I implore you to reflect on this cause. Desir knew the answer already, even without hearing Wilhelm speak. This was a man that had accepted vagrants at the risk of peace and security within his own territory. Currently, the denizens of the Holy Kingdom were suffering under the Church's corrupted ideology. They were chased from their homes and driven into the frozen outlands. If the Lord originally picked up his sword for the sake of the people, then it would make sense for you to do so once again for the sake of the same people. Desir used all the information that he had gathered on Wilhelm and carefully crafted a statement to strike right at the Lord's heart. My life and sword were originally meant for the people. Desir's words were starting to have an effect on Wilhelm. I had always stood for the people since the beginning. I will do anything for their well-being. This is my one true conviction. Wilhelm's eyes lit up, reflecting the blazing hot flames of the fireplace. Knowing this, I still question your proposal. Is calling for war truly for the people? War causes the suffering of countless innocents. Desir could not deny this. Regardless of how nicely he worded it, in the end it was still a call for war. It is possible that starting a war instead of remaining silent might cause more people to suffer. Answer me this, Desir. What will you do for those that will get swept into this war and suffer? Can you be so sure that war is the best course of action? Regardless of the politics surrounding it, the ones who would feel the effects of war the most were the people. Men and supplies would need to be gathered in preparation for battle, which meant that families would be separated and people would go hungry. Even if they say that the war was for the people, it would be the people that would have to pay the cost for the war itself. But, Lord, it was at that moment that Romantica stepped forward. Outsiders shouldn't say anything, intercepted Aylin immediately. Romantica's body shook as she glared at Aylin, but the knight was calmly focused on her liege. In that case, may I speak my mind? The knight captain Agest stepped forward and the lord nodded in response. If people get swept into a war, they may or may not suffer more compared to what they're experiencing right now. However, if we let this stop us from acting, the suffering of the people will definitely get worse over time. The time to make your decision is now, my lord. Additionally, continued Agest, the reason that the number of vagrants have grown so exceedingly is because the Church of Artemis have been forcibly taking many people as sacrifices. It was obvious to everyone why the Church had suddenly required a large amount of sacrifices. It must mean that a judgment of dangerous proportions is approaching. Desir was surprised that the Lord was aware of this fact, but Agest caught his attention with a gesture. By calmly speaking her mind, she had brought this insight to light. It was not an opportunity to be missed. Nice assist, Agest, thought Desir as he immediately followed up on her words. It might be a judgment that could affect the entire Holy Kingdom, and maybe there is no one there that could properly deal with it. Desir estimated that the impending Shadow World was a Grade 1 Shadow World. Even if they mustered every bit of strength they had, there would be no guarantee that they could repel a Shadow World of this magnitude. The kingdom will be unable to fight against it and will be swallowed if we delay any longer, said Desir with conviction. The Shadow World would lead to the death of every being within the Holy Kingdom, a fate incomparable to the suffering caused by a rebellion. Knight Aylin, what do you think? I don't agree with the premise in the first place, said Aylin with a hint of displeasure in her voice. Even if we did start a war, it would be for naught. I don't believe any one of the territories would be a match for the Holy City on the battlefield. Even though the soldiers in our territory are of higher quality, I see almost no chance of victory against the Holy City. Even by modest accounts, Evernatten was only a medium-sized territory while the Holy City was the capital of the entire nation. The sheer difference in size was insurmountable. I received word from another lord yesterday, said Wilhelm. It was a letter proposing that we take on the Holy City together. Of course, even if we joined forces, it would not improve our chances of success. A hint. The Lord was giving them a hint that other lords supporting the notion of a rebellion existed. There had to be some that were displeased with the Holy City. Some, like Wilhelm, might be champions of the people, while others might have concerns that the actions of the Holy City would affect the security of their territory. The specific motivation for each lord was unimportant. What was important was their available military force. If all these lords banded together, manpower would not be much of an issue. Wilhelm had to be aware of this as well, but his tone implied that he was still feeling guilty about the decision. If that was the case, it was now on Desir to help ease his burden. "We have the people's support, my lord." "The people's support?" "That's right. Despite the damage it has caused our land, we willingly accept the countless vagrants that were displaced from the holy city. This act alone justifies the rebellion." This was a line of reasoning that Desir would not be able to bring forth had the vagrants been expelled from Evernatten. If we become a spark and make people aware of the holy city's sinister deeds, then the lords of other territories are sure to support us. Feudal lords who were aware of the situation within the holy city, but were unwilling to take action, were sure to rally behind Lord Evernatten if he took the lead. "This," continued Desir, "is all because we had accepted the vagrants who were escaping from the holy city. Wilhelm had taken in all the vagrants that were rejected by the other territories. The holy city has gone too far with their sinister deeds. With the people's support behind us, what lord would not join to support our cause? We have the famous Evernatten name, a justified call to action to correct the wrongdoings of the Holy Kingdom, and the urgency of stopping the encroaching judgment. The rebellion is the best course of action that I can propose to you, my lord." Desir finished his speech and returned to his seat with his head bowed. He had said everything he wanted to say and done everything that he could. All that was left was for the Lord to decide. The priest sniffled and Aylin rubbed her brow anxiously. Desir was focused only on the Lord, watching in silence. The blaze in the fireplace crackled, assuring everyone that time was not frozen, but instead crawling at a painful pace. Finally, a decision was made. "Knight Pram." "Yes, my lord." "Send a missive to all the knights in every region. Desir, prepare a letter to each of the lords. Let all know that we can no longer sit idly by and watch the sinister deeds of the holy city any longer. Let it be proclaimed that we can longer follow the doctrine of the incapable Church of Artemis." Finally, the fallen hero had recovered his noble heart and taken up the sword once more. Unique hero, Wilhelm Evernatten has been changed into epic hero, Emperor Wilhelm Ludwig Evernatten. The vagrant issue has been resolved. You have successfully determined the root of the vagrant issue and presented a solution. You may have found a major event change that could prevent the fall of the holy city. It might be that this hero will be able to remove the rot from the holy city and pass judgment on all things that need to be judged. It might be that, if the holy city avoids ruination, they could act as a shield against all future judgments, even those in present day. Main quest: Ancestor of Evernatten has been cleared. Rewards will now be distributed. October 15th. A party was organized after all the Shadow Worlds were successfully subjugated. It was a long-time tradition to celebrate subjugations with a party, and Hebrion Academy classes were on break as well. During this time, students and teachers alike were in a festive mood. Many people were gathered at the party hall and, in the middle of all of it, students were dancing while musicians set the mood with their music. Within this boisterous event, a woman walked silently into the party hall largely unnoticed. Those that managed to catch a glimpse were enthralled by her beauty. This woman, with flowing pale blonde hair, scanned the interior of the hall quickly. A jest king's crown, a woman exuding a chilling aura of classiness. Several people attempted to start a conversation with her, but she slipped gracefully away with short and polite responses. Having experienced parties hosted by Professor Naflika before, she already knew how those conversations would go. Originally, she didn't have any interest in attending this kind of party, as she hated parties. Attracting attention from strangers and being forced to mingle with them was exhausting. However, there was a reason that a jest had chosen to attend this party, and, once she found the person she was looking for, she quickly made her way towards her target. As she got closer, she could hear his voice get gradually louder. "Why don't you try dancing too? Don't even joke about that. I don't know how to dance." "I can teach you how to dance, Mr. Desir." "You should at least learn the basics, Desir," said a jest, interrupting their small talk. Desir's party all turned to face her. "Ah, you've come. Good evening, Miss Agest. You took your sweet time. They exchanged brief greetings before Agest sat down in the last remaining seat. She was seated directly across from Desir, who handed her a glass. Agest, your efforts in the shadow world were invaluable. We couldn't have cleared it without you. You praise me too much, replied Agest as she accepted the glass. She honestly felt that the praise was overstated. All she did was rout the barbarians. Of course, such a thing was made easy because of her high skill level. But Agest felt that the issue could still have been resolved by Desir's party without her. It is you that should be praised. Agest's opinion of Desir grew a level higher after this ordeal. She was not aware of his abilities beyond what she had personally witnessed during the promotional exam. But Desir had managed to subjugate the shadow world without even utilizing his ability to analyze magic. He instead displayed the ability to gather the information laid out before him and use it to produce exceptional results. This ability not only allowed him to see through his opponent's strategy and dismantle it, but also see through other people's intentions and influence them to his benefit. Not only that, Agest thought about Wilhelm Evernatten. He was a man who was broken once, but managed to rise once again. He was truly a respectable figure, a man who lived for his people. That's a characteristic that I need to learn as the future empress. Agest wondered what she might have done in Wilhelm's shoes, but eventually shook her head in resignation. Certainly, she would not have acted as Desir did. Agest took a sip from her glass in resignation before noticing that the beverage tasted funny. Did they put out plum tea for this party? No, I brewed it myself. I put a lot of effort into preparing it. What do you think? That's a bit random, Desir. Why? You said you wanted to taste the one I made in the shadow world, so I tried to make it here. Why? Is it not to your taste? He remembered? Agest's eyes grew wide. She could feel her normally steady heart beat faster. However, she was not angry or engaged in combat. What is this feeling? Agest couldn't figure it out and ended up shaking her head in frustration. No, it's quite good. Romantica watched the pair during their exchange with an unsatisfied expression before nudging Pram. Pram understood her intent and quickly spoke up, disrupting the atmosphere. Mr. Desir, so, how is the artifact? Artifact. Upon hearing this word, Desir looked down at his hand. The armament of Toa was an artifact in the form of a pair of gloves with undecipherable runes etched onto its backside. Desir's party had received the armament of Toa and a 4th-level magic crystal as a reward from the shadow world. I remember that the original reward was only the armament of Toa. This could have been because they had managed to clear the shadow world using a better method than the original party used in Desir's past. As the party's rep, Desir declared the armament of Toa to student services and bound the artifact to himself. He sold the bonus magic crystal to the magic tower and used the money to pay for transportation fees and taxes. Desir attempted to distribute the rewards equally afterwards. However, deciding ownership of artifacts was not as easy as splitting money. He explained that the armament of Toa increased the absolute amount mana capacity and why he would benefit from it the most, but the others agreed with him so readily that he wondered if his explanation was even necessary. They were all supportive of his decision. Agest had a large mana pool innately. Pram didn't need it at all as a swordsman. While Desir had helped Romantica rise up to the 3rd circle in the end, it was decided that Desir would take the artifact and the money would be split among the rest. I haven't tried using higher-grade magic yet, but I think it'll be fine, replied Desir. What do you think would have been different if the Holy Kingdom didn't fall to the shadow world? Asked Romantica, steering the conversation towards another topic. There's no point thinking about what could have been, Romantica. But aren't you curious? A powerful country like the Holy Kingdom fell to the shadow world because of such a ridiculous reason. If the kingdom hadn't fallen so pitifully, things might be different now. The shadow world that Desir's party entered revolved around the Holy Kingdom during its economic decline, and it had met its demise before history was first recorded. Before this economic decline, it was known that the Holy Kingdom of Artemis had acted as a shield against shadow worlds for various kingdoms and had put in a lot of effort into clearing the shadow worlds afflicting other kingdoms. Once the Holy Kingdom fell, the continent slowly began to be swallowed by the shadow world as others failed to fill their shoes. The other kingdoms realized the important role played by the Holy Kingdom and began setting up organizations to face the Shadow World, leading to the creation of the Hebrion Academy in the Hebrion Kingdom and the Reborn Corporation in the Western Alliance of Kingdoms. Unfortunately, it was too late for the Holy Kingdom itself, and, by the time these organizations were created, much of the continent had already been shrouded within the dark fog. Nothing is for certain, but if Wilhelm Evernatten managed to turn the Holy Kingdom around, half of the continent might not have been swallowed by the Shadow World. The Holy Kingdom existed before the development of magic. The strength of knights defined its existence as a military powerhouse. In the present, swordsmanship had fallen out of favor and magic had taken its place. However, knights held a symbolic importance to the Holy Kingdom. If the Holy Kingdom had not fallen and their swordsmanship was allowed to develop to the present time, the knights might have been instrumental in subjugating the Shadow Labyrinth as well. As his thoughts reached this conclusion, Desir felt a bitter taste in his mouth. "I still can't believe that the Church of Artemis has such a history," said Pram, adding his own thoughts to the conversation. The Holy Kingdom was the birthplace of the present-day Church of Artemis. After the Holy Kingdom fell, their headquarters within the Alliance of Western Kingdoms doubled their efforts, leading to an age of prosperity for the Church. In the present day, they even had followers outside of the Alliance borders. Though they did not have the militaristic strength of the Hebrion Kingdom or the Alliance of Western Kingdoms itself, they possessed significant political influence across the entire continent. The Church of Artemis probably hoped their history would fade away like the Holy Kingdom, said Desir with a smirk. Historically, those within the territory had continued to suffer until half the continent had been overrun by the Shadow World. Countless kingdoms disappeared without a trace, as they existed prior to the development of printing technology and appreciation for history. This included the Holy Kingdom, which neglected historical records to the chagrin of those in the present. Clearing the Shadow World helped to fill these blank pages in the annals of history. From their mission, Desir's party had managed to discover important details within the history of the Holy Kingdom and the reason behind its fall. His party's name will be added to any books referencing this incident. This served to further raise his party's infamy. "Don't say that. We're here to celebrate our achievements, aren't we?" complained Romantica, bringing attention to the fact that they were simply sitting in their seats during a party. "I'm not sure who started this conversation, but aren't we having a good time already?" "Well, I'm just saying that we should go out and do something," replied Romantica, shyly looking back and forth between Desir and the dancers in the center of the party hall. However, it was a jest that took the initiative this time. Since she mentioned it, "How about we go and dance for a song, Desir?" Pram's jaw dropped. All he could do was stare at a jest. The color drained from Romantica's face as she could only look on while her target was snatched right before her eyes. "I told you before, I can't dance," replied Desir. At his response, Romantica could feel some color return to her cheeks. "I'm saying that I can teach you how to dance," laughed a jest. "I don't know what your ambitions are, but as you become more famous, there will be more parties to attend. When that happens, you can't just refuse every invitation to dance, can you?" A jest found it funny that she, a person who hated parties, was extending an invitation to dance. "Wait a minute," shouted Romantica as a jest directed Desir towards the center of the party hall. "She got one on you," said Pram, indicating that her shouts were futile. "You might be right," said Desir. "It might be good to learn for the future events to come." He accepted a jest's line of reasoning and accepted her invitation. As Desir relented, a jest felt a strange sense of giddiness. For the first time, she was thankful for all the frustrating dancing lessons that she was forced to take as a member of royalty. "I'll warn you now, I really can't dance. I'll lead. Just read my movements. It's not like this is a battle. Don't take it lightly. In society, dancing is not much different than fighting. In any case, I leave myself in your care. I promise to study diligently." Within the crowd of dancers in the center of the party hall, a jest and Desir's hands met. "We'll start at the same time on the count of 3. 1. A jest began to slowly move her feet. 2. Desir also began to move his feet and their eyes met as the next song, A waltz struck its opening chord. 3. At the center of magic studies, Althea stood in all of its glory. The small territory seemed small in comparison to its significant breakthroughs in spellcraft and its military might. Its renown worldwide in magical studies stemmed from the Magic Tower, whose main branch lured magicians of all shapes and sizes to Althea. The Magic Tower's innovative magical techniques cornered the market on anything magic from military application to everyday objects, spanning across multiple nations. The Western Kingdom Alliance and Hebrion Kingdom both paled in comparison to the Magic Tower's market share in producing objects with magic crystals. Like its namesake, Althea's Magic Tower dwarfed its neighbors. On every floor of this cylindrical tower, divisions of magicians expressed their talents through innovation. Magicians whose names were widely recognized within the Magic Tower were given their personal labs to test their conjectures, outfitted with state-of-the-art equipment. These rooms were forbidden to all others. Any magician worth their salt would be awed by the state-of-the-art equipment lining the walls from end to end. There was one room within the tower that was endlessly churning out noises. Many rumors spread about what lurked in the laboratory. In reality, it was the private lab of Zod Exarian. Zod was in the middle of an experiment with a magic crystal on the table when an elegant voice rang out through the pad beside him. "Old man, I didn't think I would see you in a lab again." Zod's hands moved delicately across the magic crystal as he studied the surface of the stone. Zod clicked his tongue as he carefully carved the surface and brushed off the residual dust. "I've come across an interesting technique as of late," explained Zod. I don't see how you find techniques so interesting. Complex mechanisms. Logic that moves through countless magical circuits. The fundamental laws from which creation is based. Once a new technique is discovered, the world advances one step forward in the face of true progress. Isn't it scintillating? To somebody normal like myself, it sounds absolutely dreary. A buzzing sound whizzed, and a spark flew out of the magic crystal. Zod shook his head in disappointment. "Is 3 the max for a 5th grade magic crystal? Old man, could you focus? It's been many months since we last spoke. In a conversation with the Saintess, only someone like you can speak to me like this. You can meet me anytime you want. This technique is a priority for me." The elegant woman shook her head and gave up trying to convince Zod. She was Saintess Priscilla, the woman leading the Church of Artemis, whose influence reached every corner of the planet. Her fame led many to refer to her as the 6th sovereign of the Alliance of the Western Kingdoms, a power putting her status on par with the head of the Magic Tower. "Just like last time, I suppose I won't be expecting you at the Grand Council meeting?" asked Priscilla. The Grand Council was a meeting of the most influential members in the Alliance of the Western Kingdoms. In truth, the ladies' call was primarily just to check on Zod's attendance. "You know I'm not going to. What's the point in asking?" Zod turned back around to tinker with his magic crystal before pausing and murmuring to his peer. "Ah, right. Actually, I'll be coming along this time." There was a new magical technique expert who wanted to sit in. Priscilla's ears perked up at Zod's words. "Oh, a new expert? Who was it? Hephaestus, head of the northern branch. Elionos, the wise man of the west? I wonder who could drag Zod himself out of seclusion. I'm not familiar with any other archmages." Desir Arman, 1st Circle Mage. Priscilla couldn't hold back her laughter, and a guffaw came streaming out of the pad. "First Circle? Zod, are you losing it already? I'd have thought it would take a few more years before you start going senile. This kid has the qualification. All right, I don't have the right say speak for your corporation." Priscilla shook her head in disbelief. "Say, I feel like I've heard that name before. You've probably heard of him. He's the single ranker of Hebrion Academy." Priscilla's eyes squinted as she heard his words. "Old man, you're not really saying you're going to invite a member of Hebrion Academy to attend our meeting, are you? I can't see why this is an issue. We're all allied nations now. In any case, he will be attending not as a member of Hebrion Academy, but as a member of the Magic Tower. You know that whilst we're allied, the other nations will not take kindly to someone of his pedigree at the meeting. Historically, Hebrion Kingdom and the Alliance of Western Kingdoms were on bad terms. It was only after the Holy Kingdom fell that they had no choice but to form an uneasy partnership to bring humanity back from the brink of extinction. But there was a lingering animosity between the two nations. The two main organizations subjugating the Shadow World were Hebrion Academy and the Alliance of the Western Kingdoms, supported by their requisite nations. These organizations competed for every single scrap of magic crystal dropped by the Shadow World, and each completed Shadow World dug into the profits of the other. Each successful Shadow World yielded magic crystals that led to military growth for each nation. In the past, the two nations devolved into a bitter war before the Shadow Worlds started appearing. Rivers of blood flowed, and many compared it to the mythical war of good and evil. By the time the Shadow Worlds began, the grudge was deep-seated and small skirmishes erupted whenever a Shadow World was being subjugated. You know that a Shadow World recently popped up, right? Of course. It was very welcome. We were in need of supplies. Desir's party had entered a Shadow World and discovered documents pertaining to the fall of Holy Kingdom during its subjugation. I imagine you've been looking for this for a while now. What? How? Priscilla let out an uncharacteristic yelp in shock. Didn't they tell you? I suppose it's not surprising, what with the uneasy relationship between Hebrion and the church. You'll find out anyways, but it may be worth hearing what he has to say firsthand. What do you think? The Saintess looked helpless in front of Zod as he had gotten one over on her. It looks like I'll have to meet him just this once. The world was on the cusp of being destroyed. Everything was gone. Explosions crashed and tore at his eardrums. The violent sound of war that was so characteristic of his past. Screams bellowed out as the world was covered in soot and ash. Shouts yelled out for loved ones who were at death's door. Weapons of war emerged to combat the incoming threat. He could faintly hear the waves crashing on the shore as the distant sea glittered in an ashen gray. The metallic scent of the sea briefly tickled his nose before fading away, only to be replaced by a burning heat that seemed to consume the world around him. It was an ordeal that drained him of all his energy. He could only watch exhausted as everything underneath the ashen sky was dyed in red. The world was in chaos. Thousands of bodies littered the battlefield and more appeared by the minute. With each explosion, the body count increased by 1 or 2 dozen. Within the catastrophe, a girl's torso was squirming sporadically. Desir's eyes met her own as she opened her mouth to speak. Blood spilled out of her mouth, but no sound came out. To this day, he could never forget the final words that she mouthed to him. "I don't want to die, Desir." Her eyes soon lost focus. It was at this moment that Desir lost himself. The name written on the girl's dog tag buried within the debris was Romantica Eru. There were no tears in his eyes. His heart was in complete anguish. A surviving soldier was looking at something gigantic beyond some great distance as he muttered something straight from Desir's heart. "How do you expect us to stop that thing?" At the end of their gaze stood a nightmare from legends past. A cruel butcher with runic words carved into his molars. Flames of hell writhed around his neck and he stood solemnly in front of his opponents. Desir looked at him with disbelief as he pulled the name of the monster from the depths of his memory. The Devil of Ruin, Dadanuf. Hundreds of spells blotted out the sun in the pursuit of the devil. Following the muffled sounds of explosions, there was no damage done to him. In response, he let out a monstrous roar and began his counterattack. Humans wrapped themselves in defensive magic, but it was to no avail. Even the most accomplished magicians bled from their eyes and ears as they cried out in pain and agony. There was no better word to describe him than a calamity. The earth groaned at his footstep and dark clouds shot out, akin to a volcanic eruption. Tremors quaked beneath their feet as an earthquake tore the ground apart, and the skies burned up at the sight of a massive meteor. Desir screamed. He screamed with all his might, but only a hoarse sound of air came out as tears began to blind him. He was awake. Desir stood up in a panic with his arms flailing in the air, only to find walls painted in a creamy white color surrounding him and the faint sound of a grandfather clock ticking somewhere in his room. Desir woke in a panic as he looked around to see his creamy white walls, and the faint ticking of a grandfather clock lingered in his room. The bloody war, the falling fortresses, and the devil of ruin were nowhere to be seen. Was it all a dream? Desir wrapped his head in his trembling hands and shuddered. As he wrapped his hands around himself for comfort, his pale fingers sapped away the unsettling heat radiating from his face. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Whatever he did, he couldn't stop shaking. Cruel memories haunted him everywhere he went. A scar that would never fade. Hot and humid. It was the last Friday of the semester. The students of Hebrion Academy were in high spirits. Summer break was almost here. Amidst this boisterous atmosphere, a magic class was about to be in session. Desir entered the classroom and looked around. He could see that Agest and Romantica were already seated. Pram was not present. As this was a magic class, it was not part of Pram's curriculum. "Good morning, Desir." "Good morning." "Yes, good morning." After exchanging greetings, Desir stacked his books on a desk next to Romantica and sat down. "You look tired. Did you get any sleep?" asked Romantica, noticing the dark circles around Desir's eyes. Desir yawned. "I got up really early because I had a nightmare." "A nightmare? Well, aren't you a special snowflake? You've appeared many times in my nightmares. That's quite an honor. What do I do in your nightmares?" "You were the Devil King." "I see. If you're tired, why don't you eat this? You'll get in big trouble if you doze off during Professor Bridget's lecture." "That's true, thanks." Romantica held out a mint. Desir took it and popped it in his mouth. The cool taste spread over his tongue and throat, instantly making Desir feel more awake. There was still 5 minutes before class started. Desir turned to talk to Agest and Romantica. "Summer break is about to start. Do you two have anything special planned?" "I don't particularly. I'm thinking of staying at the academy," replied Agest. This lined up with Desir's memory. Agest had always stayed at the academy. "I'm thinking of returning to my hometown. It's been a while since I've seen my parents. I do write to them, but it's still good to see them once in a while," said Romantica. "Ah, that works out then. Your hometown is in the Prileka Kingdom, right?" "That's right. The scenery there is very beautiful." Prileka Kingdom. It was a small country with little territory and a small military to match. However, it had become one of the powerhouses within the Western Kingdom through economic means. "Good. That works out then," repeated Desir. "Why? What are you planning this time?" Romantica had an uneasy feeling as to where the conversation was going. "I have something in mind for us for the summer break. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like it will get in the way of anybody's plans." "Did you even listen to what I said?" "I'm pretty sure I said I was going back to my hometown. So," continued Desir, "our party will be heading to the Prileka Kingdom this summer. I'll say this again when we see Pram, but the Golden Ocean Tournament will be held in the Prileka Kingdom. We will be entering that tournament. The Golden Ocean Tournament. A famous event where young adults competed against each other in combat. Whether it be with magic or the blade, adolescents confident in their abilities could compete without restriction. This tournament was famous in other countries as well. If you ask anyone what the Prileka Kingdom was known for, they would give one of 3 answers. Its markets, the beautiful coastline, or the Golden Ocean Tournament. If it's the Golden Ocean Tournament, there will be talented people from all over the world. "I don't think we'd do well," remarked Romantica pessimistically. "You should be proud of your skills. It's not common for someone your age to be a third circle mage." "Oh well, that..." Romantica puffed out her chest. "That's just innate talent. Having confidence is good, but don't get too carried away. Agest here is also a third circle mage, and Zod, the head of the magic tower, accomplished this achievement when he was 3 years younger than you." Hearing that, Romantica lowered her gaze. "If our party does well in the tournament, it'll improve our reputation, and that will help us in the future. Indeed, doing well in a tournament that is famous in multiple countries, it would certainly be a good thing," said Agest, nodding her head in agreement. Romantica also voiced her support. "That'd be great. If we were to win, we'll never be brushed off as a mere commoner's party again. Will we? I've always wanted to try it once." "Yeah, We just need to ask Pram as well. They needed to hurry, as the entry deadline was soon. The Golden Ocean tournament was starting in 3 weeks. In the meantime, said Romantica happily, we can rest. I don't know when we last got a break. However, Desir was having none of it. What are you talking about, Romantica? We're training after class today as well. What? We need to keep up our training. Oi, do we really have to? Did you forget that, thanks to me, we cleared the shadow world? That was then, this is now. But you haven't forgotten our contract, have you? The contract. Members will follow the orders of the party leader, especially when it comes to training. Dirty scammer, shouted Romantica, coyly turning away with a scoff. In that instant, Desir saw something overlapping his vision. His ear felt numb. There seemed to be shouts coming from nowhere. Desir stared hard at Romantica, an eviscerated torso, gushing blood. Desir felt as though his heart was being crushed. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Romantica's voice brought Desir back to reality. This time definitely. Desir tightly squeezed his eyes shut for a brief moment before opening them again. Romantica, we're doing double training today. Way out, replied Romantica, losing it. Hold on. Don't tell me this is because I just called you a dirty scammer. Desir did not reply and instead began flipping through his books. Pardon me, Mr. Desir.
I'm sorry.
Some vile words slipped out of this young lady's tongue. Please forgive this innocent girl. Ah, wait, Desir. Where are you going? Desir collected his books and moved to a seat at the front of the room next to a jest. Romantica panicked and tried to follow. However, hello everyone. What a wonderful morning to study magic, announced Professor Bridget as she entered the room. Romantica could do nothing except give Desir her best puppy dog eyes from afar. The Hebrion Auditorium was made of stone and, during the summer, was very hot and humid, especially at noon. There were many people gathered in the auditorium. Most were students, but there were some teachers gathered there as well. The crowd was quite noisy. Justin, the headmaster of Hebrion Academy, made his way up to the lectern and turned on the switch for the loudspeaker. As he took a deep breath, a wave of silence swept through the entire auditorium in an instant. The headmaster coughed for a moment and then opened his mouth. There are many scientists as well as many magicians. The magic system developed by Rockhilt has become the basis for modern magic, and Zod's development of enchantment magic has opened a new path for mankind. Many scientists and magicians have contributed to humanity and, as a result, mankind has survived the scourge known as the Shadow Worlds. Justin paused for a breath before continuing. I am sure that you, too, have contributions to make. I have every confidence that anyone here could be the next Rockhilt or Zod. The Hebrion Academy, this continent's most prestigious and largest magic academy, will provide all of its support to you. He looked out to the faces of the students before him. The students bore a variety of reactions. Bored, happy, excited, indifferent. Children will be children. The headmaster smiled, thinking to himself this ancient adage. I'll wrap up my speech now. Let the Hebrion Academy summer break begin. The auditorium erupted with the sounds of departure, the student body disappearing like the receding tide. After the speech, Desir's party gathered. They all looked very tired, Romantica, a jest, Pram and Desir. Unlike the other party members, Romantica was pulling along a very large suitcase. With Desir, Pram, and a jest staying at the academy, she was the only one in the group leaving. Thanks for this week. It was all for you, Romantica. The stronger you become, the more effectively you can tackle shadow worlds moving forward. Humph! Romantica was sulking. She had been forced to train right up until yesterday. You're going to miss your train, Miss Romantica. Please don't delay. Got it, Pram. It was time to go. Rest well in the upcoming week. We'll all meet again in the Prileka Kingdom. Romantica turned around and left the auditorium without responding to Desir. The sound of her suitcase rolling on the stone floor filled the silence. Romantica walked down the pathway at a slow pace. She continued for quite a distance before turning back to look at Desir. Desir was still standing outside of the auditorium, waving at her. Romantica called out to him. "You're dead if you're late." The sound of the train traveling over its tracks filled the air. Beautiful scenery passed by endlessly beyond the hallway window. Staring out the window, it was hard to tell whether the train was moving, or if it was the world moving around them. "We're starting to move," said Pram as he entered the passenger room at the end of the train. Desir's party could only start their journey 4 days after Romantica left, as the procedure required to obtain the entry permits into the Prileka Kingdom was considerably arduous. Because of the Shadow World, the Western Kingdom Alliance and Hebrion Kingdom had formed a peace treaty in order to survive. As such, citizens of both nations could freely move between the two countries, but obtaining an entry permit was still quite a finicky and time-consuming process. The Outers, as long as this criminal group existed, scattered across the continent, each country had to take the traveler screening process seriously. "We'll get there in 3 days, so rest up," said Desir. Hearing this, Pram looked around excitedly while Agest pulled out a book and began reading. Desir was planning to review his own plans for the future during the trip. The superficial reason he had given the party for this trip to the Prileka Kingdom was the Golden Ocean Tournament. However, that was only an excuse. His true purpose was the Western Kingdom Alliance's Grand Council meeting. "My real reason for visiting the Prileka Kingdom is the Grand Council meeting for the Western Kingdom Alliance. The most important figures from the most influential groups within the 5 kingdoms that formed the alliance will be participating in this meeting and, thanks to Zod, Desir was allowed to attend as Zod's companion and as a member of the Magic Tower. Priscilla. She will be a great help. Priscilla Hysilkite. Priscilla obtained the title Immaculate Saintess, with her ability to handle magic beyond the realm of the modern magic system, and had become influential enough to be referred to as the 6th king of the Alliance. It was because of this influence that she participated in the Grand Council, attending as the head of the Church of Artemis. The power of the Western Kingdom Alliance is also needed to prepare for the Shadow Labyrinth. Before the Shadow Labyrinth itself appeared, there had been several omens that were continuously ignored by humanity. In the end, they couldn't properly gather their forces before the Shadow Labyrinth was upon them. By the time the Alliance and the Hebrion Kingdom managed to form a unified army to stand against the worst Shadow World in history, it was much too late. Ultimately, each nation gathered their most powerful people, and they sent out an army of over 100 million. However, even when faced with such a calamity, the two nations had such a tumultuous history that they found it impossible to work together and had to split their forces. In this state, it was impossible to stand against the worst of all Shadow Worlds. At that time as well, Desir could see the scenes from his nightmare flash before his eyes. He had experienced countless nightmarish situations in his past life, and each moment was etched deeply upon his heart, resulting in an overwhelming feeling of melancholy that he could barely contain. Desir was lost deep in his thoughts when someone knocked on the door. Desir looked towards the door. "Who is it?" "Excuse me, I'm traveling alone. Do you mind if I sit here?" The person who entered through the door was a silver-haired old man. His wrinkles left a strong impression of the many years that he must have experienced. Pram and Agest reacted to the request. Agest barely looked up from her book, but nodded in consent. Pram agreed as well. "Come on in. Pardon the intrusion." The old man entered the passenger room. As it was designed for 4 passengers, the room didn't feel cramped. The old man looked over his new travel companions carefully. "I hope I'm not interrupting something." "No, not at all." Such a polite young man.
"I'm Dmitri."
"Are you all students from the Hebrion Academy?" "Ah, yes. I am a student from the Hebrion Academy. My name is Desir Arman." "Ah, I didn't recognize such a celebrity. I had wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Dmitri recognized Desir's name and held out his hand, his expression still locked in surprise. Desir clasped the man's hand awkwardly, but Dmitri shook it enthusiastically. "You know me? That's right. Your name is quite famous. Didn't you cut the aristocracy down a peg as a commoner?" Desir immediately understood. "That's a bit of an exaggeration." "It's not exaggerated at all. Is it so easy for a commoner to become a single ranker at Hebrion Academy, a school dominated by nobles? I'm well aware of the situation, since my own children are attending that school as well. Ah, haha. Honestly, there were many doubts when you passed the promotional exam. People were saying that you used some trickery or that you bribed some of the teachers. Of course, I believe in you all the way, but you really proved your skills by clearing that 4th rank shadow world. You all have shown us commoners that we can do it as well. You proved that we are no worse than those noble bastards. Dimitri was still holding onto Desir's hand and showed no intention of letting go. It was a small thing, a small step towards showing that commoners can also make something of themselves. Even so, Desir relished the feeling of this personal goal of his progressing as he intended. Ah, this old man is embarrassing you.
I'm sorry.
Dimitri let go of Desir's hand and began to laugh awkwardly. As he did so, he took closer note of the others in the passenger room. Now that I look at it, these are all your party members. That's right, sir. Please clear the shadow world next year as well. I leave it to you. Of course. They traveled with Dimitri about halfway to the Praleka kingdom before the old man disembarked. Dimitri said a brief farewell as he got off. Desir's party arrived at their own destination the day after. Thanks to Zod's referral, the border crossing was quick. As they left the station, the first thing they noticed were the thousands of lampposts lighting the wide highway that stretched as far as the eye could see. Fancy buildings lined this great highway, all closely packed in together. This was the capital of the Praleka kingdom, the city of commerce and prosperity, Deltaheim. From the liveliness everywhere, it was easy to see why the Praleka kingdom was called the Great Nation of Economy. There were roads connecting every city within the Praleka kingdom, and the capital, Deltaheim, had the ocean directly to its east. All exports from the Alliance were sent out to the rest of the world through this ocean. Deltaheim's pride wasn't its fancy buildings or highly organized network of roads, but this ocean. As the sun set, the ocean glittered with a golden hue, as if reflecting the wealth of Deltaheim. The Golden Ocean Tournament originally started as a tribute to this ocean. Desir's party was mesmerized by the sights and sounds of Deltaheim. It took a while before they noticed a well-dressed man holding a sign that read, Desir Arman. Desir's jaw dropped. It looks like Sir Desir's name has even spread to this faraway land, said Pram, sounding like he was growing tired of fame. It's almost scary at this point. Could it be that the entire continent knows your name? Desir gulped. He dared to hope that was the reason for a moment before returning to reality and refuting Pram's statement. That can't be true. The old man from the train only knew me because his children were attending Hebrion Academy. This time, there must be a reason as well. How about we go and ask then? Suggested a jest. We should, right? The man looked at Desir as the party approached him. Are you Mr. Arman? That's right. Desir glanced down at the sign, but the man put it away and bowed. I am from the Eru Trading Group. The esteemed Miss Romantica has requested your group to her residence. They had planned on visiting Romantica, but definitely not in this fashion. That's right. The Eru Trading Group is a massive trading firm. Miss Romantica is actually quite wealthy, huh? Muttered Pram, only now registering the fact. They often forgot about Romantica's background because she was quite expressive, unlike most women from wealthy families. They got on the wagon prepared by the Eru Trading Group and arrived by evening time. Romantica's home was a residence with a great view of the ocean. When the bell was rung, Romantica popped out of the house. She was wearing a frilly feminine dress. She greeted Pram brightly and barely acknowledged a jest. Of course, a jest didn't mind it at all. Finally, Romantica turned to Desir. You weren't late. I did promise. I don't break my promises. So you say, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll get dinner prepared, so wash up and wait. You can head to your room and put your luggage away. I'll let the servants know. We can just go in like this? Don't we have to greet your parents too? It's late, so you can do that next time. It's only me and a few servants here right now anyways. This is a vacation house. They're at our main home somewhere else. This is a vacation house? Desir suppressed his shock. Romantica was definitely cut from a different cloth. Desir's party entered their rooms and began putting away their luggage. They ate a nicely prepared dinner and gathered together in the living room for dessert. The view of the ocean at night was quite beautiful. As they enjoyed this relaxing moment, Romantica spoke up. I registered us for the Golden Ocean tournament ahead of time, just in case. Now we just have to wait 6 days for the tournament to start. Is that so? We have more time to train ourselves then. Training. Romantica's face sagged upon hearing the word. She quickly recovered and layered on the charm as she addressed Desir. Hey Desir, we've trained very hard up until now, right? We cleared the shadow world successfully and it's summer break now. Pram, who was watching the exchange, put in his own 2 cents. That's right, Sir Desir. When would we get to come here again? Right. You haven't noticed because you arrived so late in the evening. But the ocean's golden hue is quite a sight. Isn't just 1 day okay? It was a Pram and Romantica combined assault. Desir looked over to a jest. A jest? What do you think we should do? I think it's the responsibility of the party leader to consider his members' desire for recreation. Is that so? Desir considered it for a while before letting out a sigh. I did push them pretty hard before the break. I need to give them some kind of reward if I want to push them again. Since there were more than a few days before the tournament, he decided to relent to Romantica's request. Okay, just 1 day. Yahoo! We did it! Pram and Romantica high-fived while Desir gazed silent out the window. The faint sound of starlit waves crashing against the beach tickled his ears. The beach covered in fine sand was bustling in the midst of midsummer heat. All over the beach there were colorful parasols, vendors wandering around to sell street food, and tourists enjoying their summer holidays. It was the high season and there were people everywhere. Today, Desir was one of them. Wearing shorts, Desir, with his hands covering sunlight, was looking for some people, his group members to be specific, who had promised to meet up somewhere around where he was. Have I kept you waiting? Hearing the voice from behind, Desir turned his head. Romantica was there wearing a bikini. She was wearing a sort of a skirt which made her look even more cute. Desir, baffled by Romantica's bold sexiness unlike usual, answered calmly as if he didn't care. Well, not that long. That's great. Wait, did you say great? I was just being polite, you know. Why don't you ask me again? Why should I ask you the same thing again if you said for yourself that you haven't been waiting? The two rented a parasol, set it up on the beach, and laid mats to sit down. When Desir was taking his break after all those preparations, Romantica asked, Well, so what do you think? Fantastic. I guess you were right about coming to the beach. That's not what I meant. I was asking about my swimsuit. Looks good on you. I designed it myself. Of course, it looks good on me. Romantica replied, swaggering her shoulder. You did? That's awesome. It was quite a surprise to Desir. He hadn't expected her to have a talent other than magic. You know, I'm a genius designer. I could profit mostly from my own designs during my merchant training. I handpicked swimsuits for Pram and Azest as well. For Pram and Azest? Now I'm a little bit concerned. We'll see about that. Whoosh. Ocean waves kept hitting the sand. About 5 minutes had passed. The first group member to show up to the parasol said, I was looking for you for ages. Pram was wearing a coat that came down to his thigh. When he realized Desir gazing on him, Pram hesitated and slipped down his coat. It's just a little too embarrassing to wear it by itself. The rashi he was wearing was completely stuck to his body, emphasizing his slim body shape. His thigh was showing below the silky coat. Well, it doesn't look good on me, does it? Pram's facial expressions were exquisite. He was looking up at Desir, blushing with an embarrassed look. He could almost have been mistaken for a girl. Anyone would fall in love with him if stared at with such a look. Desir was mesmerized by his looks. What a destructive combination. As Desir looked at Romantica, she folded her arms and nodded, looking immensely pleased. Yes, I knew you'd make that face, she said. Romantica, Desir replied. Yeah. Desir raised his thumb. I apologize for doubting your talent. You are the best. Oh my. Too late for you to realize my talent. Isn't it? What are you two on about? Pram interrupted. He had no idea what they were talking about. We were just saying you were so cute, Pram. Really? Sure. Right? Desir. Of course. Whoa! Pram exclaimed with joy. Just then, they noticed people speaking of something. They were all looking at one direction, for a reason they all knew why. Would that be Azest? Probably. Azest was the second to arrive. Romantica stood up from her seat and said, You'll see about how good I am. They got up from their seats and walked towards where everyone's eyes were facing. Azest was wearing a swimsuit of a mixed design between a bikini and a dress. Although it was less exposed than the bikini that Romantica was wearing, the design that both exposed and covered her waist made Azest look even more attractive. Her snow-white skin and shining blonde hair even overshadowed the beauty of the sea. It wasn't as creative as what Pram was wearing, but still, the swimsuit looked great on her. When Desir was about to compliment Romantica, No, said Romantica. Ha! That's not what I gave her. Romantica's facial muscles were unnoticeably trembling. Desir had no idea what was going on. Azest approached the two. Desir, who had learned how to talk with girls from the past experience with Romantica, came forward and said, Looks fantastic, Azest. Thanks. Thanking Desir, Azest approached Romantica and handed her something she was holding in hand. I apologize I couldn't wear the swimsuit you gave me, Romantica. It was the swimsuit that Romantica had given Azest. Why didn't you wear it? It was too tight and uncomfortable. I had no choice but to buy a new one. What? Was it too tight? Yes, especially my... Romantica raised her hand to stop Azest from saying any further. Wait, stop. Don't make me mad at you. What's wrong? That? I can't say. Azest nodded. Well, I have no clue what you're saying, but I respect whatever you say. Romantica, after looking alternately at her own bosom and that of Azest, clenched her fist and shivered in frustration. Azest unknowingly defeated Romantica. Desir and the group members played volleyball. Desir and Pram was on one side, and Romantica and Azest was on the other. The losers were supposed to prepare dinner, so the game was outrageously fierce. Team Azest was edging out their opponent by 11-10. Pram and Azest were each the ace of their team, and the speed of the ball between the two was incredibly fast. Desir and Romantica were not as good as their teammates, so that unfortunately they could only score by shooting the ball towards either of the two. Arg! Romantica couldn't catch the ball that was too high and fell backwards. The score became 11-11. Any team that earns one more point could be the winner. Desir and Romantica. No wonder why you're wizards. Well, we're wizards. We're nothing like you knights. Desir replied, stretching his stiff shoulders. We wouldn't be so helpless if we could only use magic, Romantica murmured, standing up and shaking off sand all over on her body. Pram suggested as a response to their complaints. Then why don't we allow Desir and Romantica to use magic for the last point? Of course, Desir, you can't reverse any magic. Use only magic and we'll see who's better. Romantica and Desir exchanged glances. All right, I'm down. I'm down too. The game quickly resumed, starting with Desir's serve. Enhance muscle strength. Enhance agility. Enhance dynamic vision. Desir enhanced his power with his enhancing magic spells. Having secured the pawn-level abilities, he threw the ball up and smashed it down. Whoosh! The ball flew straight towards the team Azest's court. It was certainly different from the previous serve attempts that had ended in vain. Now we're talking. Azest returned it near the net. Pram ran across the court and returned the ball again. Boom! Bay-boom! The rally was going on so fast. The ball could blow up in any minute. The team that blows up the ball was to be lost. Azest tossed up the ball to Romantica instead of smashing the ball, trying not to risk the explosion. Romantica! Got it! The formulas got arranged in the front of Romantica. Gust wind. The The ball accelerated to a great speed, as if it had been smashed like a solid smash. Pretty cool, but I could do the same without any magic. As Pram shouted and tried to receive the ball suddenly switched its trajectory to something that was physically impossible. Controlling the orbit of a flying object was something Romantica could even do blindfolded. This is how you trained me, Desir. By the law of inertia, Pram couldn't possibly turn his body again to receive the ball that was already moving in the opposite direction. Desir, who was right behind Pram, could barely receive it. Stay focused, Pram. She can always change how things move with magic. Got it, sir. The game went in favor of the team Azest. Romantica's magic wind could efficiently control the ball's orbit, and the control of the three-circle wizard was a great threat to the opponents. Catching what Romantica could do, Azest volunteered to take the role of a supporter for Romantica's attack, rather than attacking by himself. The Storm of Averos, a three-circle spell, the magic that recreates a small storm. Wait, you're using a three-circle spell? Why not? Everything's under control and it's gonna be fine. It's you who trained me like this, Desir. Looks like you've waited so long for this day. The ball was approaching fast. The ball could change its orbit in any minute, so Team Desir could only barely defend themselves without being able to launch an attack. Fortunately for Team Desir, Pram the Knight didn't lose his focus until the last minute of the game, and he received the ball that was almost about to touch the ground with great athleticism. Romantica got nervous. The game couldn't continue like this forever, though. "You're left," shouted Desir, who had read Romantica's thoughts and figured out the ball's trajectory. As long as the ball's trajectory was known, it wasn't a difficult task for Pram to receive the ball and return it. Pram's return crossed the net and headed straight to Romantica. Oh! Romantica, who had been waiting at the back to receive the seemingly fast ball, was shocked. The ball had suddenly stopped moving in the air. As Romantica used her wind magic, Desir used his own wind magic and created a headwind. Since it did not alter the magic itself, it was not considered to be an inversion magic. Soon the ball that was hovering in the air fell to the ground. It got me. Romantica thought that she had lost. However, Agest ran past her towards the ball. It was a superhuman-like speed that created a strong wind near them. With a clean sound, the ball bounced up, falling onto the other side of the court. Desir and Pram were not paying attention and saw the ball roll after it fell into the court. There was a complete silence. "We won." After some time, Romantica broke the silence and said, "We won. Desir, you didn't forget that the team that lost has to prepare dinner, right?" Agest's movement speed was faster than what Desir predicted. It seemed that her athletic ability rivaled Pram's at knight rank. Even though Agest finished the last game, throughout the game Romantica was in charge. The ability to control mana that Romantica showed was very skilled. Her achievement was one step beyond Desir's expectation. Okay, I admit my defeat. As a leader, Desir felt a sense of accomplishment. On the other hand, the fact that he had to prepare the dinner made him smile with bitterness. Romantica picked up the tube that she put aside before. "I'm counting on you for the dinner." "Well, a promise is a promise." Desir rested his tired body under the parasol. Listening to the refreshing ocean sound, Desir and his crew spent a peaceful day. In the evening, Desir and Pram prepared the dinner. Pram was really good at cooking. He knew a lot of recipes and how to handle the cooking material. Desir worked alongside Pram to assist him while he was cooking. Even though Desir was not very good at cooking, after being harshly trained by Pram in the Cataclysm Shadow World, he knew how to best support him. The food made by Desir and Pram's cooperation received compliments from Romantica and Agest, and it also made an impression on the villa's chef. After dessert, Desir came outside to get some fresh air. The breeze of the sea was cool. The fact that Romantica's villa could look down at the beach was very fortunate. Sunset time. The whole world was getting dyed by the golden light color. It's amazing, right? When did she come out? Wearing a dress adorned with frills, Romantica's eyes were shining with golden light waves. It's amazing. I get amazed any time I see this. It really looks like melted gold flowing. It was such a sight. the boundary between day and night, the unbelievable sight, before the sun hides, just barely peeking over the horizon. Desir, do you know why Deltaheim Sea has that golden color, not a sky blue color? It's because there is mana in the sea that reacts to sunlight. Only local people know that. You really do know everything. Romantica was disappointed since she failed to teach Desir something he didn't know. Hey Desir, there is a better spot than here, do you want to go there? Romantica took Desir and walked along the line of the shore. After walking for some time, they arrived at an acropolis that was half fallen apart. The rock that made up the acropolis looked like it was melted halfway and solidified. They climbed the fallen acropolis. As if she just thought of something, Romantica said, "You might not know this story. Go ahead." A very long time ago, they said there was a volcanic eruption here. Desir had never heard of this story. At that time this place had been a flourishing city, but the city perished after the volcanic eruption. The eruption was so big that the volcanic ash blanketed the nearby sea. Romantica was making a "you didn't know this" face. Yeah, this is the first time that I have heard about this story. Even Desir, who studied every country's history to prepare for the Shadow World, could not remember this specific event. The pair approached a section of the path that was missing. First Romantica jumped, then Desir followed. But, according to experts, magma never flowed under this land. At that instant, Desir stopped walking. Expert opinion concludes that volcanoes can't form here, but there is clear evidence of a volcanic eruption occurring. This acropolis is indisputable proof of this. They finally reached the top. The view was amazing. The sky was splitting and the gold color spread everywhere. How an eruption can occur in a land that has no magma underneath will forever be a mystery. But every storyteller embellishes their stories. To make sense of the unexplainable events, they come up with mythology. That's how these mythological tales were created. To take an unexplainable event and try to twist it to conform to reality. Along with a great many myths, one of them is about the great devil who scratched the land and destroyed the city. This story gave a name to this sea. A sea that was once destroyed by the devil, Eastaker Sea. Desir followed through. Eastaker, an ancient rune with the meaning of disaster. Romantica opened her eyes wide. Wow, that's amazing. You really don't have anything that you don't know. Desir shook his head. No, I just heard it from someone. What? You know someone from Preleka Kingdom other than me? I don't remember. It was such a long time ago. Desir was sure he heard this story in his past life, but he could not remember who he heard it from. After the golden light from the sea has faded away, shades started to appear. For some reason, he was bothered about who told him that story. There was only one thing that it could be. He painfully groped through his blood-filled memories. It had to be my hometown, Preleka Kingdom. Soon darkness came down. The slight voice near his ear was very painful. It sounded like it was barely concealing its sadness. Desir. Near here there was my villa. Yes. Every evening there was a beautiful sea that was dyed with a golden color. Desir felt his breath closing in. Felt like he was put into the endless deep sea. Are you okay? You don't look good. I don't want to die here. He then realized. The sea dyed with the golden color. He had been here before. And it was far from a beautiful sight. With blood. This was one of the Shadow Maze quests. Gigantic Devil. A place that was filled with humanity's despair. Humanity had to continue struggling against this desperation. This place, Eastaker Sea, is place that Romantica grew up and the place she died. If this is a coincidence, it is one hell of a cruel coincidence. Hey Desir, do you want to go to the hospital? When he saw green eyes that were filled with concern, he got a hold of himself. He couldn't make himself calm down. The past is just the past. It hasn't happened yet. Desir breathed in and out deeply and tried to calm down. I'm fine. By the way, Romantica. However, when Desir looked at Romantica, his lips dried out. The danger they will face. I am not going to let anyone die. When Desir was reborn, he made that promise. Humanity, Hebrion Academy, Desir's party was included there. There is going to be a time when there is a danger you can't handle. After breathing deeply again, he continued speaking. It's going to be a danger so great that you can't even imagine it now. And when that time comes and I order you to run away, make sure to follow the order. No matter the situation. What do you mean so suddenly? I want you to survive. Wow. Such a coincidence? Same back at you. Romantica was trying to take it as a joke, but she saw Desir's eyes and realized that he was not joking. His eyes were filled with sadness and great loss. What kind of things do you have to experience to make that kind of a facial expression? Can you promise me? Shah. Romantica could not understand Desir, but his expression made her nod. Okay, I promise. The outsiders. They are the repulsive group antagonistic towards the Western Kingdom and Hebrion Empire. However, they can't just be defined as a uniform group. The reason being that the outsiders are formed by lots of groups who disagree with the Western Kingdom and Hebrion Empires monopolizing the completion of the Shadow Worlds. Even though they have grouped up to compete against superior forces, they only happen to share similar interests and ideals. Their method and ultimate goals varied. Recently, many outsiders are getting caught out. An individual in a Pierrot mask opened the discussion. On the tip of his finger was a spinning trump card. There was a strong smoky odor emanating from the floor. The tavern was so dark that only vague outlines could be made out. There were 4 people gathered and all of them were wearing masks. They were the 4 leaders of the biggest groups in the outsiders. Our boys are in the same situation. It's as if they already knew our plan. The woman wearing a mask adorned in gold, silver, crystal, and feathers opened her mouth. With her voluptuous body, there seemed to be a seductive scent wafting from her. However, the locals knew that you should not be deceived and approach her carelessly. There is a reason why she is known as the vampire. 20% of the lower group have already been eliminated. Even the spies planted in the kingdom and empire have been getting caught. It has to be because our revolutionary messed up. The Pierrot mask's tone was now somewhat playful. On his right hand, there were 2 spinning cards on each fingertip, making a total of 10 cards. Haha, you said that you were caught stealing from the magic tower? You looked so confident before. What happened? The individual on the receiving end of this taunt, wearing a crow mask, scowled at the Pierrot mask. However, the guy in the Pierrot mask did not seem to care and continued talking. He even got captured alive? How did you train your underlings if this is the result? The space near the Pierrot mask instantly shattered. High-class magic that interfered with space was activated without any casting time. However, the only thing that was broken was a floorboard underneath the chair that the Pierrot mask was sitting on. The Pierrot mask continued to lounge in his chair. It was not clear whether that was coincidence or if he dodged it. Considering his identity, the latter made more sense. As a citizen of the Western Kingdom, he was the assassin that killed the king of the Antanas Kingdom. His name garnered respect and praise in the darkness of society, where no light can reach. Perhaps the magic tower owner himself has interrogated him. As a 7th circle wizard, he might have already torn his brain apart and analyzed his memories. Your underling continues to bring trouble, even after his death. Haha! The crow mask leapt out of his seat. Stop! Let's continue. The one that organized this meeting was an old man in a skull mask. He was wearing a dark gray robe. If it wasn't for white hair that peeked out from above his mask, he would have looked younger. To talk about a story from the past. His voice trailed off away, so it was difficult to understand what he was saying. However, no one there complained. He was technically the leader of this group. Nobody knew who he was, not even his name. No one even knew whether he was a swordsman or wizard. The one thing that was certain, though, was that he was active before the 1st century. Revolutionary, we should always remain in the dark. What you suggested, the way was dangerous. The guy in a crow mask refuted. The plan was perfect. The magic tower's defense was the worst on that day. Nobody would have expected that. But somehow they knew. I only care about the results. The guy in the crow mask did not respond anymore. The cards on the Pierrot's hand all stopped spinning. The old man with a skull mask continued speaking. On the other hand, this might be a good chance for us. I'm not yet sure though. What do you mean, old man? The woman in the flashy mask asked. While they are currently underestimating us before they start to pressure us, it's not a bad idea to do something big to make a statement. Do you mean we should change our target? Yes, that way we'll be better. Well, that is great news. I was getting stiff. However, we can't go against the Western Kingdom and Hebrion Empire, said the Pierrot. This was the true reason why the outsiders hid out of sight. Currently, the Western Kingdom and Hebrion Empire were both stronger than any other force. Naturally, unlawful people and organizations such as the outsiders had to keep a low profile and wait for their chance. Around this time, there is a meeting in the Western Kingdom, right? This is our chance. The leaders of the Western Kingdom will all be gathered in one place. Killing them will maybe overthrow the entire Western Kingdom itself. He looked at the crow mask. I will give you the chance to redeem yourself after your failure. Hand over that item, Pierrot. The Pierrot mask did not like this decision of the skull mask and immediately protested. Old man, do you know how hard it was for me to get this? After utilizing the entire Assassin's Guild, we barely managed to obtain this. This item cost me so much. This should be only used in specific situations. Shit. Okay, I'll give it. He then pulled out something and passed it to the crow. It was an artifact. It was shaped like a cube and emanated an ominous aura at first sight. Western Kingdom meeting. Many rulers and influential people will gather there. Can you clean them up? Revolutionary? Crow Mask was referred to as a revolutionary. That actually explained his exact situation. At one point, Crow Mask was lauded as the best wizard from Hebrion Academy. Now he is just a forgotten name, a manifestation of Hebrion's troubled history. Let him borrow it. You should take care of everything. I hope you do not forget Hebrion is next. Crow Mask replied while nodding his head. Sure, Hebrion is one of our oldest enemies. And that concluded the meeting. One after the another they left the tavern. The street was still dark, but somewhat humid from the dawn light. There was a distinct feeling of poverty along this street. The Pierrot mask caught up to the Crow Mask, who went out first. Hey bro, I have some questions. You mind if I ask them? The Crow Mask tried to ignore him and continued walking. At this point, shouldn't you just admit it? We are the same type. That expression must have stirred the Crow Mask's feelings as he responded in an angry tone. I hope you don't take me as some kind of criminal like you. From attending this meeting, you are indeed a criminal. If either of us were caught by our home nations, we would definitely get executed. Outsiders were basically a criminal group, and the people who had just gathered were the leaders of the outsiders. The punishment towards them would surely be death. The Pierrot mask pointed at the artifact that the Crow Mask was holding. First of all, by knowing what artifact that is, and still taking it, shows that you are evil without a doubt. The Crow Mask replied while storing the artifact that he had received from the Pierrot mask. I have things to achieve, no matter the method. Since you believe that you are different from us, do you think that you are the only one that aspires to achieve your own goals? It's the same for that old man. That old man has goals and the determination to achieve them as well. The Pierrot mask mockingly imitated the Skull Mask's voice. Everything will fall into the shadow world, as the goddess desires. It was not funny. It was actually rather unpleasant. Why are you trying so hard to bring me down to your standard? Even though his face could not be seen from the Pierrot mask's perspective, the Crow Mask was sure that he was laughing. It was almost as if he had been anticipating this question. Hey, when I look at the justification of your goals, from my point of view, they are not reasonable. On a daily basis, you act all noble and say that you will make the world a better place for the common people, right? Even though you are only doing this for your own benefit. The justification of my goals does not concern you. Unfortunately, it does matter. If by some small chance said that you will work for the sake of the common people, I would have to cut your head off. The Pierrot mask took one step forward. The distance between the two was small. It was close enough for the crow mask to attack, and that meant it was close enough for the Pierrot mask to attack too. Just a knife, perfect for killing a pig. I don't know who you are saying you will kill. If you want to test me, you can try it out right now. He started to juggling his knife. It was as if he was performing some kind of a magic trick. He played with the knife's sharp side with his finger. After seeing this unfold, the crow mask turned his back and started walking away again. It will be a small sacrifice for the greater good. I have already acknowledged that. Not wanting to waste any more time, the crow mask disappeared into the dark. Left alone, the Pierrot mask started to mumble to himself. Ah, as expected. It won't work on him. The Pierrot mask put his knife away. Well, I hope the real party starts in the Western Kingdom. In the early morning of the day of the conference, Zod came to meet Desir. He wore a neat black suit and held a luxurious cane. He didn't appear to be applying much of his weight against it, as it just touched the ground. Desir's party, who had come to escort him, couldn't repress their astonishment over Zod showing up. You must be the party of my technical advisor. Zod shook hands with each member of Desir's party. Romantica especially couldn't handle her happiness because Zod was the only seventh circle wizard of this continent, and as a result was admired by all wizards who aspire to reach the pinnacle of magic. It's my honor to meet you.
I'm Romantica Eru.
I'm a big fan of you. Romantica Eru, are you the lady of the Eru household? We supply a significant amount of materials to the Eru businesses. All of the items from Matop are brilliant, and the recently released reacting magic light is especially wonderful. While Zod and Romantica were deep in conversation, Pram conversed with Desir. It is a shame that you won't attend the Yellow Ocean competition. Due to a conflict in his schedule between the West Kingdom Conference and the Yellow Ocean competition, Desir couldn't attend the competition. I'll come to see the finals though. Of course, only if you make it to them. Hey you! Romantica thundered at Desir, understanding the implication of what he said, while simultaneous holding a conversation with Zod. Pram and Desir smiled. After the greeting, Desir headed to the palace where the West Kingdom Conference was going to take place. They would use Zod's carriage to get there. As the carriage rattled, Zod handed over a note to Desir. It appeared that he had been dying to hand it over. Applying the concepts that you shared with me was a simple task. During the time spent traveling to the palace, Zod talked in depth on the theories he had been pondering over after considering what Desir had suggested. They had previously discussed the technologies several times through communication magic, but that was less effective than the present face-to-face meeting. They could exchange real-time feedback on their thoughts. Regarding the Aurora system, it is a good idea to block a sixth circle spell by offsetting its energy instead of interrupting its resonating frequency. However, the best defense magic we presently have is fifth circle. It seems that we need to spend money to make this a portable solution. Spending money is required to get through this, and there are people that will be interested in the result. As such, there is no doubt that it will be produced one way or the other. However, I'm not sure if we have the necessary experience in blocking sixth circle magic. As the conversation continued, they eventually arrived at the palace. I guess we arrived a bit earlier than expected, Desir said. There was over an hour left until the conference would begin. Zod proposed. It appears so. How about we have a talk with the saint before the conference? Did the saint approve of this? Zod nodded his head. Yes, she agreed immediately when I brought up the issue of the Holy Kingdom falling, as you described it to me. I appreciate your help as always. It's not a big deal. I helped you a lot because you are very talented. With Zod's support, Desir had a chance to talk alone with the saint. She was waiting for Desir in the stateroom. Saint Priscilla looked very but Desir knew that there was more than meets the eye. She was always very crafty and intelligent enough to lead Artemis. It is my honor to meet the great son of Artemis, Saint. I'm also happy to meet the famous single ranker of Hebrion Academy. After having a simple greeting, Priscilla started getting to the point. I heard that the shadow world that you attacked is related to the fall of the kingdom. Yes, Saint. I'd love you to explain what happened there to me. Desir retold what occurred in the shadow world that he had cleared. He recounted the circumstances that resulted in the fall of the kingdom, who he met, what quests he received, and how they were cleared. Priscilla listened intently as he described all of this. She was clearly impressed by Wilhelm. He is the one that caused Artemis to be forever described as God's shield. In an era severely lacking in technology, he achieved so much and had a very respectable personality. Finishing the explanation on the quest, Desir passed on the last message that appeared when the shadow world closed. A great possibility there might have been that the kingdom might have been able to avoid falling if they could cut out the rotten parts. Heroes should be raised for the people and judge what should truly be judged. If the kingdom didn't fall, it might have completed its role as the shield to prevent the spreading judgment harming its people until today. A great possibility there might have been, the saint sadly repeated. Therefore, it means back in the day, the kingdom had the power required to attack the level 1 shadow worlds. Yes, it explains how the kingdom fell due to its internal struggles. I see. She nodded. Shadow worlds had rarely opened in relation to the kingdom so far, and those that did seemed to be distantly related to the cause of the fall. The shadow world that Desir's party cleared did not just relate to the fall of the kingdom, but happened to even overlap with the time in which it occurred. I have always wondered, the country that I served and the order that I led, I just did not understand how the kingdom fell. Why did the kingdom well known as the strongest not only fail to clear the shadow world, but also fall to it? I now understand. If my recollection was useful, I'm happy to have been of assistance to you. Yes, Desir, you magnificently cleared the shadow world. Hebrion has a bright future, said the saint. I want to give you some compensation along with my gratitude. Desir, do you have anything that you want? I don't personally need anything. However, I wish Hebrion Empire and the West Kingdom Union could have a more amicable relationship. Not like the current competition in clearing shadow worlds alone to hoard resources. It would be much more efficient to clear these shadow worlds through cooperation. Before we can do this, I would like you to support the good relationship of the West Kingdom Union and Hebrion Empire. Who do you think you are? Are you the ambassador of peace from Hebrion? I only represent myself. This was my own idea, Saint. Cooperation. It is tough concept. The confrontation between the West Kingdom Union and the Hebrion Empire. You know this. It would not even be strange to see them at war right now, if not for the common enemy that they are focusing on. I know, and that is why I beg you. If the relationship remains the same, the continent cannot defeat the shadow worlds when they inevitably increase in difficulty and size. Someday. You have an interesting imagination. Even if Priscilla dismissed Desir's idea as just a figment of his imagination, Desir knew that it was an undeniable truth. Shadow labyrinths. According to the previous timeline, there was less than 3 years, but she will only be further convinced that his is just a delusion if he continued with this tact. Instead, he decided to convince her with another method. Saint, the kingdom fell because of internal division. As soon as Desir mentioned the kingdom, Priscilla's smile was wiped off her face. The shadow world which overthrew the kingdom was at the level where it could have been defeated by the kingdom at that time. But they couldn't beat it and eventually collapsed. The era when the kingdom collapsed is completely different from now. We now prepare ourselves before opening any shadow world and clear it perfectly with our preparations. Moreover, the level 1 and 2 shadow worlds which we assume opened in the past do not even open nowadays. We should prepare for the worst, Saint. The worst. Priscilla seemed to brood over what Desir said. I understand what you want to say, but frankly, this job is too big to prepare for based on only your words. None of the West Kingdom Union is influenced. She felt something from his eyes looking at her and said while nodding her head. But I also agree on your idea to be ready for the worst. The Church of Artemis shall look for the method to cooperate with both Hebrion and the West Kingdom Union when we see any sign from the shadow worlds. That's enough. I appreciate it, Saint. The conversation was pretty much over. The conference would also start soon. It was finally time to head over to the conference room. Desir and Priscilla walked out of the stateroom. Today's security of the Forliza Palace was much stricter than any other day. The number of night guards was tremendous and each was trained to an incredibly high standard. This is the expected outcome, though, considering who was coming to the council. The 5 kings from the Western Kingdoms, Zod the leader of the Mage Tower, and other leaders whose influence reach every corner of the world. This pressure was nothing compared to their political positions. Desir followed after Zod into the council room. The interior of the room was a wide oval with seats circumnavigating a panel that was placed in the center of the room. Desir saw many people had already found their place as he walked in. They were dressed up in elegant gowns and accompanied by their own maids and servants. All of the seating was pre-assigned. Desir followed Zod's lead and sat at his assigned seat. "How long has it been since we last met, sir?" said the lady. Coincidentally, the seat was right next to the Saint of Artemis, Priscilla. Zod answered insensitively. 4 years, 6 months, 17 days, and 3 hours and 12 minutes. Well, I wasn't looking for that kind of response. 5 minutes before the council meeting started, the King Forliza, who was appointed as the council head, walked in. King Forliza was small and fat. The belt adorned with dolphin engravings was buried in his belly. His face was swollen as if he had been drowned in the water for a long time. "Now is the last chance to get away from this, Desir. You cannot escape once the meeting begins," said the saint in a teasing manner. As they continued to chat, King Forliza pronounced, "We may now begin the great council meeting of the year 3616. With the opening words of the King Forliza, the council meeting was officially underway. The format of the council meeting is such that when the chairperson raises a topic, each nation is allowed to put forward their own opinion on the matter. Then they all vote to establish agreement and further elaborate on the most desirable proposals. There are often conflicts, but the chairperson, King Forliza, skillfully arranges and influences the discussion in more positive directions. The issues are diverse. Since the Western Kingdoms were established by 5 different nations, they talk about issues ranging from trade to military to technology and even politics. Indeed, the Western Kingdom's affairs were discussed from the lens of all fields, great and small. Desir was a bit bored as the discussions lingered on trivial matters, but for him, this was an excellent opportunity to grasp the dynamics of the Western Kingdom. After such a long meeting and some discussion of the various issues between nations, a topic concerning the Shadow Worlds was finally raised. The Shadow Worlds were the biggest problem of the continent and were actually one of the key areas of focus for the Western Kingdoms Congress. The central panel displayed various things including the achievements of the Avalon army in the Western Kingdoms, the difficulty levels of the Shadow Worlds, the rate at which they were appearing, and the amount of magic stones available from the completion of them. The profits made by attacking Shadow World were distributed to each country in accordance with their contribution. For some countries this amounted to a considerable amount. This year, the Shadow Worlds were less difficult. If there was one problem, it was the outsiders. While King Forliza talked, the panel showed an enlarged map of a mountain range in the Kingdom of Forliza. The place shown on this map is where a level 3 Shadow World appeared. At the time, we did not notice it appearing here, and we only discovered it a month later, long after the attack was over. The people gathered at the conference began to whisper amongst themselves. "This is a significant threat to us. We didn't even know of the existence of a Shadow World here. This must mean that the outsiders potentially have strategies to block our detection technology. Their ability to complete Shadow Worlds may even be higher than ours." Desir was listening intently. The outsiders, they are fairly annoying beings. The Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdoms managed the Shadow Worlds. That is why the outsiders were desperate to complete Shadow World using nefarious means. The outsiders, however, had considerable power and often attacked low-level Shadow Worlds before others could. They also raided the ruins of the Hebrion Empire, the Western Kingdom, and other places that had or deposits. However, their actions were often performed inconspicuously. For this reason, information pertaining to them and their operations was difficult to obtain. King Forliza said, gesturing at Zod, the leader of the Mage Tower, Zod Exalian, who is aware of this situation, will elaborate on this. Desir's eyes turned towards Zod. He understood this situation? The situation of the outsiders. Zod got up and walked towards the pedestal with the careful help of his ebony cane. Nice to meet you. My name is Zod Exalian, the leader of the Mage Tower. Zod coughed and then gestured in the air. The screen of the panel changed. On the screen was a view of the Urali branch and a magic stone. 2 months ago, the outsiders attacked our Mage Tower. What they aimed for was the second-class magic stone, the tier of regonal that we hold in our possession. The second-class magic stone. The stones come from level 3 shadow worlds of the most challenging level, and as a result were one of the top magic stones. Fortunately, I was informed of the raid prior to it occurring and could safely prevent it. I was able to capture someone who I thought was the officer of the outsiders. Our Mage Tower interrogated him and managed to obtain information about the outsiders. Zod cleared his throat and continued the story. From the information gathered, we were able to stop the planned attack ahead of time, and we were able to identify outsider spies. Their numbers were more significant than expected, and they were infiltrating in a very clever way. The spies that haven't been discovered may still be in the Mage Tower, and maybe even here in the Western Kingdom. Uncomfortable coughs punctuated Zod's story. Unless we know the exact purpose of the outsiders, this situation is a significant threat for us. The Mage Tower came to the conclusion that they should not be left to their own devices anymore. We would like to share all of the information that we have with the Western Kingdom, and would like for all to take this opportunity to join us in the pursuit of the outsiders. It was at this moment that there was a man who raised his hand carefully. Can I speak? For a moment, Zod Exalian? Of course, His Majesty Divide. Thank you. Middle-aged, wearing a stylish black suit, King Divide arose. I'm sorry to hear that the tower was attacked by the outsiders, but I want to point out that the premise of your story is wrong. First of all, I think it seems impossible that the outsiders tricked our detection technology and attacked first. Because they are mere criminals, they can't have that level of technology. As the king voiced his concerns, some nodded as if they agreed. The Western Kingdom detection technology is state-of-the-art and required 20 years to develop and implement. It's not a technology that those criminals can use or compete with. But the situation proves that it is a possibility. I'm going to offer you a clearer possibility. Isn't it more likely that this skill originates from somewhere else? The king, who paused, looked around the room, and in a firm tone he announced, "It's the Hebrion Empire." The chamber stirred once again. His words sure made sense. Indeed, the only kingdom that had developed technologically at the level of the Western Kingdom was the Hebrion Empire. Desir barely stopped himself from getting up. The Hebrion Empire did this to get the reward of a level 3 shadow world. If it's a stone from such a shadow world, then it's well worth the risk obtaining it. That's why they planned this in order to stay under our radar. And it totally makes sense. Are they not our enemies? His words served the purpose of emphasizing that the Hebrion Empire was primarily an enemy of the Western Kingdom, and that this fact should not be forgotten. There were even some who seemed to sympathize with these feelings. I totally agree with your sentiment, King Divide. There is no place that is capable of this except for the Hebrion Empire. The meeting room quickly became noisy after each one of them uttered their opinions. Please be calm, everyone. The chairman, King Ferliza, tried to moderate the turmoil. But the murmur still did not die down. Desir exhaled a long sigh. Yellow Ocean Tournament. The air was abuzz with the sound of shouting, clashing, and the chanting of spells. Burst Claw. Second Circle Magic. When Romantica unleashed magic, strong winds blew around her, tearing everything in its path. Rip. The wind blew on a trajectory towards the opponent wizard. Huge scratches appeared on the marble floor. The other wizard also cast magic in response to it. Arms wave. The floor of the competition hall rippled like a wave in the ocean. Material burst. Rippling floor and strong wind overlapped and exploded. The magic of both sides was cancelled out. The shattered floor material began to gather in the air. Rock Guillotine. Second circle magic. A huge lance made of stone formed and flew directly at Romantica. Thud. But ridiculously, the lance flew past Romantica and lodged behind her. Romantica had adjusted the trajectory of the missile. Romantica pronounced, while flicking her hair, "Unfortunately, trajectory magic doesn't work against me." In front of Romantica, a magic circle was forming. "There's no one out there that can compete against me." Two third circle bullets appeared. When Romantica beckoned, one of the bullets fired. Bang! It was way more powerful than the defense magic could handle. The marble floor exploded, creating a deep crater. The opponent wizard opened his mouth in disbelief from that incredible display of power. He wasn't even able to use a second defense magic. As this was the case, Romantica shot another bullet. The bullet flew and crashed into the body of the opponent wizard. He flew out of the stadium and fell flat. Judges and medical teams ran towards him. The victorious Romantica returned to the waiting room. Starting with Romantica, Pram and Agest also easily won their matches. After clearing the round of 16, they all reached the quarterfinals. Those who participated in the Yellow Ocean competition were all high-leveled, and making it to the quarterfinals meant that their skills were remarkably high. Pram, Romantica, and Agest triumphantly left the stadium. Since the quarterfinals were scheduled to begin at 3 o'clock, they had 2 hours spare to eat. "I think that I've improved a lot compared to the past." "Well, it's obvious because you trained so hard." The council meeting wasn't over yet, so they had to eat by themselves. They had seen a place for pasta on the way here before, so they decided to go there. "But it's such a shame that Romantica and Agest have already met." As Pram said, Romantica and Agest met immediately in the quarterfinals. At the time, Romantica said that there was nothing that could be done. "Why shame? I actually wanted to, so it was a good opportunity. Wasn't it, Agest?" "Well, at least once." Agest replied in a less enthusiastic manner. Pram asked Romantica, "Don't you feel frustrated when you fight against Agest?" "I'm pretty confident in my skills. Not that I can afford to underestimate her." Romantica still remembered Agest's incredible reflexes when they played volleyball. Agest was a magic swordsman. She did not only have skills as a magician but also as a knight, so no one could dare challenge her lightly. Throughout all of the grades at Hebrion Academy, only a few people could overpower Agest. Without Desir, she was probably the top of first-class singles. Rumble/glurp. Anyway, such a painful comparison was of no use now. Romantica was very hungry because she used a lot of magic during the match. "Anyway, I need to eat first. I remember it was around here. There were so many people in the street that there was barely room to even walk." The street was crowded with all of the people who came to either watch the Yellow Ocean competition or spend their vacation visiting the beach. Some people recognized Romantica, Agest, and Pram, waving at them to communicate their feelings. Some of these people cheered them on. "Hey, Romantica, you should win. I bet all of my bar money for this month on you." "Ms. Agest, I'm dead meat if you lose." "Pram, I don't care if you win or not. Just don't get hurt. You're just too damn precious." Most of the encouraging words were related to betting. However, it was still pleasant to be recognized and famous by others. Romantica and Pram couldn't hide their bashful smiles. While they were walking along the street with a much lighter step than before, Romantica, who was at the front of the group, suddenly stopped and looked back. There was a man who just passed her. The man was wearing a hood, but shortly before passing, she definitely caught a glimpse of what was inside of it from the corner of her eye. It was a crow mask. "Is something wrong, Romantica?" "Not really." Romantica became a third circle sorcerer, and the biggest difference was that she could feel more mana around her. Previously, she only sensed the presence of mana, but upon reaching the third circle, it felt as though mana would soon be in her hands. And then, for the first time, Romantica realized that mana had a slightly different nature for each person. A small but subtly flowing mana for Desir, Agest's frigid cold mana that seemingly stung like frostbite, and "It feels like I have felt this mana somewhere." It was definitely the mana she felt somewhere. And it wasn't too long ago. Right, that time. The wizard, who led the men that attacked the Elueli chapter of the Tower of Magic, also had this mana. Romantica was in the second circle, so she wasn't sure if what she felt at that time was the same as now, but she was sure that the feeling from that mana was similar to the man who just passed by her. Mana smelling like a sewer. It was a horrendous image that came to mind right away without even trying to remember. Romantic murmured to herself as she stared at the man who passed by her. The outsiders? Pardon? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Romantica spoke, pointing to a man wearing a hood. No, that man has mana that's similar to what I felt during the Elueli raid. She wasn't sure. She just had a similar feeling. But if Romantica's assumptions are true, if so, it could be dangerous. A jest replied. The way that man walks. Very unusual. It's as if he's ready for any attack. It felt as if he's been forged with a knife. And he's also hiding his mana. I can't even tell how much he has. Probably a very high-level wizard, far beyond their current abilities. Don't think about it too much. It's only a feeling, and perhaps he's a grand wizard of some sort. Romantica barely shook off all of the ominous thoughts. She wanted to get to the bottom of it, but she couldn't blame the man without any evidence just based on her feelings. First of all, let's get something to eat. There it is. Romantica pointed at the sign of the restaurant that they just passed. The name of the restaurant was written in fancy print. A jest and Pram no longer brought up the matter as if by prior agreement. The party went into the restaurant, and each ordered something that caught their eye. While they were eating and talking, the memory of the wizard soon started to fade away. Soon the topic moved to Desir, who wasn't present at the moment. I bet he's having a tough time. Pram rebutted as Romantica made such a definitive statement. Don't you think Desir is doing just fine? Desir has usually handled all situations that he's found himself in perfectly. It was the same in the promotion exam and as well as in the shadow world. Pram had placed his full trust in him. A jest nodded in agreement. That's not what I meant. Dad and I have attended a few meetings with powerful people, and they always insisted on pushing their opinions since they were only interested in their own benefits. So, by now, there's definitely going to be a lot of arguments in the meeting. They will be pushing for their own justice and profit. Our poor, common party leader in such battle. Can you even imagine? Do you think Desir is gutless? A jest replied. Well, right, that's true. As long as there's no topic related to Hebrion. Yeah, there shouldn't be any issues. When their main dishes came out, Romantica concluded the conversation. The bottom line is, there's a situation that Desir can't solve no matter what. The man in the hood headed off into the alley past the crowds. It was daylight, but it was a place with plenty of mold because the towering buildings didn't allow enough sunlight through. Broken bottles were scattered over the street interspersed with loose rubbish. Hebrion. The muttering man's voice was mixed with emotions. He thought of the 3 boys and girls he just passed by. The clothes they were wearing were obviously the uniform of the Hebrion Empire. The only way to have such a uniform at that age was if they attended the Hebrion Academy. They are perhaps the top-class pupils of the Hebrion Academy. Above all, the man clearly heard the voice of one of the girls. She has good senses. The girl had especially sensitive intuition. It was doubtful that she sensed dark mana from the man. It was fortunate for them that they did not chase the man there. Third Circle Magic Swordsman, Knight Class Swordsman, and Third Circle Wind Wizard. That's who they are. Altogether, they wouldn't leave a scratch on this man. I know I should kill even if they feel suspicious. But the man decided not to follow his instincts. He thought that even if he doesn't kill them right now, they will all die anyway. Leaving them alone now would only allow them to live for a while longer. The voices of people could only faintly be heard. His body scattered like a mist and soon reappeared on top of a nearby building. He now had a clear view of the scenery of the Kingdom Forliza. Streets where so many people stroll by, buildings with varying signs. Then his gaze stopped at a particular place. The top of the royal palace was looming in the distance, shining down on all from the radiant sunlight. He softly whispered, "Start." Thinking about it, the recent movement of Hebrion was unusual. The criticism of Hebrion from the West Kingdom Union was increasing in volume. It felt like war could break out at any moment with the current tensions in the room. 5 countries consisting of the West Kingdom Union, 2 great business groups, and heads of Artemis and Matop were of attending this great council conference. Among them, all of the leaders shared the opinion of King Divide, except for the Saint, head of Matop and King Perleka. A majority of them were expressing their unconditional enmity for Hebrion. This left Desir in an uncomfortable position, due to his plans for peace and harmony between the West Kingdom Union and Hebrion. There was not enough time to unite these groups, but the consequence of letting doubt fester and each group further dividing would be history repeating itself. I apologize for showing you such an unfavorable sight, Desir. The Saint gave an apology for the slander directed at Hebrion in the conference. Desir was thinking about other things but regained his senses after hearing her. No, Saint, it is not you that needs to apologize, he responded with. She smiled and asked, "Were you thinking about something else?" "Oh, well, yes. My thoughts just happened to drift." "That's a good decision. You don't need to mind this nonsense." After all, the current measures that Zod suggested to deal with the outsiders were shelved while they decided to interrogate the Hebrion Empire. It was a less than ideal decision from Desir's perspective, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. His role was just to listen carefully to the conference. Zod went back to his seat. The discussion relating to the Shadow Worlds was finished and they moved on to the next item in the agenda. Tap tap asterisk. Desir tapped the arm of his chair with his other hand cupping his chin. So, he is worried about something. He unconsciously changed his position several times in apparent discomfort. There was a growing feeling that was completely different to that stemming from the decision just made relating to the Hebrion Empire. It was an instinctive warning against an impending threat that would occur on a large scale. We have taken the back foot so far in these deals. As a result, the tariff for foods is going to increase a little bit in the coming year, and food is the products. The voices became less distinct, like buzzing flies, making it hard to listen. Nevertheless, Desir kept trying to pay attention, as this was his first time attending. However, it was to no avail. He unconsciously ended up pondering over this growing feeling. It was just too ominous of a feeling to be continually ignored. It was a feeling that he hadn't felt in recent days, but it was definitely something that he had experienced too many times to be counted in his past life. On the battlefield, why did he feel this now, of all places? Why? Maybe he was still somewhat affected by that nightmare. This feeling must be anxiety. It must be because this is the place where she died. He felt a mounting pressure in his heart in spite of his better judgment. As Desir thoughts continued to swirl in contemplation of this issue, a very faint sound started. Almost like tinnitus. It was so small, like a water drop falling into the ocean, but it was definitely magic at work. Lord of Matop, what's the matter? Is there any magic active around this castle? There are thousands. Simply speaking, even the elevator we took is also a magical device. No, I mean defense magic as preparation against impact. The maximum level of defense magic is activated. It can withstand attack magic of the 5th circle. What's lead you to ask this all of sudden? 5th circle. It can safely be referred to as the maximum level of defensive magic in existence. Flash. Asterisk. A huge amount of mana started spreading out like a flood. Zod and Desir immediately focused on the source of the magic. Judging from the massive amount of mana collected, it was clear that magic was about to activate. They had no idea when this mana was collected or when the spell was prepared. Desir started analyzing the spell and tried to calculate how to invert it, but the level of magic was 6th circle. It was necessary to have enough time to invert 6th circle magic, even if the person doing it was Desir. However, the magic had already been fully invoked and ready for activation at any time. So there was only one hope. Lord of Matop. Zod realized the seriousness of the situation and arranged magic spells in front of himself. Under the control of Greatest Wizard, the magic was arranged, formatted, and invoked. Staring at the magic forming around Zod, People in the room started stirring into action. One of them immediately threw accusations at Zod. "Lord of Matop, what are you doing in the council meeting?" There was no time to answer each concern. Desir yelled at the top of his lungs. "Everybody down!" But the impact was much quicker. Collapse. Asterisk. The sound of a huge explosion resounded. It felt and sounded like the sky was tearing open. With this gigantic impact, all the windows of the conference room and the wider palace shattered. The palace shook as if there was an earthquake. People standing immediately lost their balance and fell down, tumbling and rolling with the undulations of the aftershocks that rocked the palace. A huge fire burst into existence and in quick order encompassed the entire palace. As the temperature inside began to ratchet up, for the people inside, it began to feel like they were trapped inside a boiling blast furnace. Crack. Asterisk. While the thousands of layers of magic around the palace broke, debris from the activated mana started falling. With the broken defense magic acting as a source of fuel, the heat became even stronger. The flame looked overwhelming to all onlookers. People who were outside the magic formations were burnt to ashes without even a chance to scream. Right before the last defense magic broke, Zod lifted up his cane and shouted out an incantation. "Will of Mahatmada." Crack. Asterisk. From Zod's feet, cryogenically cold air fanned out. Passing by people, the cold air slammed into the walls of the conference room, against the flames that engulfed the walls. The air itself cooled and solidified. Extreme cold and heat collided and battled against each other. There was a rapid expansion in the air. The currents of air raged with an explosive roar. After a while, Zod collected his magic back. The flame of such intensity that it appeared to threaten to burn down the world had completely vanished. But this only allowed a temporary measure of relief. Rumble. Asterisk. A heavy sound resounded. Desks and chairs were pushed to one side. One could see the steel frame of the broken window jutting out like a skeleton from the partially destroyed palace. There were some unextinguished fires that continued to smolder from place to place, even after Zod's magic. Zod stopped the magic by a hair's breadth, but the extent of his ability was to safeguard just the conference room. There was just not enough time for him to create a more elaborate and thorough defense. The conference room, no, the whole palace was collapsing. As reality set in, some people began to scream. "What happened? This is terrorism. This is terrorism aimed at the West Kingdom Union. We must leave." People had to evacuate before the palace collapsed any further. They moved towards the exit in flurry. Desir murmured to himself. It destroyed the thousands of defense magic formations that were protecting the palace in one go and didn't give Zod a chance to prevent damage beyond their room. Eclipse. It was a six-circle magic that was able to burn entire swathes of area. It was the magic that could reduce a big city to ashes if the caster carefully controlled its range of activation. For it to completely destroy so much of the palace, the area of activation of this spell must have been deliberately narrowed. Only the people in the conference room survived. Everyone else were likely burnt to ashes. Why does this ominous hunch always prove true? They weren't able to stay here anymore. Desir woke up Priscilla lying on the ground. The edge of her dress was torn and her neat hair was also messed up. "We need to leave before the palace collapses on us. Let's hurry." Zod agreed with that. As Zod, Priscilla and Desir were about to follow the line of people heading towards the exit, the space in front of them suddenly distorted as numerous black particles started to form the shape of a person. A man with a crow mask. He exuded a huge amount of power. It was equivalent to that of a six-circle mage. He glanced at the escaping people and stretched out his hand. Magic started to active. Zod quickly took the initiative to deal with him. Clap. Asterisk. A massive shockwave formed from the resonation of magic and dust was kicked up. Both Zod and the crow were safe. The crow started to begin another magic spell at the same time as Zod. The magic battle once again commenced. Blasts of violent magic were exchanged dozens of times in short order. Zod got closer to Crow Mask while continuing to invoke magic. Zod momentarily approached and tried to teleport the crow by grabbing his shoulder. He thought to change the battlefield by moving far away from here and finishing the battle in the open. Their bodies granularized and ended up materializing less than 10 meters away. This meant that the crow was also a great wizard and that he had successfully resisted the teleportation of Zod, a seventh circle wizard. It was apparently one of the expected outcomes, though, as teleporting requires a high degree of concentration. Bam! A dust cloud billowed due to the battle of Zod and the crow. Shit, who is this guy? Why is he not swept away by a seventh circle wizard? The saint coughed out. Desir immediately responded to the question. It's because of us. We should leave now to get out of his way. That's right. Crow Mask invoked a destruction magic without hesitation, and Zod attempted to invoke his magic to offset and not to allow Crow's magic to properly activate. As a result, Zod's magic was defensively focused. Although he was invoking his magic way earlier and the power of it was superior to Crow's, he did not appear to be overpowering the crow. Fully analyzing it is the only way. If he inverted the magic causing it to invalidate itself, then he can emasculate the wizard in front of him. Zod was trying to get to Crow's core of magic calculation. It was a very precise and highly encrypted magic. By the time Zod could get the rough hang of it and focus on solving it, contrary to his expectations though, Zod's magic was analyzed. Because he never thought his magic would be analyzed back, he neglected to properly prepare for this outcome, causing his defensive spell to fail. Crash! Asterisk. Half-melted parts of the palace structure transformed into dust that billowed out from the epicenter of the magic duel. Some of the few parts of the palace still standing proceeded to rain down as a backdrop to the fight. Zod bitterly started arranging another spell. A momentary mistake had turned into a costly blunder. The duel between six-circle wizards was finally coming to a head. The average magic spell was about fifth circle. Various lethal magical techniques typically employed by wizards had been ruthlessly exchanged. As a result of their fight, the collapse of the palace had accelerated. In the meantime, at a distance not too far away from the duel, the VIPs of the West Kingdom Union had quickened their pace towards the exit staircase. What is a bolt out of the blue? The King Preleka had a large physique and as a result was struggling to keep up. After traveling a short distance, he was already gasping for air. Although one of the knights supported him, the speed at which he traveled continued to decrease due to his heavy build. Desir reinforced his strength with magic and supported the other side of King Preleka. It's ridiculous. This can't be happening. It's so irritating. The kings representing the West Kingdom Union looked incensed at the gall of this attack. Their luxurious clothes were coated in dust, and some of them had even been hurt as they fell down during the pseudo-earthquake. One the most pissed off amongst them was King Divide, who had been playing hardball against the Hebrion Empire just moments before. He couldn't help expressing his displeasure, betraying just how upset he was. How dare they act so discourteous? I can't excuse this behavior. He glared at the fight between Zod and the Crow Mask. Then he commanded the knights around him. Help Zod immediately and kill that guy. In accordance with his order, the 7 surviving knights charged at the Crow Mask.
No.
Their enemy was a six-circle wizard. Desir yelled, but it was already too late. The Crow Mask glanced at the people running toward him and muttered, "Spectrum shower. Fifth circle magic." A shiny light circle formed above Crow Mask's head. Their bodies were dismembered and disintegrated in an instant. An invisible ultra-heated beam was all that remained. King Divide saw this desolate sight and hastened his pace while keeping his mouth shut. The Crow Mask was about to stretch his hand out to invoke another spell, but he had to change his mind as Zod rapidly closed in on him. "Where are you looking?" Howl of magma. Bichinyaga. Rumble. Asterisk. The confrontation continued. While the Crow Mask and Zod were standing face to face, the VIPs of the West Kingdom Union were able to safely escape the conference room and flee to the lower floors. Zod saw their departure and paused his battle with Crow Mask. He shouted toward Crow Mask, "Who the hell are you?" The Crow Mask started invoking another spell instead of responding to Zod. Zod bitterly mulled over this situation. He certainly is a difficult person. It was easy for Zod to destroy him if he really tried. He could just put him down with a strong stunning spell, but Zod needed to consider the VIPs of the West Kingdom Union. He couldn't further destroy the palace by thoughtlessly using huge magic. The man in front of Zod was aware of this weak point too. Therefore, his magic was directed entirely toward these VIPs. Zod had been countering each and every one of them and faced him while controlling his power to minimize damage to the palace. Anyhow, I can continue holding him off until they all escape. At that moment, the crow finally spoke. You are so lackadaisical. While listening to him, Zod closed his eyes and expanded his sensory range to cover the whole palace. As he guessed something else was about to happen, he then opened his eyes. Shit! The entrance to the palace. He felt fifth circle magic at the place that the VIPs were heading towards. It was hidden cleverly so as to not easily be found unless one was extremely focused on finding it. It was definitely one of the crow mask spells, but it hadn't activated yet. Same magic as the first attack. It was the sixth circle magic eclipse, which the crow had used to attack the palace. There should be some sign of preparation for magic at that kind of level. However, it was activated and overwhelmed the entire palace with no forewarning. The crow mask must have somehow finished arranging and formatting the magic in advance to leave a spell that can be readily invoked at a moment's notice. Wait, is it an artifact with the capability to memorize? An artifact that is able to arrange and format magic in advance and activate the spell at a later date. Hebrion obtained an artifact like this by clearing a level 3 Shadow World decades ago. But it was considered a lost artifact in this era. When Zod thought about that, he suddenly regarded the crow in a new light. If it was what he assumed, the man facing him was much more dangerous than he originally thought. I should stop the trap first. As soon as Zod tried to teleport to the lower floor to stop the magic that he had sensed, the crow mask grabbed a hold of his clothes. They disappeared for a moment and reappeared again at the same place. You! Zod could sense the people closing in on the entrance where the trap was laying in wait. He was starting to get desperate, but the crow-masked man in front of him continued to interrupt his plans to the end. Oh! Suddenly, the sound of steps approaching the entrance stopped and started retracing their path. The spell waiting to be invoked was fully analyzed and inverted in a moment. Someone saw through it and deactivated it. Was it Desir? People walked away leisurely. Zod felt elated. Is there another sixth circle level wizard? He couldn't read the face covered with the crow mask, but the face would definitely be contorted in rage. Zod raised his power in earnest. As he no longer needed to hold back, destructive magic started arranging and formatting in front of him. So, are you ready? Unfortunately, I have nothing to do with you. To the contrary, the crow mask stepped back to increase the distance between them. His body then transformed into black particles and rapidly vanished. It was teleportation without invoking. It happened so quickly that there was no time to interrupt. No matter what Zod did, he couldn't have reacted in time. What? Zod smiled bitterly. The enemy had run away, but it didn't seem to be finished here. The damage was already done, and it seemed as if he had somewhat achieved his goals. As proof of his thoughts, black smoke continued billowing out everywhere in the palace. This was crazy. How did you know there was magic placed there? These were the first words that the saint spat out after they had completely left the palace through the fuliginous passage. She admired Desir's capability. When people were just running towards the entrance, Desir suddenly stopped people and inverted the fifth circle magic that had been placed there. If they had passed through carelessly, all of them might now be dead. Because there is only one entrance to the palace. Thinking about it calmly, it was not a difficult inference. The attack magic covered the whole palace. It can only be judged that it was used to target and specifically kill the VIPs inside the palace. Assuming that the purpose of the crow mask was to kill all of the leaders of the West Kingdom Union, it naturally follows that the crow would have spent a bit of time catering for the possibility of at least one target, of the many present, managing to slip through the cracks and head for an escape route. There is only one entrance to the palace. It was simple to set a trap, but also simple to read. Following this train of thought, Desir had to assume that there might be a trap at this escape. As the result of remaining vigilant, this assumption became a conviction. He inverted the fifth circle magic he found by fully analyzing it and allowing the people to leave the palace. "You got out safely, my king." There were numerous traces of heroic battle outside the palace. Well-arranged roads were partially wrecked and trees were burning. The smell of blood had also spread. The dead bodies of the outsiders and the castle soldiers sprawled in all directions. The night troop might have been a feint to block the entrance of the palace. It seems like the battle had just finished. All of the remaining troops of knights approached. They looked quite exhausted from this long battle. The VIPs of the Great Council Conference blended into their respective knight troops. The knights were considered the pinnacle of security within the continent, so it was safe with them around. Desir could finally take a moment to look around and gather his thoughts. Watching the people evacuating and the smoke rising from buildings within the city, Deltaheim, he figured out the palace was not the only place to get attacked. It was terrorism on an epic scale. He could see the knights of Deltaheim were going to be fighting against the outsiders for a while more. Desir asked one of the knights that was busy maintaining his weapons, "How's the battle going now?" He looked Desir up and down, and was then about to ignore him due to the mistaken impression of Desir being just a boy. Luckily Priscilla was there and corrected the mistake. "Answer his question." He looked at Desir and Priscilla in turn. The authority of the saint was overwhelming. When she pressed for an answer, he could only explain the current situation. In Deltaheim now, the packs of outsiders are running on a rampage. The soldiers are fighting against them, but they have raised major points of interest in the city and managed to split the military forces through vicious means. Furthermore, the abilities of each of the outsiders were almost at the knight level. The knights are an elite unit in combat, so they can fight back and hold their own, but these outsiders were not at a level that general soldiers could contend with. "We don't expect them to cut us any slack though." Desir had also handled some in the past, but it was tough to face the truth. They had successfully managed to terrorize the place where all of the kings and important people of the West Kingdom Union had gathered. This huge incident didn't happen in his previous life. It was an incident unprecedented in the long history of the continent. If one of the kings representing the West Kingdom Union had died from the terrorist attack, then the Union would have received irrevocable damage and the coalition would quickly crumble. It was a situation on the scale of destroying the West Kingdom Union itself. And this event was still unfolding. This attack from the outsiders means that they will start coming at us in earnest now. The outsiders should be aiming for the kings of the West Kingdom Union. I can't figure out their exact level of fighting strength. As mentioned in the meeting, the outsiders had been in hiding and had been actively concealing their power. Our top priority should be the protection of the kings. We should leave here as promptly as possible. Crash asterisk. What remained of the palace had begun to collapse. As if this were the cue, a scuffle broke out amongst the kings. Is this all there is to Preleka's enforcement of public order? This is an unacceptable situation. As a member of the West Kingdom Union, the Divide Empire was way more powerful as a nation than the Preleka Empire. King Preleka was sweating profusely. "This is a very unsatisfactory experience, Preleka. I can't rely on the troops you lead anymore. I'm going to move separately with my subordinates." Desir chimed into their conversation. "Please beg my pardon, but your majesty, we can't ensure your personal safety and security if you separate from us. You are Desir Arman." King Divide confirmed that he was the person who had saved them all by inverting the trap spell just a short moment ago and decided to at least hear out what he had to say. "If we separate right now, then the military powers we hold will also be distributed, and as a result this may give them the optimal situation to take us out one by one." "Okay then. Do you have a better idea?" Desir looked at King Preleka furtively. "Do you have any safe spots around here? A secret place that can't be easily found?" King Preleka replied, "There is a shelter prepared for times of war." Desir followed this up with King Divide. "That's great. Let's wait this situation out. If it is the Preleka Empire, they can certainly defend against this." "You mean that we should rely on these guys again?" "Yes, your majesty. Unfortunately, I reject your suggestion, King Divide declared. Desir's eyebrows rose, considering what he had done, arousing the animosity to Hebrion and sacrificing his subordinates meaninglessly during the duel. He appeared to be rather headstrong and foolhardy. Do you have any other plans? We will go to the teleportation gate. I'm heading back to the Divide Empire. Then Preleka Empire. This is technically a foreign country for us. He beat off the dust that covered his clothes. It is a shame to call a small country like this a member of the West Kingdom Union. They can't even defend against trivial terrorism. It was a huge diplomatic discourtesy. This noticeably changed the atmosphere, and the other leaders of the West Kingdom Union started to become restless. King Divide turned toward the commander of his forces. So how's the situation at Teleportation Gate? The outsiders have a grip on it, but if my king commands it, then we will confront them immediately. Wonderful. Let's go through the gate with the troops. Is there anyone who cares to join us? Nobody raised their hand. As they continued to hesitate, King Divide expressed his anger at the perceived slight. How could you? Don't you believe in the strength of my knights? Someone voiced their concerns. It is not that we can't rely on your knights, King Divide, but the boy sounds more credible. This was immediately refuted. It was quite a different atmosphere from when things previously revolved around King Divide, as was seen in the council meeting. King Divide turned around without any further hesitation. Then I'm going alone. He left with his troops. The others decided to go to the shelter of Deltaheim according to Desir's plan. When he was devising this strategy, Desir was starting to worry about the involved parties. The outsiders' attack was not limited to the palace but encompassed the entire city too. So it was better to stick together. Outsiders are coming to attack with their strongest fighting force. Can't be finished as simply as before. Zod appeared in front of them via teleportation. Desir immediately questioned him. Did you get the crow mask? Zod shook his head. Desir was surprised. How could Zod allow the crow to escape? That crow mask must be a wizard of immense strength. Desir explained his plan to Zod, who had decided to join them. When he finished the explanation, Zod nodded his head in agreement with the plan. Didn't you also have a party? Zod followed up with, then let me take care of here. You'd better go, to secure the safety of your party. It was a well-timed suggestion for Desir. Is that okay? You can't move as freely while being burdened with worries. Let's do what we have to do respectively for now. I appreciate this, Lord of Matop. I wish you good luck in this war. Leaving Zod behind, Desir started to retrace his steps. At the same time, he operated his communication bracelet, a magic device located on his wrist, to contact Romantica. I hope that they are safe. The curtains were shut. The air in the restaurant was laced with fear. Without any notice, a group of people had suddenly stormed into the restaurant wearing masks. They had gathered the staff and guests together and ultimately occupied the building with no resistance. If you do anything suspicious, you'll be decapitated. A person wearing a skull mask threatened. It looked a lot like the symbol of the outsiders. Amongst the people gathered, there was Romantica, Pram, and a jest. It would have been dangerous for them to escalate the situation by acting rashly, so they immediately surrendered to the rule of the outsiders. Screams emanated from the cracks in the wall. Watching smoke rise from downtown, it was immediately obvious that the city had suffered a terrorist attack. As citizens of one of the kingdoms in the Union, they were embarrassed by the thought that a capital had been attacked by the outsiders. But after deliberating a bit more on the timing of the attack and why they targeted Deltaheim, they came to a realization. The Great Council. They couldn't think of any other reason than this to take the massive risk in attacking the capital. If so, the palace was where the Great Council was held. They started to worry as soon as they thought Desir might be in danger there. Hey there! Stop wiggling. I will kill these kids if you dare move any more. There were 4 outsiders here, and each of them was holding a hostage. They took the children hostage so that the adults couldn't move. They kept checking the situation outside through a small gap in the curtains as the capital troops had immediately moved to repel and counter the outsiders' attack. As befitting of soldiers guarding the capital of Preleka Empire, a member of the West Kingdom Union, they moved swiftly. It looked like the outsiders were keeping a close watch on them, as they had sidestepped into buildings to conduct guerrilla attacks. Romantica whispered, "I don't think they are that strong." Pram followed up, "It doesn't seem that they are different to what we dealt with at the Elueli chapter of Matop. We can't delay any longer. No one knows what they will do." A jest suggested, "We need to subdue them all at once due to the hostages." "I know." Romantica concentrated on and surveilled them with her sensitive mana detection power. "There is a wizard amongst them. He is the last one from the left. Maybe wind attribute. And the others. The rest of them are knights. 2 are pawn level and the middle one is at knight level." It was a jest. She was also sizing up the power of the enemy. "Let's synchronize our timing and subdue the enemies all at once. Romantica, decapitate the knight with attack magic. Pram and I will take the others." With a clear-headed direction from a jest, Romantica decided to follow. She had to admit that a jest was smart. Romantica's specialty was nonverbal magic. She didn't even need a second to arrange and format second circle attack magic. But there was still the critical matter of timing the release of it. Pram, a jest, and Romantica exchanged glances, and just as they were about to attack, ring, asterisk, Romantica looked at the noise at her wrist. It was her communication bracelet. At the most inopportune moment. "What is that?" The outsiders started focusing their attention on her. Pram had to look down to cover his face and prevent himself from fainting. A jest looked forward with undaunted eyes. Romantica's communication bracelet kept ringing despite their efforts. "Ring, ring, ring. Asterisk. Is that a communication device? Did you get in touch to someone?" "That's impossible," Romantica said without compunction. But her voice slightly quavered. The outsiders thought it was strange and they got up from their seats one by one. "Hang up now. Now." Romantica spoke in a halting way that hinted that she was close to tears. She looked exactly like a frightened girl. But you said that you would kill us if I moved." One of the outsiders frowned. "So annoying. Hey, take it off and bring it over to me." "Yes, sir." An outsider approached Romantica and checked her communication bracelet that was still ringing. "It looks like jewelry, though. Nothing like a communication device." "What is that, though?" "Wait, there are letters. Something H. D." He looked like he doesn't know the letters well as he attempted reading it. At that time, Romantica touched the foot of a jest with her toe. It was the signal to move. "Hebrion?" When the man finally read the letters, a jest started to move. A jest kicked away the closest man in front of them by turning her body. His body was floating in the air and struck the dining table. Food scattered everywhere. In the next moment, the food was flung to the opposite side of the room. They were dragged along by the wind bullets that Romantica had invoked. The hand of a knight-level outsider that was grabbing a hostage and the remaining hand holding his weapons were smashed to pieces. Arg! Blood splattered onto the floor as he screamed. The remaining pawn-level knight was surprised and approached them with a drawn iron sword. You swine! He started to run towards them while brandishing that iron sword. Pram moved. Before they knew it, the Blanchum rapier that shone with white light had appeared in his hand. With a clean thrust of it, crack, asterisk, Pram's rapier broke the iron sword of outsider and continued on its trajectory, stabbing into his shoulder. The iron sword couldn't compete with the strength of Blanchum. He struck the back of the man writhing on the floor with the back of his sword and made him cleanly faint. Did we subdue them all? Even the wizard? In no time there was a fallen outsider who happened to be the only wizard of the gang, under the foot of a jest. Everything was settled in a moment. That was a great acting performance, Romantica. No, it's nothing. The kids that were freed returned to their mothers. Pram then faced the gathered civilians and gave them an instruction. Quickly join the people fleeing from here. The door was opened and the people escaped. Finally, ring. Asterisk. Romantica's communication bracelet was still ringing. It was Desir. The capital of Preleka, Deltaheim, was facing a disaster of unprecedented scale. The outsiders' terrorist attack aimed at the palace had been effectively carried out, and the damage caused by it was severe. The speed of their actions was high, as it seemed like they had made exhaustive strategies from thoroughly investigating all of the major facilities in Deltaheim. In an instant, they had destroyed the defense forces protecting these facilities and occupied them. As a result, the defense forces of Deltaheim selected the stadium, where the Yellow Ocean competition was held, to be the public shelter and also their temporary headquarters. Belatedly, they started carrying out measures, step by step, against this terrorist attack. However, it was not going to be an easy task to recapture these occupied facilities. The outsiders were a pack of mysterious people that deliberately obscured or hid their identities. Unless their purpose was clearly identified, the defense forces couldn't recklessly lead their forces and repel the outsiders. Desir's party reformed under this situation. "Thank God you are safe." Desir sighed in relief upon meeting up with Romantica, Agest, and Pram. He had heard that they had confronted some outsiders and thought it was very lucky that they didn't sustain injuries as a result. As the public continued to gather here, Romantica shouted while directing the fleeing civilians towards the defense force. "You all must evacuate with these guys and stay safe until things are settled here." She looked around Deltaheim, where flames continued to spread as far as the eye could see. "How dare they do this? I can't forgive them. I will help the defense force and protect Deltaheim with my all." To Desir, Agest, and Pram, the things happening here had nothing to do with them. But to Romantica, this was her hometown. Her anger was only a matter of course. Desir sighed. "I knew you would say that. Agest, Pram, and I think we should help the forces defeat the outsiders. If we turned our backs in a situation like this, we will definitely regret it." Pram and Agest nodded in agreement. "I agree. I don't think it is a good idea to leave this situation as is." "Me too," Romantica passionately rebutted them. "I can't let you get caught up in matters involving my country. Romantica, as much as you worry about us, we also worry about you. We will never let you go alone." "Yes, Romantica. If something happened to you," since it hurt Pram a lot just thinking about the possibility. His eyes already brimmed with tears. "Boo! But, Romantica, don't you know who Desir is? He will never change his thoughts after making up his mind on something." Agest's response seemed like the clincher in this matter. Romantica's head sank down to her chest and she choked out a response. "Thank you all." Desir's party agreed to repel the outsiders, who had attacked the capital, by helping the defense forces. They went to the temporary headquarters and requested to join them on the field. "We are a party from Hebrion Academy. All of us are single rankers and we would like to be of assistance in this situation." After showing their uniforms and communication bracelets as proof of being Hebrion single rankers, the participation of Desir's party was approved. An officer was designated to give a simple briefing on the current status of affairs to Desir's party. "Nice to meet you. I'm Desir Arman, the leader of this party. I'm Officer Donnell." His tone was brisk and businesslike. He may have been influenced by the current state of tensions between nations, and as a result hated working with anything related to Hebrion. Donnell spread a map. It was an iconographic map of Deltaheim. Points were marked on it with various symbols to represent the current known positions of the outsiders and the facilities that needed to be recovered. "At present, we have successfully recaptured the communication department and are busy repairing it. The other facilities are also somewhat under control, but there is just one place that we are struggling with." In the middle of the map of Deltaheim, he pointed out one spot. It was the Teleportation Authority offices. This area is occupied by the outsiders. The teleportation gate was used during visits from honored guests as well as for various military matters. It was enchanted to travel long distances in a moment. As a result, many support forces routinely passed through there. This is why our reinforcements didn't arrive. It was said that this was where the outsiders spent most of their effort to take as the terrorist attack first unfolded. As a result, the outsiders continued to receive reinforcements through the teleportation gate, causing this to be the place of the hardest battle in Deltaheim. From the coordinates set at the teleportation gate, it is possible that the outsiders will set up a retreat route after inverting the magic. It was not easy to invert the fifth circle magic of the teleportation gate, but Desir recalled the crow mask and understood. Reclaiming this place and breaking the teleportation gate are the current plan of the defense forces. Please help the defense destroy it. If we break the gate, then the West Kingdom Union also won't have access to supporting forces. It's inevitable. There is no wizard who has the level of skill required to modify the coordinates of this teleportation gate. If that is the case, I can help. Donnell immediately regarded him with a look of surprise. Are you at a level higher than the fifth circle? No, I'm not, but I know how to do it. I've modified something at this level several times. Donnell responded with a look of admiration. I'd be very glad if you could do that. Things will turn out favorably for us if the coordinates of the gate can be reset. The sun blazed down. Sounds of yelling, screaming, magical energy bursting, and other sounds synonymous with battle were carried around the capital by the wind. The office of the Teleportation Authority was a huge two-story building, used for transferring VIPs and military in emergencies, and as a result was protected by the highest level of defense magic available to the country. A battle line had formed with the outsiders in front of the Teleportation Authority. They had warriors with shields lead the line and wizards at their back to confront the defense forces. The number of them was small, but they were much stronger than the defense force. The balance of power in the confrontation between these two forces continued to seesaw back and forward. However, this was all overturned in a moment. The outsiders suddenly shifted their focus to a single point in the defense forces front, and it crumbled under this pressure. An excessive number of outsider warriors flooded forward like a deluge. The defenses were thrown back, indicating that a corner of the front was starting to lose. One of the outsiders had a weighty shield and huge hatchet. When he charged forward with his shield raised, one of the soldiers on defense was flung into the air. This outsider then smiled and came closer to the soldier left sprawled on the ground, while fondling the hatchet that he was holding. The soldier rushed to his feet and turned his back to start running. It was at this moment that the outsider raised his huge hatchet above his head in preparation of chopping off the soldier's head. Unexpectedly, though, the outsider's body flew backwards like a kite that had its string cut. Blood gushed out from the fist-sized hole that had appeared in his chest. He died so suddenly that he did not even have a chance to scream. The surviving soldier was dazed and looked over his shoulder. There was a girl launching spells from far away, with a long silver iron rod resting against her shoulder. It was Romantica. Bang! By consecutively invoking sniping magic, she had steadily helped the soldiers at risk out of danger. Yippee! She wasn't alone. A swordsman who demonstrated extremely rapid fencing with a Blankham rapier had been subduing the enemy with precise attacks. It was hard for the human eye to track the attacks of his sword. The outsiders that the defense forces were struggling up until now against easily fell apart in front of him. A girl with gray hair was overwhelming. She attacked with both magic and fencing, and no outsiders stood a chance against her might. The outsiders realized that those who had suddenly appeared in front of them were the real threat. They readied to fire their best magic at them. Magic spells hung in the air as they were formatted and arranged. Watch out! Just as a soldier tried to warn the party, the magic that the outsiders tried to invoke blurred and disappeared in a flash. They tilted their heads at this occurrence that made neither rhyme nor reason. The voice of a boy resounded. I fully analyzed and inverted it. They can't use that magic anymore. It's fine to enter now. Pram and Agest started interfering in the battle in earnest now. Only 4 people had joined the battle, but the situation was entirely reversed. The defense force pushed the outsiders back and started to advance on the offices of the Teleportation Authority. The outsiders were flustered and could only unwillingly retreat. Our reinforcements! A third circle wizard, morale sword, under the full power of Desir's party. The outsiders were taken down soundly. Pull back! The outsiders finally couldn't stand anymore and declared a full retreat. The defense force and Desir's party chased after them, but they came to a halt in front of the Teleportation Authority. The Teleportation Authority was protected by strong defense magic. It was literally a fort in both a magical and physical sense. The outsiders had completed their retreat by locking its doors. Desir turned to Adjest. Adjest, I will invert the defense magic. Blow the door off right after that. Leave it to me. Beam. Desir detected the defense magic around the teleportation authority. He caught the skillfully crafted, complicated formations and started to craft a counter formation in his head. After analyzing the magic, Desir laughed ironically. It is a structure dexterously weaving reignite from its base to provide protection against physical impact. It is definitely a strong magic, but it's far too old-fashioned. The difficulty level was quite high, but it was fully analyzed in less than 10 minutes as Desir had finished analyzing the core formation of it. Clank! The links weaving the defense magic together were broken and the teleportation authority was defenselessly left exposed. Adjest's freezing magic was invoked and the entrance to the teleportation authority was completely blown apart. Boom! With the entrance pierced, an embarrassed-looking group of outsiders were revealed. So as to not squander the opportunity, the defense force infiltrated the building. Everybody in! Move forward! Desir's party followed the defense force. A battle broke out inside. The outsiders couldn't seize victory and were forced to continually retreat. There were only a few of them left. The defense force and Desir's party retook the first floor in the blink of an eye and moved forward to the second floor where the teleportation gate was located. This floor was shaped like a square to allow for the easy movement of a large number of troops and was centered around a teleportation gate. A supermassive magic formation completely filled the room with a diverse number of formations. Is that what I need to invert? At that exact moment, the magic formula turned red and the gate started to operate. New outsiders emerged from the gate. They looked far stronger than the ones that they had been fighting against so far. These fresh outsiders numbered 20 strong and wore the same uniform as the existing outsiders. The warriors had black armor and were holding swords of decent quality, while the wizards were all at least of the third circle. It was an elite army of outsiders. They started slaying the defense force in a show of brilliance. It was impossible to repel them, let alone dominate them. There was almost no one in the defense force that was able to face them at their level. Shit, we can't hold for much longer if more strong people cross over again. It was important to change the coordinates of teleportation gate immediately. Desir commanded the party. Pram, Romantica, protect the troops so that they are not lost pointlessly. Gotcha! At one part of the battlefield where the fiercest battle was unfolding, Pram appeared. He dealt with one of the outsiders with a single swing of his silvery rapier. He was definitely the superior force here. Romantica was also curtailing the momentum the outsiders. Due to the presence of these two, the defense force would not continue to crumble dreadfully, even if they couldn't seize the initiative in the battle. Yop! They overpowered the outsiders. With the exception of the new elite army, there were still plenty of outsiders and disordered fights had developed as the battlefield spread out. I need to get closer to the center of the magic array of the teleportation gate to reset the coordinates. Cover me, Adjest. Adjest lead the way and Desir assisted her from the rear. By thoroughly analyzing and inverting the magic of the enemy, Desir was intermittently taking care of the outsiders with third circle magic. His third circle magic was super fast and its power was way stronger than normal third circle spells. He approached the center of teleportation gate while subduing opposing third circle wizards one by one. Outsiders realized that Adjest and Desir were heading towards the gate and immediately shifted their focus onto them. It was a winnable fight at the beginning, but the combination of a night level and third circle wizard attack from the outsiders proved to be a formidable combination. Their strong opposition brought Adjest to a stop. There were only a few more steps left to reach the gate. It is enough at this distance. Please hold for 5 minutes. Adjest. In front of the teleportation gate, analysis had begun. Desir had to reset the coordinates of the teleportation gate that the outsiders had modified. Because the teleportation magic was a complicated and heavy magic that belonged to the fifth circle, there was a huge amount of calculation required to analyze it. Well, Freezing Palace can't be used. Adjest was thinking about how to fight the outsiders as one of them entered the reach of her sword. Freezing Palace was a magic that allowed one to infinitely invoke the desired magic within a designated area. As it was used simultaneously against multiple members of the Amon tribes in the Shadow World, it was powerful enough to handle the outsiders despite being so unwieldy. Ultimately, though, it was a difficult magic to use in such disordered battle. Due to it being an area of effect spell, it was possible to catch both enemy and friendly forces in it. The use of Freezing Palace in a battlefield like this might result in friendly fire. This left just one strategy that Agest could deploy. Then, pure magic and fencing are the only way to fight this enemy. She wielded her sword and swung it at the enemy in front of her. Her counterpart was holding two swords, one in each hand. One was a short sword and the other a long sword. As soon as she avoided the sword from her side by ducking her head, the other sword immediately followed up. Her sword and the outsiders collided against each other. Agest's power was superior, but if she pushed carelessly, she may end up giving up ground, as the attack interval of the outsider swordsman was very short due to his use of two swords. Agest adjusted her hold on the sword, grip, and she swung. Fast. Much faster. With her natural physical ability, she swung the huge sword at a tremendous speed. The outsider crossed his swords in a fluster to block her attacks. Wham! Sparks flew from the exchange. The outsider flew back but stood up after rolling once in an admirable display of acrobatics. But there was no time for him to take a breath. Agest didn't allow him any recovery and continued to press the attack in earnest. He was furious and snorted. While licking his bloody lips, he yelled, "You are strong, strong, very strong." The swordsman displayed a very irregular fencing style. The trajectory of his sword was extremely diverse, constant and rash as his sword flowed in a flexible manner, apparently without any concern for the inevitable accumulation of wounds. Agest thought that this exchange was very annoying. Amidst the continuous attacks, Agest turned her eyes towards the wizard behind her for a brief moment. She realized that he had been busy forming a spell to invoke Thermin Lightning. It was an electric third circle magic. Agest raised her sword to face against the outsider's sword and stretched her free hand out towards the wizard. She shoved the swordsman away by strongly pushing the sword facing her in an outwards-facing arc, whilst also invoking a magic ice dome to protect her and also redirect the approaching magic. Bump! The ice exploded. The lightning had gathered inside the ice dome and was returned at the caster. The outsider was infuriated while shaking off his burnt black hair and clothes. He started invoking a second magic. "Let me enjoy this more." Whoosh! A sword passed by Agest's hand. Patter. Blood dripped onto the floor. The cost of losing concentration in a duel was immediately paid in full. "I have no more time to spend hanging out with you." Agest didn't have the time to spend playing any further with him. During the fight with him, the wizard was invoking more magic and Agest couldn't handle both of their attacks together. Agest decided that she couldn't stall any longer. Magic sword. Frozen wave. Following the trajectory of the sword that Agest swung, the air was frozen solid. The outsider swordsman intuitively felt the danger that magic sword presented and rapidly retreated. "I predicted that you would step back, of course." Agest had actually been aiming at the wizard forming his magic. The swordsman who had been trading blows with her had stepped back after quickly realizing the change in the situation. But the wizard behind was not as quick. Because the wizard was fully focused on his third circle magic, he couldn't figure out why the wind started to blow irregularly. However, regardless of the situation, the wizard had just finished the third circle magic and invoked it at Agest. A sphere of electricity sped towards Agest, emitting a threatening noise. Agest continued swinging the magic sword towards the wizard, naturally meeting the electric sphere without hesitation. Bump! Agest frowned at the feeling of a twinge in her hand, but the concern was only momentary as her sword successfully slashed through the oncoming magic. When the magic that the wizard had toiled on invoking dissipated with one cut of the sword, he was left visibly disconcerted. He was now in a completely defenseless state. As he was about to turn heel and flee, Agest instantaneously approached him. There was no chance of him matching her speed. She punched the wizard in his solar plexus with her hilt. Whack! A small noise resonated as he collapsed onto the ground. The wizard couldn't bear the acute pain and had passed out with his eyes rolling back into his head. This was the end of the wizard. The voice of the remaining outsider reached Agest's ears. "Ha! I will finish it all here." The swordsman was running towards Desir while she was busy handling the wizard. Ice lance. It was a piece of cake now to deal with the remaining man, as the wizard was now out of the picture. The two ice lances that Agest had invoked pierced up out of the ground in front of the swordsman. During the brief moment that the swordsman hesitated, Grease! Agest closed the distance in an instant. Drawing closer at ludicrous speed, the swordsman flinched. Yeah. This was enough to ensure defeat. Agest flew straight and collided directly into the swordsman. He was blown back towards the teleportation gate. The two swords he held fell onto the ground with an unpleasant noise. Agest punched his stomach as he tried to attack again. Ugh! His upper body folded in pain. However, the swordsman had secretly gripped a dagger hidden at his waist. Agest didn't allow him the opportunity to produce the knife and attacked his lower middle body with a vicious kick. Ugh! The swordsman screamed at the pain that bloomed beyond his expectation. Agest then kicked him straight in the face as he held her legs in a last bid to get up and turn the situation around. Her kick had apparently connected with his nose. With the noise of the dagger dropping to the ground, blood started to pour down his face, also revealing that his two front teeth were broken. This was finally enough for him to black out. Finished. She shook her hands. Restoration of coordinates has been completed. Good. Now when the gate is restarted. Desir's analysis and inversion were finished just in time. The formula buried under the teleportation gate started to change color from red to blue. The gate allowing the outsiders continuous reinforcement was now shut. The outsiders couldn't hide their embarrassment at this strategic failure. The commanders who lead the defense force found that the battle was now in their favor and raised their voices. Defeat the remnants. They have no more reinforcements. Hope dash. As long as the defense could hold out until the supporting troops arrived, they would win. With the situation reversed, morale was now sky-high on the defense forces side. The battle was almost over. Desir looked at Agest. He sincerely thanked her for her efforts in holding against those outsiders. Let's clear all of the remnants first. Got it. The final stage of the battle. Whilst handling the outsiders that troubled the defense forces, Desir recalled the man in the crow mask who hadn't shown up here. After the first terrorist attack, he actually hadn't appeared at all. I don't think he retreated. Where in the world did he go? It would be an unsolved mystery until he appeared again. On the 500th year of Rallies, the Dark Age had begun. The appearance of the beings called demons brought despair to the world. The standoff between demons and mankind continued. The civilization of mankind crumbled as a result. The story lost without trace to time and only passed down through word of mouth from generation to generation. Some scoffed at the story as a classic myth, but some believed. For those few, it was the history that definitely occurred. Footsteps. Within the royal castle that had collapsed into ruins, there was a man walking through the charred remains. He was wearing a crow mask. As he was walking, the debris that blocked his path was getting swept aside, clearing the way forward. He arrived at the center of the royal castle and placed his hand on the ground. All of a sudden, a rune appeared and pushed him straight into the air. It immediately lost its strength and dropped him back onto the ground. Suddenly, the door to the underground path appeared. The hidden way that Forliza royalty weren't even aware of. It took him a very long time to get to this point, gathering all of the stories and evidence that was only passed down through word of mouth from generation to generation. The breakthrough clue was the commonality of a place in the stories where the ocean radiated a golden hue and was named Istakar. Disaster. The great demon referred to in times past as disaster was fast asleep within this land. The ancient people were not able to destroy the great demon and only managed to place it in slumber within the depths of the sea. They also placed a seal on top of it. As for the foundation of that seal, the ancient people raised a structure to protect it. At a later date, one of these ancients, who had originally put the great demon under this seal, established a royal castle and named the lands surrounding it the Forlies Empire. But now, this place could no longer serve its original purpose and laid waste. Currently, the royal castle was completely destroyed and the entire people of the nation were scattered all over the place focusing on other matters. There was no one left that could interfere. Without hesitation, the man wearing a crow mask walked down the stairs in the pitch-black darkness. He stopped at the place where pulsating magic was drawn and drew something from the inside of his clothes. It was a staff with many black jewels embedded. It was naturally an artifact. It was a treasure obtained through attacking and clearing a third-class shadow world. Very few knew the purpose of it, one of those exceptions being himself. Millions of souls were captured in that staff, and he believed it to be the catalyst to wake up the demon. The crow-masked man stood in the center of a rune and stuck the staff right in the middle of it. Red mana started flowing out like blood. It was about evening time when the attacks from the outsiders were starting to abate. The sky was radiating bright light as if it were mixed with gold. When the Western Empire's most elite, Avalon army, arrived through the newly reconnected space travel gate, the vanquishing of the remaining outsiders was easily accomplished. The situation was quickly concluded as soon as the outsiders realized that there was no longer a possibility of hope and surrendered right away. The stadium, which was used as a temporary headquarters, was filled with guards and refugees. The guards seemed exhausted but appeared proud of the fact that their defense was successful against the intruders. "Hey, try some of this. This as well. It's cooked to perfection." "Oh, no thanks. I've had enough." "It's okay. It's all good." The guards handed their portion of rations to their foreign allies. The foreign allies, who put on awkward smiles after politely attempting to decline their favors, finally caved in and started to gracefully accept the hospitality, the favors eventuating into the sight of ever-growing mountains of food. The allies? They were students of Hebrion, the party of Desir. Even they were showing signs of fatigue from the long, drawn-out battles. Their small scars and wounds covered their bodies, and the exhaustion they emanated made it all the more evident. But just like the other foreign allies, they seemed very happy stuffing their faces with the food on offer. "I have heard that you were quite famous in Hebrion. You guys were great." The Desir's party was getting quite the welcoming from the soldiers of the Forlies Empire. It was obvious as the officials, who initially didn't welcome them as they were from Hebrion, now treated them as VIPs and with respect. There was nobody who didn't know their names. They especially had quite the following amongst the soldiers who had witnessed the assault on the Teleportation Authority offices. Desir's party received so many gifts that it literally formed a mound on the stadium seats. "My mom will go crazy if she heard what happened today." Romantica looked ecstatic. And rightfully so, as she had fended off the threat to her hometown with her own hands. "Ah, here you are." A deep and calm voice came over. As Zod approached, Desir's party sprang to their feet, ending their momentary rest.
No.
"Stay comfortable. Priscilla, I'll take care of this. Guys, could you gather up here?" A lady came over to where Desir's party was and focused on the condition of Pram and Agest, who had attained a number of small wounds. When she closed her eyes, the light started to gather at the wounds. "Oh!" A roar spilled out from the soldiers who witnessed it as they gathered around the party. Healing. The reason that Priscilla was referred to as the saint was because of this exact ability. Many sorcerers were able to expedite the natural healing process, but her magic was on a different level entirely. It was magic that actually healed the wound as if it never existed. This was the ability that only she possessed in this world. The bleeding immediately stopped and new flesh rapidly regenerated. Even if they were in a critical condition, the moment her hand touched the wound, everything would return to normal. Soon after, Pram and Agest's wounds completely disappeared without any trace. They were light wounds, so it didn't take too long. "Thank you so much." Agest showed her gratitude. On the other side, Desir and Zod were having a conversation. "You did great." The king was very grateful. Perhaps this will improve the relationship that the other nations have with Hebrion. Perhaps this was a fortunate thing after all. If you need anything, don't hesitate to find me. Are the kings still in the bunker? They will stay there until everything is completely resolved. It's because of the crow mask hasn't surfaced yet. That is correct. Zod nodded. We are still unsure what the outsiders' intentions are based on their actions so far. I don't think they will fall back since they are already in too deep. So, you are predicting that he will be on the move soon. Since the outsiders are completely wiped out, there is nothing that he can do. The Avalon army is guarding the bunker, and since I cast protection magic at that location, we should be able to respond quickly. I hope that is enough. We can't guarantee anything. Desir couldn't shake off his unexplainable anxiety, even though everything was going well. The crow mask, although it was for a very short moment, Desir was able to witness the magic that crow mask cast. His magic was very sophisticated and complicated. He was a sorcerer with great power, but he can't possibly defeat Zod with just that ability. Also, all of the outsiders who were led by him were utterly wiped out. He no longer had any army to mobilize at this point. Boom! It was a very suffocating and ominous explosion. Their uneasy gazes that had begun to tremble all gathered on the location of the blast. Desir shifted his gaze to Zod. Did you hear that? Certainly. The explosion came from the shore. Can this be? Desir got up from his place of temporary rest. His heart had started to pound. Something was about to happen. Look! Look over there. There was uneasiness around the stadium. People started looking up at the sky. Within the space of a moment or two, the sun had started to transform into a shade of black from its originally golden hue. A premonition suddenly struck Desir and he quickly left the stadium. The entire world was turning gray. He started running towards the shore where the explosion came from. Streetlights and the surrounding scenery became a blur in his eyes as he rushed past. He was running out of breath, but he couldn't afford to think about that. And he thought, the crow mask is finally on the move. It must be him. It had to be him. But what is he trying to do? Is he deploying a six-circle magic? That might actually be a better situation, Desir thought. This place was being protected by the seven-circle sorcerer Zod. And if anything, there was Desir's ability to invert spells as well. They were prepared to respond. Nothing could possibly penetrate their defense. But what if it wasn't magic? What if it wasn't magic and a totally different type of threat? Please! Roar! Desir finally arrived at the shore. The sun was about to set. The waving ocean was supposed to radiate golden rays of light. Except it wasn't. What was supposed to be a golden ocean was turning black as if squid ink was mixed into it. The black sun. This place was gradually losing its color and turning black and white. The scenery. The sun. The view. He knew. A horrible memory suddenly resurfaced. This can't be. Reflexes were faster than consciousness. His pupils widened. His mind was in constant denial and kept telling himself it was only a dream. Roar! Mountains were crumbling down. Cliffs tore apart and collapsed from the intensity of the waves crashing into them as eerie screams emanated from the earth. Something monstrous was slowly emerging from the ocean. Reality currently felt like a bad dream. But the figure in front of his eyes, so vivid as if it just crawled out of a nightmare, was indeed real. What is that? No way. The sheer size. Romantica and Pram screamed as they just arrived on the scene and came to terms with what they were witness to. Ajest aimlessly gazed at the figure without any words. Zod just touched his staff with unease and other mixed emotions on his face. Is that a demon? It had to be about 10 meters tall. Runes of slaughter were carved into its teeth, and it had a mane of hell fire around its neck. It was one of the great demons that had destroyed much of ancient mankind long ago. Daednuf, the demon of destruction, the demon from the legend, the one who once belonged to the highest level of the Shadow Labyrinth had appeared. Shattering the entire cliff, the demon rolled its gigantic eyes to spot the city near the shore. Then it slowly moved its massive legs. It was a walking disaster. As it took a step, the ground shook and everything nearby was wrecked. All of the parasols that beautifully embellished the beach lust hours before were crumpled and destroyed. On approaching the half-collapsed castle, the demon came to a complete stop. The castle, which had been half-melted and of which there was scant amount of it still standing, would have originally served to repel the demon. Perhaps due to memories from its past, the demon struck down what remained of the castle. The castle, which had stood there for hundreds of years, further fell to pieces and was left completely shattered. Ruarar! It was a shout as powerful as thunder. The sea that used to shine like gold became pitch black as the sky lost all light. Not even stars could be seen. Where in the world did a monster this strong come from? Later, the capital's defense forces and Western Kingdom's foremost champions, the Avalon army, formed into lines and took up strategic positions on the walls of Deltaheim. But they were all rooted to the spot from a strong sense of dread. After seeing the demon that felt like a great plague, slowly but surely close in on the city, the commander of the Avalon army was petrified. He was a well-renowned veteran who had participated in numerous shadow worlds, but even he had never seen a monster of this size in any of them. If that thing approaches here, it's over. There were so many citizens still taking refuge in the city. There was no place to retreat to. It was under these circumstances that the commander was forced to make a decision, knowing full well that any choice that he made would be deemed reckless in hindsight. Block it! The gates opened and the Deltaheim troops rushed out to fight against the beast. In the castle, wizards formulated magic for invoking and archers knocked their arrows. Soon the sky was filled with bolts and magic. But nothing worked against it. None of the magic or arrows could penetrate Daednof's skin. Instead, they bounced off pitifully without even leaving a mark behind. The soldiers swung their swords and thrust their spears. The army clad in steel could not cut through the hide of the beast, but rather broke their weapons trying. With a single swing, numerous soldiers were cut down by Daednof, as if they were nothing more than a bunch of flies. The troops were devastated and morale quickly plummeted. It was as if they were the pathetic moths diving into a brilliant flame, their sole purpose in this battle to be meat shields and buy a minuscule amount of time before inevitably being slaughtered. Desir and his party were looking at the scene unfolding before them and could not hide how dreadful they felt. They also realized that all of the demons that they had encountered in the Hebrion Academy tests were a joke in comparison to this one. Its size, power, and pressure were all incomparable. The demon that blindly sought destruction and wholesale slaughter. I've got to go help quickly. Romantica was clearly overwhelmed, but she tried to get herself moving after seeing the demon heading towards the castle. Stop! Desir stopped Romantica. His dark black eyes were shaking. There's nothing you can do. Sadly, Romantica already knew that. She pointed to the people who were blocking Daednof. Them too. But Desir turned down Romantica. Are you saying that you want to be killed over there? I'm not going to ask you to help me. It's already enough with what you've done before. But this is my hometown. I can't just sit back and watch. Desir absolutely understood how she felt, but he could never send her into that field of slaughter. And he also knew how selfish he was being. But to him, there was something called responsibility, that he had to protect her even if he had to trample over and ignore her feelings. Desir continued in a voice that could barely be discerned. Remember the promise we made. A promise. Instantly, Romantica remembered the promise that she had made. To unconditionally drop everything and run away when they encountered an unmanageable threat. That's what she had promised him. Romantica replied in agony, as she weighed up the promise against the unfolding situation. But Desir, Mr. Desir, they will collapse if this continues. Then all of the city will collapse as well. They need our help. Pram supported Romantica, but Desir was determined. They will, but it's not on us. We can't do anything here. Pram couldn't say anything to this. Arg! At that time, there was shouting mixed up with the sound of wind that blew over from the shore. Desir's party sensed something odd and looked at Daednof. Daednof opened its gigantic mouth and everyone could feel the destructive magic power that gathered before rapidly beaming out. Soon afterward, a high-intensity heat wave shot out from Daednof. BRRRZP. Everything in the path of the heat wave had been erased. The ultra-high-intensity beam left a distortion in the air from the heat wave that passed through. At this absurd sight, Romantica and Pram were left speechless. There was only one person who could fight against such ridiculous things. Zod told Desir and his party, "I have to go too. You should retreat from here." Tower Master, there should be a core buried deep inside the back of its spine. But even if you know where the core is located, it's not going to be easy to reach it due to its hard shell. The core. All demons have a core in their bodies. Their bodies form around it. Zod listened to Desir but felt something was strange. "How do you know that?" "Well, I'll explain the details later. The first thing we should do is stop it." Daednuf continued to approach the city of Deltaheim. There was no time to delay. And when that rune on its tusk turns red, it will shoot the same beam attack. It's impossible to block it with our defensive magic, so the best alternative is to twist its neck and change the direction of the beam. Please remember that if we lower its body heat, that will decrease the power of it by up to half. I have no choice but to trust you. You can leave this to me. Zod was just about to roll up his sleeves and cast his magic. "I can't let you disturb it." Just then, someone's voice was heard from behind. Turning around, there was a man with a hood over his head. It was Cromask. Although he fell short of Zod, he was capable of confronting him and wasting time if Zod was delayed by him. Daednuf would without a doubt destroy the entire city of Deltaheim. But I can't just ignore this guy. It was a difficult choice to make while under pressure. Cromask invoked his magic. In defense, Zod could only return fire by throwing his own power back. And at that moment, Tower Master, teleport Cromask and me. I'll try to oppose him. But, Tower Master. Zod hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Desir's eyes full of confidence, he soon made up his mind. He started invoking a teleportation spell. I told you that this wouldn't work. Unfortunate as it was, Cromask was stronger at teleportation than Zod. As soon as Zod started formulating his teleportation magic, Cromask began analyzing it and invoking his own magic. As the power of Cromask started to undo Zod's spell, his body that had started to break down into dust immediately began to reform. His magic was clearly interrupting Zod's spell. However, Cromask suddenly looked at Zod. Zod must have been processing teleportation magic while also analyzing Cromask's counter magic. When exactly was my magic inverted? Zod's teleportation magic was invoked to completion. Dazzling light filled everyone's vision. When Cromask opened his eyes again, he was already in the middle of Deltaheim City. Interesting. Cromask once again gathered his magic power and began to cast a teleportation spell. But this time, his body did not disintegrate into dust. It was the same as before. His magic did not move to the next step as if there was a well blocking it. Feeling strange, he looked at the boy in front of him. The boy looked like a magician of the third circle at best. Someone so insignificant that Cromask could not even deem him as someone to care about. That boy was inverting his magic. Cromask opened his mouth. You're the one who undid the magic I set up in the palace. Yes, it was me. The amount of mane you're holding is just terrible, but you're pretty good at analysis. Then, the gaze of Cromask moved towards the clothes that Desir was wearing. The Hebrion Academy clothes line. That's the defense suit that is only assigned to the single rankers in Hebrion Academy. Cromask understood the situation and gave up on teleporting to Zod, while at the same time reaching out to Desir. I have changed my mind. I will deal with you first. Gravity control. Enormous gravity pressured Desir and his surroundings. Crack. The sidewalk couldn't hold out and began to break. Gravity reverse. Desir reversed the gravity in a narrow area around himself and escaped from the area of effect of the gravity spell. As Cromask invoked his next spell, Desir soon read it. Night Claw. Cromask stretched his hand out towards Desir and made a slicing motion in the air with it. It appeared as if the air itself was cut in a straight line coinciding with this cutting motion. Slice. Desir leaned down and a row of trees immediately collapsed behind him. Desir had managed to dodge the spell by the narrowest of margins. Desir quickly analyzed the opponent in front of him. He is a twin-class wizard who can simultaneously use the attributes of space and fire in his magic. But is space magic the type of magic that he specializes in? Space magic does not have any magic that can oppose it. This magic also happens to be superior to any other magic in terms of its destructive power. The only thing that Desir could do at this moment was to figure out the path of Cromask's magic and dodge it. I can't be too close to him, but I also can't be too far away either. I need to maintain a reasonable standoff distance to have any chance at opposing him. While Desir was strategizing, Cromask continued to invoke a spell. Dimension Burst, the fourth circle teleportation magic. Crack. With the noise of glass breaking, Desir's surroundings started to collapse. Endless explosions continued to overwhelm the senses, and before long the magic had almost reached Desir. Raise Earth, a magic spell firmly in the territory of a third circle. It built walls by shaping earth that had been raised. Unfortunately, these walls were not enough to withstand the continuous explosions. They were quickly demolished. Smash! One of the pieces of the wall hit Desir's arm, and the force activated the clothesline's defense magic. Unconsciously, Desir touched and felt out the affected arm. If it wasn't for the clothesline, he'd probably have lost his arm. Cromask was a magician that belonged to the highest class, the sixth circle, and Desir was only a third circle magician with the support of an artifact. At this moment, all Desir could do was gather all of his strength, leaving nothing in reserve. Let's do a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Thud. The conclusion of this fight was inevitable, with one side attacking unilaterally and mercilessly, while the other side was preoccupied with just blocking. It was hardly a fair match. The inevitability of Desir's defeat was so apparent that even a layperson would recognize this after seeing it with their own eyes. Desir intrinsically knew this fact as well. Thus, his only objective was to delay Cromask from reaching and interfering with Zod's work. Rumble. Destruction Area. The fourth circle spatial magic. When Cromask cast his magic, enormous energy gathered and built up around him. In a matter of moments, the magic had destroyed the roads and shattered buildings, as if it would swallow the Ember City. Cromask's intention was to use this in a head-on confrontation with Desir. Boom! All of a sudden, the magic that had fanned out from Cromask disappeared. Inversion. The flow of this battle had turned on its head. You've already reversed my magic? No matter how good he was at reversing, it was nearly impossible to analyze and inverse the high-class magic in just a few seconds. However, this boy in front of him was surely capable of doing it. He's been figuring out the structure of my spells since he first saw my magic. Desir had been analyzing Cromask's magic formula ever since he came to the council room and battled against Zod earlier. He wanted to be prepared for this kind of situation. Cromask quickly changed his magic formula. The flow of the magic cast was entirely changed, and a totally new method of magic appeared. Even Desir couldn't defend against this, as he wasn't capable of converting sixth circle magic on first sight. But that assumption lasted very shortly. His magic didn't last any longer and was soon inverted. The inversion is getting faster. This time, even though the structure of the formula was not even fully analyzed yet, the inversion was quickly completed. It was because Desir had read the basic logic fundamental quirks to the spells that Cromask had cast. This was a problem endemic to humankind due to their lack of flexibility and imagination. No matter how Cromask tried to change the strategies of his magic, the necessary foundation of it had not been changed. Structure of magic. The idea of a magician. Paths of development. As time went by, the flow of became more familiar to Desir. As a result, the speed of his reversing only accelerated. People say that battles of high-class sorcerers are like a chess game. Players assume, read, and challenge each other's strategies. Magic battle. Desir had a relatively poor mana pool compared to Cromask, but he was confronting high-class magic very calmly. On the other hand, Cromask had ever-decreasing BME to cast his magic before it was inverted. He was being fully read. His thought process was being analyzed and countered by Desir. It is only a matter of time before all of my magic gets blocked. Cromask started to break out in cold sweat little by little. He realized the momentum was shifting against him. I've never had this kind of battle before. It was quite different from the battle with Zod. Zod and Crow Mask had equally competent mana pools. So, it was really up to who developed and deployed the more powerful magic in a more effective way. But the battle with this sorcerer was clearly different, a fight that depended solely on inversion no matter how strong the magic. Since the formula was being inverted, there was nothing he could do. It felt as if Desir was slowing taking over. Crow Mask would be defeated when all of the magic he had at his disposal was analyzed and inverted by Desir. Crow Mask changed his opinion of Desir. This is an opponent as strong as Zod. Low magic power. Low circle. The physical attributes were also terrible. Crash. But he made up for all of these weaknesses with only his prowess in inversion, judgment, and battle experience. He made up the power difference by predicting what his opponent would do and even attempted to counter it. He freely used all kinds of different magic that alone was greater than a 6th circle ability in terms of magic dueling.
Devor la graviva.
Po! The magic missed and hit the fountain. The water fountain broke, and the stream of water shot up in the air and soaked Crow Mask's robe and feet. Ozer didn't just sit down and miss that golden opportunity. Freezing field. The flooded floor started to freeze and Crow Mask's feet and robe froze since they were in contact with the water. Desir continued to invoke magic. He invoked magic with all of the power that he had. The crest on the back of his hand flashed. Ice orb, an attack magic that poured out countless ice bolts. A myriad of ice bolts shot out and nailed against the body of Crow Mask. Crumple. With control of the magic that he could counter with wrested out of his control, the ice bolts started dug into Crow Mask's frost-covered body. 1, 2, 3, and soon tens of ice bolts. Now, the figure covered by ice arrows could hardly be considered a human body. It was as if he had transformed into a snowman. This pulls. The snow-covered figure exploded and, gasp, crunch. In an instant, a jolt of pain plagued Desir's body, wreaking havoc with his nerves. The barrier fragments of the clothesline were circling in the immediate surrounding. A surge of Pam coursed through Desir's body, threatening to reap his consciousness. He felt his vision slowly fading to black. The whole world felt like it was turning upside down. Desir's body flew back and tumbled towards the corner of the building. Crack. The crunching sound of bones vividly rang throughout the surrounding area. Desir spat out blood as his organs felt like they were shredded, and he fell down to the cold stone ground. Desir's clotheslines nonchalantly chirped out a warning. Warning. Less than 10% of the clothesline mana remains defense ability shutting down. It was the force strong enough to overwhelm the defensive power of the clothesline. I didn't expect to use this here. Crow Mask's robe was light and it made short work of melting the ice covering it. He shook off the ice particles as he was walking across the water puddle left from the ice. Desir could only look at the magic Crow Mask was invoking in his hand. The magic that was going to be deployed from Crow Mask's hand was something bizarre that he had never seen before. The formula in his hand was making geometric formations and spinning endlessly. Supercube, Tesseract. The formula was continually changing. Against a half-assed sorcerer like you, Desir got up, wiping the blood from around his mouth. He felt burning pain from what must have been several broken bones. His thought process never stopped or slowed down as he surveyed the damage. What in the world is that? Something fell on top of Desir's shoulder. It was a partially destroyed piece of stone construction. Desir turned around. The top portion of the building he collapsed against was destroyed, and rubble was tumbling down, littering the ground. The building was ruined beyond repair. Desir was at the periphery of this scene of destruction. He didn't have enough time to cast high circle magic. Even if he was casting magic while defending, he could have only had about 10 seconds. But the magic deployed was well above the 5th circle. The building was completely demolished and he was critically wounded with the clothesline defense utterly diminished even though the magic didn't fully hit him. Desir bit his lips. Is it vision magic? It was a magic that he couldn't even understand. The governing principle of Crow Mask reached for Desir. The Tesseract started shaking again. Unexpectedly, Crow Mask sensed something and quickly developed defense magic. At the same moment, A shock rang out loudly. Something flew towards his defensive magic. It was sniper magic. Crow Mask turned and stared in the direction that the sniper magic came from. Then there was a tremendous amount of fighting aura. Swooshel. The noise was so loud that it could hurt ears by itself. It was a lightning-fast sword. You get away from Desir. It was Pram's sword, reaching the supersonic realm. Moving at an astonishing speed, Crow Mask had cast his fourth circle magic in between attacks. But Pram broke through the flame wall without hesitation. Crow Mask couldn't avoid it. He was not allowed any BME to react. Pram's sword stabbed into Crow Mask's side. This is dangerous. He invoked spectral movement magic without any preparation BME. He instantly felt his body begin to break down into particles. And Desir's inversion immediately followed up. Crow Mask's special magic was interrupted. Crow Mask's body immediately formed again. An ice palace appeared above him. Freezing Palace. Hundreds of ice spells rained down on him. Kaboom! The area around him was devastated. Fortunately, there were no civilians nearby. Desir lifted his head. Agest and Pram stood in front of him, demonstrating a unified front protecting Desir. You guys, how? We've been following your location via the communication device. The communication bracelet had a location tracking function between party members. Pram grabbed his sword. His face crumpled into a frown and his eyes betrayed how furious he was. You left us because we were not competent enough. Desir, Pram asked, while remaining vigilant and guarding against Crow Mask. His face was as red as fire, and his breath was as rough as a bull. Desir had never seen Pram as angry as this. I thought you couldn't handle it. But, we were so worried. Did you know that?
I'm sorry.
Desir had nothing to say. Agest glanced at Desir and found that he was covered in blood. You're right, we are absolutely not enough to fight with a demon, but Desir, look at you, it's not only us who couldn't handle the situation. Oh, well enough. Ring. At that moment, a message arrived from Romantica, who was observing them and preparing to snipe Crow Mask. Will you tell us to stay out here, Desir? We'll be very disappointed. Everyone was thinking about Desir. They were worried about him. The Formabon has been deployed as you have trained us for. We have deployed a sniper, and Pram and I will lead the charge. Said Agest, well, this is the party that you have taught and trained. Can't you belt even us at least once? Desir looked MTO everyone's eyes, and soon found his answer. What he saw told him that they would rely on him, but won't back him up at the same time. Thud. Huge nails piercing through the air were blocked by a shield. It was the Avalon army of the Western Kingdom leading the front line, holding their shields up high against Daednut. They were all at around the level of Knight-class soldiers. We can't let it advance any further. Forlise's defense force were assisting the Avalon army as well. The composition of their forces were mostly ordinary soldiers though, but at this time their morale was as high as the city walls. Their hearts were aflame with the desire to defend their home against this new threat, having just beaten the outsiders. As the knights and soldiers fearlessly fought, their corpses piled up, naturally forming barricades. While they delayed the advance of Daednut, the magicians were casting spells from the rear. Third circle magic, with some fourth circle magic mixed in, flew through the air, demonstrating the overwhelming might of the Avalon army. Boom boom. It was raining magic. Numerous magic spells exploded across Daednut's body, momentarily screening its body from view. The unprecedented plethora of magic spells ignited hope for the knights in the front lines. But, roar, after the smoke faded away, they couldn't believe what they saw. Daednut's body was untouched, without so much as a single scratch. The huge body seemed as good as new. To make matters worse, a wave of heat emanated from its mouth. The scorching wave of air forced everyone nearby, including the battle-hardened knights, to cover their faces. The commanding officer, Kelly, who was situated in the front line, was in a state of shock. What on earth is this devil? The Avalon army was a troop of veteran soldiers that had fought against the Shadow Worlds on an innumerable number of occasions. However, even their full-powered offensive couldn't make this giant demon so much as twitch. Order Blade did not do anything to it, and all other magic simply bounced right off. They had never been in this kind of fight before. They couldn't see a path to victory. They simply didn't know what to do. The scope of this disaster was beyond what they could wrap their heads around. Erga! One of the knights screamed as his body was pierced by a giant fingernail. His body was rapidly stained by the blood as it spread everywhere from the wound. There was an ever-increasing number of soldiers dying at the shore in a similar manner. The knights and soldiers were barely holding their line of defense, and morale was slowly declining. Unlike them, Daednut looked to be in perfect condition. A mixture of sorrow and resignation had started to appear on the faces of some of the defenders. The demon itself was an impregnable fort, and as it moved, it left a trail of slaughter in its wake. Is there really no way to block this? The barricades they had constructed during the fight, and had paid for with the blood of their brothers in arms, were about to be demolished. The demon roared. Then the rune on its body started to glow red, as if on fire. Commander Kelly immediately knew what this meant, after previously experiencing it, and was about to order a retreat. But before that, a huge explosion hit Daednut's head. Daednut's neck, which had not moved even a bit from the earlier volleys of spells, was bent at an unnatural angle. Thanks to this, the heat wave from the mouth was shot towards the sea. The sea appeared to part, as if fleeing from the massive heat beam. This was a testament to the power packed into that attack. The dark night sky became bright as daylight, and most importantly, there were no casualties. Not a single person on the battlefield was hurt from this attack. Daednut rolled its eyes around, seeking the origin of that magic spell. It was a power strong enough to actually hit and damage it for the first time. The magic came from Zod Exarian, the one and only great Seventh Circle magician, the leader of the world-class mage tower. Unlike other magicians, he stood in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Exarian, I will cover you. Continue the battle. But there are so many injured. Don't worry about that. A woman's voice came from behind them. It was Priscilla, who was revered as the saint of the Church of Artemis. She heightened her concentration by closing her eyes. A white light spread out from her body and enveloped the bodies of the knights fighting against Daednut. Their wounds all healed in seconds. Small wounds didn't even take a second to recover. Severe injuries also healed in just a few moments. Even the wounds of soldiers who were on death's doorstep closed and healed. Within the space of just a minute, even they could get up and resume battling. Wide recovery. It was indeed a power strong enough to be called a miracle. As a result, the front line of the battle had stabilized and recovered a little bit. Priscilla sweated like rain, and the color of her face quickly deteriorated. Zod turned towards her. Don't push yourself too hard. I won't. Zod looked at Daednut and again cast magic. It was in this way that the battle continued. Romantica looked into the scope of her magic tool calmly. The battle continued to unfold in front of her. Adjust, Pram, and Desir were locked in combat against Crow Mask. The fight was one-sided. Even though Adjust and Pram had joined in to support Desir, they were all busy defending and running around avoiding Crow Mask's attacks. That unique type of magic comes from his right hand. It was a very odd technique. It endlessly rotated as it changed its shape. This unknown magic technique was instantaneously pouring out incredible flame in great volume. In a moment, the whole group of buildings nearby collapsed as the streets shattered. If I go against him in a direct match, my clothesline will break right away. If it were Desir at any other time, he would probably have already reversed that magic. But this time he's struggling just to cast magic while defending himself and his team. Crash! Bang! Whomp! It was once a busy street, but now all of the buildings lining it were shattered and destroyed beyond recognition. The skeletons that were once hidden now revealed for all to see. The magician standing before them was mighty indeed. What I can do is aim for the moment of inattention. Romantica felt a cool sensation from the rifle as she held it against her cheek. Crow Mask had noticed the first sniper shot and cast defense magic in time. His reflexes and intuition were indescribable. But I can't give up now. The same attack wouldn't work again against him. This one shot was her best chance. Romantica wanted to pull the trigger so many times already, but she controlled her impatience and continued to take great care. Through the scope, Romantica spotted Crow Mask simply avoiding Adius's attacks. He continued to act as if all of the damage done by Desir and Adius's magic attacks didn't even faze him. Is that coat enchanted with fourth circle magic defense? It must be similar to the clothes line. However, even Crow Mask had to be careful of Pram's attacks. Blood was dripping from his side. Pram's Blankium sword was able to penetrate defense magic and hurt him due to its special nature. As a result, Crow Mask invoked space magic to blow away Pram and maintain a safe distance. Desir and Agest also knew about this, so they tried their best to keep Pram close to their enemy. Agest unfolded Frozen Palace magic. She tried pressing Crow Mask with her most exceptional magical ability through hundreds of projectile ice magic. However, Crow Mask was not only good with spatial magic but also a sorcerer who was well versed in the magic of fire. Linear Ray. Crow Mask invoked magic that melted Adius's ice magic and Frozen Palace surrounding them. In a straight-up confrontation, she was no match. The pillars crumbled down and the chandelier fell to the ground. All of a sudden, spatial rifts appeared and arranged themselves into a particular formation while flying towards Agest. Spatial magic had been invoked. Gasp! Agest raised her sword and hastily invoked defense sword magic. Magic Sword. Whisper of Kennard, the most potent third circle defensive magic. Desir invoked additional defensive magic. Wind Coat. Intense shockwaves shot into Agest. Boom! Bump! Bang! She was pushed far back. Luckily, she didn't seem to be harmed. It was all because Desir helped her out at just the right time. Desir helped Pram and Agest by fending off the magic that was cast towards them. At the same time, he was continually trying to reverse Crow Mask's unusual form of magic. The tesseract that was shifting shape near Crow Mask's hand was roughly a six-circle technique. It changed every second and seemed to have thousands of possible permutations, but in order to reverse it, it was necessary to interpret each permutation. It would drive one crazy just attempting to reverse the magic one permutation at a time. Not to mention me. The tesseract type of magic was indeed powerful, but it obviously consumed a great amount of power. It was visible from the movement of Crow Mask that he was starting to get exhausted from maintaining it. In addition, due to the continued struggles of other party members, he let his guard down against the sniper. It was the perfect opportunity for Romantica. She held her breath and lined up the target in the crosshair. Crow Mask's spatial magic was about to be invoked once again. Now! She pulled the trigger. The third circle magic that she had loaded, Storm of Avaros, was compressed and fired with the help of her rifle. The magic bullet with the penetrating power of the fourth circle streaked through the air and crashed into the target. Kaboom! A small storm erupted. The strong gust of wind ripped through everything in its path. Crow Mask's body flew in the air and crashed into the rubble of what was once a fountain. Finally, Romantica inhaled deeply. Was it successful? The dust storm settled and the figure of a man appeared. The edge of his robe was slightly torn and he was covered in dirt. Immediately, Romantica's hopeful mood morphed into disappointment. Is he really a monster? Wait. However, something was definitely different this time. There was a small crack on the mask. Crack. The cracking increased in volume without anyone even touching the mask. And it finally tore in half and fell to the ground. His bare face had appeared. When Crow Mask was flung into the fountain, Desir immediately realized that it was due to Romantica's sniper shot. The snipe was successful. Although it failed to end Crow Mask, it had dealt him some serious damage. He now limped and the enchanted defense magic on his clothes seemed to no longer work. Moreover, the attack had revealed Crow Mask's face. After the mask fell off, a hideous face was revealed. The skin was all red and his face was covered with scars from severe burns. It was impossible to find any unblemished skin with the exception of a small part on his cheeks. His face looked like that of the corpse of an immolation victim. Crow Mask lifted his left hand and covered his bare face. Through his fingers' ferocious, beast-like eyes blazed like a naked flame. Your scar. As Desir started walking towards him, Crow Mask stretched out a hand towards Desir. Spatial magic was invoked. Everything near Desir was instantly destroyed. As a result, Desir had to retreat, increasing the distance between himself and Crow Mask. She's actually a fourth circle sniper instead of being just a third circle magician. Crow Mask looked at the direction of the sniper. He used his sixth circle mana detection senses and located the wind element magician who was aiming at him. He was angry and stretched out his hand in the direction of the sniper. Block it! At that moment, Pram dashed towards Crow Mask. Crow Mask had no choice. He turned around and faced Pram. Crack! Pram hit the ground to narrowly dodge the attack, but his clothesline was left tattered from the attack that had just brushed past his body. Ajest also moved forward to intercept and attack Crow Mask. Magic Sword. Ice Wave. As the Tesseract spell continued to change its structure, it unleashed defensive magic, and Ajest's sword twisted after meeting that force. Even though Pram and Ajest couldn't leave significant wounds on Crow Mask, it wasn't entirely in vain. Crow Mask had no choice but to focus completely on the group in front of him. Crow Mask swiped his right arm to the left in order to deal with Ajest. Crash. The resulting spatial magic destroyed a wide area, but Ajest was no longer standing there. Crow Mask had lost the initiative and was falling into the pace of Desir's party. His actions became predictable and straightforward. It was too easy for Ajest to avoid such attacks. Ajest jumped into the air and sailed over Crow Mask's head before landing elegantly. She then pivoted on one foot and slashed the side of Crow Mask's leg. Crash! Flame rose along the path of the sword. The Tesseract quickly switched from attack magic to defense magic to block further attacks from Ajest. As the Tesseract morphed once again, the ground started splitting apart under Ajest's feet. A cloud of dust shot up as she attempted to flee from the affected area. The surface of the ground was not only demolished, but parts of it were also left raised. Ajest shot up into the air with various debris as she failed to escape in time. Crow Mask cast a spell at her as she sailed through the air. Being hit by this spell is inevitable. As the thought passed through her mind, she saw some conveniently located debris and repositioned by jumping off of them. Pram had come to her aid. As Ajest crossed her arms, Pram kicked them and bounced off backward. Crow Mask's magic sliced the air between, where they had been just a moment prior. Both of them landed at the same time and dashed towards Crow Mask. Ajest started casting magic immediately. Icy Cold Gust spears through the heart. Ice Lens. Second circle attack magic. The icy spear flew towards Crow Mask. Thud. Crashed into him. Ajest's magic demanded all of Crow Mask's attention. The cloud of dust billowing up into the air from the further cracked ground obscured all vision. At that moment Pram stealthily moved into Crow Mask's blind spot. Pram held up his rapier and raised it to the back of his head, as if he was holding a javelin. It was a skill that he had practiced numerous times. Pram's sword pierced through the air at the speed of sound as he disappeared from sight. Zap! Crow Mask's robe was torn and a bloody red line was left behind. Ajest was already in a position to capitalize on this sudden gap in Crow Mask's defenses. Without enough time to even let out a scream, Crow Mask's Tesseract begun to shoot out magic. Kaboom! Pram and Ajest tag-teamed to keep up a continuous assault on Crow Mask. Within the space of a couple of seconds, tens and hundreds of strikes landed on him. He couldn't do a single thing in response. Because Crow Mask's one hand was occupied covering his face, his movement was limited and he looked uncomfortable. He needed both hands to properly defend, but he still held his hand up to cover his face, as if ashamed of revealing his face. Slowly, more scratches and wounds appeared on his body. He couldn't bear it anymore and started to shout, "You pieces of trash! Hebnon's hypocritical!" It was a huge cry of hatred for Hebrion Academy. At the same time, the tesseract subtly changed and assembled in a new way. Dark red light burst out. He was using all of the magic power that he had saved for the battle against Zod. "Back off, Pram!" Pram and Agest stopped their sword strike mid-swing and immediately backed off. It was merely an application of the magic, but the tesseract rotated at a tremendous speed. The light glowed and... what? It withered away. The various pieces of the tesseract that had formed into a new pattern had started to break down and disappear. "It's over," said Desir. He had successfully inverted the magic, countering all of the possible permutations. "Over?" Crow Mask mumbled. "Yeah, you lost." Even the vision magic was fully analyzed and no longer usable. All of the methods he had at his disposal were now countered. No matter what magic he invoked, it would all be read and inverted. Crow Mask had nothing left. He looked at Desir. Desir could feel the hatred deep in those eyes. "Why did you hear all this? This world has been a series of absurdities. You know better than most, if you are a Hebrion Academy student." Crow Mask looked at the clothesline that Desir and his party were wearing. "It's not only Hebrion Academy. The same is true of the Hebrion Empire and even the entire world. Foolish aristocrats impose their standards and absurdity on everyone else." Desir couldn't say anything in response because he was absolutely right. Those words tore down reality. A noble world. The beta-class students at the Hebrion Academy were not getting a decent education, just because they were commoners. This was the reason why Desir created a party. This world is a collapsing sandcastle, and the people who live in the castle, someday everything will fall apart. And that's what I desire. That logic. That reason. It was the slogan claimed by a group in the past not so far from now. Revolutionary remnant? Was it? 12 years ago, a single student from the Hebrion Academy held up a Republican flag and founded a revolutionary army. They called themselves Republicans, but other people called them revolutionaries. And then the Hebrion Empire was plunged into civil war. The war divided people into nobles and commoners, and caused tragedy to both sides. The civil war eventually ended in royal victory and the revolutionaries were all executed. The structure of this world is so wrong, right from its root. And you can't argue with that. You're right, but no matter what goodwill you have, it can't be justified. Look around you. Is this the answer you found? It's sacrificing the small for big. The fall of the Western Kingdom is only the beginning. I will completely destroy this absurd world and create true equality. Pram was appalled at Crow Mask's objective. Desir, we don't have to listen to this nonsense anymore. Let's arrest him right now. Crow Mask heard him and murmured, "You can't stop us." At that moment, the sky, which had been darkened with the appearance of Dade Newt, suddenly regained its brightness. Did they defeat the demon? Desir refuted. No, that's... Boom. It was a flame. No, it was lava resulting from a huge explosion. Volcanic ash poured down from the sky as if it was snowing. They all looked up. Then, as if the stars had begun to fall, raindrops fell from the sky. It was a scene that could only be described as apocalyptic. It was as if it was the end of the world. Eruption phase. Desir muttered, astonished. Seems like the great leader of the Mage Tower can't even stop the demon without any preparation. Crow Mask continued while laughing. I'll return exactly what you said before. His body faded. Pram and Agest rushed to catch him, but his body had already started to turn to dust. Memorize. There was no time to invert the magic. It was magic that he had previously saved to instantly cast. It's over. With those final words, Crow Mask disappeared. Dark particles floated in the air. The harbor of Deltaheim was crowded. It was almost impossible to move through the throngs of people that had gathered. The outsiders had destroyed the railway to block all reinforcement and supply routes from outside the city. The only way in and out now was by boat. Due to the Yellow Ocean contest, there were more visitors than usual. A number of merchant ships were docked side by side, and the line of refugees heading towards them was exceptionally long. There was a bit of a tussle to get on board quickly, but it was an immutable law that the high class boarded earlier than them. Therefore, the general populace could only finally board after all of the royal families and nobles. As some ships were escaping amongst the chaos, a huge roar followed by a shock wave traversed the sea. Some people fell down after losing their balance. People looked up to the sky as it suddenly brightened, as if changing from nighttime to daytime. The sky suddenly filled with burning rocks. What is that?" uttered someone from the crowd. Disaster had arrived at the city of the merchants and rich, Deltaheim. Boom! The harbor was under attack. Screech! Help me! Something swept across the refugees. Merchant ships were critically damaged, and some of them were even partially destroyed and immediately sunk by the burning rocks that were raining down from the sky. Oh my God! Oh my God! Some passengers decided to jump into the sea. Other people died instantly, and the rest could only despair amongst the flames as they burnt to death. The harbor was rapidly consumed by pandemonium. A blazing rock flew towards a mother and son. Couldn't be avoided. She knew that she could do nothing but embrace her child in their last moments. Bump! However, the rock was shot down by wind bullets that were flying out from somewhere before it could reach them. Dark debris scattered over the sea. Ice crown. At the same time, water soared from the sea and created a crown of ice. It kept people safe from the debris of broken rocks. It was Desir's party. They came to the harbor where the refugees were most concentrated, to reduce the casualties, as soon as Crow Mask withdrew. A jest invoked defense magic to cover the refugees, while Romantica intercepted the rocks from her vantage point that allowed her to see the entire harbor. They were trying to minimize the injury of refugees. Everyone get on board. Pram assisted the soldiers with the refugee evacuation. The situation was quickly stabilizing as a result of the party's combined effort. Because the feeling of imminent danger was fading, the refugees seemed to recover little by little from the panic. The mother, embracing her child, held its hands again and urged it to walk quickly towards the ship. "We can't finish the evacuation at this pace." This was Desir's opinion after taking in this terrible sight. He was working on magic to block the rocks that a jest couldn't. Romantica responded while unleashing sniper spells. "I think so too. Not only the harbor, the entire city was devastated. An observatory erected to view the sea was split into two, and the debris from it had struck them all. The upper part of the stadium, where the Yellow Ocean contest took place, was blown away and flattened. No building was untouched by the shower of rocks that imparted as much force as miniature bombs. The flaming rocks continued to pour down without end. All of the buildings were collapsing around them. Screaming and various explosions could endlessly be heard. Mixed amongst this cacophony were the once calming sound of waves crashing against the shore, faint and distant on the now gray beaches. Daednut was a major disaster. As Crow Mask had said earlier, Zod couldn't easily end this disaster without preparation. In the past, skilled expeditions rushed into the shadow labyrinths, but they only managed to deal heavy damage to such demons. It was impossible to stop demons with only these people present. The eruption phase was also just the beginning. It was the foreshadow of Daednut beginning its activities in earnest. While just this foreshadow of its true power was horrendous, if Daednut appeared in its original form, then Deltaheim would simply be burnt off the map without a trace. Many people had already died. When Desir finally decided on the best course of action, he turned towards Romantica. "Romantica, let's move out." The evacuation was almost finished. She took her eyes off her rifle. "I agree. I'll burn and die if I stay here much longer. My power has also reached its limit." After continuous sniping, Romantica only had enough power for 1 or 2 shots of second circle magic. It was the same with the Jest, who was busy protecting the refugees with her magic. They had reached their limits from battling the outsiders and then dealing with Crow Mask successively. It was not strange for them to be exhausted. Desir contacted a Jest and Pram. "Everybody did a good job. Now we'll evacuate too." Everyone joined the procession onto the ships. A Jest stopped using magic. The structures made of ice collapsed. Until now they had held up great. A lot of people could get on board the ships while they were blocking the rocks. There were still about 2,000 people left on the harbor. Although the number was not small, it was much better than before. Agest and Pram, who helped the evacuation of refugees closer to the boats, joined the queue much further up than Desir and Romantica, who had helped from the rear. They gathered all of their remaining power and smashed the rocks on trajectories that would harm the refugees on the boats. That was the best they could do. About 5 minutes into the final part of the evacuation process, Desir suddenly lifted his head to locate Pram and Agest. It was hard to see them as they had joined the queue way up in front. As there are so many people, to prevent us missing each other, I will bring back Pram and Agest from the front. If I take too long, then don't wait and just get on board, Desir explained. Romantica responded in a rather cold tone. Oh well, my life is mine to protect. Of course I should run. I'm just a bitch running away even when my hometown is devastated. I'm so sorry, but that's... Romantica cut off Desir, who was attempting to make excuses. Well, it's fine. In fact, you are right. I know it's reckless. I was just grumpy. Go and find them quickly. Smile. Romantica laughed as her lips formed a crooked arc. The boy and girl, covered in soot and ash, stared at each other as if looking for something in each other. Aren't you going? I will. Desir started moving away. It won't take me long. When Desir vanished into the crowd, Romantica was left alone. She was not just waiting. Whenever her power recovered a little, she helped smash the rocks flying towards the harbor. Fortunately, because the number of refugees left in the harbor was considerably reduced, the area left to be protected was also reduced. It now seemed to be relatively safe. Oh! However, the movement of the queue suddenly stalled. Listening to the gossip from the front, it seemed there was a fight. It was natural for people to be on edge during crises. Refugees also happened to get into fights easily, even with light arguments. At that particular moment, though, Romantica felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Is he caught up there? It also made sense for Desir to be involved, as he always seems to be at the center of each mess. When Desir, who said he would just bring back Pram and Agest, was starting to run quite late, Romantica began to worry more. She stroked the rifle several times that Desir had given her. Was he just delayed? At the time Romantica was concerned about finding Desir, someone touched her shoulder. He might be finally back. Romantica took a deep breath through her nose in an attempt to blow him out of her concerns. She then turned to see the face of the man who had touched her. So you are here, Lady Romantica. Butler. It was the butler of the Eru family. He was wearing a neat suit. I have been searching for you for some time now. You happen to be here after all. Come on. Hurry up. When he finished talking, he began to walk out of the procession and head towards the ship. Wait, where are we going? The butler realized something was off from Romantica's reaction and tried to explain to her. This ship for refugees is actually an Eru merchant ship. You definitely deserve to be on board first, as you are the Lady of Eru. I understand, but I'm waiting for my friends. You can see them soon again if you are on board. Please hurry out of here. The Baron is worried. When she heard that her parents were worried, she had to agree with the butler. Well, Desir told me to get on board if he was late. She followed the butler and passed the procession. She quickly reached the place where refugees were causing trouble. You hit first. Look who's talking. They never stopped cursing at each other, even though people around them were forcing them apart. Romantica passed by them and walked onto the ship, but she didn't leave the deck. Oh, you're already here. About 5 minutes later, Pram and Agest approached Romantica. They were surprised that she beat them to board first due to originally being so far back in the queue. Desir was not here with them. Where is Desir? Wasn't he with you, Romantica? No, he said he went to find you. But we haven't seen him. Desir had disappeared without a trace. Romantica looked around. Almost every refugee had boarded, but there was still no sign of Desir. He was not here. He was not anywhere. Bwah! The ship's horn sounded. It was the indicator that the ship's departure was imminent. Romantica started to become impatient. That idiot! What the hell are you doing? Romantica turned on the communication bracelet. The communication bracelet had the ability to search for the location of party members. They had just used it to track Desir when he teleported with Crow Mask. She searched for the location of Desir, and it wasn't long before the result appeared. Desir was on board. In the cabins somewhere. Romantica frantically ran into the cabin area. She jumped down the 4 steps in a single leap and barged through a group of people that were loitering in the hallway. She quickly apologized to those bumped without slowing down and reached the point indicated by the communication bracelet. She couldn't help being resentful for the success of the Eru business at that particular moment. The ship was so large, and as a result, Romantica had to traverse the hallway that connected the long line of cabins. The positioning function of the communication bracelet couldn't provide an accurate location. This meant that she had to open each cabin door in search of Desir. Romantica didn't hesitate. She opened the door of the first cabin. The couple inside were shocked and could only look at her with eyes filled with surprise. Desir was not there.
Sorry.
Slam. She closed the door to the first cabin. It was the same story for the second cabin. She closed the door to the second cabin. It was in this manner that Romantica opened cabin doors in an attempt to search the entire living quarters for Desir. From the corner of her eye through a nearby window, Romantica saw that they were leaving the port. She quickened her pace, and it was finally the last cabin. Just before the door opened, Romantica calmed her breathing. She had to be calm enough to give him a proper scolding. "Hey Desir, are you trying to play hide and seek with me?" The last door was opened, but there was no one inside. Very slowly, Romantica entered the cabin. There was no sign of anyone having used the room. This was the only cabin that was left clean. Looking around inside the empty cabin, Romantica spotted the Hebrion Academy communication bracelet laying on the desk. Romantica picked it up and took out her own communication bracelet. She closed her eyes for a while before opening them. Then she attempted to call Desir. "Please don't ring." Roaring. The communication bracelet in her other hand started to ring. Romantica barely suppressed the wave of emotion rising within herself. She stomped out of the cabin and back to the deck of the ship. While she was searching the cabin area, the ship had left the port. Romantica stormed over towards the butler. He seemed rather dismayed at her unladylike behavior. Her face was screwed up in rage. "Oh, my lady, what is wrong?" Romantica immediately responded. "Now answer my question straight. As soon as possible." "Oh, young lady. How did you know that I was evacuating and that I would be at that part of the queue?" I went down and kept looking all over for you." "Do not lie. It doesn't make sense to look for someone so far back in the queue." Swish. Ash has been falling down from the sky this entire time. A jest, Pram, and all of the refugees, including Romantica, had been outside for most of this time were covered in it. The constant movement of people also prevented it from fully settling onto the ground, increasing the amount of it floating in the air. However, the butler's clothes were so neat. Nobody could possibly think that these clothes belonged to a person that had been wandering about outside. In other words, he had been in the merchant ship the entire time. He was the butler of the Eru family, and he must have been the first to evacuate with the family. The butler was left speechless at Romantica pointing this out. "Be honest, right now. No matter what he said to you, I will jump off of this boat if you don't tell me the truth." Against an irrationally rageful Romantica, who was likely to follow through on such a threat, the butler had no choice but to break his promise and tell her everything. At that time, a black-haired friend, whom you have previously asked we to escort, told we where you would be. "But my lady, I swear." She didn't need to hear any more. Romantica immediately ignored the butler and brushed past him to climb onto the ship's railing. "Oh, my lady!" Scream. Just before Romantica's body fell into the sea, a jest managed to just grab a hold of her. Romantica quickly tried to throw off the clothesline, but a jest pulled her back up one step faster. The momentum of this movement had both of them fall backwards onto the deck of the ship. "Get away from me. Find your sanity, Romantica." Romantica attempted to rid herself of a jest's grip while a jest attempted to subdue her. The two of them rolled around several times during the struggle. I told you to let go of me. If you promise to be calm, I will let go. You know that I won't make a promise like that. Romantica continued to struggle to get out of Ajest's grasp, but she couldn't resist her through force. Ajest finally had the complete upper hand in the scuffle, and prevented all further movement from Romantica. Romantica could only direct her anger at Ajest through interrogation. Did you know about this? Ajest responded. Yes. When did you find out about it? From when Desir slowed down the evacuation by starting a fight. Starting the fight, Romantica felt as though someone had smashed her on the head with a hammer. The fight during the evacuation was Desir's doing to give himself enough time to conceal the communication bracelet. And Romantica had to waste time searching for it until the ship had already departed. Stupid bitch, Romantica reminded herself. She couldn't forgive herself as she figured out just what Desir had done. While almost crying, she could only continue shouting at Ajest. You knew. Not like the stupid me, you knew much earlier. Why didn't you stop him? Why? In contrast to Romantica's frantic tone, Ajest's tone was level and calm. I didn't notice it. I was asked by him. What? For a moment Romantica's struggling stopped. Ajest's continued. He asked we to stop you and Pram from following him. Desir ran along the coast. The entire area of Deltaheim was obscured by the ash in the air that was as thick as fog. He ran while coughing over and over again and futilely attempting to cover his nose and mouth against the poisonous air particulates. As Desir passed through, a dead body came into view. The body was partially covered by rubble from a nearby stone construction. Hopefully he did not feel a thing and died in a single blow. Faced with such a terrible scene, Desir's steps slowed down and he eventually came to a complete stop. He had no words to adequately describe what lay before him. It was terrible, but at the same time it was an alien yet familiar landscape to him. He had previously lived a life of death, and he had witnessed so many of those deaths firsthand. Friends who had shared school days and childhood memories together. Juniors who followed him exceptionally well. And Romantica, among the many deaths. Desir especially couldn't forget the death of Romantica. Perhaps it was because her situation was similar to his. The story ended with a sad ending. Romantica Eru had talent and a future more brilliant than anyone else. She was also the lady of a Baron family, and she could join the Alpha class at Hebrion Academy without any problem and later enter the Blue Moon Party, which was considered the best of the school. After a long time, however, it was discovered that Romantica was the daughter of a baron who had bought the title with money. The Alpha-class nobles did not acknowledge her anymore after that. Unable to endure the savage Alpha-class brutality, Romantica finally moved down to the Beta class, but no one accepted her there too. There was nowhere else she could be. In the Beta class, Romantica's talent went uncultivated and her future had gradually stagnated. By the time she graduated, she was only at the third circle. And then the Shadow Labyrinth appeared. Romantica entered the Shadow Labyrinth as a member of the Western Kingdom Union, where she met with Desir again, who was from the same Beta class. Desir, being in a similar situation as her, was unfortunately an inevitability. In such a terrible battlefield, they became each other's emotional support. They survived for each other. And 8 years after the arrival of that Shadow Labyrinth, in the end, Desir could not protect Romantica. I will not allow that to happen again. Desir, who had returned to the past, had made that vow. This was not only for her. Ajest and Pram, Zod and Priscilla, residents of Deltaheim and visitors from all over the world. The heads of the Western Kingdom Union gathered for the purpose of the council. All of them couldn't avoid death unless they stopped Daednut. The situation was currently heading towards the worst outcome. I must stop this. To slay the devil, its inner core must be destroyed. In the Shadow Labyrinth, when faced with Daednut, legion-sized parties of wizards unleashed freezing magic to weaken Daednut's power, while knights equipped with Blankham rapiers destroyed Daednut's body to find the core. Luckily this time, Dina knew the approximate location of the core. However, the problem was that he didn't have enough power to penetrate the body of Daednut itself. Desir looked down at the palm of his hand. I must stop it. I will stop it. Desir clenched his fist. He decided to implement his trump card, the measure of last resort that he had kept in reserve thus far. Proverb. Magic that had been arranged in a way that fell entirely outside of the existing magical system used by humanity. It had a power different to standard magic. At the end of the Shadow Labyrinth, Desir discovered the spell by inverting the proverb of the meteor-rank dragon of destruction, Boromir Napolitan. It was a huge and powerful magic indeed, but there were so many risks involved as a result. He wondered if his body would be able to withstand the magic of proverb that deviated from the existing laws, but now was not the time to worry about that. I definitely need to kill it. Boom. The closer Daednut got, the greater the heat and the more violent the ash suspended in the air became. Desir clenched his teeth. The beautiful coast was now covered with red lava. The troops that had been holding out against Daednut were now nowhere to be seen. The result of this eruption phase was more than half of the vanguard being left incapable of combat. The vanguard had lost all semblance of control over Daednut. They retreated. Priscilla had also overexerted herself and was left completely exhausted as a result. At this point, Zod ordered all of the remaining soldiers to retreat. Daednut had completely burnt the coast. Searing lava and blackened marks was all that remained. Only Zod and Priscilla remained on the walls of Deltaheim to confront Daednut and buy some time. But this arrangement could not last long. Despite the magic of Zod, Daednut gradually approached the city. Bam! Zod was invoking six-circle magic. Up until now, he had been limiting himself to the fifth circle due to the potential of allies being caught up in the collateral damage. Zod's formation of six-circle magic, while continually invoking fifth-circle magic, was enough to draw the admiration of many wizards. Zod lifted his cane. When Daednut reached the wall, Zod's six-circle spell was invoked. Time when all things fall asleep. It was one of the highest-level freezing magics. A spell that brought about absolute sub-zero temperatures where all molecular activity stopped within a fixed area. The flowing lava that covered Daednut's entire body was cooled down. In just a moment, the lava froze and hardened. Soon, the movement of Daednut slowed down and came to a complete stop. It now looked like a statue caught in the middle of winter. It was the first time that Daednut's movement was significantly hindered. The saint looked back at Zod, flashing a flirtatious look. This is great, Zod. Zod shook his head. No, I didn't defeat him. I've blocked its movement for a while. Crick. The ice began to crack as if to disprove Zod's assertion. Eerie noises filled the air. How long can the magic last? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Shortly afterwards, Daednut would break the ice and resume activity. Even the six-circle magic was only enough to buy some time. How can I defeat him? No magic I know can beat it. I'm not sure, but if it's the seventh-circle magic like Nuclear Streambuster, it may work. Zod checked his own state of wellness. I don't have enough magic power left. After a series of fights, Zod didn't have much magic power left. And after everyone was evacuated, he also had to leave enough power in reserve to escape himself. It would have been better if I hadn't wasted power on Crow Mask. In addition, Zod's magic, which had been enhanced to an unprecedented level to push back against Daednut's advance and allow people to evacuate, was now showing its limits. So now, he glanced back and saw a Deltaheim that was so damaged and filled with collapsed buildings that it could no longer be called the capital of a nation. It was a city full of vigor and abundance just a few hours ago. The city, which was still alive after the assault from the outsiders, was now completely destroyed by just a single monster. This defense has failed. Then, Zod calmly concluded, Deltaheim was over. At that moment he received a communication via magic. It was from the unit of the Avalon army that had retreated first. When the communication magic ended, Zod turned to Priscilla. The kings of the Western Kingdom Union, who had taken refuge in the air raid shelter, have now safely escaped to the harbor. Most of the citizens have also escaped unharmed. It's our turn now. That's right. It was time to run away. Priscilla confirmed that Zod was formulating teleportation magic. I know what you mean, but it's time to avoid it. There was no way to stop Daednut now. With this experience, we need to be prepared. If all of the civilians have been evacuated. Okay, let's get out of here. Good idea. Crick. There was a huge crack in the ice surrounding Daednut's body. The six-circle magic was now at its limit. Fortunately, it was enough to buy time to invoke teleportation magic. Ha! The situation had suddenly changed. The ice surrounding Daednut started collapsing at an abnormal speed. The source was near the waist. After observing it casually, Zod was left surprised. Wings! Rumble! A new part was sprouting out from Daednut's body. It was a pair of wings with a span of tens of meters. The huge wings spread wide through the ice as if they had been in bondage until now. Lava splashed in all directions. It began with cracks in the ice surrounding Daednut's body. Fragments were sent flying. The ice melted in the heat and began to evaporate. Bump. The next thing liberated was the face. When Daednut moved its neck, the hardened lava and ice shrapnel fell off, and once again lava exploded outwards and encased its body like skin. The devil of destruction, Daednut, revealed itself. It spread out its wings and howled toward the sky. Awaya! Ha! Aw! The trapped heat exploded out. Even though the distance was still quite far between Daednut and the wall, in the intense heat, Zod covered his face subconsciously. His face flamed up, as if he was sunburnt. When he touched his face, he felt how irritated it was, now covered with minor burns. He had magic covering his entire body to keep out the heat. While the ambient temperature had actually been quite hot so far, he had not sustained any damage from it. But now, Daednut had raised the temperature with heat great enough to beat the ice magic with just a roar. Ha! You've become stronger? Thoroughly appalled at this turn of situation, Zod could only laugh in vain. It's really beyond imagination. It flapped its wings but still could not fly. This was due to its lower body still being frozen. But the speed at which the ice was breaking showed that it was only a matter of time until it found its freedom. And when that happened, Daednut would be flying destruction incarnate. The goal was the refugees. Daednut was no longer heading towards the collapsed city. Its gaze was now directed at the series of ships leaving the harbor port. Daednut's goal was to kill humans, not just to cause mindless destruction. There was no such thing as a mindless creature. If it does, all of the boats that have escaped the city will be within the range of Daednut. Zod and Priscilla suddenly turned their heads to the voice that came from behind them. It was Desir. His head was gray all over, lightly dusted with ash, and his body was covered with wounds from the battle with Crow Mask. Priscilla approached him while invoking her magic. His wounds began to heal little by little as a result. "Why are you here?" Priscilla dumbly inquired. "Now that Daednut has revealed itself, we can't run away. If we don't stop it here, a lot of people will die. If Daednut left here for his friends and the refugees, not only countless ordinary citizens but also the leaders of the Western Kingdom, Union Council would be condemned to a certain death. If all of the kings who ruled the continent died here, the existing world order would fall and chaos would inevitably descend. And that chaos was the aim of the outsiders. I won't let it do that. Desir, take Priscilla and leave in a hurry. I'm going to keep it occupied." "Zod!" Priscilla shouted at him after seeing Zod's determination. "No, I have a way." Zod tilted his head at Desir's words. "How can you bring it down?" He pointed at Daednut, the devil that the Seventh Circle wizard, Zod, had struggled to defeat. The being that had excellent defense against Fifth Circle magic, practically ignoring it due to the natural structure of its body. Zod has never met an opponent of this level. It was such a powerful demon. Even so, the Third Circle wizard, Desir, claimed to be able to beat it. Desir responded, "Give me all of the remaining mana on you." "Do you know what doing that means?" "I know." Using all of his remaining mana. That meant Zod could no longer invoke magic to escape from the demon. He had no idea what Desir was trying to do, but his death would be confirmed if he failed. What is the guarantee that you will succeed? I can't say for sure since it's my first time trying. Boom. There was no time. The time given to Zod was just too short. Even if I trust you and give you all of my mana, how are you going to hold on to that mana? Your magic circle won't last. Your body will collapse. There's a saint. If it's her recovery magic, I think you can survive it if you use all means. Are you sure? Of course. Desir was sincere. Zod turned his head towards Priscilla. Priscilla, what's your opinion? Priscilla was also one of the people who would be sacrificed if Desir failed. She spoke in a calm tone that gave off a feeling of invincibility. I saw this boy for the first time today. It makes no sense to leave my life to something I can't be sure about. But he seems to mean it. So I'm going to follow Zod's decision that falls under his domain of experience. Is that so? Zod, who left a single phrase behind, grabbed his walking cane. The cane of the best wizard in the world. It was a cane with considerable power in of itself with a first-class marquee magic stone inserted into it. The internal mana was no longer shining because it had been completely exhausted, but when Zod grasped the cane, the mana stone at the end of the stick quickly regained its original light. If anyone saw this, they'd call me crazy, and he handed it to Desir. It was proof of his trust, to leave all future possibilities to Desir. Please. Zod decided to believe in Desir. All that was left now was the repayment of that faith. Thank you. As soon as Desir took the cane, a great deal of mana began to fluctuate. He raised it high towards Daednut. Magic has changed little by little with the passage of time. Awareness, cost, and formatting method have all been slowly improved upon. But in its long history there was only one thing that would not change. In order to use magic, mana from the surroundings must be processed by the mage. This was an unchanged fact in what was an otherwise constantly changing system. In the past, when endless wars were waged, each country needed more power, and the best way to produce that power was to figure out new ways to process mana more efficiently. As a result, a number of magic systems were derived and ultimately fell out of favor and died. The most evolved magic system in use nowadays was based around the application of mathematical formulas. Mathematical formatting involves the calculation of a specific array of mana to actuate specific spells. Naturally, this raises the question of whether a magic system based on maths would be the most powerful magic system, seeing as it is the latest magic system in a long line of magic systems. The answer is that it most definitely is not. In the distant past, there was a magic system used by races that were collectively known as magical lords. These existences have been completely lost in the annals of time, falling out of the collective memory of mankind. Proverb. Desir started to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts. The pain from the heat and his concern about the well-being of his party. All of those thoughts were pushed somewhere else for the time being. He steeled his resolve for the mammoth task he had taken on. Thousands of hectares of vast open space unfolded within his senses. Desir focuses all of his senses on just one being, and he started to arrange a spell using the draconic magic system. He had gained this in the past by inverting a dragon's magic. Rumble. The magic spell arrays appeared in the air surrounding him. Initially, the magic appeared 1 or 2 letters at a time, but within the span of a minute had rapidly increased to such a speed that the human eye could no longer keep up. The symbols and patterns filled the air to such a degree that they began to overlap in a pure black mess, as if the magic could never tolerate sharing such space with anything else. Just like those prideful dragons, this magic system simply oozed such pride and arrogance. Mankind's best anti-mage had staked his life on this magic. An unrecognizable voice came out of Desir's mouth. It was as if hundreds of people started whispering at the same time. At the same time, the spell in his head unfolded into reality. As the technique was invoked, Desir's body tensed up. Excessive mana overwhelmed him, and his mana circle was overloaded and destroyed continually while the cells in his body were burnt to ash. Just when it seemed like he would fall apart, he would be healed back to normal, allowing this cycle of never-ending pain to be continued ad nauseam. He struggled to maintain consciousness. No matter how strong his mental fortitude was, he could not maintain his sanity if he kept experiencing the pain of his whole body collapsing. Without Priscilla, he would have instantly collapsed and his life would have been extinguished. She put all the power she had into restoring Desir. Desir's body repeatedly went through cycles of destruction and recovery, each cycle taking mere seconds. But he continued to arrange the magic even as he struggled with the pain. As the spell continued to be arranged, innumerable formations continued to appear in the air, densely packed around the cane that Desir held up. Watching it all, Zod stared at Desir without even a thought about closing his gaping mouth. Desir's magic was in complete contrast to all of the learnings of the established modern magic system. What he was doing was at the level where the most a wizard could do was stare at it dumbfounded. But standing at the pinnacle of magical research, Zod Exarian was an exception. He felt like he was witness to a masterpiece beyond the level of anything achievable by a human. Zod followed Desir's magic with his peerless intellect and wisdom, and every time he gained a bit of enlightenment of what was unfolding in front of himself, his admiration of it could only increase. Beautiful. The extremes of beauty existed within the never-ending pursuit of magical efficiency by humans. Grrr! The roar shook Zod awake from his reverie. He looked at the source of the noise, Daednut. It was finally freed from its icy bondage. Daednut shrugged and spread its wings to fly up into the sky. It had long forgotten about the 3 humans on the wall, distracted by the horde of humans escaping by ship. Kia screech. Boom. As Daednut flapped its wings, hundreds of flaming rocks fell down on the city, harbor, and evacuating ships. Desir's warning was not an exaggeration. Compared to before, its attacks were bigger and definitely far more destructive. Ships that were not prepared for the falling rocks were sunk or wrecked. Smoke started to rise from the many structures and few ships that had caught fire. There was a faint scream carried by the wind. At least the number of ships not yet destroyed was much higher than those sunk thus far. Their only saving grace was that Daednut's attacks, while destructive, were not very accurate. But to Daednut, what was a consolation for humanity was actually a source of joy for itself. It was a devil that reveled in destruction and misery. After all, its giant body started turning. Grr! The Daednut, that was attempting to fly towards the ships, momentarily paused. Its eyes swiveled to gaze upon the walls of Deltaheim. Wing. Desir's magic was still being arranged. A plethora of magical arrays that one could instinctively feel the danger from at a glance. His arrangement by way of verbal technique continued. The devil's body shook after seeing this. Fear. It was a threat that even this great demon had never encountered before. Its devilish instinct was ringing, telling it that danger was imminent. Daednut roared at Desir. Kuh! An enormous power began to concentrate in its mouth. A mighty spell with the power to melt mountains and destroy an entire city began to arrange. Kaboom! Daednut's surroundings began to vibrate. The massive mana flow manifested as a physical phenomenon in of itself. And it was the same with Desir. Space was trembling. This is my limit, Desir. Priscilla squeaked out in a tiny voice. Her face was blue. Although the energy in her eyes was somewhat diminished, one could still make out her ferocious will to survive. The collapse of his body started to accelerate as a result of the restoration and resilience weakening. Crumble. But, nevertheless, El must defeat you here. Desir didn't weaken his grip on Zod's cane. As Daednut screamed and expelled its fire attack, a faint voice leaked out from the cracked lips of Desir. Earth nourishing the sun. Far away at Hebrion Academy, Professor Bridget, who was watering the pot plants in her classroom, suddenly felt something and approached the window. A warm breeze blew and tousled her well-groomed hair. Whoosh! Leaves from various plants and trees from the garden were carried by the wind. Bridget's gaze was focused on something that could not be seen in the far distance. On a mountain much closer than Hebrion Academy, but still far from Deltaheim, a man was standing on a street. From Deltaheim, he would be seen as just a dot in the distance. The man, wearing a hooded shirt, stared at the horizon of the ocean while forgetting to cover the burns on his face. The start was just a dot. A dot of ultra-high temperature plasma continued to be compressed at high pressure. A temperature of up to tens of millions of degrees and a massive pressure converging at single point that accelerated the particles caught within. The particles that were accelerated to such an extreme began to bump into each other at such velocities that they began to fuse. The mass lost in this process was released as energy in the form of heat and light. Whoa! The body of Daednut swelled up as if about to burst. The dot was swollen and was now as big as a fist. The amount of light had doubled. The brightness was so great that it could no longer be looked at with the naked human eye. Countless particles accelerated, collided, and gave off an endless amount of energy. The nearby ocean had split, pushed back by the force of the spell. Daednut's body, which was stronger than anything, was divided and split up. An enormous amount of light spilled out of the cracks on its body that had appeared. KHHH. Reactions began to take place in the rocky ocean as the intense light bursting out from the cracks covering Daednut's body hit it. The color of the deep dark ocean had changed to gold even though there was no sunlight. The water that looked like melted gold was greatly agitated by the huge amount of energy poured into it as a byproduct of the magic.
Blah.
Daednut twisted on what looked like a dazzling golden furnace. The rocks and magma that made up its body sloughed off. The ocean finally swallowed up Daednut. The only thing left was a sense of tranquility so great that it felt like the world was finally at peace. A golden sea of stars sparkled like starlight. The world was plunged back into a pitch-black darkness. Daednut was nowhere to be seen. All that could be seen was magma that encircled the entire city, devastating debris and a terrain so destroyed that it looked as if it had been inverted. These were the only remaining signs of the resurrection of a devil, a so-called disaster. The crashing sound of the sea trying to fill the void left behind, like a wound to its own body, resonated all over the world. Desir closed his eyes. He felt as if he had been thrown into an endless pit. The last thing he saw was the appearance of Zod and Priscilla approaching him. A wizard from the Hebrion Academy raises their sword against the enemy. August 5th at 2 p.m. Capital Deltaheim of Prileka Kingdom. The date when the Yellow Ocean competition was in full swing. August 5th. The outsiders carried out a terror attack in Deltaheim, the capital of the Prileka Kingdom, during the Yellow Ocean competition and while the Western Kingdom Union Conference was being held. Judging by the coordination of their movements, the attacks are speculated to have been premeditated and planned over a long period of time. The damage was severe, but the defense had the upper hand with the dispatch of the Avalon army. This seems to have been enough to put an end to the attack. But the outsiders didn't and ended up also summoning an ancient devil through artifacts that are believed to have been stolen rewards from third-level shadow worlds. This devil tried to exterminate all human life in and near Deltaheim. Sir Jane Austen, a well-renowned historian, testified that it was a mythical creature called Daednut whom we have record of appearing in ancient times. It was a desperate situation in which everyone in Deltaheim had no doubt of their own imminent death. But fortunately, this disastrous outcome was avoided. All due to a boy single-handedly stopping the devil. This boy, Desir Arman, is a first-year single ranker who is currently attending the Hebrion Academy. After reading the article, Romantica folded up the newspaper and put it to one side. There was a pile of other newspapers and the contents of their front pages were essentially all the same. The party led by Desir Arman helped refugees. Desir Arman? Who is he? A wizard from Hebrion Academy. Another Seventh Circle wizard. Technical consultant of Magic Tower. The center of the Hebrion miracle. Romantica took a deep breath before exhaling. A lot of things happened in short order after Desir slayed Daednut. First, Desir became a hero in the span of a few hours. In a way, this may be natural as Desir was from the Hebrion Empire that had a relationship like that of cats and dogs with the Western Kingdom Union. He managed to save everyone by putting his own body on the line. It would be rather strange if he garnered no attention as a result. The problem, however, was that the rest of the party members, Agest, Pram and Romantica, likewise caught the eye of the public. It was impossible to know just how many reporters mobbed the party, hoping to get some kind of scoop or soundbite. Some of the journalists even chased them into the hospital. Romantica couldn't help remembering that commotion and involuntarily shuddered. Of course, being famous was not all that bad. If it were any other time, she would have arrogantly enjoyed her meteoric rise to fame. If only everything had been as usual. She looked to her side with a somewhat subdued stare. In her gaze was the one mentioned by countless media outlets. Desir Arman. He had been unconscious for 2 weeks. You finally, till the end. Desir, who toppled Daednut, fainted on the spot, and the Western Kingdom Union took him in as an honored state guest and transported him to one of the leading hospitals of the continent. Hebrion Kingdom, a country with the most advanced medical techniques and technology. Every year Hebrion Kingdom produced excellent doctors, and they consistently made a name for themselves across the continent. It was also not too much of a stretch to say that most of the hospitals that exist on the continent were founded with the support of such doctors. Since being treated at the Royal Hospital of Hebrion, the best of them all, it was apparent just how good they were. At the time of admission, he was in a terrible state. Most of his organs were either completely destroyed or completely dysfunctional, and his mana circle was also heavily damaged. He was in such a precarious state that he could barely breathe. Fortunately, thanks to the support of the Western Kingdom Union, they were able to quickly move him to the space transfer gate that was only made available for VIPs. Their quick action managed to avoid a crisis, and he was able to swiftly receive treatment at Hebrion Royal Hospital, where the best medical staff was always on standby. The Saint Priscilla also cast her healing on Desir's body whenever she recovered a little bit of her strength, even though her own body was a mess too. However, despite such efforts, Desir's condition did not improve. His body condition appeared normal, but they couldn't figure out just what was keeping him from waking up and returning to normal. They could only assume it was a magical side effect of the spell that he had invoked. I will kill you when you wake up. Romantica grabbed her chest and pledged dolefully. While thinking back to her first encounter with him, they always had a kind of bad relationship. In retrospect, the first encounter she had with Desir began on the wrong foot entirely. At that time, Romantica was a second circle wizard and Desir was a first circle wizard. She judged everything too superficially and ended up looking down on him. She actually didn't know anything about him. Of course, anyone in her position would have done the same. However, Desir beat her with his limited ability. He should have shown some kind of arrogance from defeating the person who had openly despised and derided him, but he didn't. You just blackmailed me. Of course, it wasn't because he looked down on her. After the entrance test, Romantica was blackmailed by Desir and ended up entering the party that he created. Until then, he was a man whom she really didn't like anything about. With his ability to properly react to every situation, his strangely well-informed understanding of her, and even his eloquent manner of speaking, she ended up not able to beat him. However, despite such complaints, Romantica did not leave his party that she was forced into, mainly because she was so concerned about the anxiety and consideration he showed to her. I just don't know anymore. She would never know. But the only thing Romantica knew for sure about him was that he was always sincere. Desir did his best for Romantica. Come to think of it, it had been like that since the entrance exam. He took it upon himself to teach her, no matter the occasion, even during the hyper-competitive tests of the academy. You're such a fool. She ended up rejecting the offer to join the Blue Moon Party, and she remained in Desir's. She did her best and became a single ranker. She learnt a lot and experienced a lot. She knew that Desir was constantly covering for her and helping her to address her shortfalls. She knew he always tried his best for her. She knew that she relied on him. Romantica started to feel a new kind of feeling well up inside herself. Whenever she thought about him, she caught herself doing so and tried to think about something else. And her eyes found their way back to Desir. Zzzzzzz. The sound of regular breathing. There was still no sign of him waking up. Elle just cannot understand you. Looking at Desir, Romantica spoke aloud to no one in particular. It was a lie. She knew that she somewhat understood his intentions. He tried to save the people, the group, and her at the expense of his own health. No, this is not right. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. Why does it need to be like this? Her voice cracked as she covered her face with her hands. She didn't want him to see her crying. She felt so miserable. Why don't you think about the feelings of the people supporting you? Why don't you think of my feelings? Silence. There was no one there to answer that question. Romantica remembered the promise that she made with Desir by the Golden Sea. If he told her to run away, she would run away. And she had kept her promise. Because she knew him that well, she kept the promise. That's because she understood that he didn't want her to die. Did you think I'd be happy because you did that? You have the wrong idea. Because as much as you think about me, I think about you. I don't want you to die. The tone of her voice rose. She felt a surge of emotion from venting her anger. It was anger, but it was not aimed at Desir, but instead at herself. Romantica knew that Desir had taken this action because she was not strong enough to be with him. She could only think about how she was just too pathetic for him, not even able to be just a bit useful to him. I'll train harder, Romantica pledged. I won't even criticize you. I'll do whatever you say. If you say to die, then I will die. Romantica bowed her head, almost as if she was collapsing. I will try hard and be a colleague who is not ashamed to be seen with you. I'll be your strength. So. Tears dripped down onto the sheets. So don't do this again. Romantica's whimper filled the quiet room. Feeling a sense of warmth from her hair, Romantica raised her head. Through her tears, she saw Desir staring at her. I promise, Romantica. He brushed Romantica's hair out of the way in a gentle fashion. He silently continued doing so until she stopped crying. September 27th. The clock had just struck noon. Less than a minute after Romantica informed Pram and Agest, by their communication bracelet, that Desir had woken up, a commotion sounded in the hallway and the door violently burst open. I'm so glad you've woken up. Pram ran up and jumped onto the bed to hug Desir tightly. He buried his face in Desir's chest and would not let go. He was like a puppy that saw its injured owner. He seemed to be quite worried. Desir gently stroked Pram's back in an attempt to calm him. Again the door opened and a calm voice emanated. You've done more than I thought possible, Desir. It was Agest. Suddenly, Pram and Romantica stared at Agest in unison. It was because she sympathized with Desir's actions that she ended up helping him trick Romantica and Pram. That's why Desir had to desperately defend Agest by saying that she was innocent and only helped at his request. The furor continued for quite a while, but eventually, they came to terms with it and could understand why Desir did what he did. They could only nod and accept it, after making their displeasure known. Are you all right? You're crying. I'm fine. Well, it was Pram after all who exhausted himself taking care of Desir all night long. Romantica! I told you not to mention that. Noisy. It was a pleasant atmosphere. It was in this atmosphere that they could have a pleasant conversation. Desir had just woken up, so he was content enjoying this moment. I'm sorry for interrupting this happy reunion. It was Zod, the master of Magic Tower. He was in formal attire. I've got something to discuss with Desir. Could you excuse us for a moment?
QC. Dr. Locke, 3.
After a jest, Pram and Romantica left. Only Zod and Desir remained in the room. The only seven-circle wizard in the continent and master of the Magic Tower. It was obvious that what he went through to reach such a position was unimaginable to normal people. As a result, he was always unflappable. No matter what kind of a situation he found himself in, he would always appear calm without a hint of tension. But Zod, the master of the Magic Tower, currently looked very nervous. The room was completely quiet. Clap. As soon as Zod clapped, the faint noise from the activity in the hallway could no longer be heard. Desir immediately grasped the fact that he had invoked a silence spell. Zod, who invoked the second circle magic without arranging and formulating it, pulled a chair closer and sat down on it. His eyes never left Desir. They made eye contact. The intensity of their gazes were such that it felt as if they were peering into each other's souls. After a long silence, it was Zod who first opened his mouth. So, I take it that you haven't told them yet? Desir nodded silently. So you knew all along after all, Zod. I didn't want to spoil the mood earlier. I thought it would be better to tell the others after I've had a chance to confirm the state of my body. Recovery is going to be impossible. Zod's tone was assertive, as if he was declaring a certainty. As judged by the best doctors and Priscilla, it's impossible to restore your left eye with modern technology. There was no sight in Desir's left eye. It was completely blinded. Mentally, it felt like something vital was missing. Is this an artificial eye? Desir touched his left eye. There was clearly something there. If the eye socket was empty, then his party would have instantly figured it out. It's not artificial. The organ itself is not physically damaged. Desir got out of the bed and walked over to the mirror. At first glance, nothing seemed to be wrong. But on closer inspection, he could see that his left eye was out of focus. When he spread his right palm and covered his right eye, he couldn't see anything. Zod continued to speak while observing Desir. The treatment was perfect, but your vision could not be restored. The doctors did their best to figure out the cause, but in the end, they couldn't. Desir uncovered and slowly opened his right eye. The headache that threatened to split his head had returned. He still felt the pain from his entire body being broken, as if it was being torn apart. Proverb: a draconic magic. Desir could grasp it through fully inverting it in the shadow labyrinth, but casting the spell was a different story. He now had first-hand experience on what it actually entailed. Draconic magic was obviously more powerful than any man-made magic, but it was never a magic that humans could use. There was a cost to using a power greater than one could control. It's an unforgiving price. Those who didn't know what Desir used was draconic magic would not even be able to fathom what condition it left him in. Desir knew with his intuition that this was the price of entering the dragon's realm of magic. He had used power well beyond the realm of what humans could wield and then paid the price for it. But Desir sighed out of relief. Is it just this much? He thought it was a rather cheap price to pay. It would be enough if only one eye could save everyone's life. If so, he was satisfied. He had absolutely no regret. He believed this from the bottom of his heart. Rather, the problem now was, Zod looked at him with a grave expression. From his attitude, it was clear that he had something else to say. Seeing Desir's expression as if he could read him as clearly as an open book, Zod slowly opened his clenched jaw. Desir, I have something that I need to check with you. As Desir expected, his visit had another purpose. This was the true start of the conversation he had come for. What should I start with first? Perhaps because the long battle had consumed excessive power, Zod seemed much older than before. You can never be said to be responsible for the happenings at the Magic Tower. You warned us about the imminent threat of the outsiders and even helped us repel them. Ultimately, you protected the second-class magic stone. But to be honest, I suspected that you were an outsider at that time. The circumstances appeared to match up so well in hindsight. You said that you knew by espionage, but that's pretty unreliable. Rather, it was much more credible to judge you as an outsider that planned to earn my trust. As a result, I didn't want to get involved with you and offered to pay money to quickly finish it. Desir remembered the proposal of Prelude, the wizard from the O'Reilly branch. Apparently, it was Zod's order. But you! I suggested chess instead of money. Zod recalled that unexpected situation, and his expression looked brighter for a brief moment. Yes, chess. That was really unexpected. There was no room for me to refuse it. My curiosity was not to be suppressed by reason. It was strange that you decided to pick chess instead of money. The excitement in his tone gradually subsided, and soon became sharp like a knife. In that tone, Desir could figure out what Zod was trying to get at. Zod is interrogating me. Now Zod was stepping towards checkmate through skillful manipulation of his chess pieces. You beat me and you made a deal with me. Aside from the stupid smokescreen proposals, such as sponsorship, what caught my attention was the technology you presented. The technology you proposed was several generations ahead. When it comes to magic, I'm confident that I won't lose to anyone. It was time to pretend. There was no reason to appear shaken. Well, you weren't such a good wizard until you entered Hebrion Academy. Desir's act immediately crumbled. He was truly shaken. How could such a normal person before entering Hebrion Academy acquire the ability to invert spells? How could you know about the plans of the outsiders? How could you acquire and understand advanced technology that could only appear many generations from now? No matter how much I investigated it, my questions about you have not been solved. You did quite the background check. He thought Zod was suspicious, but he didn't think he would investigate his past this thoroughly. Zod justified himself as Desir visibly showed just how betrayed he felt. Don't look at it like that. As a master of the magic tower, I did what I had to do. I must remove anything that might endanger the magic tower. There was no change to Zod's expression, but Desir felt the atmosphere subtly change into something that can only be felt on the battlefield. The mana inside the room was moving. In other words, Zod was preparing to invoke magic before Desir could invert it. Zod recognized that Desir would notice the threat. This is a warning, Zod continued. You know, I hypothesized the following. The real student, Desir Arman, is actually dead and now an outsider is impersonating him. If so, Professor Bridget, who recommended you to come to Hebrion, I guess that I don't need to say any more. Desir was able to immediately understand what Zod meant. Zod was heading straight for an incorrect conclusion to explain this unusual situation. Here, I will ask the question point blank. Who are you? Desir was seriously conflicted. It was impossible to make a lame excuse to Zod. But no explanation would be able to convince him. There was no hole to hide in that would allow him to escape this question. If I don't explain myself here, I will be designated as an outsider. Not only that, the same would be said about Professor Bridget. Desir's only recourse was to tell Zod the truth. It's a story that Desir had never shared with anyone. Returning to the past. It was a fact that no one would ever guess this unless Desir told them directly. Desir agonized. Shall I tell you? That I came from the future. Do I have to share everything from the Shadow Labyrinth to the present? I shouldn't share this. Desir hadn't told anyone about what had happened to him. It was because of his concern over the unintended consequences and how the untold number of changed variables would ultimately affect the end result. Variables should be left unchanged as much as possible. For him, knowing the future was the most powerful weapon of all. If the future changed due to changes in these variables, he would lose the most powerful weapon he possessed. It was something that he should not allow at all costs. The variables already changed were enough to make Desir sick with worry, and he wanted to refrain from changing them any further. I can tell you someday, but not now. Soon afterward, Desir shook his head. Zod replied with a grave tone. You can't answer.
I'm sorry.
In the end, Desir decided not to speak. He carefully looked up at Zod to gauge his reaction. Zod was strangely composed. When Zod reacted differently than expected, Desir queried him. Are you not going to question me further? I would have if it were 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. It was precisely before the awakening of Daednut. But what is the point of doubting you now? You tried to save a lot of people by sacrificing yourself, and in the end you managed to prevail over such adversity. There are no dumb outsiders at your level of skill. Zod smiled. My intuition tells me to trust you, and when I gave you all of my power, I decided to believe this groundless intuition. His intuition as a wise man was telling him that Desir was very reliable. He would never know the circumstances surrounding Desir, but he could see his heart. He wanted to save people at his own expense. It was a fact that no one could deny. Desir was left embarrassed with Zod's sudden confession. This was a side of Zod that Desir had not seen in his previous life, even after accompanying him for many years. Desir only saw Zod acting as the master of the magic tower, cold and calculative in all circumstances, and as the seventh circle wizard with an insatiable curiosity in finding the truth of all things. If he was planning to give up this easily, what was the purpose of the conversation thus far? After considering it for another second, Desir voiced his doubts. If this is true, Everything you have told me so far. I was just testing you. I wouldn't care whether or not you tell me. All of his threats to Desir had been an act. Desir was perfectly deceived by his skillful acting. Desir responded in a heavy voice. Mr. Zod. Haha.
I'm sorry.
But I give you my word. I won't ask about your identity anymore. Everyone has their own secrets that they can't share with anybody. I also have a bunch of secrets that I don't want anybody to know. In Zod's own words, Desir imitated his tone and solemn posture. I'm sorry that I couldn't tell you my identity, but I give you my word. If the day comes, I will tell you everything. Ha ha ha. The two faced each other and laughed. I hope that day is not too far away. Zod's smile was amazingly warm. It was like the smile of a grandfather looking at his grandson. Is that all you wanted to say? No, there is one more thing. It's about the outsiders. Desir instantly recalled what happened around this time in his future. It had all unfolded in a rush. The Great Conference of the West Kingdom Union. The outsiders carried out a terrorist attack on the conference and they managed to summon a devil, Daednut. Up until that point, they had only been a trivial faction that committed minor misdeeds, but it was at this point that they became active in earnest. Those who tried to overturn the status quo and spread chaos were clearly a destabilizing force. In particular, the Crow Mask that led this movement was especially dangerous. Through these events, I can see that the outsiders' power is considerable. They have been successful at concealing their power up until now. Above all, the Crow Mask that was leading them. A six-circle wizard, of which there are few on this continent who used space magic, a six-circle spell. He was powerful enough to interrupt Zod's use of space magic. Desir could not understand how such a person could manage to hide his identity without even a hint at what their real name was. The Revolutionaries. The Crow Mask was a remnant of the Revolutionary Army. In the future, Desir was told that the remnants of the Revolutionary Army that survived during the Civil War of the Hebrion Empire became the outsiders, but he never thought that he would encounter them this way. They commit indiscriminate acts of terrorism with absurd justifications. A group with that kind of motivation was even more dangerous than a regular criminal syndicate. Those who move based on faith are scary. It was because they believed their actions were right that they could justify any and all actions. They even slaughtered citizens while saying that they resurrected Daednut to sacrifice the few for the sake of the many. I can't tolerate this. The only thing that can be said about them is that they are completely crazy. The main purpose behind one's actions cannot be described in just a few words. What they enacted was not a revolution, but an obvious massacre. And they must have recognized me as an enemy by now. Desir felt that he would inevitably meet them again someday. With a lighter tone than before, Zod broke Desir's ruminations. Nothing to worry about. There have been some positive changes as a result of this. Oh yeah? What do you mean? Zod picked up one of the newspapers at the bedside and handed it over to Desir. Wizard from Hebrion Academy raises a sword against the enemy. The mood is now different in comparison to the time before the Great Council. Not only the citizens of the Western Kingdom but also the kings of the nations realized the seriousness of the outsiders. And thanks to you, the impression of the Hebrion Empire was dramatically improved. Desir smiled. Is that so? I'm very glad. If the talks goes well, the front lines between the Hebrion Empire and Western Kingdom may be united. I hope that happens. Zod stood up. I'm all done now. I'm going to let you go. Take care. Thank you, Tower Master. As soon as he opened the door, the silence magic disappeared. The long and tiring conversation had finally come to an end. Desir lay down on his fluffy pillow to digest the contents of that heavy conversation. Improvement of the relationship between the Western Kingdom and Hebrion Empire. It was a relief during a time of misery. Desir fell into deep thought. But they are not the true enemy that we need to be concerned with. Despite the emergence of the outsiders as a threat, the ultimate enemy remained unchanged. The Shadow Labyrinth. The worst disaster that was fated to appear in the future. Desir had yet to talk about the real enemy. This was because he had determined that there was no reason to spend the effort convincing the others without explaining how he was a returner. Trying to explain how he knew this would only cause confusion. It's time to calmly start preparing. He would gather up his party and train them further to increase their power. Of course, he couldn't forget to train himself. His own power would be a decisive factor in this coming disaster. Putting this plan into action would allow Desir to reach the end goal, step by step. With this plan, Desir felt he could overcome any danger. In a secluded village in the Preleka kingdom, someone traveling to the capital would encounter this village on their journey. This town was frequented by tourists and merchants who stopped to take a break from their travels. There was nothing to write home about this village, and it was not very big, but it at least was known for its one specialty: dark beer. There was only one tavern in this village, but the taste of dark beer was well renowned in the nearby towns. The taste was good enough that people from nearby villages would even stop by specifically for this beer.
Hey, Hans.
Did you hear the news? It was a very hot evening. Heat intensely radiated up from the ground, and the air was especially muggy. The villagers dealt with the heat by rushing to the pub and drinking the cold dark beer. It was on this day that the pub was a bit noisier than usual. It wasn't just because of a few rowdy foreigners. Some news from the capital had arrived and turned the village upside down. They gathered at the tavern and shared their merriment at the good tidings. What happened? Hans, who ran a mill in the neighborhood, looked at his friend in a way that showed he didn't know what he was talking about. His friend pounded his chest in sheer frustration at someone being this much out of the loop. Oh, this guy. Haven't you even read the newspaper? Just what have you been doing? You know how my work has been recently. Were you sick? Well, you shut down your mill for a few days. That outsider gang, the outsiders, they broke into the capital. The friend brought his hand to his ear, as if to tell Hans to listen carefully to his surroundings. When Hans stopped talking, he could hear the conversations of the people around him. The outsiders have invaded the capital. The Hebrion boy. Hero. Everyone in the tavern was talking about this one person. This could be expected, though. It was an event of such significance that it would inevitably be recorded in the history books. Rumors of what had occurred were already spread across the continent. Hans was still listening to what his friend was telling him. When the friend's story concluded, he was left absolutely amazed. The boy defeated the outsiders. Everyone spoke up after listening to him, adding a word or two of praise for the hero or disdain at the outsiders. Well done. Damn. They are so annoying. I've heard that the amount of damage that they've caused so far to the magic tower is astronomical. I've heard they stole technology? We paid them back in full this time. Then he nodded. So this is why fewer traders had passed through the town recently. It's because the capital has collapsed and is not a place to do business right now. In addition, more and more trains are being used in recent years. There are going to be fewer foreign visitors to the village in the coming years. Hans listened to the story and grabbed a cold beer. The beer had a nice texture. Excitedly, his face turned red. The dark beer produced here was also famous for its high alcohol content. From drinking a single glass, no matter how strong the person was, they would definitely get drunk. Hans's gaze that swept throughout the tavern ended up catching on a particular person. Who's that guy? He pointed at someone in the corner. In that particular corner of the tavern, there was someone sipping beer. He wore a hood, and the shadows it left were so dark that it was almost impossible to. He was sitting alone and drinking. Perhaps because of the bleak atmosphere he gave off, no one had tried to get close to him. He looked unpleasant. Hans's friend lowered his voice. He's a stranger who's been staying here for a few days. No one has seen his face. Because of the incident in the capital, the merchants who used to visit hadn't come recently. Not to mention the tourists and other travelers. It was therefore not weird for the villagers to look at him with suspicion while reluctantly welcoming him into the village. A friend whispered into Hans's ear. Actually, someone has reported him as a potential outsider. We should get a response by tomorrow. Ha! You're saying he's an outsider? Keep your voice down. A friend pushed Hans's head down while furtively monitoring the hooded man's movement for any change. However, he was still sipping beer as calmly as ever. Hans admonished his friend for being so pathetic. Do you think an outsider is silly enough to drink beer in a public tavern like this? It isn't bad to be vigilant. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to give that stupid foreigner a real taste of our town. Hans shook off his friend's hand and asked the owner for 2 glasses of dark beer. It was the first foreigner to visit in a long time. He seemed like a wanderer, but he appeared to be interested in some of the conversations in the tavern. Hey dude, can I join you? It was a polite question, but it didn't require an answer. Hans sat down without waiting for such an answer. He then pushed away the beer that the hooded man was drinking and replaced it with his dark beer. It's on me. Get rid of that pale, smelly beer. This is the good stuff. At that moment, the quiet man's mouth opened. Go. What? Take your friend and leave within 30 seconds.
Hans was embarrassed.
He had done this foreigner a favor, and in return he received a deportation order as compensation. You are a rude man. Where are you from? From the north? Oh, I see. You're from. Too late. Bang. Suddenly, Hans looked over his shoulder at the source of the noise. There were 2 people striding through the wide-open door. An insidious voice echoed in the tavern. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my show. The man who had spoken was rather tall and wore a nice suit. But unusually, he had a funny Pierrot mask on his face. However, in contrast to the ridiculous mask, the people in the bar had goosebumps on their arms for some reason. There was a leash dangling from his hand, and it was connected to the neck of the middle-aged man who came in together with him. I, Pierrot, will be running this show. Nice to meet you. The gorgeous clothes of the middle-aged man were dusty and torn. His obviously once muscular body was now wrecked from torture, like a tattered piece of cloth. His dignified appearance was gone, now replaced with uncontrollable trembling and a look stricken with terror. Hans recognized the face of the middle-aged man and inadvertently revealed his shock. And let me introduce my assistant, Great Kingdom of Steel, King of Divide. Your Majesty Kalora HSF Waldersh. Nobody responded. No one dared to meddle in the unfolding situation. Silence. Everyone was frozen in horror and could say nothing. The sound of flies buzzing in the air seemed louder than thunder. With a gesture that he was playing, Pierrot Mask unsummoned the bondage that tied the king's hands and took off the eye patch that covered his eyes. The eyes of the King of Divide were finally revealed. They were filled with tears. Hey, what are you doing now? Someone woke up, but he didn't have enough time to finish his sentence. Something sparkled in Pierrot Mask's hand before blowing past the neck of the unruly onlooker. Blood gathered in a line in the air. The wire was too thin to easily identify with the human eye. No one saw it as it was flying. It was an overwhelming action. Hiccup! Nobody dared to scream. It was because Pierrot Mask looked around, non-verbally communicating a threat that the same would happen to anyone else that made a sound. Okay, everyone, take up a weapon. Anything that can hurt others is fine. Knife chair, a good choice. But don't even think about moving. Rustle. People were busy finding a suitable weapon. In short order, everyone present was holding something that could be used as a weapon. Even Hans had something. He spilled the beer out of the mug and broke the glass, making a sharp piece that he could use like a knife. Hans glanced at the man wearing the hood, but he was still sitting. The Pierrot Mask acted as if he was not there and continued directing his show. Well, maybe you all know each other here due to being from the same village. But tragically, only one person can leave here alive. My assistant here is going to participate in this competition as well. The King of Divide grabbed the dagger and walked out. There was no pride in his eyes at all. Instead, they were filled with the desire to live. Everyone was eyeing each other. Starting is always hard. Good. The first person to kill will be the exception. I will send them out first. Hans tightened his grip on the glass shard. How can this man be subdued? If he pretended to fight moderately and then suddenly poked a non-fatal place with his shard, he wouldn't be able to stop the quick attack from the wire. Hans's friend approached Hans with a bottle opener in hand. Friends, calm down. You heard him too. Hans put down his weapon first and once more eagerly said to his friend, "Put down the weapon. I want to live, Hans." He rushed towards Hans. Blood splattered and screams broke out everywhere. Pierrot Mask exploded into a fit of laughter while watching the tavern suddenly turn into the site of a battle royale. The bar was quiet. No one was alive. It was so terrible to see. "This is a bad habit of yours." "You think so?" The Pierrot Mask sat next to the now unhooded Crow Mask. "I wondered if you were planning to stop me or not." Crow Mask answered, "I'm not going to get caught up in your pace." With his answer, Pierrot Mask opened his eyes for a brief moment before laughing in satisfaction. "You sure have changed. Is that a complaint?" "No, I like it. Really. It is clear that you are no different from us." Crow Mask no longer denied what he said. Was it because it was too much of a bother to refute it, or did he finally acknowledge it in his heart? He switched topic without responding to Pierrot Mask. "Get to the point. I failed to kill all of the kings who attended the conference, but I do have some profit from the attempt. The capital of the Preleka kingdom has lost its function and is badly affected economically. I also succeeded in catching one of the kings of the Western Kingdom Union." He pointed at a dead body. "The king of Divide, Kalora Hsf Waldersh. He struggled with a dagger to survive. He slaughtered people and did his best to take their lives. Eventually it was all futile. In the midst of so many mishaps his face is perfectly preserved. You can't imagine how easily things were though, thanks to him moving separately from the rest. King Divide separated from the kings of the Western Kingdom Union. That was the biggest reason for him becoming a target. He was overconfident in his power." Pierrot Mask prodded his body with his toe and smiled. "It could be fun to do things with it." Crow Mask didn't like the man in front of him. This man's behavior was always dirty and disgusting. "So, I heard Dade Newt was resurrected. It was destroyed." Pierrot Mask tilted his head. "What? How was it killed? It should have destroyed at least one kingdom. There was a powerful wizard." "Zod." "No, a more dangerous wizard. Are you sure that the kid in the article killed the demon? The kid who can't even arrange fourth circle magic. Least to say seventh circle magic." Pierrot Mask had the same level of contempt that Crow Mask had upon first meeting Desir. His magic ability has already surpassed Zod. And at a young age he is good at fighting too. He's not an easy man to be trifled with. He also used a spell that I couldn't understand. With a single magic, he killed Dade Newt that even Zod had a hard time with. The power he used was above the seventh circle. They would never understand how to arrange magic at such a level. But what was clear was that he was the enemy of Crow Mask, so you dealt with him directly. What was your impression? Pierrot Mask seemed to be very interested in hearing this information. Overall, it's clear that he is below me. But in the use of spells, there are few people in the world that can achieve as much as him. The absence of higher-tiered spells that I initially thought was a major weakness ended up being a triviality to him. Crow Mask continued. He is the highest risk factor, more so than Zod. He will be a big stumbling block in future plans. I hope we get rid of him quickly. I'm very impressed. Stronger than Zod. Do not think he will be easy. Don't worry about it. Pierrot Mask drank the beer in front of him. We're going to move even more destructively to imprint fear of us on everyone. It will be incomparable to what we have done so far. And at the same time, the gaze of Pierrot Mask turned back towards the King of Divide. We are going to dig deeper and more secretly into the heart of the enemy to destroy them from the inside. The temperature in the air had been steamy hot, but as soon as October arrived it immediately cooled down, catching everyone unaware. In the garden of Hebrion Academy, the flowers and plants bloomed in such vivid shades of red and green that one could easily mistake these plants as being painted. With the conclusion of summer break, it was naturally time for the fall semester to start. It's second semester already. Time sure flies. With the commencement of the semester, all of the students who had left for the break had now returned. As a result, the mood in Hebrion Academy was one of youthful excitement. No matter where you went in the campus, there were students walking in groups of 3 or 4. Amongst one such group, there was one boy with dark hair that stood out amidst his peers. He was wearing a clothesline that showed his status as a single ranker. Naturally, it was Desir Arman. He had returned to school for the new semester and felt all of the attention directed at him from the crowd. Students whispered as he walked by. Some snarled at him while others simply gossiped about him. It was so much attention. Too much, really. Of course, not all of the attention was positive. However, it clearly proved that Desir was now really famous. Some students would even come up and ask for his autograph. This unbridled curiosity continued until the opening ceremony was over. It was evening by the time the assembly concluded. At Hebrion Academy, whenever there was an event like this, all of the students gathered at the main hall and had dinner together. Desir could only see with one eye, and due to that fact, he could no longer gauge the distance to objects in front of him very well. He was currently walking down a flight of stairs, heavily relying on the rail. Before making it very far, he ended up losing his balance. He almost fell, but at that time, someone happened to be nearby to offer their assistance. "Be careful, Desir." It was Pram Schneider. He looked up at Desir and smiled at him. "Thanks, Pram. I'll help you walk." Desir felt he didn't need such help. Pram approached him, but he politely refused. "No thanks. You might fall." Pram wasn't one to easily give up on such things. "If you fall and get hurt while I stand right next to you, I'd be living in a nightmare of a guilt trip from not being able to save you. Relax. Relax, Pram." Desir hurried to comfort Pram before he could become depressed and out of sorts. "Then, does that mean I can help you?" "Fine. Then if you would, please, Pram." "Excuse me." Desir realized that Pram had tricked him as he saw Pram with a smile so radiant it was as if he had never been sad. However, it was already too late. Pram linked arms with Desir. "Now you can lean on me." Pram was a thin person, but he was a very steady support for Desir. He also constantly checked on Desir's well-being and comfort. Pram already knew about Desir's condition. After Zod left, Desir explained his condition to the party. After walking down the stairs and outing both feet back onto flat ground, Desir turned to Pram. "Thank you." "No problem. Allow me to assist you when you walk back up." They hurried over to the banquet hall. For dinner there was corn salad, rye bread, and vegetable sandwiches. This was unusual as they were all used to eating from the luxurious menu on normal school days. Of course, this caused some complaints from students and quite a few of them immediately left the hall. Desir and Pram didn't care. They nonchalantly picked up some salad and rye bread before moving on. "You're here." Desir and Pram found Romantica and a jest were already settled, so they sat down next to them. After a short exchange of greetings, they started eating. Romantica wasn't happy about the food here either and muttered, "I don't know why I need to put this low-quality food in my mouth. Is this the result of some kind of conspiracy? Nonsense." This was the highest educational institution of the Hebrion Empire. The empire's very own noble heirs attended this school. It would not have been possible for corruption of that magnitude to occur here. To be honest, this is probably not the result of a reduction in quality, but more about a change in diet. Meat was thoroughly excluded from this new diet. Romantica shook her head. "There must be something else at play. Is today somehow special? I don't think it is anything to do with the first day of the semester. It was then. All of you are here." It was Ladoria Dorice. She is a sophomore single ranker, making her one of the best of the best. She seemed rather excited. She took out a pen and paper from her inner pocket and headed over to Desir. "A friend of mine is a big fan of you. Can I get an autograph? I mean, from all of you." All of them were surprised. They looked at each other and soon nodded in agreement. Of course. It wasn't a big deal, so they easily accepted her request. As she waited for all of the autographs, Ladoria's gaze settled on Romantica's plate that had so much leftover food. "You didn't like it, did you?" "Ah, yeah. This isn't really." Ladoria nodded her head as if she understood what Romantica attempted to explain. "Actually, My friends were not satisfied with today's banquet either. But then again, what can we do? They said it was done in remembrance of people who had died from Western Kingdom Union terrorist attack. Desir and his party finally understood why the menu was the way it was. Don't worry about it. The menu will return to normal after a while. Alright guys, keep up the good work. I'll always cheer for you. Ladoria left on those words. Pram couldn't believe what he had heard. Ladoria, from the Red Dragon Party, asked for our autographs. The Ladoria. Wow. Now I'm sure that we really are famous. Romantica said delightfully in delight. They were all beta students before this summer break had started. It was true that they feel some kind of pressure from the other students, but nobody really expressed that feeling that they sensed. Well, there are a few annoying disadvantages though. Agest wasn't really happy with their newfound reputation. Unlike Romantica, she didn't like to be in the center of attention. I see it as a good thing. This is a chance to advertise our party. Becoming famous meant that you can spread your name to the world. Desir had decided to use this fame. Desir established a party for the talented people who couldn't utilize their full potential in the future. There were no requirements to enter this party. Even if they didn't have any discernible skill, Desir still wanted to help them if they had a strong will. Romantica added on to this. It will be a good advertisement. But the important fact is that nobody wanted to join our party. I know. But so far, there was nobody that took up their offer with the exception of Agest. Honestly, it was puzzling. It's so strange. Let's say they didn't know about us before. However, now that we are pretty famous, I can't understand why there is still no one. No one applying to join us. Well, don't you think it's about the rumor of our tough Spartan training regime? Maybe it is. Yes, Desir's training method was definitely harsh. As trainees, they might hate it. Even Romantica had complained about the heavy training in the beginning. She always complained and never seemed happy about it. However, as hard as his training was, it produced results and everyone didn't complain since they knew it as well. Desir's training really works. I feel like a totally different person in comparison to the beginning of the semester. Pram insisted strongly. Agest, who had been silently listening, added her piece too. The training that Instated highlighted and helped the areas that we needed to improve. It was more effective than what any professor could do for us. Desir smiled. Really? I'm going to prepare the training for tonight. All of you should come prepared. Yes, sir. Got it. There was only one person who remained silent. Desir stared at her. Romantica. Okay, I got it. Romantica has been diligently participating Desir's training lately. There had been several occasions in the past where she skipped out on them, but since the incident, Romantica's attitude had changed completely. She faithfully undertook the training offered by Desir. While they were chatting about these things, all of a sudden, there was a loud noise. A woman stepped up on the stage in front of the hall. She appeared to be somewhat familiar. She was Professor Bridget, the one who had taught them study of magic. She wiped off the sweat on her face twice, then turned on the magic microphone. Her voice echoed deeply in the hall. It is great to see you again, Hebrion students. I am Professor Bridget, the study of magic teacher. I want to explain some of the changes we will be implementing this semester that couldn't be explained at the opening ceremony. Immediately, the entire hall was silent. I assume that you all have heard what happened in the Western Kingdom Union. The outsiders invaded and caused serious damage to the Western Kingdom Union. Therefore we, Hebrion Academy, have decided to take measures and prepare against such a serious threat. As a result, a patrol squad of graduates now reside at Hebrion Academy, and some security regulations will now be enforced to keep you all safe. Security regulations. These are the measures regarding external activities. In order to leave the Hebrion Academy grounds, you will now need to get approval from your grade professors. Your grade professors must be informed of where your party will be going. Also, in order to enter the dormitory after 10 p.m., you will now need to submit a reasonable excuse for the late entrance. Romantica sighed. She left Hebrion Academy pretty often and thought it was going to be an extra hassle for her. Professor Brigette continued listing the additional regulations. We will now also start imposing a curfew from 6 p.m. We encourage all students to follow the instructions from all members of the faculty. I have personally increased the security magic around our school. If you are not higher than 5th circle, don't even think about sneaking out. She continued on for a couple more minutes after this. To summarize it all, school life was about to get a lot more strict and tiring. After finishing her words, Professor Bridget announced that all of the information regarding the new regulations would be sent to the communication pads. She then left the stage. The hall soon returned to a normal level of noise again, as students discussed the implications of these regulations. Oh my! So she is saying that we have nowhere but here to go. I can't even date. I need to shop for chips and snacks. Many students, including Romantica, were not happy about this, but Desir thought differently. Think about what would happen if the Western Kingdom Union tragedy was repeated here. It'd be horrible. Romantica involuntarily recalled what happened and ceased complaining. Yeah, you're right. I can't imagine the result of them unleashing such havoc here. She ripped a piece off of the rye bread in her hand and shoved it into her mouth, as if trying to block that thought. After dinner, they headed over to their party office. Desir picked up the schedule from his desk and distributed it to the party members. Everyone read through the schedule that would dictate whether their semester would be heaven or hell. Their schedules seemed to differ a lot from the first semester. Pram was carefully looking at his schedule, and his lips ended up forming a smile. We have 3 courses together, Desir. Pram shouted out in delight. Desir was a magician. Pram was a swordsman. As they had different foundational curriculum to follow, they barely had a chance to share the same class. Starting this second semester, they had a couple of mandatory common classes. As a result, Desir and Pram would be taking quite a few classes together. Romantica narrowed her eyes as she checked out her schedule. Look at this. The previous sparring class professor is sick, and they hired a new professor for the class. Their name is Tistakia. It doesn't sound like he is from Hebrion. What do you think? You can tell when you hear his accent. I don't care who that is, but I just hope he's better than the magic engineering professor. The professor of the magic engineer class was Pugman. The next day, the full schedule of Hebrion Academy academic curriculum began. Botany class lecture. The professor of botany for the alpha class was Professor Catweek. She was in her mid-50s. Her voice was slow and calm. Her lecture was mainly theoretical. Romantica was already bored while sitting in this lecture. Perhaps she's going to focus on Mandragondra. I don't even know why we need to know that Mandragondra's scream is closely related to abdominal pain and all of that. Harumphed Romantica. There will be times when you need to act based on all of your knowledge. Desir responded. History class lecture. The professor of this class was a young man, Professor Kevin. He has had a very sharp nose and wore rectangular glasses with sharp angles on their edges. He always assigned a tremendous amount of homework to his students as he felt that history class was the most important class of all. Professor Kevin thinks that we only have history class in this school. Romantica criticized as she dumped the history textbook in her locker. So far, there was no class that she really liked and felt positive about. Plus, we have rune class next. I don't know how I will be able to fix myself to a seat for those long dragging hours. Romantica sighed deeply, as if trying to sink into the ground. Professor Banquick had the longest lecture of them all. Surprisingly though, the lecture wasn't boring at all. It was fantastic. Professor Banquick was an old man in his 60s with thick glasses. His lecture today ended 10 minutes earlier than it was supposed to. Students screamed, bursting out into the hallway when they found out the lecture was over. I can't believe that he ended his lecture early. Why do you think he did that? Maybe he had something to celebrate? They tried to guess how this miracle occurred. I think it's you, Desir, a jest pointed out. Me? Yeah, it's because that professor is also a commoner like you. A strange voice jumped into the conversation. It was a tall boy with dark eyebrows. He was wearing a blue coat that represented the Blue Moon Party. Grade 1, single ranker top 3. Danetta Hadoon. His tone was pretty haughty. Commoners have a barbaric misconception that they will be successful if others of their kind are successful. They are like parasites living off of each other. Don't you think so? A frown crept onto Romantica's face. Just as she was about to say something, Desir turned his head away. Not worth it. Ignore him. What just happened was going to be nothing in comparison with what was in store for them in magic engineering class. As soon as Desir and his friends entered the lecture room, all of the attention spotted fell onto them. It was anything but warm, welcoming attention. Most of the students in this lecture were Blue Moon Grade 1 and 2 single rankers who were outright hostile to Desir and his party members. After Jess changed party from Blue Moon to Desir's, they were more sensitive and harsh towards Desir's party. The director of Blue Moon Party was Professor Pugman. He hated commoners. He disliked Desir in particular since, during the promotion period, he involved himself in the problem of the transfer of a jest from Blue Moon to Desir's party. He had even managed to somehow become meaner than he was in the last semester. One day, during a practical lesson on building a first circle magic sequence using a Class 6 magic stone, Desir submitted a complete sequence before everybody else. However, he got a minus mark on his grade. Prof. Pugman said that Desir didn't check his work carefully, but everyone knew it was just an excuse. That was a ridiculous nitpick, Romantica said as she poured salt into her soup. You did build it perfectly. You didn't even have to review it. He just needed an excuse to deduct points, said a jest as she shrugged her shoulders as if it were no surprise. Things have always been like this. It's always been a Blue Moon Party member who gets the top score. Desir's party always had something less than them. What's next? Magic theory. Is it Professor Bridget? After the lunch was over, Desir, a jest, and Romantica headed over to the lecture room for magic theory class. It is a beautiful day to talk about magic theory. Professor Bridget was always calm. She was well known as a hollow witch throughout the continent. She was a magnificent sorcerer, and her lecture was just so great and that nothing else could compare. Unlike other lectures that emphasized theories and were filled up with rambling discussions and tangential tirades, her lecture was more skewed towards practical exercises based on real situations. Therefore, it was easy but contained so much useful information. After explaining a concept, Professor Bridget spoke to the students. Okay, we are now going to practice alternating the magic we already know. Make groups of 3, and after you practice performing it, give feedback to each other. Today's lecture and practice will be applied to the final evaluation. The students spread out to practice magic on their own. Professor Bridget was busy walking around the lecture room and helping students cast magic correctly, giving feedback on how they invoked their magic. After the lecture was over, Prof. Bridget walked up to Desir. Please follow me to my office, Desir. Yes, he answered as he nodded. It was a surprise to Desir, but he tried not to show any awkwardness. Her room was full of well-organized books and references, just like a library. Among them there were unique and antique references. Desir had been to this office a couple of times already, but every time he came here, he couldn't help but be astonished at the scale of it. Professor Bridget brought out 2 cups of hot tea. She placed them on the table, then signaled Desir to come over with her hand. As soon as Desir had a seat, she started talking. Desir, do you remember when we first met? Of course I do. Desir nodded quickly. The Royal Library that all citizens are allowed to visit freely. You were reading a book there. Even though you were so young at that time, you were so thirsty for knowledge and eager to read more. It was my only learning place and I was pretty desperate at that time. Professor Bridget made a bitter smile. I felt bad for you because I knew that you had so much passion for learning, but you couldn't due to the limited environment you were in. That's why I gave you a recommendation for Hebrion Academy. Desir nodded his head as the memory of his past was still so vivid. Without her help, it was impossible for Desir to enter Hebrion Academy to begin with. Desir already had excellent skills. With her help, he could create first circle spells, and was accepted by Hebrion Academy with Bridget's recommendation. Bridget was a savior to Desir. Desir, you were someone beyond what I could imagine. And honestly, I couldn't ever imagine you reaching where you are now. Then her face darkened. You again saved so many people in a foreign land. I am truly proud of you, but I wish you would take care of yourself more. Desir couldn't say anything to her. I know that you didn't have a choice, but I still think that this is way too dangerous to sacrifice yourself all of the time to save others' lives. Bridget's voice betrayed her worry on this matter. You must be so sick of hearing this from other people. I want you to remember that there are so many people who think about you. Do you know what I mean? Yes, I do. Professor. All right, you should go now. When Bridget finally heard Desir's response, her face regained its smile. All of the Grade 1 and Grade 2 single rankers participated in the sparring class. Most of the single rankers were part of the Blue Moon Party. Desir Arman was talking to his party members excitedly. He probably begged Zod with something like, "Can you please tell people that I beat this?" Saying that he is the only hope for the Hebrion Academy commoners. People giggled. When Desir and his party arrived, they deliberately raised their voices and shared hostile jokes with the intent to embarrass the party. Agest and Romantica stared at them but would not react unless Desir did so first. The crowd was mainly targeting Desir, so there was nothing that they could do. Agest spoke in an annoyed tone. "One day, I'll beat them up until they die. I'll join you." Desir finally shut up when the professor arrived. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Professor Essenblank Testakia. I'll be facilitating the sparring lecture today." Essenblank had a huge scar on his face and his hair was elegantly brushed back. He was in his mid-30s. He also had thick scars on his arms that made him look strong. "I was once a soldier, Captain Rank, for the Golden Hawk Knights of the Hebrion Empire. I used to train and raise little kids like you into a state of combat readiness." One of the students seemed upset by his words. Essenblank raised his voice even louder. "I believe that your true ability only comes with real experience. But you are still inexperienced and immature. You are just like plants grown in a greenhouse. Through these sparring courses you will experience something very close to real battles and grow to your maximum power and strength." "I have a feeling that this professor is super strict," Romantica muttered. "From what I have heard, there are a lot of interesting students here who are single rankers." First, he scanned through the single ranker section and his eyes stopped on Desir. "So, are you the number 1 single ranker, Desir Arman?" "Yes, I am." The corner of the professor's lips curled up into a smirk. "Desir, please come down." When Desir came down to the podium, Essenblank squeezed Desir's shoulder. "When I said inexperienced and immature, that doesn't apply to this young man. This student has realized his full combat potential. You know that, don't you? Thanks for your kind words. Rumors say that even before the opening ceremony, you have achieved great things. You have killed elite outsiders and an ancient demon with Zod Xarian, the world's greatest wizard. You are also a technical advisor for the Mage Tower? What a great list of achievements at such a young age." As Essenblank continued, Danetta's face contorted with a frown even greater than before. "I know that all of the nobles at Hebrion Academy are haughty. You have proven that they are no different than anyone else. You should be proud as a commoner." "Professor." "But Desir, look around yourself within the school. Look at how all of the nobles' attention now falls upon you. This is the treatment you get as the hero who saved thousands of people." Because it is a lie. Danetta couldn't stay quiet for a moment longer. There is no one who witnessed him killing the demon. Zod probably saw him and sympathized with this commoner, sharing some part of his achievement with Desir. "Oh, is that what you think? You are Danetta Hadun? Is that your opinion?" "Most of us think so. We know that commoners are not capable of doing such things. Please stand up, Danetta." Essenblank walked away from Desir and strode towards the Blue Moon Party section. Each step he made seemed to resonate, creating a subtle change in the atmosphere of the room. Before anyone realized, the room felt very cold and threatening. It also felt like he would unsheath his sword and attack someone at any moment. Surprisingly, though, Essenblank agreed with Danetta. "Well, you are right, Danetta. Unlike nobles, commoners are inferior in many respects. For the most part, they are not capable or just can't do various things that are easy for nobles. You can simply see this from the test results. You can easily compare the ability of the students of Hebrion Academy via these tests. The noble students are way better than the commoners. With Essenblank's words, Danetta's face brightened. Essenblank continued. Some people think that it is a waste of time and money to even accept them into Hebrion Academy. Maybe Desir himself spread this rumor to build the reputation of the commoners. That's right. That's what I wanted to say. Danetta clapped his hands in excitement from finally finding someone to connect with. Essenblank smiled. Then, why don't you come down here and spar with him? WHAT? If you can't believe it because you didn't see Desir fighting against the demon, then you can come up right now and fight with him. Win and prove that he is a liar. Desir thought it was ridiculous how Essenblank brought about this whole situation without asking what he thought about it. But he decided to go with the flow since it didn't seem too bad. Well, that's... Danetta couldn't finish his sentence. His mouth flapped open and shut, as if trying to say something, but no voice came out. If you are not going to come down, just find your seat. Danetta hesitated a few seconds. He looked at Desir and plopped himself down into his seat. Romantica snickered. I love that, Professor. What do you think? Romantica proclaimed. She nudged Agest and realized that her face looked serious. Agest was looking at the professor very unpleasantly. He is discriminating against commoners. This only feeds the noble's superiority complex. This makes it all the more uncomfortable. Why? It's true though. But... She swallowed her words but definitely felt this situation was slightly suspicious. Raise your hand if you think you can beat Desir, Essenblank announced. Nobody raised their hand. You guys claimed that commoners are inferior and less worthy than nobles. Is this all you can do? Mock and tease others with just words. Are you one of those pathetic people who can take pride in yourself without proving your ability? He taunted the Blue Moon Party. So, I guess there is no noble that can beat this commoner. One student raised their hand and Essenblank smiled in response. Great. Come on down. One man walked down. He was tall with hair that stopped at ear length. The students who saw him were appalled. Desir knew who he was. What's your name? Kelt Pazel Niplica. He was the younger brother of Professor Pugman. Wow, a big shot. Essenblank laughed. He seemed to be enjoying this moment. The wind felt chilly. It was now fall. Desir and Kelt walked up onto the cold and empty stage. The stage was located in the center of the field and was surrounded by stone and granite boulders. Kelt started talking. I want to apologize on behalf of Danetta. He never stopped gossiping, even though I told him to stop several times. Desir questioned. Why are you apologizing? You have nothing to do with it. We are the Blue Moon Party. Desir thought that he would also hate commoners. He thought that it was mistaken to believe that he'd be different as he was the brother of Professor Pugman. I just want to make it clear that I didn't challenge you just because you're a commoner. I did it because I wanted to see if you are as good as the rumors say you are. Sure. Desir carefully scanned him. Unlike other noble men, he doesn't appear to be discriminatory against commoners. Is he fourth circle? Fourth circle is the level where one can be considered strong. He must be one of the best in grade 2. Most of the crowd predicted that it was easily going to be Kelt's win. Kelt was well known and confirmed to be an experienced sorcerer. Kelt offered his hand towards Desir. Let me introduce myself again. Kelt Niplica. Desir liked this guy. He had a good first impression of him. He was strong but humble and well-mannered. Before all of that, he wasn't biased by social class. I'll let you have this one by making it close. Desir accepted the handshake. Desir Arman. After the handshake, they separated and maintained a distance between each other. Both of them wore clotheslines. As they were wizards, they didn't have any weapons in their hands. If you're ready, let's start the duel. Essenblank announced the beginning of the duel. Simultaneously, magical spells starting arranging themselves in front of both wizards. Sea Blast. Desir was a lot faster and used more intricate formations when casting his spells. Nobody could mimic how he cast spells. Water strike. However, Kelt was a fourth circle magician. Even though Desir had created third circle magic by using the power of an artifact, Kelt's magic was a lot stronger than Desir's. They traded magic attacks like a game of tennis. The spells went back and forth between the two. Both wizards swapped between attack and defense. As their spells collided with each other, the stage cracked and tiles flew off of it. I guess the gossip about him was exaggerated. Kelt heard that Desir defeated the ancient demon and was on high alert regarding his strength. But a few minutes into the fight, he realized that the power of Desir's magic was not as great as his speed and intricate casting. I heard that he had some skill with inverting magic. Desir hadn't inverted Kelt's magic yet. Kelt thought that Desir was still just dipping his toe in the water, holding back against him. He decided to attack him with something stronger and unexpected. Desir's magic flew directly at Kelt's face. Kelt cast a spell of a higher level to defend with. Splash! Kelt's body transformed into water, and Desir's magic penetrated through Kelt's body without causing any damages. After a few attacks from Desir's and Kelt's defensive magic, the stage was flooded with water. It was hard to locate where Kelt, who was entirely made up of water, was hiding on the stage. Desir looked around. Fire bolt. Desir shot fire magic toward the water, but it only left an empty stage behind as the water evaporated in just that spot. Kelt wasn't there. Kelt silently observed Desir's reaction and thought it was funny. Come on. There is now only one thing that you can do. Use wide area magic. Wide area magic typically required a long time to cast. There should be a gap when casting this type of magic. That's what Kelt aimed for. He wanted to attack Desir when he was busy casting a wide area magic. Desir started casting magic. It seemed like he was casting wide area magic, just as Kelt expected. Kelt continued to wait though, as he didn't want to show his body while he wasn't absolutely sure what Desir was doing. Instead, he cast magic that didn't require a physical body. The water still left on the stage transformed into blades and surrounded Desir. Just as all of the blades were about to fly towards Desir, when you cast splash magic, you can choose the timing of when to attack. Desir spoke out loud, to no one in particular. Crunch. Desir's magic stopped all of a sudden. No, it was already complete. And you can't defend in that condition. Wait. It wasn't wide area magic? It was Desir just pretending all along. By the time Kelt realized that he was outsmarted, Desir's magic poured down upon Kelt. Summon lightning. Countless spears with great sparks on their tips flew at where Kelt was hiding. Kelt, who was in a state of shock for a short moment, still somehow managed to swiftly cancel his splash magic, removing the blades around Desir, and then cast a magic that he could defend himself with. Create Water was a spell that created pure water. The curtains of pure water formed a screen in front of Kelt. The pure water redirected the electrical current into the ground. When the lightning stabbed into the water curtain, it exploded like a balloon. The explosion pushed Kelt back a few steps. If he was pushed back just 3 more steps, he would fall off of the stage and lose the battle. You seem to know how to handle electric magic well enough. When you boldly cast splash magic, I thought you had no idea, Desir remarked. The flood on the stage started making sparks and crackling noise soon reverberated throughout the field. Sure. Now I learnt so much about you. Kelt strongly clenched his fists. The warm-up has ended. Kelt underestimated Desir because he was at a lower circle as a wizard and the magic he cast was not all that strong. He recognized that he had been careless. He stretched his hand out in front of himself. He started to cast a vast number of spells. The scale of the magic showed that Kelt had changed his attitude and was putting his best effort into it now. Create water. Create water. Create water. Create water. The level of water on the stage rapidly increased and finally stopped at their ankles. With a minor motion of Kelt's finger, the water became a tsunami and rushed towards Desir. Desir's eyes moved quickly to read the path of the water waves. Right? Gravity reverse. magic that flipped the effects of gravity. The currents could no longer reach where Desir was standing as the opposing gravity pulled it down. Desir could simply walk out of the path of the raging current. Still, it wasn't the solution for this situation, as the water was overflowing the entire stage and could attack Desir from any angle at any time. It's impossible to evaporate all of the water using fire magic. The amount of water was so great that even if Desir evaporated some of it, Kelt would just make more water in a heartbeat. Then, Desir just had to evaporate all of the water at once, not little by little. However, it was impossible for Desir, as he wasn't a fourth circle magician. He didn't have equal power to strike Kelt's magic. BRRRRNG. I can tell you can't beat this one. The water was in the exact position that Kelt carefully desired it to be. It made currents and waves to apply continuous pressure on Desir. Desir decided to focus on blocking Kelt's attacks. Although he couldn't come up with a solution to the water magic, he wasn't getting outright trounced either. He continued to think about how he could react to this as he kept casting. Then, ouch! Desir was lifted by a huge wave. Luckily, he regained his balance before he was pushed off of the stage. The damage from the water pressure was great enough that it was actually painful to be on the receiving end of. I guess I was too close to him. Desir bit his lips. It was an attack from the left side. Desir couldn't pay attention to maintaining a distance from Kelt due to the distraction of currents attacking from every angle. I need to figure this out. Ever since Desir lost eyesight in his left eye, estimating distances had become very difficult for him. For the battles where every movement and every magic counted, his new impediment was now his greatest weakness. Kelt didn't know about that, of course. However, as he observed Desir only attacking him in certain ways, he noticed that Desir's sense of direction and distance was terribly weak. It was questionable. Now that Kelt had battled with Desir truly was a strong magician. Not as much as people described him as, but Desir still had a great level of skill. Above all, he was experienced in real battles. Desir sharply cut off or blocked the attacks aimed at him from all directions except his left. Kelt wondered, for some reason, Desir was peculiarly slow to react to all the attacks aimed at his left. Well, it was a chance for Kelt. Kelt didn't hesitate and poured magic out at Desir. Aqua Tornado, third circle magic. Since the area was full of water, it could actually do damage at level of fourth circle. Whoosh! All of the water started to gather as it twisted into and formed a pillar of water. The number of water tornadoes increased extremely fast. They started to sweep everywhere on the field. The stage was made of stone, and it began to crack under this merciless assault. Desir didn't sit down and just watch this happen though. Liquid oxygen. A liquid that created spooky smoke that spread out like dense fog. As this liquid spread out from where Desir was standing, all of the water that it touched instantly froze. Oh boy! All of the water on the stage gradually froze and broke out of Kelt's control. The liquid that Desir created also stiffened the frightening water tornado pillars into uselessness. Desir looked at Kelt. So, you can't cast that kind of magic anymore. Kelt didn't immediately reply. He was busy chuckling in his mind. This is all you could think of? Kelt pointed at his surroundings. Look around you. Now your magic has been spread out over the entire stage to freeze the water. Even at your feet, too. The liquid had indeed spread everywhere as it froze everything that it touched. The only area that the liquid hadn't covered was the tiny space where Desir was standing. That said, you can't escape from my magic anymore. But you can't cast any more magic. You'll see. Kelt pointed at the sky. The sky started to darken in all directions. Mana moved in a colossal torrent. It was mana on the scale of the fourth circle. As Desir looked up at the sky, it started to rain on the stage. Desir realized what it was right away. It's narrow in scope and only temporary in terms of controlling the climate, but this is definitely. It's weather control magic. Kelt replied, as if reading Desir's mind. Weather control. It interrupts the climate and forcibly changes the weather instantly. Initially, this was one of the highest spells that belonged to the fifth circle level of wide area magic, but Kelt minimized the scale and cast it at the fourth circle. Pitter-patter. It started with just 1 or 2 drops of rain and soon became a downpour. Celt arranged another spell in front of himself. Immediately the downpour intensified as raindrops fell like bullets. Cling cling. Desir took his clothesline jacket off and covered his head with it. The coat ceaselessly made sounds indicating that its defensive function was activating. However, it wouldn't last much longer than a couple more seconds. You had better surrender before the clothesline is destroyed, Celt said triumphantly. You're great for your age, Desir said as he took the clothesline jacket off his head. What? Clap. Desir suddenly clapped. And what happened next was entirely unexpected. The stage just exploded all of a sudden. Eek! There was a gasp. White smoke started to rise into the sky. Celt's body bounced off of the stage. Celt couldn't do anything as everything happened in an instant. Celt had a clothesline on too, and it protected Celt from injury. He slowly got up and made a face that revealed that even he had no idea what had just happened to him. What happened? Celt inquired. What I invoked is magic that spreads out liquid oxygen. When the liquid oxygen froze the water, it expanded and eventually created an explosion. With that amount of water and liquid oxygen, it would simply blow you off the stage. Celt looked at the stage that did not even exist anymore. I clearly lost. Celt laughed bitterly. I couldn't even see your strongest asset, inversion. Desir couldn't say that he didn't try his best just because he wanted to see how strong Celt was. He wanted to observe Celt's movement. Fine. I admit that I lost. Celt nodded and made a genuine smile. Celt Pazalniplica was one of the top students within the academy who had earned great titles like being the Grade 2 leader of the Blue Moon Party and also being a single ranker at the 4th Solsi. He was also the younger brother of Professor Pugman. Every single person in Hebrion Academy knew who he was, and Desir beat Celt. In front of all of the Grade 1 and 2 single rankers, Desir knocked him off the stage clearly and fairly. This of course brought a significant change to Desir's school life. Did you see how he walked away? It was bizarre. Romantica said. They were sitting in Desir's party office. Romantica's laughter was loudly amplified in the small room. Just like Romantica had said, after the big battle, they had confronted Donetta a few more times during lectures. He had completely lost his morale. He was too dispirited to spend energy blaming and finger-pointing at Desir. Rather, he was busy rushing out of his way to avoid Desir whenever he encountered him. You look happy, Romantica, Desir voiced, and Romantica nodded in response to. Of course. You knocked them down a few pegs so easily. This unfortunately hadn't changed how people looked at Desir's party. It had, however, slightly reduced the bawling of the nobles that had been blatantly expressing their unpleasant thoughts and emotions up until now. There were now far fewer people questioning Desir's ability to fight. Desir's party members no longer needed to blush in anger and bottle up their anger at these people. It was a very peaceful and comfortable school life that they had not been able to experience previously. Finally, there were more. Knock knock. Another one? Romantica got up from the couch and adjusted her sleeves. She dragged over a chair and set it up in front of Desir. I'll bring the tea. Pram chirped as he went into the kitchen. Come in. After Desir's greeting, the door opened. A girl with short brown hair and huge dark-framed glasses walked into the room. How can we help you? Romantica kindly but impatiently asked the girl. Professor Vanquick told me that your party helps people train with no requirements to join. I would like to join the party. Professor Vanquick. He taught rune class and had supported Desir since the 2nd semester started. He was a commoner like Desir. Well, please take a seat first. When Desir sat down in front of the girl, Pram brought over some snacks. From the pile of papers, Desir Pulfrichel hesitated. Well, your party is so powerful, and I'm only a beta student. There are no limitations or restrictions for application. You don't have to worry about it. But, Frichel, have you heard about our party? Yes, I have. The training is really hard, and all of the nobles hate this party. Then, why do you want to join our party? Of course, there were parties that existed among the beta classes. However, their primary mission was a lot different from the clearing of the Shadow Worlds. For some of the lucky students, they could participate in Class 7 Shadow Worlds to receive some advantages from the Alpha Class party. Unfortunately, some Beta Class parties were only established to serve the Alpha Class. It was an ugly result of unfairness and injustice. Desir used his communication pad to retrieve information about Frichel. Her old party was called Iraq, one of the subcontracted parties that assisted Alpha Class by looking up information related to the Shadow World battles. I couldn't stand it anymore. Frichel pulled out her communication pad from her inner pocket and showed Desir some pictures from it. There were many pictures. The pictures of textbooks torn apart, desks with broken legs. Desir frowned his face. Now he fully understood why Frichel had come to him. Did you get bullied? Frichel nodded and continued. But no one in my party could help me. Even the professor. He couldn't oppose the Alpha Class by helping me out. In Hebrion Academy, all of the bullying and hazing by the nobles was ignored and overlooked without exception. Even though all of the party members of Iraq seemed like they had ignored the violence and cruelty, Frichel didn't seem to be bothered. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but it was more of a case that they couldn't help. Desir pressed on his left eye with his fingers. It was not easy to help other people, as doing so increases one's own exposure to dangerous situations. The people who needed to be blamed and punished were the people who bullied her. If it's only because of this, you don't have to join our party. We can solve this problem for you. Frichel shook her head. No, I don't think it's meaningful in that way. Sure, I want to pay them back. Doing so would make me feel better. That's why I came here. You train your members with no requirements.
Okay.
We will train you to the best of our ability. So Frichel was accepted as a member of the party. Desir looked at the list of the party members. There were 3 new members, including Frichel, on the list. Ever since Desir won the sparring fight with Kelt, people had come to Desir's party to join. The Beta Class students who were bullied by nobles and couldn't do anything about it have started coming to our party. It was a good sign. Everything that Desir had deliberately shown to people had now started to show its effect. It's really disappointing how Beta Class training is designed. There were no big changes to the Beta classes, and there will be some talented people who will fall into Beta classes next year as well. These students couldn't take decent classes, simply because they were commoners. Amongst them there would be talented students that had a decent amount of potential but without professional training, would never realize it. They needed to be trained, not tamed by the Alpha Class. The cause of all of this was a deeply rooted prejudice against commoners by the nobles. It all came from the revolution that the revolutionaries caused. This even happened 12 years ago, leaving an unavoidable scar on both the commoners and nobles, with lasting effects to this very day. The situation just wouldn't change unless the hatred from both sides disappeared. We need to change this. Nobles and commoners needed to reconcile so that commoners could be recognized. Gather all of the talented students. Then, provide them with an environment where they can get decent training and flourish. There were so many students from Beta classes that would ace things with proper training. Like capturing a shadow labyrinth. Ajest was standing in the middle of the training facility. The dawn fog had not even disappeared yet. She swung her sword non-stop as her shiny silver hair danced in the air. She brought out her mana to the fullest extent and didn't stop practicing until reaching her limit. It was a practice to handle the sword more delicately, and she had been repeating this since the second semester started. Ajest bit her lip incredibly hard. I couldn't do a single thing. Ajest recalled how helpless she was in the Preleka Empire. Until she had encountered the Crow Mask, she thought that she was on the same level as Desir. However, it was purely her own delusion of grandeur. Can you stop Pram and Romantica from leaving the ship? Desir asked Ajest while they were running away from Daednut. Then, Desir sacrificed himself. Ajest couldn't take it. She couldn't take herself watching helplessly from the sidelines. She couldn't do anything at all. Crack. She momentarily lost her attention. The ice attached to her sword fell off. Ajest decided to stop practicing and sat down for a short rest. Phew! Ajest's ability was unimaginably great in comparison to others, But the wall of the fourth circle bishop class was not so easy to break through as a magic swordsman. Pit-a-pat. Agest felt someone approaching her and immediately turned to look in that direction. "You're early today, Agest." Romantica was walking towards her. She was wearing light training clothes. She clapped, and the dawn fog disappeared. "Do you have any business with me?" Romantica stopped in front of Agest. "Well, I'm at the training facility. What do you think I'm here for?" "I'm here to train, too." Then Romantica cast a spell at Agest without warning. It was a second circle spell. Agest lifted her sword and blocked it. Thud. A grand sound echoed across the training facility. What the heck was that? A practical training session. A practical training session. You want to be stronger, don't you? I want to be stronger. And we can finally end the duel we started at the Yellow Ocean competition. The Yellow Ocean competition. Romantica and Agest had a chance to compete with each other, but they were interrupted by the outsider's terrorist attack and lost that opportunity. "I want to settle it. How about you?" Agest assumed that Romantica wasn't simply saying it to figure out what the result of that competition would have been. Romantica had always kept Agest in check. She had always been like that. But this is not a bad opportunity. Agest decided that it wasn't a bad time to practice her magic sword, like in a real battle. Romantica had been trained by Desir for more than a half-year. She was a great magician. Agest had no reason to decline. She lifted her sword as her answer. "But it's no fun if we only practice with nothing on the line." Agest responded with, "What? The person who loses will clean up the office until we have another competition, and the result is flipped. If you accept this condition, then I'll practice with you," she suggested. Romantica was speechless. "Cleaning? That's nonsense." Romantica grew up as a noble girl. She wasn't used to doing menial chores like cleaning, and it was a big problem that there was no specified duration to this ridiculous outcome. It was possible that she might end up cleaning the office forever. "I like that," Agest smiled. She raised her magic power and calmly planned her strategy. She had a feeling that, for the first time in a long while, she would finally be able to fight at her peak strength. Desir's party had 7 members now. He had to place another couch in the office to accommodate all of the party members. Frichel first thought the office was big on her first visit, but she had since changed her mind. The room felt cramped with 7 people stuffed into this tiny space. She didn't mind, though. It was nothing compared to what she had to endure at her previous office. At least this place didn't smell like garbage. The desks here had all 4 legs intact and the wall wasn't covered in mold. The floor was polished so clean it shone like a mirror. Who did the cleaning? They did such a good job. This is like heaven compared to her beta-class office, but Frichel tried so hard not to show her nervousness as she looked around the room. The office was already crowded with party members. Desir had called in everyone. "I hope everyone here is nice." Frichel tried to say something to the other newbies, and for her own sake, but it wasn't easy. 2 brothers who were also from beta class, Len and Tarki, were here too. They were swordsmen and had overwhelming physiques. They didn't look like the friendly type that you could start a casual conversation with. Frichel sighed and looked away, finding Agest reading a book calmly. Her shiny silver hair dangled down to waist height. Even though she wasn't smiling, her overwhelming beauty radiated out. Frichel already felt an incredible distance between themselves. Mentally, that is. "Oh boy, I can't." Frichel quickly gave up talking to Agest. Maybe part of it was that Frichel was too timid, but another part of it was that Agest was too high-spec for anybody to casually talk with. She moved her sight to another person. A girl was helplessly sitting on a rocking chair with her hands, squeezing her head. It was a cute girl with blue hair. "Oh!" Frichel screamed out of joy to find Romantica. Romantica was here when Frichel came to join the party. Frichel believed that it would be easy to talk to Romantica. She tried to move next to where Romantica was sitting, but soon she realized that it wasn't going to work. Romantica was grabbing her head. She seemed to be in deep contemplation, but actually, she was covering a bump on her forehead. She was wearing a fierce expression, so fierce in fact that she could be mistaken for an angry lion. She is not in a condition to talk with someone. There was no one in the office to hold a delightful conversation with. Her analysis complete, Frichel realized that she could only sit awkwardly until the end of this meeting. I can't do anything about this. I'll give up. It's easy when I give up. Frichel decided to keep her mouth shut. Then, someone walked toward her. We meet again, Frichel. It was Pram Schneider. With a welcoming smile, he handed her a hot teacup with steam billowing out of it. Oh, it's great to meet you again, Pram. Don't be nervous, Frichel. Romantica needs some time to be alone. Oh, sure. Yes. She is really nice and sweet. You will get to know her very soon. May I sit next to you? Sure. I'll stay next to you. If you have any questions, let me know. I understand that there are so many things you want to know since it's your first time. Oh, thank you. No problem. We are now a family. An angel. This person is an angel, Frichel declared. At that moment, Desir entered the office. So everyone is here. Desir looked around the office. The reason I have gathered everyone here is... Hey, Romantica, what happened to your forehead? Romantica was not happy that Desir asked that specific question. Don't ask. Romantica huffed. Desir felt that it was not a good time and place to inquire further. Otherwise, he was sure that he would hear something terrible. He looked away from Romantica and resumed talking. I don't know if you know this, but there will be a competition among parties in the second semester. Everyone nodded except Frichel. Pram noticed that and explained it to her. The party competition is held by all of the existing parties in the Hebrion Academy. Is it like a promotional contest? No, it's different. The promotional contest is all about assessing individuals. Parties we only use to support the students, but this party competition is more about assessing each party as a team, not as strong individuals. You can't play as a single player. And for this one, unlike in the promotional exam, all of the grades will participate together. Students in the alpha class and beta class show a huge gap as they move up to higher grades. It tends to become a stage for alpha class students since they are more dominant in skills. Of course, we will all compete, and naturally we will achieve great results. I will not be satisfied with average results. Desir calmly stated, as if this was not a big deal to him. And we will win this contest. Frichel grasped. Her face turned a little pale and she looked towards Pram. Did I hear that right? Yes, you did. Definitely. But winning this kind of contest means... It means that we need to beat up all the parties, including the Blue Moon Party. He wants to stand on the top of the Hebrion Academy. It's not easy, but he said it so easily. Oh, you'll get used to it. Desir is always like that, and... Pram's eyes stayed on Desir, and he solemnly declared. He has always achieved it. Frichel tightly shut her mouth. Unlike her, there were some party members who opposed this declaration. Did you say that we will win the contest? Takaran stood up in agitation. Is there a problem? Is it realistic? I know that your party is so amazing, and that's why we are all here. But the party competition is quite different from the promotional contest. Desir nodded. You're right. The party competition is different from the promotional contest. Especially since for the party competition all of the grades participate together and we can easily experience gaps in skill level firsthand. But let me tell you, it is truly possible. What? Takaran thought Desir was a dreamer, and he was reaching out toward a dream that could never be achieved. A jest added her piece to the conversation. Desir, what does it mean when we are all pressured by the result of the competition? Our party is already getting enough support from the school, and what we need right now is not winning or becoming a top-ranked party. Good question, a jest. Desir's party was getting so much support financially from the tower already. They lacked nothing financially, as a brief glance at their bank account would attest to. Like you said, we've got enough support from the tower. It's really enough. We've been promoted to single rankers as beta class students. We also were made famous from the Deltaheim case. The Mage Tower truly was the best sponsor and filled Desir's party's pockets full. The reputation of Desir's party was as great as blue moons. You need to know that the reason I started this party and aimed to become a single ranker wasn't for our individual benefit. Desir looked back and forth between Pram and Romantica. In response, they both nodded their heads. To prove the proficiency of individuals and change the education system of the Hebrion Academy, which neglected and ignored the potential of commoners, labeling them incompetent. Desir's ultimate goal was the beginning of all of the preparation required for battle with the Shadow World. However, Desir did not need to disclose that here. He was looking way too far into the future. It is a simple reason that Hebrion Academy doesn't provide a decent education for beta classes. They think it's not worth it. They claim that we will never produce as great of a result as nobles will. The commoner professors put so much effort into teaching them. On the other hand, the noble professors didn't even bother to teach them. It was obvious from the beginning that the beta class would not be properly educated, since the majority of the professors at the Hebrion Academy were aristocratic. Len, Takiron, and Frichel bit their lips unconsciously. They were mad. It was frustrating to show what they were capable of to people who didn't want to see anything from them. All of our new members are from the beta classes. What did you learn from your classes? Well, it was a self-study session. Frichel answered. Len and Takiron, how about you guys? Have you made some progress since you started attending this school? You can say something if you disagree with me. Nobody spoke up. Desir's words had uncovered the reality that was so brutal to everyone present. It is true that your skills are not as competent as the students from the alpha classes, but it's not about what you are and who you are. It's not because you are untalented. It's not because you are commoners. Desir's voice raised a little as he delivered his speech passionately. Status doesn't mean anything. It shouldn't be a tool to judge you. You just couldn't learn because there was no opportunity to do so. Everyone focused on his words. I am not just speaking nonsense. I wish everyone was treated equally. When you stand on the top of the Hebrion Academy, you will be the proof that we, as commoners, can do as well when given the same opportunity and the same education as the nobles do. And when this change continues, nobility will have to admit it. At least on the surface, the school can no longer treat beta classes unfairly or unequally. Desir's party had officially started training. All of the new party members were newbies who had never experienced a real battle. There was a huge amount of training that they required. They needed everything from training on basic formations to what their areas of weakness were. Desir knew all of the basic movements of different swordsmanship style undersurs since he spent so much time with the knights and swordsmen from different continents in his past life. He settled on teaching the Hebrion Emperor swordsmanship to Lon and the aggressive northern swordsmanship to Takiron. Frichel was a water-based mage and she only knew a few spells. Therefore, she focused on learning more spells to increase her repertoire. This was the first task given to her. Desir taught her a couple first-circle water-based spells that she could practice on her. After setting the newbies straight, Desir went to check on the old members' training. Pram was the one who had accomplished the most amongst them. Great work, Pram. Desir found blue flames covering the tip of his sword. However, these flames were neither bright nor clear, meaning it was definitely an aura. Pram was a step closer to the bishop level. Thank you, Desir. You know that I practiced so hard to get this far. This is wonderful. Keep doing what you're doing. When you get enough of the aura on your sword, we can start sparring together. Yes. Desir then went over to Romantica. In the wind magic field, metal shotputs were flung around at 200 kilometers per hour. The shotputs were fist-sized, but as they burst into the far distance, they quickly became the size of small dots. There, Romantica was holding her rifle, aiming somewhere in the sky. With a loud noise, the magic she invoked into the rifle was launched into the air. Boom! Success! A robotic voice sounded from a nearby machine. Romantica's shot put was torn into pieces. When Romantica was done reloading her rifle, Desir applauded. Wow, impressive growth. With your capacity, you can shoot someone so far away. You'll have fewer enemies who can detect your sniping. It's a great achievement. Well, This is really easy. Wordless invoking was Romantica's greatest trait. Since her sniping can be done at great speed, it was challenging to defend against this magic. She once used this sniping magic during the battle with Crow Mask and even managed to break his mask. Try again. Desir signaled Romantica with the sign to go one more time. Romantica brought her rifle scope to her eye. But you should know that your sniper training isn't complete yet. Your shot is effective when you are dealing with one person, but there's no guarantee that there will always be only one enemy. Desir pulled down on the lever and a shot put burst into the sky. Romantica started aiming it while Desir pulled the lever again before Romantica even had a chance to pull the trigger. The second shot put was streaking through the air. Romantica lost her composure and her aim was thrown off in panic. Wait! Focus, Romantica. Desir pulled another lever. Romantica tightly bit her lips and stared down the scope. Which one should I shoot first? Forget about the first one, it's so far away now. Then the second one? No. The first one isn't too far away yet. It's not too late. The second of agitation had tremendously affected her accuracy. After making up her mind, she took her first shot, but it missed the target. Failure. Terrible results. Romantica lowered the rifle from her eye. That adds to the list of what I need to practice, right? Lastly, Desir headed over to a jest. So, you feel that your rate of progress has slowed down? Yes. That's why you practiced so much with the magic sword. Is there something wrong with that? Desir shook his head. No, there's nothing wrong with that. We always have to practice the skills we have not mastered. But if the bishop class and the fourth circle are your ultimate goal, then there's a little bit of a problem. What should I do then? There are only a few people who can reach the fourth circle. They're really talented. Even though you have the talent, it is still hard to achieve the elusive fourth circle. Indeed, fourth circle is not something that can be reached with just talent. It is because it is incredibly hard to have a solid heart. Fundamentally, only magicians with a solid heart could cast higher-tiered magic. Not only that, the more solid the heart is, the stronger the magic they can cast with greater precision and robust structure. For fourth circle in particular, you need to have not only skill and casting ability, but more importantly a solid heart that cannot be compared to others. A solid heart. Yup, training for a solid heart will help you not only achieve fourth circle, but also allow you to cast any kind of magic in the future. It was homework assigned to a jest. If she could build a solid heart, ultimately it would serve as her foundation and allow her to become a brilliant magician in the future. A jest was lost in her own thought. Desir's party's training continued. On the same day, Kelt was busy working on a pile of documents for the Blue Moon Party. The Blue Moon Party was so huge that they had a leader for each grade in order to manage all of the students. Kelt was the grade 2 leader, not due to his brother being a professor of this school, but due to his own hard work and ability. He also had a great reputation amongst his peers. His feather pen suddenly stopped dancing across the documents. Before he was aware, his brother, Professor Pugman, had come and sat in front him. How is everything going? Pugman Pazalniplika was a dean professor of Hebrion Academy and taught magic engineering. He was a big man. There were hints of handsomeness that he had once perhaps possessed, but they were all obscured by the weight he had since put on. I'm almost done with all of the paperwork for the new party members. I just need to finish the financial management piece documents. Great. You're very useful. You know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Then Pugman brought out an apple from his pocket. You want one? Kelt shook his head. Pugman took an enormous bite from the apple and the juice popped sprayed everywhere, including onto the documents on the desk. Kelt smudged it off with his hand. But, Kelt, I heard that you lost your duel with Desir. Lost. After Pugman's statement, Kelt had no idea where to look and what to say in response. The word, lost, was not acceptable to the Napolitan family. It was way too strong. The Napolitan family didn't accept any kind of failure. They had always been on the winning side. It was due to this that they could survive the revolution. Kelt tried to remain calm. Desir was stronger than I thought. You know, I thought it was a baseless rumor, but it wasn't. I thought all commoners were incompetent and useless. I was totally wrong. Oh, Celt. Pugman's face quickly changed and Celt realized that he had said something wrong, unacceptable. Pugman leered at Celt once, then placed the apple onto the desk. Okay, I should wrap up my work now. I don't think I can continue. Celt grimaced. He then quickly cleaned up his desk and put all of the documents in a drawer underneath. Celt, based on what you just said, does that mean you are acknowledging commoners? You should never be fooled by them. Pugman calmly spoke, but the message he wanted to deliver wasn't very comfortable. Commoners are cruel. I still remember so clearly what they have done. The commoners killed so many nobilities who supported the empire. Even our family, the Napolitan, had to go through so much sacrifice to survive. Celt, did you forget all of this? Yes, I remember. Every time Pugman repeated this story, Celt told him that he still remembered it. However, Celt honestly didn't remember any of it. It was way too long ago. Commoners always take a chance presented to them to rise up again. If they gain any power, even if it's little, they will start another revolution. That chance should never be presented to them again, Celt. Never. Pugman picked up the apple on the desk and had another bite. But these days they have been acting up more flagrantly, forgetting who they really are. They think that they are at a similar level to nobles, which is ridiculous. They even established some parties and now move in organizations. He was describing Desir's party. Pugman hated Desir so much. They are practicing for the party competition. Celt, you should teach them a lesson. Celt could only nod his head to this statement. Frichel felt more at home as she worked through her first week's training schedule. The training was tough, but it was also very refreshing for Frichel as she finally felt that she was learning something new. It finally felt like she was now attending the great school known as the Hebrion Academy. Desir's party taught her so many things, and it all became fuel to further drive her studies. For example, she successfully completed casting Watering, the so-called hardest first circle water magic to cast. What's in store for me tomorrow? What will I learn? Frichel's confidence had increased. To the shock of other people that knew her, she now greeted everyone with delight. They asked her things like, "Is this really Frichel?" "Oh." Frichel walked past a hallway and saw a crowd murmuring about something. Her feet naturally led her to the epicenter of the trouble. It was where the lockers were located. Once there, she saw a familiar face. She pushed herself through the crowd, and as soon as she saw the face of the person sitting in the center of the crowd, she couldn't help screaming. Urge! Urge was Frichel's former party member. She was a pleasant person that was always surrounded by friends. Of course, Frichel was one of her friends. Urge was staring at her locker with a pale face. Frichel was speechless when she saw the condition the locker was in. There was an unbearable scent wafting out from inside it. The intestines of some kind of animal were thrown into the locker and blood had splattered everywhere, even dripping down onto the floor. Oh, this! Frichel was familiar with the scene in front of her. It was all too familiar to her. Urge, are you okay? Are you hurt? Frichel? Urge turned her head and found Frichel in the crowd. Her eyes changed as if she had suddenly found herself face to face with a mortal enemy. What's wrong, Urge? Urge wiped her tears with her sleeve before speaking. You're such a hypocrite. You're disgusting. Frichel didn't expect to hear this. Frichel and Urge were not best friends, but they were still relatively close. Frichel found herself without any clues as to why the Urge standing in front of her was consumed by hatred. Frichel's face betrayed her bewilderment at this change of heart. Urge manically grinned. If you didn't leave, this wouldn't have happened to me. Her words tore Frichel's heart into pieces. Who do you think I'm doing all of this for? All of this. Hazing. This was something that Frichel had been on the receiving end of up until she left the party. After she moved to Desir's party, the bullying stopped. She thought it had stopped. No, it hadn't. The target of it had just changed. It's all because of you. Because you ran away. The new target of the bullying was Urge. The charm that she usually displayed had completely disappeared. Get the fuck away. I don't need your pity. Urge turned around and started cleaning up her locker. Frichel's heart hurt so much. She was in this exact situation, getting bullied all the time up until recently, and nobody helped her. She was all alone. Frichel understood how Urge felt. She must be sad, miserable, and resentful. But that's all it was. Urge, I think you're missing something. Urge stopped moving her hands. It's not me who you need to hate. I didn't do anything wrong to deserve your blame. What? I became the new target all because you transferred to another party. What the heck are you talking about? Urge growled. Why do you think it's because of me? You are bullied because there are bullies out there. Stop trying to avoid reality. You became so ballsy, Frichel. Does your new party teach you how to lecture someone? Click-clack. A girl in a school uniform walked down the hallway. Lada Idle. She was a member of the party that used to give Frichel's previous party work and also happened to be the one that had bullied her. I'm saying what needs to be said. I should have spoken up about this issue before. Frichel stated with pure determination. Really? So what difference does talking about it now make? Whatever you say, it will only tickle me. Lada said as she shook her hand as if shooing away a fly. I have no interest in you anymore. You better stay out of my way and watch from the sidelines. This has nothing to do with you. No, I can't do that. What? You? Now I can see it so clearly. You are just a coward who only picks on the weak. Frichel's impassioned words had clearly upset Lada. Frichel, you seem to have misunderstood something. Lada started casting magic. The fact that you are now in Desir's party doesn't mean that your blood has now changed. It was a violation of the rules to cast magic in the school building, but Lada didn't care. Second circle magic was hurled at Frichel. Page. Frichel cast defense magic, but she was only a first circle magician. Her magic couldn't block it. Water shield. Ow wow. Thud. It didn't do anything at all. Frichel's defense magic was torn as if it was a thin piece of paper. A wooden fist struck her abdomen and she flew back into the lockers. Arg! Lada had clearly heard Frichel moaning in pain, but she didn't care. She walked towards Frichel and stomped on her back. It didn't look like anyone would step up to stop her rampage. She walked back a few steps and then cast another second circle spell. Root binding. Crack. From the magic web, tree branches spread out and wrapped Frichel's body. The pressure it exerted was overwhelming. Now repeat after me. I, as a worthless commoner, blamed a noble, and therefore deserve death. You are the worst. Well, if you say so. The tree branches started to tighten even further around Frichel's body. Her bones were at extreme risk of breaking into pieces, assuming she could withstand this pain for much longer. However, Frichel didn't let any sound of discomfort escape her lips. That's enough. Snap. Some unknown force instantly destroyed Lada's magic. The tree branches around Frichel disappeared. You! Get away from Frichel. It was Desir. He slowly walked toward the girls and gestured with his hand. Lada felt embarrassed, but she knew how strong Desir was. She stepped backward. Lada didn't notice Desir's casting. His magic and capability were so overwhelmingly strong that her ability was nothing great in front of Desir. Desir! Frichel got up as she coughed. Desir noticed some bruises on her skin. He also saw some red marks here and there too. I tried so hard not to yell at students. Desir sighed as he continued walking. Lada felt the rage emanating from Desir and instinctively walked backward in an attempt to escape. But she found herself backed into a wall. There was nowhere else to go. This is too much. Slate. Create marsh. Lada felt her back start to get wet. It then felt as if the wall was about to swallow her whole. She stirred her body into action to get away from it, but as she moved her body sank into the wall faster. Wait, what are you doing? In the span of just a second, her body was half buried in the wall. She could only twitch her fingers. Get me out. I wouldn't bury you if I had to take you out so soon. Lada tried to cast magic to escape, but Desir simply swung his hand and blocked her magic. Lada was truly helpless. Do you think you'll be okay after this? If any professor comes by, you're dead meat. Worry about yourself, kiddo. Your body is trapped in the wall under my slate magic. I can rip your body into pieces very easily. What? Desir started casting magic again. Lada sensed that she was in danger. She struggled in an attempt to free herself, however it was all in vain. After her struggles she found herself in the exact same place in the exact same wall. The magic was almost complete. And this is magnifying magic. I usually use this to enlarge the size of an object, but today, I can use it to fill up the gaps and holes in the wall. Desir's finger swung in a curved shape towards where Lada was buried in the wall. Imagine if you were the hole in this wall. What would happen to you if I just closed up this hole? She'd be suffocated. I guarantee that it's pain on a whole other level to what you have experienced in your life so far. Grin. Desir's smile gave everyone a chill. Stop. This is enough. I understand what you're trying to teach me. Did you stop torturing others when you were told to stop? The magic cast started to glow. Ike. Is he even going to stop? Tears poured out of Lada's eyes. She started sobbing uncontrollably. She was well past the point of caring about how shameful she would look. She then screamed, "Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Her makeup blended with her tears and started to streak down her face. Her face became uglier as she cried and shouted. Desir didn't seem to care. He continued with his magic. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." The magic was invoked and left Desir's finger. Lada closed her eyes tight and screamed, "Yai-ik." Lada bounced out from the wall as if it had barfed her out. Skreek. Lada didn't feel any pain. It was strange. She carefully opened her eyes, and she saw Desir standing in front of her looking down on her with a bleak face. "That's how you say it." Desir turned around and walked towards Frichel. He helped her to her feet. "I'll bring you to the medical center." "How did you know I was here?" Frichel inquired with a look of curiosity plastered on her face. "I was walking by and sensed that someone cast magic. I just came by to check it out. I didn't expect this." If Frichel was only abused physically, then Desir wouldn't have realized until it was too late. "I'm so sorry, Frichel. I know you tried to solve this by yourself, but I couldn't help myself from jumping in." Frichel was beat up mercilessly. Desir couldn't walk away from what he saw. Frichel smiled at Desir. "No, thank you very much, Desir. Thank you for helping me." Desir saw an unmistakable trace of agony concealed behind her smile. It was a bitter grin. It was the first day of the party competition. All of the party leaders headed over to the auditorium for an orientation. Naturally, Desir was also on his way to attend this meeting. Desir calmly looked around to check out the other participants. A tremendous amount of energy filled the room as all of the party leaders gathered. There was one strange thing about where the leaders chose to stand, though. The Alpha and Beta classes grouped up and naturally kept apart from each other, showing their obvious aversion to each other. It was as if an invisible wall had divided the groups of nobles and commoners. Desir shook his head at this spectacle. A person walked up onto the stage. "Welcome, Hebrion's brave leaders," Pelsta, the world history professor, exclaimed. He had been the person responsible for running the party competition in prior years. After a brief greeting, he started talking about the format of this year's competition. The theme of the party competition for this year is Dungeon Invasion. The dungeons have 3 stages in total. The level of each stage is based on the same scaling as the Shadow Worlds. The first stage is Class 6, the second stage is Class 5, and the third stage is Class 4. If you judge that your party cannot proceed any farther, you may surrender. Your score will reflect how far your party makes it before surrendering. Since Desir party had previously invaded a Class 4 Shadow World, it should be a simple matter to clear this. However, this naive manner of thinking doesn't reflect reality. It was a completely different situation between entering a dungeon with prior research on it and entering a dungeon blind. If you had some basic idea of what the shadow world was about, you could prepare countermeasures for whatever you were inevitably going to face. The party competition will be scored based not only on how fast and effectively each of you handle and clear the obstacles, but also how team members take their roles and work cooperatively. Professor Pessilta droned on. He continued on with the boring instructions that everybody already knew well in advance and had practiced against. Upon finishing his explanation, he ended the assembly with a formal closing ceremony. So, let us begin the party competition in 2 hours from now. With these formalities out of the way, the party leaders dispersed. Handling sudden and unexpected events was part of the assessment. Therefore, the orientation had been held just a few hours before the competition actually started. They now had a few hours to get their parties ready. Desir hurried back to his party members. I participated in the party competition in my prior life. Desir was once a member of the Beta class party and had participated in the party competition. Therefore, he already had some of the information about it, but he couldn't directly share it with anybody. With that said, Desir had 2 hours to explain all of the rules to his party, just like other party leaders. While he was walking and contemplating the matter, someone approached Desir. Desir, do you have a moment? It was Professor Essenblank, the one who always carried a long sword as if it was permanently attached to his body. Sure, but not for long, since the party competition starts in 2 hours. Desir casually responded with, just a minute is fine. Essenblank brought Desir to a corner where nobody could see them. Only after checking their surroundings and confirming that there was no one in close proximity to overhear them, he continued to talk. Desir, you know that I have a huge expectation for you. The only person who can defeat the... Essenblank spoke with a trace of passion seeping through. Desir listened to him silently. This is a good chance for us to change the relationship between the nobles and the commoners. Let's just say, it's like a revolution. Professor, Desir cut off Essenblank. It was true that Desir wanted to change the relationship between the nobles and commoners, but his perspective was slightly different from Essenblank's. Essenblank didn't mind and continued delivering his impassioned words. Some of the outsiders that attacked the Preleka Empire were part of the revolutionary army. What do you think about that? Essenblank inquired. Through the investigation of the outsiders, some of the information about the Preleka Empire invasion and the outsiders had managed to leak and spread far and wide. Essenblank probably obtained this information from that. I think they were wrong. Desir didn't leave it at just that. The first intention that they might have had was right, but their intention right now is twisted so much that it has made their current actions completely wrong. They harm people to achieve their goals. For this reason, they are nothing more than just terrorists. It sounds like you agree with some parts of their intention. Don't you want to cooperate with them? Even just a little? Desir shook his head. I never have and never will. As Essenblank was about to say something else, someone called his name from the back. That's enough, Professor Essenblank. It was Professor Vanquick, the one with the gorgeous beard. Essenblank saw the face and took his hand off his sword. We'll continue this conversation later, he said to Desir while turning around to leave. Essenblank nodded as an acknowledgement to Vanquick as he passed by him. Vanquick winked at Desir. All party competition participants, please come to the auditorium. Only one team representing each party can participate in the party competition, and each group can have a maximum of 6 people. Desir's party has 7 members in total. They decided to exclude Len as he was the youngest member. When they arrived at the Shadow Auditorium, they could see long TV-like panels arranged in the area. Professors would watch the participants' performances through these panels and assess them. Romantica tapped Desir's shoulder and pointed in a direction. Look over there. Her finger was pointing at the professors who were staring at Desir. It was somewhat expected that all of the professors were highly interested in Desir, as every action he made caused record-breaking results. Not only students, but also the professors would now carefully watch Desir's actions. Desir had accepted the Beta class students as new members to his party. It was obvious why he took Beta class members in when his original members were at top levels already. It was to show off the power of the commoners. Professor Pugman furiously glared at Desir. Desir chuckled in response. Don't even bother with them. Let's focus on what's in front of us. I just need to show them what we are capable of. Then, they'll all shut up. It was necessary to show off the strength of Desir and his party. And it wasn't his intention, but the calamity involving the outsiders' invasion of the Preleka Empire had already gained him some fame. But in reality, he was facing a big wall as a commoner. Hebrion Academy was truly the greatest educational institution of the various nations, but it wasn't the best environment for commoners. Desir felt that he could end this discrimination today. There was no doubt that it could change how the world sees them if he were to win the competition. There was now only a little bit of time remaining. It was time to cease thinking about such lofty goals and instead prepare for the real enemy. Desir squeezed his hands into fists. Do you think we can win? Frichel inquired. She was wearing the clothesline from the Mage Tower. Desir put his hand on her shoulder in a reassuring manner. Frichel, believe in you and us. You have changed. You are different now. And we will never forget you when you need our help. Oh, okay. I'll do my best. Frichel blushed in response before walking away. Romantica watched the brief interaction between these two. She then reached up to touch her own shoulder, but stopped before doing so. So stupid. She hurriedly lowered her hand. Shortly afterwards, Desir called the party members together. I'll start with the briefing. We will participate in the 3 different stages. Desir conveyed the critical points from the prior leaders' meeting. As he was in the middle of explaining, other parties started to arrive and the room started to fill up. There was a huge number of people as each party had 6 members participating. Most of these participants were single rankers. Some of them were even well-known experts and most of them were from the Alpha class. As Desir monitored his surroundings, he could tell that this competition would not be as easy as he hoped for. When Desir was finished explaining all the rules, it was finally time to start the competition. The bell rang from the clock tower. An announcement sounded from each communication pad. All participants please come to the front of the gate. As soon as Desir's party entered the simulated shadow world, Ironbez's dungeon, an announcement sounded. You have encountered a quest. This is the dungeon of the great wizard, Ironbez. He spent his entire life in this place in the devotion to furthering his studies. Break through this dungeon to gain the legacy left behind by Ironbez. This dungeon is composed of 3 stages. You are currently in the first stage. The spaces that wizards created for their own research were generally called dungeons. They were like treasure chests since wizards usually hid their life's achievements and findings in them. This party challenge would be held in Ironbez's dungeon and the participants were to play the role of treasure hunters. Desir looked around but couldn't make out anything at all. He was shrouded in total darkness. Light! He cast magic to light up his surroundings. People nearby saw this and used their magic to do the same. The bones of dozens of skeletons were scattered all over the ground, and the now illuminated walls of the dungeon were covered in letters and pictures of unknown meaning. Some parties acted fast and started working to interpret these letters and pictures. There's no point. They're meaningless. Desir already knew what they meant. They were just warnings. He had participated in the party competition as a member of a beta class party in his previous life. Well, his party completely failed before even finishing the first stage. Not only his party but all of the beta class parties had failed. There were no beta class students that had entered the second stage. The beta class usually participates in level 7 shadow worlds. This place is already level 6 at just the first stage. It was impossible for them to clear it. But it was different now. Desir turned towards Romantica. Romantica, cast the detective magic. Sure. Romantica replied as she cast a spell. The wind then stirred around her and shot towards the forked path that was not too far away from the starting point. The most important thing during a dungeon attack was to find out the structure of the dungeon. Doing this would help plan a safe route. Romantica continued to cast this spell to find potential paths in this place. Hey Desir, we'll be going ahead. Ladoria greeted Desir and walked ahead towards a path. The Red Dragon party that she belonged to was one of the top parties in the Hebrion. Academy, which meant that it was no surprise that they had someone with outstanding detective magic skills in their team. Thus, the Red Dragon party departed. Right after that, Desir met another party. It was Celt's. Celt was about to smile at Desir, but suddenly his face hardened, as if he was reminded of something unpleasant. He ended up not saying anything and walked away swiftly. Desir thought that this was strange behavior. The Celt that he had gotten to know was a bright and considerate student. Desir really liked Celt's personality that was a breath of fresh air in comparison with the other nobles. The current Celt was now a little different from the previous times Desir had interacted with him. However, Desir quickly forgot about this since there was no time to waste on minor matters like that. Desir, look at the 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 6 o'clock paths. They seemed like the fastest ways forward. Okay, let's take the 2 o'clock path. Party of Solun has resigned. Al-Khizrai failed. Deems Judas failed. Within a short period of time, many similar announcements were made. It had been less than an hour since the party competition had started and more than half of the beta class students had failed. They just couldn't handle the first stage. If Desir hadn't changed his party composition and improved their overall skill level, he probably would have been amongst those that had failed. Takaran also thought the same as he listened to the announcements. The reason he changed party with his younger brother was clear. He wanted to escape from the beta class. Desir's party managed to claw their way up from beta class to alpha class and even managed to achieve single ranker status. Takaran believed that he could learn something from Desir's party. In fact, he had actually already learned so much. He could feel the difference in himself after joining Desir's party for just a couple of weeks, in comparison to the 2 years he had spent in his old party. Desir had taught him a decent kind of swordsmanship and his other skills had massively improved too. This time our party will win. Takaran couldn't forget the moment when he heard Desir proclaim this. He first thought at the time that it was impossible. He thought that Desir just said this to raise the party's morale. But it wasn't. Desir really meant it and he actually had the abilities to pull it off. Freechel. Clear the dust on the ground. Sure. Swoosh. There was a trap. It is some kind of weight-sensitive trap. A jest. Can you make a bridge that we can use with your ice zone? No problem. Jarrrrrrr. All right, everyone. Let's get across. Desir's party had proceeded quickly, as if they were taking a casual stroll. The level 6 shadow. World difficulty didn't seem too hard for them. It feels like something is about to reveal itself. Romantica. Check the front with your detective magic. Whoosh. I detected multiple creatures ahead. It's a group of goblins. Pram and Takaran to the front. Romantica, back them up. Takaran. Show us what you have learnt so far. Takaran tightly squeezed his sword in his hands and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Desir's party shared the load fairly with the new members, encouraging them to practice in real situations. Desir guided Takaran and Freechel to gain practical experience. The level 6 Shadow World was like a practice stage for the existing members. A jest, cover Takaran when it becomes dangerous. Okay. The party roles were predetermined based on their training. Desir also explained things easily and in an effective manner out in the field. Romantica. Give me an overview on how far away they are. They are about 15 meters ahead. Wait. This goblin seems a little too big. Like a monster. What does it look like? Huge fangs. The size of its body is way bigger than a regular goblin. A huge body and fangs. Then it's an ogre. It might be too challenging for Takaran. Pram, you should take this. Make sure the ogre doesn't even get a chance to retaliate. Roger. When unexpected things happened, Desir flexibly changed the strategies and responded as the situation required.
Humans.
Goblins and an ogre approached Desir's party. As soon as the location of the enemies was determined, Pram dashed out like a streak of lightning and assaulted the ogre. Now only goblins were left. Takaran, counting on the support from the remaining party members, demonstrated the swordsmanship he learned from Desir to his heart's content. Swoosh.
Grrrr.
Screech. The herd of monsters were swiftly knocked down. Since he hadn't fully mastered it yet, Takaran had made some mistakes here and there, but Romantica was there to support him, and a jest sometimes came to help him as well. "All right, it's clear," Desir announced as he cut the last one down. "Let's recap and get going in 5 minutes." Takaran shook blood off of his sword and slid it back into the sheath. "It is perhaps possible." As he was looking at Desir's back, he felt a rising certainty that the party could reach the goal they had set for themselves. Desir's party resumed moving forward. On the way, they encountered a few more traps and monsters, but they handled them all easily under Desir's instructions. As they kept moving, they suddenly heard a thud that sounded like a huge weapon crushing something. "Arf!" Someone screamed loudly. "Let's pick up the pace." Desir rushed his party. The path widened as they continued forward, and it ended up leading to an enormous open space. There was a party fighting with a monster. The monster had a body and wings made of stones and a huge horn on its forehead. The horn was as big as a muscular arm. Gargoyle, an artificial creature that wizards created to protect their dungeons. The party fighting this creature was one of the beta-class parties. It wasn't hard to identify them since they were using poor quality gear. They didn't have clotheslines. They didn't even have enchanted coats for defense. All they had was old armor made up of steel and leather. The swords they wielded didn't seem strong enough for the purpose either. They were swinging their thin, stick-like swords against this intimidating gargoyle. How did they get here so fast? Only 4 members were left in that party. Thud. Before too long, a gargoyle struck one party member with its horn. His body faded away. If you were taken out, this was how your body disappeared. Bidray failed. Only 3 remained. This party probably started the competition with 6 members. 2 people were probably taken out a long time ago, leaving just 3 people, desperate to defeat this monster. "What are we going to do, Desir?" Romantica inquired. "Technically, there is no reason for us to help them. This was a competition amongst all parties to figure out which parties were more competent than the rest. On the other hand, there was no policy preventing parties attacking each other, which meant it was technically allowed for them to attack and attempt to eliminate other parties. This party should be thankful that they were not getting attacked by Desir's party. But we need to pass through this path too. We don't have to wait until they fail. It's just wasting our time, right?" "Sure thing, Desir." Pram chirped, knowing what Desir was trying to get at. Nobody was opposed to this, and shortly after, Desir's party joined the fight. A loud noise of rocks crashing down onto the ground reverberated across the cavern. The source of the noise was the destruction of a gargoyle's body. This sound represented the action of a party invading a dungeon. "Haa!" With a shout, Pram stabbed his sword into the forehead of the remaining gargoyle. The silver blade easily tore through it as if it were paper, destroying the gargoyle's core. With a deft motion, Pram lightly withdrew his sword from the falling rock. Surrounding Desir's party was the rubble of 8 gargoyles. These creatures were the most challenging obstacle in the first stage of this dungeon, since first circle magic didn't affect them at all. Until their core was destroyed, they would tirelessly attack regardless of their body tearing and breaking. On top of that, they moved at an overwhelming speed. For those that did not have powerful gear equipped, these gargoyles were simply invincible. Desir's party had strong enough equipment and strategies to triumph over them. Each member of their power was also powerful enough to take on a gargoyle head-on too. It goes without saying that their battle with the gargoyles ended swiftly, wrapping up completely within an hour. "Are you all right?" "Awesome, you're just awesome," exclaimed Edwin, the leader of the party that was defeated by the gargoyles prior to Desir arriving. His party was grateful that Desir's party actually intervened in the battle and saved them. "Your ability is well known. I was still surprised to see you defeat these gargoyles so easily though. You're just awesome." Some of them stepped forward to request handshakes with Desir's party. "You lost 3 of your members to gargoyles?" Edwin smiled awkwardly. The situation was now settled. Behind the defeated gargoyles there was a path and a set of stairs leading towards the second stage. "Why don't you rest and confirm your party status here first? We'll start moving onwards in the meantime," Desir suggested. Thanks for saving us, but we are not going to proceed to the second stage. Edwin replied. How did you get up here? We skipped. What? You know all of the traps and monsters. We couldn't defeat them with our limited ability and gear. This was quite clear to us. Instead, we just ran. Literally. We tried to get as far as we could. We didn't care about failure, but look at us now. This was the worst strategy. Charging through enemy territory without thinking about any escape routes or backup plans. The sacrifice of team members, one by one, was expected with such a plan, if you could even really call it such. I know it is such a stupid strategy. You can easily tell how we would end up. When one person fails, it's nearly impossible to form any strategy. But this was our best shot at it. This is all we could do. A few announcements sounded. Core's ES party surrendered. Taimuli failed. Urgin Kios failed. Other beta-class parties had declared their surrender. None of them could make it through the first stage. They were simply incompetent in the face of this trial. It was rare for someone to be able to succeed with just effort, especially in the fields of swordsmanship and magic. It was clear that they would not improve and would always be defined by their current status as beta-class students. It was essentially an inescapable destiny. Desir was speechless. Recently, I thought, Edwin choked out as he looked up at Desir. That you, Desir, can change all of this nonsense and unfairness. With you, one day, the commoners will not be discriminated against and be able to learn whatever we want to learn. Sure. Desir nodded in affirmation as he replied. I promise. I'll change the world and prove this to you. I trust you all. Edwin then shouted. Betherway party surrenders. Betherway party surrendered. Diameses failed. The announcement listed all of the remaining members of their party. Their bodies faded and soon disappeared. Did you all hear that? After the bodies had disappeared, Desir turned towards his party members. This is why we need to win this thing. Once again, Desir's party members were reminded of their goal. Placing third, Desir Arman party has entered Stage 2. Of course, Stage 2 was a lot more challenging than Stage 1. As the paths in this stage were wider, larger scales of attacks and traps were to be expected. The traps were trickier and more sinister, while the monsters were harder to defeat. In comparison to the skeletons and goblins in Stage 1, monsters such as packs of orcs and great worms were much tougher to tackle head-on. The difficulty level in this stage was about level 5.
Formation.
There is a sign of great worms ahead. Desir instructed the party as he sensed movement in the ground. Even though they had irregular breaks in between continuous battles, Desir's party members were more serious and more alert than they were before. Instead of giving opportunities to the new members to lead the battles, they were now protecting them in their formation. Great worms attack invaders by launching ambushes based on their sense of vibration and heat as they crawl beneath the ground. Their bodies were covered in specially treated metal. It was outstandingly strong but at the same time very smooth, allowing it to rapidly move under the ground. Crash. A great worm exploded out of the ground, landing on the surface. Takaran was standing in its trajectory. He quickly rolled his body out of harm's way before charging at the great worm with his sword. Ah-ya! Tuck. It didn't so much as leave a scratch on the giant worm. The sword was not strong enough to penetrate the metal and just bounced off. There was no room to be surprised at this. Takaran, back off, Desir shouted. Okay. Bang. Right away, Romantica's magic streaked through the air. With a huge noise, the great worm's body shook. A small region of its metallic skin cracked and bodily fluid started to leak out of it. Pram didn't miss that opportunity. He stabbed his sword into that crack and deftly widened the crack by slicing through it. Slice. In just a moment, the worm's body was cut in half. Hiss! Hisses! The great worm wobbled its body abruptly in an attempt to get away from Pram. Black liquid splashed everywhere. The great worm noticed that it was facing people it had no chance of defeating. It turned its head around and wriggled its body in an attempt to dig into the ground and escape. Due to the natural abilities of great worms underground, When they manage to escape back into the ground, there is typically no way to find them again. Great worms also tend to form packs. If this great worm managed to return to its pack, it would bring its whole family to challenge them again later. Ajest quickly reacted. She invoked Area of Effect magic. A sheet of ice covered the area surrounding the worm. Boom! The great worm slammed its head against the ice. Fortunately, the ice was dense enough. Actually, it was unimaginably hard. It soon realized that it wouldn't be able to return to its pack. It instead started slamming its body against the ceiling and walls and eventually charged at Desir's party. For a subsurface dweller, it was surprisingly fast. The great worm opened its mouth wide, revealing thousands of sharp teeth. It crushed everything in its path with this mouth as it charged forward. Freechel, stand behind me. Oh, sure. Romantica, I'm going to use explosive magic. I need oxygen. The great worm approached so loudly that dust snowed down from the ceiling. Desir didn't panic. He raised his hand calmly towards the worm.
Explosion.
A massive amount of magic from the third circle spell exploded in the mouth of the great worm. Boom! Hot air billowed out along with a huge amount of flame. The great worm cooked from the inside out as it suffocated from the hot air that prevented it from breathing. Of course, it was hard for the rest of the party members to breathe also. It was almost suicidal to use explosion magic in a closed area like this, but of course Desir wouldn't use such a thing without a plan. Romantica cast a spell. Refrain air. Fresh air blew and helped all of the members to breathe again. The great worm twitched its body. More black liquid poured out of its wounds. Takaran and Pram used their swords to steal its last breath. Hiss! With a short shriek, the thrashing of the great worm stopped. The battle is over. This battle took a long time to finish. Desirs needed to use higher-level magic as well. They couldn't maintain their pace from stage 1. However, while traversing through the stage was a bit more complicated, it was still safe and within the capabilities of the party. It was still doable, achievable, beatable. But we are still in third place. Currently, the Red Dragon Party was in first place. The Blue Moon Party was second. Desir needed to slightly increase their pace in order to catch up to them. We'll take a 10-minute breather, then we'll resume. The Blue Moon Party is rather impressive. They are very skillful. The Red Dragon Party is in first place. They're indeed an honor party. The audience made various comments on the performance of the parties. On the other side of the room, professors busily scored the performance of the parties, as it interested in the students that occupied the top ranks. The third rank is Desir's party. Oh, you mean the party that doesn't have an official name yet? The new one. I had some hope for them, but they are a beta-class party after all. They did a great job reaching third place though. The professors continued to converse with each other. Nice to see you, Professor Bridget. A husky voice squeezed out a greeting. His attitude immediately showed that he habitually treated others with disrespect. He then sat next to Bridget. It was Pugman Niplica. Nice to see you, Professor Pugman. It was a rare occasion for Pugman to start a conversation with Bridget. Bridget was uncomfortable talking to Pugman as a result. After a short exchange of greetings, she returned her focus back onto the display panels. You don't seem well. It's none of your business. Of course, you probably don't feel like talking. I can tell by the situation. Pugman deeply breathed in, staring at Bridget's face as if enjoying it. For some reason, he looked oddly determined. It's over, Bridget. In a moment, there was a loud scream amongst the professors. The Blue Moon Party cleared a high-level obstacle in Stage 2 and claimed the Rank 1 position. Bridget turned to look at Pugman. You'll never know until it's really over, Professor. If it makes you feel any better, Pugman replied with a slight smirk. Desir. Maybe this is his limit. What do you mean by that? Bridget inquired. I admit that he is competent, but he is a commoner. He came all the way up to this point by pure luck, but there is a glass ceiling as a commoner. Well, there was a person who lost to a commoner. She was referring to Kelt. That was a careless mistake. If that makes you feel any better. It felt like cold air was billowing between the two. Eventually they focused on the display panels again. It won't be as easy as it was before. Is there a reason that you are so confident? Humph. It is a party competition after all. Pugman replied as he continued staring at the display panels. Even the honor parties attempted this with their best members. But this one is made up of beta class members. All of them. Aren't they too full of themselves? Maybe they were. For this competition, the top magicians had gathered. This was what Desir was trying to do. Compete against them with commoners who were regarded as incompetent. But it didn't faze Bridget at all though. She shook her head. I'll admit, Pugman, your bravado is incredible. This time fire seemed to spark between the two as they stared at each other. However, they went ahead to the next stage. Back in stage 1 of the dungeon, a place where many parties struggled and tried their best to clear, there was a party moving forward effortlessly. Any traps or monsters? Nope. They completely cleared them out. Great. They don't leave any debris behind them as I expected. O'Quinn smiled after the report from their scout. His prediction was correct. It was a great choice to select Desir's party. He turned towards his party members. Good news, everyone. It's time to resume our journey. The party, Arachne, was a beta class party. They had neither decent gear nor skills. Surprisingly, all 6 members were still alive. As a beta class party, it was certainly a miracle that all of their members had survived with the entrance to stage 2 right around the corner. O'Quinn, the leader of Arachne, was smart enough to know that his party was not competent enough to finish stage 1 on their own merit. Then, I can literally follow in the footsteps of a good party? When a party clears traps and monsters, just follow quietly behind them. This was their strategy. People would say that it was sly, unfair, and sneaky, but O'Quinn thought that it was foolish to go head-to-head when he could go around. The downside to this strategy was that if the leading party found out, the whole competition would be over for O'Quinn's party. Not only that, dire consequences would swiftly follow after the tournament. Therefore, they tried to select a party that would be magnanimous about this matter even if they were caught. Desir's party. They wouldn't harm us. Even after finding out that we were chasing right behind them, O'Quinn smirked. They even took our ace, Frichel, away from us. At the very least, they should let us follow them. The Arachne party members responded with somewhat vacant gazes. Sure. We were so nice to Frichel. O'Quinn shrugged his shoulders. You're right. She was the one who couldn't take our prank. It was just a little prank, and it was so awkward that she just ran out like that. He then glared at the members who hadn't said anything yet. Somebody has to be a toy for the alphas, right, Alie? Alie looked away. Her eyes wandered around the area. She responded emotionlessly. Right. O'Quinn had a close relationship with alpha class parties and was subcontracted with them as a result. The party members had to be careful with O'Quinn. Otherwise, they could be made the new target. The Arachne party walked down the hallway of stage 1. Originally, traps and monsters would have blocked them. No, there were actually some traps set up there, but they were already all dismantled and destroyed. They continued to walk through patches of dead monsters and destroyed traps. It was a non-stop collage of post-battle scenes. There was a path leading downstairs just behind the piles of gargoyle rubble. The Arachne party went down the stairs. Arachne party has entered stage 2. Great! They were probably the top rank amongst the beta class parties now. Even though they didn't fight against a single monster or dismantle a single trap, by entering stage 2 they had gained so much credit already. This is so easy. We can probably enter stage 3 if we continue moving forward like this. O'Quinn announced to his party members, All right, time to look for Desir's tracks again. On it. There were so many tracks on the ground. The debris from the battlefield was incomparable to the ones in stage 1. This way, the Arachne party continued following the tracks that lead from battle to battle. After about 10 minutes, they suddenly came to a stop. Thud. A heavy noise could be heard, swiftly followed by a large vibration. What is that? Thud thud. And it wasn't a one-time event. The noise became louder and louder. Soon, a red dot appeared in the dark. Shring. One of the magicians cast light magic and illuminated the surroundings. From one of many paths in front of them, there was something walking towards them. It had a huge body and it made the ground shake as it stepped forward with its gigantic feet, one step at a time. The magician who cast the light magic noticed what it was and screamed, "A golem?" Golems were mythical figures that guard dungeons. They were one of the highest-leveled monsters that dungeon invaders, like themselves, could face. It was nearly impossible for them to defeat this monster. Even if they did, they would sustain so much damage from the battle that they wouldn't be able to carry on. Is it just strolling around? Unlike the monsters in Stage 1, golems in Stage 2 steadily roamed in search of invaders. While the Arachne party tried to collect themselves, the golem had approached them. A red light scanned them once. Schwing. The golem recognized the figures in front of it as invaders. The massive body of rock was already so close to them. O'Quinn ordered his party. Back off. It was suicidal for them to try and defeat a golem. They needed magic of at least the third circle or a knight-level swordsman in order to break the outer layer and damage the inside of its body. The highest power in their party was second circle. Retreating was the right decision. The Arachne party started to run away from the golem, but the golem chasing them was surprisingly fast. Way too fast. It seemed like it would catch up to them in just a moment. O'Quinn had to make a decision. Sorry. O'Quinn cast magic. He turned around and cast Seize magic at Alyi. Crush. Alyi's feet were caught and stuck to the ground. Due to her momentum and the abrupt stop, she immediately fell down to her knees. O'Quinn shouted at her, "You need to be the bait for us." Alyi looked up at O'Quinn and the other members, but nobody came to help her. They continued escaping. "We can find the tracks later. We just need to get rid of this thing first." Because Stage 2 had a more complicated map somewhat reminiscent of spiderwebs, in comparison to Stage 1, O'Quinn believed that he could remove this tail. Next time, I should chase Desir's party much closer. Unfortunately, he couldn't change the past to make this happen. O'Quinn's party suddenly stopped in their tracks. O'Quinn's could see a red light glowing in the dark in front of them. It was another golem. "We'll turn around and take the side path that we just passed." Thump. It was a heavy sound from behind them. The first golem had caught up. "Wait, it's here already? Alyi, you useless piece of shit." Two golems, on either side of the party, slowly closed in on them, blocking any path out of this predicament. They were completely trapped. "We're done." All of the members heard what O'Quinn muttered and gave up on escaping their fate. "Well, we made it to Stage 2. We did pretty well. Arachne party, we surrender." As the party leader claimed their surrender, all party members' bodies faded as they were transported to the place where they first started the competition. At least that was what was meant to happen. It didn't happen this time, though. Why aren't we being transported? Nothing had happened to their bodies. In a moment, the golem in the back swung its gigantic arm. Crush. A roar. An ear-piercing scream resounded. It was the party member in the rear. His armor and shield were crushed and a terrible amount of blood squirted out through the holes that had appeared in it. It was a serious injury. His bones were smashed into pieces and his body was thrown to the ground. An impalement failed. There was an announcement about the party member failing the mission, but the body that was supposed to fade and disappear was still there. In a short moment, the rest of the party realized what had just happened. Rather, what hadn't happened. "He's dead for real?" The golems surrounding them came much closer. Their faces were plastered with misery at their inevitable fate. Plop. Gosh! Water droplets fell onto Pram's head. He immediately shook his head to rid himself of the water. Looking up, the water droplets that had accumulated on the ceiling due to condensation were falling down at regular intervals. Pram moved away and turned back towards his party. "I felt it when I first came in, but I really don't like it here." It had almost passed the 4-hour mark since entering the dungeon. 2 hours had passed since entering the second stage. It was inevitable for hunger to start setting in. It was now time to take a break and refresh. "I agree. I don't like the food either," Romantica said while frowning. Desir's party, which was attacking the second stage, sat down for a while and started consuming their packed food. It wasn't a luxurious meal since it had to be easy to carry. The water was in a bottle made out of iron. Hence it tasted like iron too, and the briskets were rather unpleasant. It feels like I haven't had a fine meal recently. Frankly, this was still fine. She could still handle an inconvenience of this level. But most of all, what I can't stand. Romantica used her eyes to gesture ahead. At the point where she was gesturing at Desir and Agest could be seen sitting together. They were holding a conversation a little further away from where the party was eating together. They were probably talking about this dungeon raid. But even so, Desir seems to think of Agest as a sub-leader to our party. Romantica responded nervously at Pram's observation. Don't be silly, Pram. But if it is Agest, I think it fits her. It's a bit vexing to admit though. Romantica couldn't respond. It was natural if one thought about it. Agest was stronger than her. No one could disagree that. She was the strongest one in the party, excluding Desir. She had talent as a swordsman and a lot of experience, even if she was at the same third circle of wizardry as Romantica. She also had experience participating in the conquering of shadow worlds before entering Hebrion Academy. She was talented to a whole other level. Well, she is pretty too. She might also be the second most famous amongst the first years, right next to Desir. And she was the leader of the freshmen when she was part of the Blue Moon Party. She was already a different being to Romantica. Can't I catch up to her in any other way, ever? Crunch. Romantica chewed her briskets angrily, startling Pram and Freechel who were sitting right next to her. While they discussed this, Desir and Agest, who had already finished eating, got to work disarming traps on the path that the party would need to pass through. Desir unlocked traps whilst teaching Agest. Agest, there's a trap in front of you. If you check the flow of mana, you can feel that it is different only around that area. Oh, it sure is. It's easier to check the trap's grade by the amount of mana it uses. And when it's a lower level trap, it's better to deal with it by just preparing a defense and triggering it. But if you can't figure out what the trap is like I do, it's better to just avoid it. Just in case if you do have to trigger it, then do it like this. Desir put his hand against the ground. Mana then flowed down into the ground from it. The flow of mana that powered the trap was slightly distorted as a result. After that, Desir then stepped on the trap. Something mechanical clicked, but nothing happened. You can break a trap with just a little change to its mana flow. It should feel like you're changing the flow of water in a rippling stream by putting stones down to disrupt it. I'm putting my mana on the flowing mana and changing the flow ever so slightly. This can be applied to most of the trap spells that are driven by mana. It was not a technique that could be learnt, regardless of how much you paid someone. It required practice. Agest tried to familiarize herself with the technique, but she couldn't help but be worried. Desir, you look very relaxed, but I'm honestly worried. Huh? Can we keep up with the parties ahead of us? Agest checked the leaderboard on her communication pad. First, Blue Moon Party. Leader, Argeria G. Roglin Nimbias. Progress points 2300. Party points 1700. Second, Red Dragon Party.
Leader, Radoria von Doris.
Progression points 2100. Party points 1560. Third, Unknown Party. Leader, Desir Arman. Progression points 1700. Party points 1800. The points of each party were scored in real time by the professors watching the party competition through the display panels, and the results were shared via the communication pads. We are ahead with party points, but far behind other parties in progress. That means we are that much slower than the others. The party points were a measure of how well the party worked together to effectively clear the dungeon, and the progression points quantified how much of the dungeon they had completed. We lost a lot of time on the first stage giving our new party members experience. Thank you for teaching us, but the purpose of our participation in this party competition is to win. I'm worried that we can't achieve that goal. You don't have to worry. It's not such a big problem to worry about. Our party can always take the first place in this competition. Do you have a plan? Due to the structure of the dungeon, it will be very difficult to reverse the standings at this point. The second stage was a labyrinth consisting of a total of 5 zones. The distinction between each zone was demarcated by the presence of halls leading one to enter the next zone. The structure of the labyrinth varied from zone to zone, and the goal for the second stage was to proceed to the 5th zone that contained the way forward to the 3rd stage. It was very difficult to reverse the standing since it required a minimum amount of time to break through the labyrinth varying from zone to zone. But there's always a way. At the same time as Desir finished speaking, the Desir party, which had since stopped resting, arrived at a huge hall marking the end of the 1st zone. As soon as Ajest recognized the 3 paths in the hall of the 2nd zone, she could hear the announcement in her ear. You've reached the hall of the 3rd zone in the 2nd stage. Before entering the 3rd zone, a normal passage to the 3rd zone, as well as 2 additional options are given to parties that reach this area. The Passage of Folly. This is a passage filled with monsters and traps at the level found in the 1st stage. The difficulty will drop, but the length of the labyrinth will be much longer. Passage of Suffering. This is a direct route to the 5th zone, which is guarded by Tyrantula. The passage is completely straight, but Tyrantula has nested here. Tyrantula targets invaders who pass through the passage in the dark. The difficulty of this passage is much greater, but the length of the zone is shorter. The Passage of Folly is the choice of a party that has lost or lacks sufficient power, and the Passage of Suffering is a choice that strong parties might opt to take. Most of the time, the majority of parties chose to use the normal passageway or the Passage of Folly. The difficulty level of the Tyrantula, which was described as appearing in the Passage of Suffering, was comparable to 4th-level Shadow Worlds. Reaching the 3rd stage would be made much more difficult for most parties if they lost just one member. Hence, there were very few parties willing to take such a risk or make such a sacrifice just to quickly break through. The risk was just too high in comparison to the benefits. It was better to traverse the labyrinth at a suitable level for the party, even if the path would be a little bit longer. In fact, almost every party would make such a decision. But we're entering here. With what Pram was saying, Romantica could only sigh. Well, it is not the first time. Do you mean to take a gamble? Ajest inquired, and Desir shook his head. Of course, I'm not suggesting it out of desperation. I have a clear plan. I promise you that will not drop out due to this choice. Desir spoke with confidence while choosing a passage. We'll be reversing the rankings and snatching 1st place. You've entered the Passage of Suffering. There were several bodies on the floor. They were from the Alpha-class parties of the Hebrion Academy. The clotheslines that boast such strong defense were torn and blood leaked from lacerations that covered their entire bodies. But these weren't fatal wounds. The wounds themselves were not that deep. Splash. The reason they had died from such shallow wounds was from the poison that the Tyrantula injected into their bodies. The poison of the Tyrantula, which was definitely classed as belonging to a monster of the highest level, was powerful enough to paralyze and melt the inside of the body on contact. Due to the power of such a poison, they were immediately eliminated and marked to return to reality. However, something had gone wrong. Splash. The noise easily echoed throughout the desiccated passageway. One of the bodies rolled over. Black legs sharp as blades ripped into it as the beast ravenously devoured it. Splash, splash, splash. There was a loud sound of filthy water spilling onto the ground. This process was repeated several times. Each body was meticulously wrapped into a spider web. The figures of each quickly disappeared as they were sealed within the spider's silk. Before long, the bodies that once littered the hallway were securely stowed within their new silk cocoons. The silk that was once visible started to turn transparent, and before long the grisly scene was no longer visible. The sharp, knife-like legs were also concealed in spider silk and became transparent. The blood and bodies that were strewn everywhere had disappeared, as if they had never existed. There was only an empty passage leading into the distance. Not too long after, the presence of people could be detected, and the passage that was completely silent up until then was filled with the echoes of a voice. The reason why Tyrantula is dangerous is due to the poison on the edge of its legs. There is also a special gimmick related to its spider silk. The source of the noise was none other than Desir's party. Desir moved forward carefully. The filthy water on the ground splattered everywhere as the party traipsed through it. Tarantula's web has the effect of making anything that it wraps transparent. Most people knew this, but Desir explained it for the sake of anyone who didn't.
Top.
Desir stopped. Create water. Water droplets were suspended mysteriously in the air. Yes, it's literally invisible. Tarantula has transparent webs everywhere like this and wraps itself in them. That's why nothing is visible. To unknowing prey, there's nothing in this passage. Given how empty it was, believing such a monster existed in the passageway they were currently standing in was rather difficult. If we go fast and get caught in a spider web, we will get attacked by an invisible enemy. This is why people avoid Tarantula's nest. What do we have to do then? Is there something special? Frichel asked with curiosity after Desir's explanation. Desir nodded. The principle of the spider's webs in this passage is simple. Tarantula uses the webs to sense and attack its prey. So, how should we overcome this? Well, don't touch the web at all? That's impossible. Desir pointed at the passage extending straight ahead. You can't see them, but from this point on, there are countless spider webs. As soon as you touch any of the webs, Tarantula will come running. It's incredibly fast and invisible. You have no chance of coping. What can we do? After no one could offer a suggestion, a jest opened her mouth. What about? Desir clapped. That is the correct answer. Tarantula's perception is restricted to the spider's web. In other words, if we irritate several spider webs at the same time, its perception will be confused. That's the opportunity that we have to aim for. Its limited perception was Tarantula's only exploitable weakness. Hit the web with magic and shake Tarantula's perception. Of course, we can't just invoke random magic. Desir opened his palms. To induce a stimulus strong enough that masks other human movement at the same time, we must hit at least 5 magic spells of at least the second circle at the same time. This will give Tarantula no chance to recognize us. Let me take that role, Desir. A jest hurriedly suggested. It's possible for me to arrange more than 5 spells at the same time at my level. You can arrange 5 spells, but the problem is landing them at the right time. That kind of accurate magical arrangement is something only I can do. No mistakes were allowed. At the same time, the magic had to hit a thin spider web. I'll distract Tarantula from a little bit further away. You break though in that chance. Once you do, I'll be right behind you. Is this a guaranteed method for success? Of course. In the strange gap between the question and answer, Romantica frowned. Are you sure? I'm serious. I'm sure of this. Eventually, Romantica sighed and allowed the plan. After getting everyone's consent, Desir began preparation for his part in the plan. Even though Tarantula's perception via its spider's web can be avoided, be careful not to get stuck in its webs. They still have great adhesive force, so proceed with caution. I know that much. Good. They got ready to run after exchanging a few more pieces of advice with each other. 1, 2, 5 spells were formed in front of Desir. 3. As soon as Desir invoked the spells, all party members except Desir began to run. Pram swung his sword forward, cleaving open a webless path for the party to traverse. Desir watched them escape quickly. After that, the magic arrangements in front of him stopped and faded away. Did it work? Desir checked that all of them had escaped and sighed in relief. They would never allow me to do this if I told them the truth. It was true that Tarantula's weakness was disrupting its perception, but the way Tarantula perceived its prey was very different to what Desir had explained. Desir had to deceive his party again since the actual method did guarantee the safe escape of the bait. The real way it perceives people is... Desir reached his hands forward and felt something on his fingertips. He caught the web. Entangling it, he brought it to his heart. Biosignal. And amongst them, it responds the most to heartbeats. Tarantula's favorite food was live prey. Inevitably, it responded the greatest to bioreactions. Desir stopped breathing and began to concentrate. Recognizing changes in environment. Detect the slightest changes amongst this absolute silence. Nothing seems to have changed on the surface. Silence.
Top.
After a moment or two, dust and debris began to fall off the walls. Desir smiled. How many monsters do you think I've killed? Hundreds? Thousands? Frack. Tarantula appeared out of nowhere and ripped through the air, aiming to skewer Desir through the back with its leg. Although there was the expectation that it could only make a small wound to the clothesline off a single ranker, it was still incredibly dangerous due to its terrible poison, able to kill its opponent with just the slightest cut from its leg. So far, no student had ever been able to attack it, since it was able to appear out of nowhere. At least so far. However, Desir naturally reached towards his back as if expecting such an attack. And with the spell that formed behind him, when Desir opened the gate, his eyes and ears were immediately assaulted by Romantica's loud displeasure. What took you so long, Desir? Desir smiled and replied, I made a mistake and failed to disrupt its perception. Fortunately, I ran as well. You idiot! Well, what's our ranking anyway? Yes, our ranking. Everyone in the party turned on their communication pads and checked the leaderboard. The leaderboard on the communication pad was as follows. First, unknown party. Leader, Desir Arman. Progression points 2350. Party points 1900. Second, Blue Moon Party. Leader, Argeria G. Raglan Nimbias. Progress points 2320. Party points 1850. Third, Red Dragon Party.
Leader, Radoria von Doris.
Progression points 2200. Party points 1700. The party looked at each other in a mixture of surprise and joy. Oh yeah, they had succeeded in taking first place. They had surpassed the Blue Moon Party. Let's continue on with this momentum and clear it all at once. I agree. I will do my best. Well, you should. While everyone merrily continued down the passage, Desir noticed a scratch on his finger. It may be from the debris. It's pretty painful for a simulated 30% pain limit. Am I just imagining things? Desir kept his thoughts to himself. He couldn't give them anything else to worry about. Desir entered the 5th zone while rubbing his bloody finger on his lapel. First, unknown party. Leader, Desir Arman. Second, Blue Moon Party. Leader, Argeria G. Raglan Nimbias. Third, Red Dragon Party.
Leader, Radoria von Doris.
Desir's party, that had only been in 3rd place up until now, suddenly reached the top rank in an instant. Confirming this fact with his communication pad, Kelt took a deep breath. This is rather ridiculous. The increase in points was massive. It was never meant to be possible to reverse the rankings like this. Snapping out of his reverie, Kelt looked around to confirm how the others were handling this. The reaction of the Blue Moon Party members was fairly similar across the board. They all felt horrible. They just passed us? That doesn't make sense. We are at the last zone of the 2nd stage. This doesn't make sense at all. The difference between our progress points was almost 500. That's like 3 zones worth of distance. How did they shorten the point gap? How did they catch up? Kelt Napolitan could only think of one possibility. No way did they take on the Tarantula passage. Other than that, it was impossible to explain. It was not easy to locate the Tarantula in its natural habitat, let alone take it on. The Blue Moon Party was skilled enough to do so, but not without taking casualties. If the party suffered a great loss in the 2nd level, it was almost impossible to reach the 3rd stage of the dungeon. It simply wasn't necessary to attack Tarantula when there were such large demerits associated with doing so. He is not a man that would gamble like that. After recalling what he knew about Desir Arman, Kelt Napolitan immediately corrected this view. If he knew that he could do it safely, after sorting out his thoughts, Kelt shared his hypothesis behind the Desir Party's meteoric rise in the rankings. After contemplating the matter, the Blue Moon Party leader, a 1st-place single ranker of the 3rd grade, Argeria G. Raglan Nimbia's expression turned into one of utter seriousness. He intuitively felt that this was the only reasonable explanation for the phenomena. Argeria glared at the leaderboard on his communication pad, and after confirming the rankings for the umpteenth time, he finally opened his dried lips. This can't be. The Blue Moon Party was the largest gathering of Alpha-class talent. In other words, it was the most powerful party in Hebrion Academy. They were provided with high-quality armor and weapons suited for the best of the best. Professor Pugman also invested heavily in them to demonstrate the superiority of the noble class. It was due to this fact that Professor Pugman, who was in charge of this party, had placed his high expectations on them to do well in this tournament. Argeria turned to Kelt, who happened to be standing right next to him. Kelt, did the professor tell you anything before the party competition started? Be sure to defeat the Desir party. Argeria knew how Professor Pugman felt about Desir. For Professor Pugman, who had fully subscribed to the belief that nobles were superior to commoners in every way, he was like a thorn under one's nail. In particular, Desir was directly combating this ideology of noble supremacy by including beta-class party members in their party for this competition. If he was beaten by a party like Desir's, gulp, Argeria suddenly felt a bout of intense anxiety. He was no longer so certain about his well-being after this competition ended. Argeria's footsteps that were laden with all kinds of thoughts suddenly came to a stop. He pointed forward after signaling the party members to be quiet. Desir's party was resting where his finger pointed at. It seemed like they had just finished fighting a tough battle and were in the middle of a short break. The Blue Moon Party unexpectedly felt a growing sense of relief and thrill. This is our chance, leader. The sixth-place ranker of the third grade, MNE whispered. If they just finished attacking the Tarantula, there is no chance that they are in fighting condition. Let's attack them before they recover. The Blue Moon Party was shaken out of their depression. Surely, as he said, this was their best chance. Furthermore, they are not as vigilant as they normally would be. If we attack them all of a sudden then, a voice cut off MNE's goading. It's silly for us to attack them. It was Kelt. He had pointed his finger at Desir's party a little earlier than the rest of the party members even realized what was in front of them. Look at them now. Do you think they look tired? The party members looked over towards them again. Desir's party was laughing and relaxing. It didn't look like they were tired from conducting a massive battle at all. No wounds could be seen. It wouldn't even be a surprise to see them suddenly leap up and start fighting. I don't know what they've done, but they've defeated Tarantula without sustaining any damage from it. Kelt continued. I'm honestly not convinced that we can win against them without losing. So while they are taking a break, I suggest just ignoring them and moving on quickly. Argeria nodded. This course of action had merit. He had heard several rumors about Desir Arman. Whether the rumors were true or not, the recurring theme was that he was not one to be trifled with. Even if some of their party were from beta class, he wasn't sure that they could easily win. Then will we just pass by them? Argeria shook his head. They couldn't do that either. But if we don't deal with them now, we may end up regretting it. After all, it was Desir's party that had overturned a significant point difference in one go. Even if they managed to regain their lead, they couldn't be sure that Desir's party wouldn't do the same thing again. If that's the case, are we going to attack them then? As Kelt mentioned earlier, we can't. Even if we defeat them, the damage to our side will be huge. We would be helping the Red Dragon Party by doing so. If so, we don't have to attack them directly, do we? The Great Worm. A mean grin found its way onto Argeria's face. Do they have a trait that would summon a crowd of them? Romantica's detection magic spread out, encompassing a large distance. She drew the dungeon's terrain on paper based on the information that she got from the detection magic and handed it over to Desir. Okay, this is the path we should take. Desir's party was smoothly raiding this dungeon. They were calmly killing monsters and destroying traps, then proceeding forward until something else came into range of their detection magic, before repeating the entire process again. They had been doing this for so long that it had almost become a comfortable routine for the party. After the fifth cycle of spreading out detection magic since their short break, Romantica started to complain. How long do we have to keep on doing this for? Rather than being taxing on one's mana or magic formation skills, Detection magic consumes a lot of mental power due to the strain from processing the sheer volume of information from it. She had repeated this process of detection and fighting several times already, so she could not help but be tired. "I'm almost done, Romantica." Desir showed her a nearly completed map. "We will find the exit out of the 5th zone soon. There is not much left for us to explore until we inevitably find the entrance to the 3rd stage." Romantica took back the map and pen from Desir. "All right, I'll invoke it again." In the front of Romantica, detection magic arrays started to form again. Detect. Hwung. They were finding less and less obstacles and monsters after coming this far. A huge vacant cavern soon appeared in her senses, as well as a set of stairs that led downwards. Romantica smiled. "I've found it." "Well done, Romantica. But wait, there's something in front of it. This is..." Romantica's voice suddenly softened in despair. "There are great worms. We've met 1 or 2 great worms already. You don't have to make such a fuss now." "You idiot. I said great worm is not 1 or 2. More than 30. Desir's pupils instantly dilated. "What?" Clank, clank. As if to prove the words of Romantica, the sound of the ground crumbling from far away echoed down the passage. The sound was getting closer. The ground also began to vibrate. Dust billowed up in great big clouds. "Everyone get into formation." Desir's party began to quickly move into battle-ready positions. In the meantime, a conversation was quickly shared between the worried party members. What happened? This can't be happening. Great worms basically move alone unless a wounded worm runs away and calls a colleague. We defeated everything clearly. We didn't miss a single one. We did indeed. Unless someone was fooling around and let one go. Wait a minute. Desir raised his head. No way. The ground started to crack with a crumbling sound and a bunch of great worms jumped out of the wall and onto the floor as if they were swimming through water. That wasn't the end to them though. A procession of worms filed into the area, seemingly ready to overrun the party. Explosive bursts of dust and stone debris were continually launched. Bomb. There were sparks as Takiran's great sword and the body of a great worm collided. Pram's sword pierced the body of a great worm in an instant, like a blinding flash of light. Bodily fluids started pouring out of the wound. A myriad of spells were launched by a jest. Romantica and Desir. Great worms by themselves were not particularly strong in comparison to Desir's party. However, the growing problem in this situation was the sheer number of them. They were rapidly losing control. At that time, the Blue Moon Party moved past Desir's party, ignoring the great worms as if to prove Desir's hypothesis. Take care. They continued to move along while flashing smirks filled with ridicule. Kelt turned and looked at Desir. As soon as their eyes met, he bowed slightly to Desir and followed after his party again. Blue Moon Party quickly moved away from the fight that kept the Desir party occupied. The sound of fighting gradually faded away, until just the footsteps of their party of 6 could be heard in the now silent cave. Argeria finally broke the silence. "Did we make it?" His excited voice echoed in the labyrinth. Other voices agreed with the assertion in agitation. "Did you see how embarrassed they looked? It was truly a spectacle. It looked like they were struggling to survive. It was a simple plan. Killing that many great worms would take a lot of time, no matter which party was confronted with such a situation, regardless of whether it was Desir's party or their own. The Blue Moon Party used this situation to increase their lead over Desir's party. "You look unhappy, Kelt." Kelt turned to look at Argeria. "I don't know if this will come back to bite us or not. Think of it as a mock skirmish. Can you defeat an enemy while taking care of them? Think of the enemy party as virtual beings in a mock shadow world. There really is no big difference between those two concepts here anyway. Even if you die in here, you don't really die. Of course, that is, if your mind wanders during practice, how will you stay focused in a real dungeon? It's your responsibility to prioritize the party and your own well-being over the enemies. Unless you take this seriously, one day you'll get both yourself and your party killed." After sharing his advice, Argeria focused back on the cave in front of himself and increased his pace. Celt, however, looked over his shoulder to confirm whether he had any regrets. I can't believe that defeating other parties in this way is acceptable. Even though he thought that this was an inevitable situation, he still felt guilty in some small part of his heart. They had not defeated them with their ability but through their own cowardice. I guess the ends justify the means. Celt remembered what his brother had told him and reluctantly turned his head forward and focused on the path in front of him. Not long afterwards, they broke through the last zone within the second stage. I found it. There's an exit just up ahead. Indeed, in just a short moment, the narrow labyrinth had widened and a huge space was revealed. A spacious hall was nestled in the middle of this open area. It was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people simultaneously. What would have normally been a dark and foreboding chamber was instead brightly lit. The walls were composed of some kind of luminous stone, which emanated a bright light more than capable of lighting up a room. We've finally arrived. The hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Argiria's murmur was hence loud enough to fill the hall with its echo. There was a door opposite to the side they had entered from. It was probably the passage to the third stage. Once they passed through it, they would be the first ones to enter the third stage. Argiria confidently stepped forward and his party members followed him. Without any warning, a sound loud enough to tear eardrums reverberated throughout the hall. The Blue Moon party came to an abrupt stop. It's a great worm. Great worms made a unique, but loud, noise due to the way they ate and displaced the ground as they moved. Unless they had heard wrong, this was obviously the sound of a great worm. Have some of them been chased off by Desir's party? Celt felt that this was possible. The number of great worms that the Blue Moon party had led to Desir's party was about 1,000. It was plausible for some of them to have chased the Blue Moon party instead of staying to fight Desir. Crack, crack. The noise of digging coming from the walls was exceptionally loud. The walls soon began to show signs of cracking while the noise assaulting their eardrums increased. As the cracks continued to grow, the luminous stone illuminating the area began to dim, and soon the light disappeared completely. Crash. One by one, the luminous stone walls faded to dark. Before they knew it, the surroundings had become pitch black. Secure vision of the area. On Argiria's command, the wizards of the Blue Moon party arranged and invoked various illumination spells. Light whisper. Candle swift. They continually unleashed light spells. Before too long, there were a dozen light sources that formed a huge central source of light as well as many periphery smaller light sources that SPR. One might think that the luminous stone had turned back on, if not for the massive shadow that loomed over the Blue Moon party. Celt doubted his own eyes. It moved in like a massive wall, preventing all escape. This was an area that could afford space to hundreds of people simultaneously, which made the size of this being all the more frightening. Party member shouted in alarm. Is this the work of a great worm? No, this is too much. Then it must be. It was too big to call it a great worm, based on what they had seen before. No, this was something that stimulated the fear of man due to its sheer size. The surface of its exoskeleton reflected the light. The giant, which had not yet left the wall, had already filled the hall with its enormity. Its legs, as if made up of dozens of broken knives somehow glued end to end, made a grating noise as they moved in sync with its constant cycle of breathing. As they began to recognize exactly what they were up against, the party who had thought that they were the strongest began to feel embarrassed. At the same time, a notification sounded. Great Mother Worm has appeared in response to the massive amount of great worm blood that has been spilled. The Great Mother Worm who oversees the great worms feels threatened by the death of so many great worms and will now kill all intruders that it finds. A hidden quest has appeared. Defeat the Great Mother Worm in order to advance to the next stage. Bam, bam. Stone fragments scattered everywhere. A great worm protruded from a wall. Almost instantaneously, Pram's rapier penetrated the great worm's head. Pram then took one step forward while spinning his rapier round and round, piercing the great worm in many different places. Bodily fluids burst out, splattering over a wide area. K! The great worm twisted and fell to the floor, intermittently spasming. Pram stabbed his rapier a few more times into its body to ensure it was dead. He then turned around to identify any other nearby threats. A short distance away, he saw a great worm wriggling backwards, attempting to dig a path to escape. I have to handle that before it's too late. Pram flitted forward. Ragna break. Pram glanced backwards at the source of the sudden explosion behind him. Half of a great worm was roasted black while the other half of it was flying away as Desir reached out to Pram. Don't go too deep on your own, Pram. We must maintain formation.
Sorry.
Pram realized he had acted too hastily and hurriedly returned to his position. I understand that this is a hassle, but we cannot relax until this battle is over. Pram replied in embarrassment. I'll keep that in mind. Meanwhile, wind magic poured out from the center of the party formation and mutilated the great worm trying to escape back into the ground. Their tactic for this battle was dead simple. The swordsmen, Pram and Takaran, confronted the great worms in front of them to halt their advance and protect the party. In the meantime, Agest and Desir dealt massive damage with their magic, while Fritzl flexed to assist the party where required. Finally, when great worms attempt to escape, Romantica deals with them via sniper magic to prevent more reinforcements from coming. The battle was nearing its end. There were not many great worms left that could still move. Agest took out the last great worm, signaling that the battle had ended. It's finally over. Innumerable slices and chunks of great worm littered the ground that was flooded with bodily fluids. It was as if they had defeated all of the great worms in this dungeon. As the party's adrenaline wore off, they finally took in their surroundings. The odor wafting from the body fluids and great worm viscera was nauseating, and quickly became the source of the party's anguish. Romantica frowned at the unpleasant environment. Really, that was just too many. They're really pushing their luck. Those Blue Moon party guys, no matter how much they hate us, how could they do something so shameful? Pram also spoke up while shaking off fluid that had accumulated on his rapier. He did not sound like his usual self, sounding far more upset than Desir had ever heard him before. That Blue Moon party is so dirty. Agest looked the same as usual on the surface, but it was clear that she was also angry. Even though the battle was now over, the way she carried herself remained the same. Everyone was filled with anger at the Blue Moon party and annoyed at the senseless fight they had to undertake. In the meantime, Desir focused more on other things than his seething rage at the Blue Moon party. He looked at the carcasses of the great worms scattered everywhere. There were too many. This was too dangerous. Pram chirped in response next to him. We've already handled everything, Desir. Desir silently collected and burned the bodies of the great worms. His party members were curious at what he had been doing, acting completely normal instead of joining them in expressing their rage. As he continued working, he started talking to the party members. In order to control the great worms in an artificial environment like this, there is a need for an entity to lead and manipulate them, a being that represents the will of all colonies. Of course, this entity usually doesn't get involved and instead remains in the colony that they spawn in. Sensing how seriously Desir was treating the situation, the party members all quietly listened to him. However, when it comes to situations where the entire colony is threatened, this all changes. When so many great worms all die at once, it might make a move. I see, so we definitely need to get rid of all traces of this battle. It absolutely can't know how many we slaughtered. This entity is really tricky to deal with. Very annoying. Desir looked at the burning flames. In the flames, the body of a great worm crumbled and scattered to ash. Desir. Agest was looking far away into the dark. I think we are already too late. We're going to break through. Argeria decided to move forward with the appearance of the mother great worm. He could not give up the attack in this way. They decisively fell back to launch their assault. No matter how strong it is, there's still only one enemy. If we do our best, we can somehow get past it. He felt that they could win. They were the strongest party of Hebrion Academy, after all. The modifier strongest was never an exaggeration. They had 2 fourth circle wizards and 3 rook-level knights in their party. No other party that participated in this party competition had this much power at their disposal. This was something only the Blue Moon Party could achieve. No matter how strong the opponent was, it was just one enemy after all, and it was against the best 6 people in the Academy student body. The plan was also perfect. While Rook-level Knights and 3rd Circle Wizards slow the Mother Great Worm, the 2 4th Circle Wizards, including Celt, would unleash magic that could damage the Mother Great Worm. It was fine if they failed to defeat it. They could just break through if they keep it preoccupied for just a few seconds as a result of their offensive. For a party this well-equipped and with a plan this foolproof, moving on to the 3rd stage was a guarantee. After they re-entered the hall, they put their plan into action. They used shields to form a barrier of defense against the Mother Great Worm's acid, and the wizards used magic to damage it. As everyone expected, the battle was proceeding smoothly. But it was all just a delusion. The tail of the Mother Great Worm, which was buried in the wall up until that moment, freed itself from the wall and sped towards the party. A massive amount of dirt was flung into the air, obscuring everyone's sight. At the same time, the Mother Great Worm's tail struck someone in the neck. Thud! Their head was flung from their body. The body fell down a bit later. Shortly afterwards, an announcement sounded. Kashu Matahit is eliminated. Argeria whined in complaint. Damn it! Such an idiot! How could we lose someone here? If just one person dropped out at the 2nd stage, it would be very difficult to get far in the 3rd. Without going this far, though, it would be very difficult to deal with the Mother Great Worm in front of them. The opponent in front of them was like a boss monster from a level 3 shadow world. It was a very powerful opponent. Even as the Blue Moon Party, they would need to try their absolute hardest to have a chance at beating it. Bam! Eek! Argeria screamed as some part of the Mother Great Worm bounced off of his shield. Focus on your opponent first. Focus was the most important thing when dealing with strong monsters. There was no way out of this now. He would be eliminated and moved to the real world. This was the reality of the situation unfolding in front of him. Unexpectedly, though, there was a voice in his ear. Look over their leader. It was Celt. What? His body? It's still there. To confirm it for himself, Argeria's eyes turned towards the party member who had lost his head before. Wah! The corpse that had lost its head had not disappeared and instead remained in the dungeon. It isn't gone? The blood was vividly oozing out of the corpse that had lost its head. Argeria was a veteran amongst veterans and immediately noticed what this meant. Not only him but the other Blue Moon Party members also realized what situation they were in. It meant that this was no longer simulated training but an actual dungeon invasion. In this space created by the technology of the Hebrion Academy, death should be impossible and pain should be limited. Argeria shook his head and tried to deny the reality he was faced with. Throb. As if to immediately snap him out of it, his wrist sharply throbbed in pain. When he lifted his gloves, he saw a deep black bruise. This wound was probably caused by blocking an attack from the Mother Great Worm. There was absolutely no pain reduction in effect. This is real. Kia aha. However, the Mother Great Worm in front of him wasn't kind enough to wait until they had sorted out their thoughts. Opening its mouth wide, it charged at those who had threatened its colony. He thought this was a no-risk environment. He thought it was just a test. That's why he was willing to take the risk and make such a daring assault. However, in reality it was truly a test with consequences unlike any practice or mock battle. If he knew that they were risking their actual lives, he would never have approached this so recklessly. He had taken dozens of precautionary measures to lower the risk of death and figure out all relevant attack patterns up until now. This was how he had survived in this dungeon so far. But it was now too late. Not only was it too late, but the level of the enemy they were dealing with was far from normal. Ha! As soon as Argeria laughed at such an incomprehensible situation, the body of Mother Great Worm swept over towards him. Thud! He flew away as if swept by waves on the level of a tsunami. Cough! He was in excruciating pain. Argeria coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. All he could taste and smell was blood. His right arm seemed completely broken and the pain in his abdomen was also serious. Algeria could only tremble in the face of guaranteed death. Boom! Something was launched from behind him. It was fourth circle water and electric magic. They were the most powerful spells that fourth circle mages could invoke. Magic exploded on the body of the Mother Great Worm. The magic made a loud burst and a brilliant light could be seen by all. The two fourth circle magic wizards had unleashed their strongest spells. K. The Mother Great Worm that had been aggressively attacking them so far temporarily ceased moving. It was clear that the magic had hit. Its body was singed all over and part of its outer carapace had even crumbled. But that was all. It was neither decisive nor fatal. Almost as if it were human. The Mother Great Worm seemed to frown and complain about the pain, but it then resumed moving faster than ever. The fourth circle spells that had just been used required a long time to prepare, and using them had merely bought a short reprieve for the party. Algeria stood up while leaning heavily on his sword. His legs shook in response. However, the Mother Great Worm was devastating the Blue Moon Party. It was different from when it had first encountered them. Was our plan too reckless to defeat such a ferocious monster? They were struggling, but it wouldn't last much longer. They were falling one by one. If the front knights couldn't stand, then the next would be the wizards. In short, the party was on the brink of a total wipeout. Ah! Clink! The Mother Great Worm moved. Its countless legs were a thing of nightmare now. Its attacks were strong and merciless. Forget about trying to defeat it or even getting to the third stage. Was it even possible to survive this ordeal they had gotten themselves into? What the hell is happening? Check the situation. The Hebrion Academy had a crisis on their hands. This was an unprecedented event. The party competition, such a historical test, had malfunctioned somehow. Such a brutal massacre was by far the worst tragedy to ever occur on Academy grounds. We have confirmed that the dropouts in the first stage are safe. Those who fell in the first stage had all returned safely through the Shadow Gate. But none of those who dropped out after entering the second level were coming back. As to why this had happened, the panel in front of them was clearly showing the answer. Those that hadn't returned had all faced death in the virtual space created for the party competition. There was no exception. Is there a problem with the configuration? If so, there should have been abnormalities from the start of the first stage too. The biggest problem, above all, is that most of the Alpha class students had entered the second level. They were gradually made aware of the abnormalities, but there were also a lot of people who had not yet noticed. There was also a party currently dealing with an enemy beyond their abilities that they couldn't afford to lose. This can't be happening, Pugman shrieked. The centermost panel showed the party at the top of the leaderboard. The Blue Moon Party. The Mother Great Worm was flailing its legs and trampling the Blue Moon Party members with its massive frame. The acid that it flung melted even rock while its hard carapace acted like an impenetrable armor. My brother is in there. What measures can we take? As more than 2 students had died already, they were in dire need of assistance. Annihilation didn't look to be too far away. Check the number of students. How many Alpha class students have entered the second level? Professor Bridget calmly tried to grasp the situation. She slowly but deliberately confirmed what had happened and what information they had to work with. After arranging the information that she had, she then talked, no longer staring at the panel. What has happened here? Is there something wrong with the magic, or? The virtual shadow world was created by extracting traces contained in the magic stone obtained by clearing a real shadow world. There were ways to change the various configuration settings, but considering the current situation, there was no choice but to suspect that there was a problem with the ore. It seems that the configuration in the stone was changed right before the party competition began. Professor Bridget's question was answered by the Professor of Shadow World Studies, Pelsta. Someone deliberately manipulated what was set in the ore? I believe so. It was the most terrifying possibility. Damn it! Professor Bridget bit her lips. Obviously, the security was multiplied several-fold. Someone couldn't just break in from the outside. Her fine brows furrowed into a frown. How on earth? No. Who the hell did this? It was clearly an act of terrorism against Hebrion Academy. Is there any way to force the students to all quit? No, our controls are completely unresponsive. At the moment, their only chance of survival is to clear the dungeon. So it's just like a real shadow world. Listening to Pelstar's despairing answer, Bridget looked at the panel in serious contemplation. The way forward had been cleared long ago. Desir and his party members ran towards the exit of the second stage. Desir began to briefly explain the Mother Great Worm, the entity that commanded all great worms, to his party members. Her strength increases as she lives longer, but you can assume that her attacks will be stronger than your clotheslines can handle. Tough exterior aside, she was capable of withstanding any sort of physical attack. Only magic coming from at least the third circle would be able to pierce her carapace. If its tough defense were the only barrier, then it wouldn't pose much of a threat. However, whatever damage we inflict will be meaningless. Her rapid regeneration allows her to heal in an instant. What an unassailable monster! Pram replied in a strained voice. Almost impenetrable defense and rapid regeneration. How troublesome. That wasn't even addressing her offensive prowess. A powerful attack coming from her immense size couldn't be ignored. That's why I'd hoped that the Mother Great Worm wouldn't show up. Desir trailed off. A jest said that she had heard the screams of the Blue Moon Party. As they hurried down the passage, a wide-open area appeared. However, all they could see after arriving at the hall was debris and dirt strewn everywhere. Despite injuries all over him, Kelt continued invoking spells, deflecting and diverting the Mother Great Worm's attacks. Beside him stood Argeria, clutching his mangled arm. It was a battle that was already lost. The front lines had already fallen. One warrior and one magician already lay dead. There was no way that they could stand up to the Mother Great Worm. There was only one reason why they were still alive. As if she'd discovered a new toy, the Mother Great Worm sadistically tormented them as she blocked the exit with her massive body. Every time she sprayed acidic fluid, screams from the Blue Moon Party filled the room. But there was something else that horrified Desir's party more than anything. Corpses? 2 bodies were splayed across the floor. Something that wasn't supposed to happen in this simulated world. Desir's party was shaken. No way. When pushed to the brink of death, you're transported out of the system. How did this? Desir wordlessly stroked his injured finger. It ached. No matter how much he thought about it, it felt no different from the real world. In other words, it was dangerous to assume that any of the protective measures set up by Hebrion Academy were still in place. Desir's gaze then turned to the 2 bodies that were scattered on the floor. Does this mean that the safeguards against death have fallen along with our resistance to pain? There was no way Hebrion Academy hadn't caught on to what was happening within the dungeon. Evaluation footage of the party's battles were being transmitted in real time to the panel of judges. However, despite this anomaly, the party's struggle to survive waged on. This meant that the current situation was out of the Academy's control. Since the beginning of Hebrion Academy's history, this level of disaster had never occurred before. There were many possible causes, but after recalling what had happened in the Preleka Empire, Desir narrowed down the list of possible actors. Right, A. Scrythai. The Mother Great Worm let out a scream. Desir, what do we do now? At a jest's question, Desir confided his thoughts. Right now, our priority is to take care of what's in front of us. What had originally been used as a simple hindrance to conquering the dungeon had now come back to bite them as a life-threatening danger. Desir had to make a choice. He could help the Blue Moon Party that was still fighting by defeating Mother Great Worm for them. Or he could choose to run away and prioritize the safety of his party members. Allying with the Blue Moon Party would guarantee a win against the Mother Great Worm, but that didn't mean that everyone would survive the battle. This right here was a real battle. Dying here would mean dying in the real world. The best way to protect his party members was to leave immediately. But there's no way I can do something like that. Desir shook his head. He couldn't ignore the people dying in front of his eyes. Although they were nobles that looked down on commoners, their skills were the real deal. Even within the Blue Moon Party that boasted the best skills of Hebrion Academy, they were selected as the elites of the elite. They would later go on to play an active role in saving lives in the shadow labyrinths of the future. Letting them die here would change the future he had experienced. For the sake of clearing the shadow labyrinths and for the lives of countless others, he could not just leave them to die. Besides, it's not just the Blue Moon Party that we're saving. None of the following parties will be able to escape annihilation by the Mother Great Worm if we leave her in this state. The many parties that had yet to arrive would do so eventually, and they would have to face off against the Mother Great Worm too. If they hadn't noticed that the configuration of the simulated world was changed, they would have attacked the Mother Great Worm without hesitation. A dungeon of this level was easily defeatable by Alpha-class students of their caliber. Why would they fear a bigger Great Worm? Everyone, ready for battle, Desir spoke. At his command, each member of Desir's party raised their weapons. Desir studied their expressions. Ajest was stone-faced as usual. As for Pram, he too was simply following orders. Romantica may have displayed some signs of disgust, but she wasn't scared in any way. They were calm. Despite witnessing the Mother Great Worm overpowering the Blue Moon Party and knowing that they could lose their lives, they were unshaken. After all, they had already encountered a being many-fold more horrifying. The demon of destruction, Daednut. Compared to then, this ordeal is way easier to deal with. It was undeniably a strong opponent, but their experience was unmatched. They didn't make the mistake of panicking like rookies. Seems like yesterday when we were struggling with lower-level demons. However, the two new members were exceptions. Frichel and Takaren didn't dare move as they stood with their mouths hanging open. They had been completely overwhelmed by the spectacle before their eyes. You two watch from the rear. Desir addressed Frichel and Takaren before turning to Ajest. Ajest, leave it to me. Ajest raised her sword. The ice magic that she cast formed a massive wall, splitting the gap between the Blue Moon Party and Mother Great Worm at last. The sudden appearance of a giant ice wall took the Mother Great Worm by surprise. For just a split second, its unrelenting assault ceased. Bang! Romantica's bullets instantaneously streaked through the air. She was a third-circle magician, but her sniper skills were powerful enough that they actually approached the fourth circle. Her wind bullet punctured the Mother Great Worm's carapace and penetrated deep into her flesh. The Mother Great Worm stopped her attacks and drew back in pain. At the same time, red foam boiled over the chunk of the body that Romantica had blasted off. Regeneration. The damaged part was instantly restored. It was a truly exceptional ability. But dealing permanent damage wasn't the goal in the first place. The real goal had been the brief window of opportunity presented as she stood still to regenerate. During this window, Desir and Ajest's spells finished invoking. Ice Crown. The Mother Great Worm's body was frozen solid. Rumble Crush. Desir's spell then collided with the Mother Great Worm. With a loud crack, her body started crumbling slightly. Rag! Immediately, Pram's blade followed up and pierced the Mother Great Worm's body. A silver wave danced along the trajectory, which was then followed by a sharp piercing noise that rang out. Did it not break through? As Pram took a step back, he gripped his rapier tightly. In that moment, a faint light trickled out of it. An aura appeared and wrapped itself around Pram's rapier, albeit the quality of it showcased the inexperience of the wielder. To a swordsman, this was the crystallization of their mastery in the way of the sword. Pram took a step forward and just like that, he easily sliced into the Mother Great Worm. A long red mark was drawn across the Mother Great Worm's body. Bodily fluid and what appeared to be blood gushed out from the wound. As this happened, Desir yelled towards the Blue Moon Party members. Hurry up and escape before she finishes regenerating. Foam bubbled over and spilled forth. But the undeniable severity of her injuries meant that she needed more time to heal. The Blue Moon Party scrambled to escape the area. Every single one of them was covered in injuries, and they were clearly weary after fighting their hearts out. Scry-thai-ite. The Mother Great Worm let out a yell as she attempted to pursue the Blue Moon Party that was attempting to escape. But Desir's party wouldn't allow that to happen. Romantica's shots rained down and Pram's blade blocked the Mother Great Worm's path. Pram had only recently climbed up the ranks. As a swordsman who relied on his attacking skills, his defenses were rather weak. Hence why he chose not to take a defensive stance against the Mother Great Worm. Swish. Every time he swung his rapier, the Mother Great Worm's tough exterior cracked, allowing him to slice deeply into her flesh. By inflicting damage and forcing her to regenerate constantly, Pram didn't give the Mother Great Worm any time to attack. This was only possible for a swordsman that was both talented and wielded a blade crafted out of blank. While Romantica and Pram bought some time, the Blue Moon Party reached Desir. Fortunately, there were no more casualties, but everyone had sustained heavy injuries. The only people that could still move were Celt and Argeria. We can talk after the battle has ended. Can you still move? As Argeria struggled to open his mouth, Desir cut him off with a curt answer. Argeria's weary eyes shot open. Wait, did you say that you're going up against that thing? Unless someone is willing to be bait, no one will be able to escape safely. Our only option is to fight. You must have seen what it's capable of, though? Argeria stammered while pointing to the bodies scattered across the floor. You might die. Commoner, I acknowledge that your party is strong. However, that isn't a monster that can be defeated with who we have right now. It's at least on the level of a boss in a level 3 shadow world. A level 3 shadow world. That was the objective evaluation of Argeria, Hebrion's #1 single ranker of the 3rd grade, who had been clearing shadow worlds of all levels. Pram, Romantica, and Agest unleashed a flurry of attacks aimed at the Mother Worm. The number of injuries sustained by Mother Worm increased rapidly, yet they had no lasting effect. She was able to regenerate before the next attack landed on her. Argeria quickly assessed the situation they found themselves in. As far as we can tell, that thing can keep regenerating forever. Meanwhile, we only have a limited amount of mana to work with. No matter how much damage they dealt, if they couldn't kill her in a single blow, she would continue to regenerate in an instant. In the end, all of their achievements would only amount to a waste of mana. It won't be impossible for us to beat it if we regroup. Shall we briefly retreat and join up with another party? I would like to only do that if we run out of options. Desir examined his surroundings. The Mother Worm isn't the only reason why we can't escape safely. Before Argeria could discern what Desir meant, the Mother Worm made her move. Shriek. Her cry was so loud that even the ground around them began to rumble. That's... Argeria turned ghastly pale as great worms flooded into the cavern. The worms flooded in like a tsunami, threatening to overwhelm and envelope them. As a large force assaulted them head-on, some worms proceeded to the sides of the room, threatening to encircle the party if not dealt with. The Mother Worm has concluded that we are a threat and has decided to summon the remainder of her great worm colony. Although the attacks that Desir's party dished out lacked the raw power to kill the Mother Worm, each one of their attacks had the damage and precision required to inflict what would normally be a fatal wound. The Mother Worm had essentially been cornered. She had to stop moving and put all of her energy into regenerating in order to outlast their mana-dependent onslaught. The Mother Worm's hostility was understandable. The number of great worms that the Blue Moon Party had gathered to interfere with Desir's party couldn't hold a candle to the sheer number of them that were now flooding towards the hall. In fact, the number was only increasing without end. The escape route was blocked. Argeria, regrouping isn't an option. The only way to make it out alive now is to handle all of them. Argeria seemed to be at a loss for words in the face of this desperate situation. I have a plan. Would you be willing to follow my command? At Desir's unexpected words, Argeria yelled in protest. Wait a minute. Desir turned back to face Argeria. Perhaps you have a better idea? Srech. Horrible wails could be heard approaching the group of students from all directions. After studying his surroundings, Argeria felt hopeless. There really was no choice but to trust Desir's directions. No, not necessarily. I'll take that as a yes then? All right. Having gotten confirmation, Desir reconfirmed the situation in front of him. Out of the 4 people that remained standing from the Blue Moon Party, Only 2 were in a battle-ready condition. The high-ranking knight Argeria and the 4th circle magician Celt. However, their stamina and mana had been exhausted. Everyone in Desir's party was alive and well, but Frichel and Takaran couldn't contribute much to the group's overall fighting power. In other words, only 6 people from their party could engage in combat. It didn't seem like enough to take down the mother worm. Not to mention that the horde of great worms heading their way made the situation that much harder to deal with. The fact that they had to fight while protecting the ones who couldn't made it even worse. But it's not entirely hopeless. Desir looked at the passageway from which some of the great worms were swarming from. Thankfully, it's a narrow entrance. Desir determined that preventing the great worms from entering into this battle was the highest priority. There was only one way for the great worms to enter the hall. If they could be restrained before they passed through that entrance, it would be possible to fight the smaller swarms that forced their way through other locations. We'll split up into 2 groups. Argeria, Celt, Pram and Romantica. Please work together to stop the great worms at the entrance before they enter the hall. Wait, what are you thinking? Romantica bleated, taken aback by Desir's unexpected command. If 4 out of their 6 members were stationed there, that meant that Agest and Desir would have to fight off the mother worm alone. It was impossible. There was no way the 2 of them could handle a monster like that alone. No, there was only one way. You aren't planning on attempting the impossible again, are you? Desir Arman, had defeated a monster more powerful than the mother worm. He wasn't exactly sure how he did it, but if he reenacted the situation step by step, defeating the mother worm seemed simple enough. But there was a cost. Knowing what Romantica was about to say, Desir stroked his left eye as he smiled bitterly. I haven't forgotten our promise. I won't do anything to make you worry. Their promise. Romantica nodded silently as she recalled the conversation they had in Edenia Kingdom's top hospital. The rest of you may be skeptical, but please trust me for now. Everyone looked like they had something they wanted to say, but since time was against them, they soon enough decided to just focus on Desir's instructions instead. Argeria, please block their path from the front lines. Argeria was one of the most skilled swordsmen in the country. Without him, this plan couldn't work. Pram will assist you in maintaining the front lines. Please focus exclusively on defense. Argeria and Pram nodded. Desir directed his attention towards Celt. Celt, please continue to drive the approaching enemies back with magic. Don't waste all of your mana trying to clear the entire horde. Just trim the front lines to maintain their size. We can't afford to lose more power. Romantica will cover for you. All right. Unable to come up with an alternative solution, the 2 members of the Blue Moon Party had decided to follow Desir's instructions. And Agest and I will take care of that thing. Receiving Desir's signal, Agest nodded wordlessly. After Desir had finished giving out his orders, Pram and Romantica headed to the passage where the majority of the great worms were swarming out of. Argeria and Celt also prepared themselves to fight. With everyone heading towards the passage, only Agest and Desir were left in the hall. Desir gestured at the mother worm that was approaching. Now we're going to take care of that thing. I wonder if that'll be possible. Crackle. As the mother worm drew nearer, she shot out acidic fluid. Desir and Agest avoided the acidic fluid by splitting off into opposite directions. A rock vaporized with a gurgling sound at the spot they were both standing just a moment before. Agest, don't worry about conserving mana anymore. Got it. Fighting with everything they had. It was the most welcome thing she'd heard in a while. Agest had been saving up her mana to cast a 3rd circle spell anyway. In an instant, the air flowing around her changed. Swoosh. Magic gathered around Agest as a palace made out of ice materialized. Majestic ice pillars rose out of the ground all around her, arranged in a way that left space for her. As Desir watched the palace emerge, he momentarily fell into contemplation. Agest's ice palace can inflict continuous damage. It directly countered the mother worm's ability to regenerate. To take down a monster that could heal itself endlessly, the only options available were to either deal a blow strong enough to kill it before it can regenerate, or to deal attacks faster than it can regenerate. and Agest's ice palace magic was capable of doing just that. Hundreds of ice spears materialized and flew towards Mother Worm. The magic pierced her skin and shredded the flesh. However, all she needed to do was curl up for a moment before all of the injuries on her body healed. She then attempted a counterattack by flinging her acidic fluid everywhere. Crash. Colliding with the acidic fluid, one of the palace's pillars fell down. Ice flakes and dust cascaded down. "Is there a way to take care of that thing?" Agest uttered. "It's simple. Blast it faster than it can regenerate." Blast it faster than it can regenerate. That could work. Easier said than done, though. Maintaining the ice palace at a point where it can consistently inflict that much damage is hard. Desir. Since they couldn't fell the beast in one blow, the only other option was to damage it to the point where its regeneration could no longer keep up. But no matter how much they thought about it, the attacks had to be made by a magician of at least the 5th circle to slaughter a monster of this caliber in one go. But was it possible for anyone here to invoke 5th circle magic? Crash. The ice palace activated once again and hundreds of ice spears were flung at the Mother Worm. However, the blow wasn't strong enough. No matter how much mana Agest had, she was only a 3rd circle magician. Dealing an attack on the level of 4th circle was simply beyond her current ability. Amidst the fighting, Desir started to speak. "I have a plan in mind, but it's crucial to completely immobilize the Mother Worm first." "No problem." Even without the details, Agest believed in Desir and rushed headfirst towards the Mother Worm. Magic sword. Ice strike. As her magic sword took shape, she faced off against the Mother Worm. Invoking the ice magic within fractions of a second, the ice palace covered for her. A one-man army. The Mother Worm, who was hard to take down with the might of all 6 members of the Blue Moon Party, was having a hard time advancing past a lone Agest. When it came to skill, Agest clearly was superior. Now all that's left is to knock it down with a single blow. But could Desir invoke magic strong enough to overthrow Mother Worm in an instant? Of course, if he used draconic magic, taking down the Mother Worm would be easy. However, he had barely succeeded in invoking draconic magic in the Preleka Empire thanks to the help of Priscilla and Zod, 2 of the most powerful individuals in the world. Without their backup and support, there was no way he could invoke it on his own. Without draconic magic, there was no magic he had at his disposal that he could use as a finishing blow. Crow Mask had also pointed out this flaw. That was Desir's limit as a 3rd circle magician. It was a wall that could only be bridged with the help of an artifact. But all of this was based on the standard of his past life. Through the incidents in Preleka, Desir had been able to experience new things that he hadn't in the struggles of his previous life. Crow Mask. Desir smirked as he expressed his thanks to the being that he hadn't encountered in his old world. "Thanks to you, I'm surpassing my past life." Desir summoned his mana. It was a level of mana that reached the level of the 3rd circle. The mana arranged itself around him, assuming a geometrical form that started revolving around him endlessly. The steps in casting a spell are as follows. Arranging the magic into formations derived from a set equation specific to each spell, followed by exciting the magic enough for it to start revolving around the caster and eventually invoke the spell. Although I can only execute an imitation of it. However, by using various spells and shaping them into something that looks like the tesseract that was used by Crow Mask, Desir was granted a hint toward what could allow him to surpass his previous limits. The tesseract artifact essentially allowed the caster to use a spell that mutated and combined many low-level spells to forge high-level spells. I'll use that concept. By combining the draconic magic system and the tesseract spell style, they could be blended into a single arithmetic equation. Desir merged these new magical structures he learned, creating a new spell that could be used. Together, the spells merged elegantly and stretched out beyond Desir. Considering that multiple spells had to be analyzed and formatted simultaneously, the required level of calculation had long passed what a 6th circle magician was capable of. This should have been a feat impossible to achieve with the skills of a 3rd circle magician, but Desir had made it possible. Agest struck back against the tail that flew towards her and took a step back in the process. Her breathing had become labored due to the never-ending battle. As she regained her breath, the numerous spells that shot out from the ice palace restrained the mother worm. In a low voice, Desir spoke with a jest. A jest. Invoke defensive magic with all your might. A jest's eyes drifted to the spell that was being formed ahead of Desir. It wasn't normal in the slightest. Getting a hunch that something out of the ordinary was about to happen, a jest decided to follow Desir's commands instead of questioning them and wasting time. Kajard's sigh. 5 layers of ice formed a shield in front of them. It was Kajard's sigh, known as the strongest magic of the third circle. Just as the defensive spell was finalized, a blazing red ring of fire was drawn beneath Mother Worm. As a jest gazed at Desir with unadulterated excitement and reverence, he opened his mouth. Firestorm. Firestorm, a third circle fire attribute spell. A jest found this rather dubious. There was no way Desir didn't know that third circle magic wouldn't inflict any damage on Mother Worm. She knew he wasn't someone to do something without a good reason, so she started questioning him. Desir, what on earth? Before a jest had a chance to finish vocalizing her question, a tremendous shockwave struck the magic that she had cast. Irk? In an instant, 2 out of the 5 layers that she had put up were vaporized. Gritting her teeth, a jest focused her remaining magic on maintaining the layers that were left. There's no way a third circle spell can be this powerful. As she shifted her gaze ahead, a jest's pupils widened. All she could see was a ghastly tempest of flames. The unbearable heat swept over everything in the hall. The numerous spells that had bound the mother worm, the ice palace, all of it simply melted away as if it were just regular ice. Although 2 of her 5 barriers had been instantaneously vaporized, the fact that any of them remained was a sign that the attack's range had been greatly limited by an astonishingly high degree of control. Crackle. A sickeningly painful scream rang out. Ag! Erf! Amidst the red flames, a big black figure desperately thrashing around could be seen. It writhed in pain as it was engulfed in scorching flames. The acidic fluid it desperately shot out evaporated without a trace in the face of the blazing heat. Soon, the fire that looked like it was ready to swallow everything had died down. Confronted with the sight before her, a jest could not hide her disbelief. The mother worm, who with her endless regeneration had caused the strongest party, the Blue Moon Party, to retreat in despair, had been wiped out completely without leaving even a single trace behind. Was this truly something that a third circle magic spell could achieve? It didn't take a prodigy like a jest to know such a thing was impossible. The magic that Desir had invoked could hardly be called normal. Desir. A jest hurriedly checked Desir's condition, glancing up and down his body. She wanted to confirm whether he had been hurt invoking that monstrous spell. Desir spoke to her with a wry smile.
I'm okay, I guessed.
This indeed wasn't a lie. He hadn't collapsed, nor did he have any visible injuries. Besides being lightheaded, there were no other symptoms at all. Forget about me. The others still need help. Desir pointed at the passage. The battle was still raging on. They had taken care of the mother worm, but the battle wasn't over yet. The countless great worms that had been summoned by Mother Worm were still running loose. But
I'm okay.
Really? A jest hesitated for a moment, but once she heard a scream coming from the passage, she had no choice but to follow Desir's words. I'll be back soon. Once a jest left, Desir stumbled as all the tension flowed out of him. His head was spinning. That was more exhausting than I expected. He had been confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone when it came to his calculation skills, but even for someone like himself, using a new calculation technique to invoke a spell had completely worn him out. I was fine when I used it against Tyrant Tula though. It was most likely because he had invoked a spell of a much higher level. Desir looked around him. The aftermath of his magic remained in the hall. The firestorm had been so hot, the stone in the hall had melted. The lingering heat excited Desir. It wasn't perfect. Having not practiced it much, even the origin of his calculation could be considered flawed. Nevertheless, the power was incredible. With just third circle mana, he had been able to invoke a spell with the power of a fifth circle spell. He had surpassed the limits of the third circle. For Desir, who had been unable to escape the crutches of the third circle due to his inherently limited mana, it was a momentous occasion for him. With some practice and fine-tuning, I may be able to use this regularly. Crash. They really don't give me a break, do they? Desir heaved a sigh and stood up as his fantasy about introducing a new magic-based system that could go beyond the limitations of the existing calculation-based system was interrupted. He started invoking a magic spell as he approached the battle that was furiously raging on against the great worms. An hour later, the battle had finally come to an end. Miraculously, no one else had been sacrificed during the battle against the great worms. However, the sudden emergency in addition to the prolonged battle had exhausted everyone physically and mentally. They gathered the bodies and laid them all down in a corner of the hall. The silence that came after the battle was overwhelmingly heavy. People had died. They would have resolved themselves to be prepared to die at any moment when they decided to challenge the Shadow World. Even so, the anguish that came along with death was unforgettable. That applied to Desir, who had experienced numerous deaths firsthand as well. Frichel was pitifully trembling like a leaf, and traces of anxiety could be heard from Pram, who was comforting her. Romantica appeared to be unaffected, but the unexplainable situation seemed to have left her somewhat anxious. Only a jest, Desir, and the Blue Moon Party's veterans remained calm. Argeria, the Blue Moon Party's leader, studied Desir as he spoke with his party members. He knew that Desir was a skilled magician. That was a truth that had been fully proved through all of the feats that he had achieved so far. Even so, rumors about the event in Procella had been exaggerated, as usual. Everyone would have thought the same way. It didn't make sense that a mere student took down a demon that had wreaked so much destruction on Deltaheim, the capital of the Procella Empire. But he took down a mother worm with a single spell. There was no choice but to admit it. He had already surpassed the limits of a student. What he had achieved today suggested that the rumors may have been true. The other party members must have shared similar thoughts as they all sat there in silence, when usually the very act of sitting near a commoner would have displeased them greatly. Amidst the grim mood, Pram spoke up. "Do you think the information we sent out about the map went through?" Desir nodded as he replied. "Of course it did. We saw it being received on the Blue Moon Party's communication pad." "That's true, but..." Desir had sent out a map that outlined a safe route to all of the other parties that had participated in the competition. If lives could no longer be guaranteed in this place, danger had to be avoided as best as possible. For now, our priority is for everyone to join forces. There couldn't be any more sacrifices. That was why they were waiting for other parties at the entrance to the third stage. Feeling an approaching presence, a jest sounded the alarm. Someone's coming. The party that had arrived after the Blue Moon Party and the Desir Party was the Red Dragon Party led by Redoria. Redoria looked tense. She seemed to have figured out how serious the situation was. The number of Red Dragon Party members was 5. The conditions of the other parties were bound to be worse. Beginning with the Red Dragon Party, other parties soon entered the hall. Within a few minutes, the empty hall was filled with people and the ambient noise level had risen as a result of everyone talking. Desir turned his communication pad on and checked the leaderboard. He immediately noticed that one of the Alpha class parties had been eliminated. All of their members were out. They were not just absent from this gathering. In total, 6 party members had been massacred. Including the deceased from the Blue Moon Party, the total number was 9. Desir's expression turned frosty. "I can't allow any more casualties to occur here." A jest tapped Desir on his shoulder. "Every party in the competition seems to have gathered." Desir. "Yes, I believe so." Desir stood up. Looking around, he could see dozens of people. Fortunately, no party appeared to have made any further sacrifices to make it thus far. It was because he shared a map of safe passage in such a hurry. They were all curious about what the current situation was, and at the same time, looked somewhat dissatisfied. The reason for this dissatisfaction was simple. It was because Desir's party and the Blue Moon Party had arrived earlier and were blocking the entrance to the third stage. Parties who hadn't figured out what was happening couldn't help but complain in such circumstances. If Desir hadn't shared his map, they might have even stood up against him. How long are you going to hold us here? I don't understand what you are thinking. Their patience had reached their limit. Their combined complaints created a ruckus. It was very noisy, to put it mildly. Would you all please listen to me for a moment? Desir's voice rang out, but was soon buried under another voice. Someone protested against Desir, causing everyone to start shouting louder. Desir sighed and arranged a spell in front of himself. Sound amplification magic. His loud voice soon resonated across the hall. All of the safeguards protecting us in here have been lifted. There is no more pain relief, no surrender declarations, and above all, the death limit has been undone. In other words, this place is no different than a real shadow world. If you die here, you will actually die. What? One student who had been fiercely crying out about how bullshit this blockade was, could instantly tell that this declaration was probably true based on the serious look that Argeria and Redoria shared. The seemingly unrelenting cacophony of noise suddenly stopped, and the place instantly became quiet enough that one would be able to hear the sound of an ant crawling. Everyone couldn't help but stop to focus on the fact that Desir was informing them of the grave threat of death. It seems that this is not a situation that Hebrion Academy can assist with, as nothing appears to have changed even though quite some time has passed since this began. I think our only hope is to proceed and clear this dungeon. But if all of the parties are going to continue to compete against each other, as in the past, then the number of casualties will only rise. So what do you propose? Someone spoke, and as if waiting for such a question, Desir instantly responded. I suggest we unite our parties and form a raid to prevent further sacrifice. Again, the crowd became anxious and started murmuring amongst themselves. The suggestion was indeed reasonable. Forming a raid by combining multiple parties into a single entity would indeed increase their chances of survival. But this was bullshit. Welka, a single ranker from the 3rd grade and leader of a party, was upset at such a proposal. Don't accept this lunatic's crap, you guys, she yelled while shaking her finger at Desir. Do you think it makes sense to cooperate with commoners? We're just wasting our time on crap like you. How dare you think up such an unpleasant idea? Welka suddenly narrowed her eyes. Is this your plan? Did you think the commoners could be on par with the nobles just because you provided a map? We'll take your idea of forming a raid, but we won't cooperate with you. Ah! Desir smirked. You're funny. Do you think you could have made it this far without the map I handed over to you? That's it. Welka, please. You're just going to abandon everyone as soon as it's convenient for you. In what sense of the word are you a noble? Another Alpha class student who had been listening up until now decided to speak up. We were only able to reach this far safely thanks to the information on that map. Welka quickly responded in outrage. Still, you would suggest that we work with a commoners party? Romantica, who had been listening quietly thus far, was about to lose it. Does she even understand what's happening right now? Frichel, who in the past would be terrified in such a situation, now spoke confidently. All of the nobility that I have met are like this. Nobles always act the same. Their pride and honor are more important than anything else to them. Pram looked to one side of the group. I'll admit it is usually like that. However, not everyone is the same. Pram looked over at a woman that was sitting in a corner. Redoria von Doris, leader of the Red Dragon Party. She was a lady of the royal family, but she had never been seen expressing hateful thoughts directed at the common people. Rather, she could currently be seen taking cues from a commoner, Desir. People looked towards Redoria for her response, but she was just staring at Welka without saying a word. No matter how friendly she was towards commoners, her status normally prevented her from openly standing up for commoners. However, Redoria's stare directed at Welka was intense, and everyone could feel an unusual mood emanating out of her. Gulp. Welka swallowed hard. Redoria was the leader of the Red Dragon Party, which represented the upper echelon of Hebrion Academy, even if she was only in the 2nd grade. Not only was her personal ability comparable to a 3rd grade single ranker, the power of the Doris family was significant. Under the sustained silent pressure, Welka had long lost her momentum. The atmosphere across the hall had subtly shifted in favor of agreeing to Desir's proposal, due to the fact that he had shared his map and because he had a level of skill that demanded recognition. At that point, Welka has no choice but to bow down to the majority. With the dissenter taken care of, Redoria turned towards Desir and spoke. Good. I agree with your suggestion. Thus the raid, made up of several top-tier parties, was formed. Now it was time to determine the commander who would lead this raid. There was no one who hastily raised their hand. The situation involved taking the lives of dozens of party members into their hands and leading them successfully to clear a shadow world. It was not a responsibility that could be taken lightly. If I were to lead this party, it would be simple. Desir had commanded magical forces several times in his previous life. This situation was just too funny. Honestly speaking, it would be a cakewalk to break through the third and fourth stages of this dungeon, leading a party of this caliber. I can clear this quickly without sacrificing anyone. His experience as a Shadow Dungeon veteran was the foundation for this confidence. But nevertheless, Desir couldn't force this situation. The nobles were finally willing to let slide the dissatisfaction of joining a raid that included Desir's party. But to accept a commoner as their leader? It would never happen under their watch. Without knowing the cause of the anomaly, it was impossible to know what would happen in the future. In such a precarious situation, further disputes could only result in more death. Desir decided to just observe how the situation in front of him unfolded. And after breaking a moment of silence, someone opened their mouth. Wouldn't Argeria be the best leader? At the mention of his name, everyone's eyes swiveled towards Argeria. Argeria was ranked first in the 3rd grade and praised as the strongest swordsman in the Hebrion Academy. He had participated in several raids on Shadow Worlds. He also had experience in leading a large number of troops before. Argeria, taking grasp of the situation, looked up. I can take command. He looked at Desir for a while and then turned towards the others. But I won't be the one calling the shots. If I were to choose the best person for this position, I think it should be Desir Arman. Wait, Mr. Argeria, what are you talking about? Argeria replied without changing his expression. I'm being serious. I think the best person for the job is Desir. If he takes lead, we should be able to overcome this situation. Does that mean he is better than you? Argeria nodded. Yes, Desir is more capable than me. He took the lead from us while leading a force of much lower capability. I even ended up receiving some assistance from him. As a commander, I have to admit that he is more capable than me. Welka, having finally calmed down, broke out into another fit of rage. You're being ridiculous. Do you think the other parties will agree to that? If you are dissatisfied, you can try forming another raid. Further discussion would be pointless. But let me tell you one thing. Argeria took a deep breath. Whether you die here or live to see tomorrow depends on the decision that you make now. As the conversation proceeded seriously, Welka stomped over to Kelt and shook his shoulders. What are you looking at, Kelt? Do you have any idea what your party is trying to do? He actually wants the commoners to command the nobility. Do something. It's obvious how Professor Pugman will react. Welka knew well what Professor Pugman thought and was confident Kelt would stand up to disagree with Argeria. She also believed Kelt had a chance at persuading Argeria as he was the child of a duke. Kelt's answer, however, was far beyond her expectations. I think it's a wise choice. Wait, what? Argeria turned to Desir. Argeria, leader of the Blue Moon Party, hands over the command of the Blue Moon Party to Desir. The Blue Moon Party, often referred to as the strongest, acknowledged Desir as their commander. The mood in the hall swiftly plummeted. The parties in the room snuck glances at each other, sizing up each other's stance on this pressing issue. You're definitely insane. Is your brain paralyzed due to fear? Are you seriously intending to let commoners lead us? Isn't this our best option? Redoria opened her mouth. If someone has enough qualification to do so, I think it's only right for them to take command. Since it is Desir, the so-called hero of Preleka, nothing else needs to be said. What do you guys think? If anyone in her party disagreed, they didn't voice their opinion. Midoriya shrugged and stood behind Desir. The Red Dragon Party members followed suit shortly afterwards. The Red Dragon Party's leader, Midoriya von Doriche, hands command over the party to Desir Arman. Why? How did this happen? Before anyone could process the situation, both the Red Dragon Party and Blue Moon Party, which belonged to the top echelon of the academy, were now under the command of Desir. Just a year ago, this was something that one would be ridiculed for even imagining. It was ridiculous to think that a party made up of commoners could display skills superior to a noble party, let alone a noble party willingly choosing to follow the directions of a commoner party. As a result of this unexpected action, the mood in the hall completely reversed. Nobles that had previously expressed naked disdain at working with commoners had now unconditionally changed their opinion. Wouldn't it be better to work with them? It's a commoner party, but it will be safer to join them as the Blue Moon Party and Red Dragon Party are there. I don't like it, but it can't be helped. Our lives are at stake here. They sided with Desir one by one, and before too long entire parties decided to join Desir's newly formed raid. Students continued to position themselves behind Desir. Of course, not everyone willingly joined Desir's party. The only people remaining in opposition to this idea were Welka, the first person to raise their objection, and her party members. They stood on the other side of the room to Desir, defiant to the bitter end. Welka stared at Desir and puckered her lips several times before eventually opening her mouth. Well, if you really must be the commander, then fine. I'll let you take control of our party. Consider it an honor for you to command us. This wasn't easy, but you made a really tough decision. Well, yes. So, Desir cut her off. You made such a difficult decision that I can't help but make it up to you. What? I will give you a special chance to gain some fame. Yay! Shouting resounded as people screamed from the top of their lungs. It was deafeningly loud. Professor Bridget's ears ached, but she was unwilling to raise her hands to cover her ears. Her eyes were glued to the panels in front of her, and she didn't dare move in fear of missing the slightest detail. The atmosphere quickly morphed from one of shock and horror into one that was slightly more positive and hopeful. Cheering them on was all they could do, even if the parties couldn't hear them. I can't believe it. Are they really going to clear the third stage without letting anyone get hurt? Students are able to clear out a level 4 shadow world this swiftly? This is surely unprecedented in our history of party competitions. The display panel showed the raid consisting of students clearing the dungeon at a steady but swift speed. Monsters guarding the dungeon melted under their onslaught and traps were easily dismantled. It almost looked like the raid was simply running unimpeded through the dungeon. At this point, Bridget was questioning whether this third stage of the dungeon was really equivalent to a level 4 shadow labyrinth. She felt that there should have been more casualties from clearing a dungeon of this caliber. Ever since Desir stepped up to take over as commander of the raid, the atmosphere in the judging room had greatly reversed. The students and spectators who were watching couldn't help cheering as the situation continued to change for the better. Desir's voice sounded through the panel. Monsters will appear soon. Ready for battle. It is a poisonous monster. Keep your distance and use magic to deal with it. There will be a trap at this point. Please prepare the detection magic. Desir's lead was outstanding when leading a party with 6 members. However, when the number of people he led grew to the level of a raid, his leadership stood out even more. Desir did not have any special talent in conducting such raids. Instead, he had more experience than anyone else. Experience that he gained through numerous battles where he had to put his life on the line and live with the consequences of failure. This experience allowed him to understand the characteristics of his enemies better than anyone else, and to also accurately predict what would happen in the future with only small bits of data to work with. They will soon break through on the left. Moreover, the people that he was leading would all go on to clear shadow labyrinths in the future. Desir was already well aware of their abilities, strengths, and weaknesses, more so than even the people themselves were aware of. Mr. Hebrion, can you block the enemy's support on the right flank with Raise Earth? He accurately identified the strengths and weaknesses of those that he led and used them in the right places at the right times. He was only sticking to the basics of commanding, but he performed these basics to a level of mastery better than anyone else present would be able to. Bridget continued to silently monitor the panel in front of. However, her curiosity got the better of her. The person closest to her was Professor Pelstar. Where are they breaking through now? They just broke through the middle of the third stage. Fast. Yes, it's very fast. They are moving more than twice the pace that we expected them to. Bridget felt that sinking feeling that had been smothering her up until now started to lighten slightly. Shortly after forming the raid, they had already broken through half of the third stage. Regardless of how the parties arranged themselves or collaborated, no one expected them to clear the dungeon this fast. Most of all, for commoners and nobles to join forces. This was the first time since the Civil War 10 years ago. Bridget was dubious when Desir suggested uniting with the nobles. She thought he had no chance of prevailing against the noble supremacy that pervaded Hebrion. However, Desir proved his legitimacy through his past deeds and eloquent speaking. His legitimacy was further propped up by the support of the two premier parties. The end result was his party being included in the raid. It didn't just stop there, though. Desir became the commander of the raid. He took command of a raid consisting mostly of nobles. After Desir was chosen to lead, numerous complaints and concerns arose from professors who disliked commoners. Why is that commoner the commander? Figure out how to get in contact with the people inside the shadow world right now. Why didn't Argeria take the lead? If they enter the third stage, there will surely be innumerable casualties. However, they were all seated silently, staring at the panels in front of them with their mouths tightly closed, marveling at Desir's masterful command. Professor Pugman Napolitan was the leading example of this phenomena. As if denying that his initial outburst even happened, he was now calmly watching the raid easily clear the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the situation was not much different from that of the judging room. I think the party in the vanguard is the one that initially opposed the raid. They've been taking the lead all of this time. They are crying. It seems they are happy to get the chance at leaving this dungeon safely. Just how happy do they have to be to cry about it? People whispered amongst themselves, discussing things that might just make Welka faint if she were to overhear any of them. Despite everyone agreeing to join forces, there were very few parties who actually followed Desir's commands and orders without hesitation. The majority of the party leaders had reluctantly handed command of their party to Desir and expressed deep disdain over Argeria's choice to deny leadership. Whenever possible, they complained about Desir behind his back and chose to bank their survival on the formidable strength of the Blue Moon Party and the Red Dragon Party. When Desir gave an order, party members begrudgingly followed them. However, as they continued to press onwards, it became more and more apparent that Desir's aptitude for commanding far outclassed their own. They began to subconsciously accept Desir as their leader and started following his instructions willingly. What Desir's accomplished is phenomenal. To not only unite all of the parties, but also lead them. Professor Bridget continued to contemplate. If they continue at this pace, they should be able to clear the dungeon without incurring any more casualties. The students' safety was no longer at risk. Bridget could finally sigh in relief at this realization. Then all that's left on our side is to find the culprit. The culprit is amongst us. The Hebrion Empire had been made aware of the dangers presented by the outsiders due to events that had transpired in the Western Kingdom Union held in Preleka. As a precaution, they had set up a specialized enchantment within the school. All of the magic professors, including Bridget, had taken part in designing and implementing it. The enchantment was designed not only to be powerful, but also to immediately notify the magic professors if it was disabled or tampered with. It was impossible to pass through this barrier without being caught. In other words, the culprit must have already been inside the school before the magical barrier was invoked. The culprit was likely an outsider. If so, it was going to be difficult to identify them in any simple way. They also might have disguised themselves as someone else. Since they manipulated the variables set up in the magic stone, It must be someone who's good at handling such magic stones. Bridget turned her gaze slightly towards Professor Pelstar. Pelstar was an authoritative scholar in the field of shadow world studies, and was also so skillful that he could even create virtual shadow worlds with such magic stones. In fact, he was the one organizing the party competition every year, creating his own virtual shadow world for the sole purpose of the competition. In other words, if he wanted to manipulate the shadow world used here, it was entirely possible for him to do so. How did he get involved? The stone should have been safely secured until the day before the competition. But Pelstar seemed to be earnest in his self-blame. He even started crying when these events played out on the screens in front of them. Bridget shook her head. It is too early to be certain. First off, I need to gather more information to go by. Bridget could only continue to think solemnly. Numerous professors from the Hebrion Academy were gathered in this room. Amongst them, there was a professor silently staring at the communication panel. His stomach twisted in embarrassment as he looked at this situation unfold in a manner drastically different to how he had planned it to. He was pretending to admire the raid, applauding when appropriate so as to not stand out from the others. However, he had begun to feel a bit on edge at the eeriness of this. It's only a matter of time before they start investigating this. Yay! The raiding party cleared yet another obstacle. Excitement suffused the room as everyone cheered. As they shouted, he twisted the ring on his finger to appease his growing anxiety. You've secured the legacy of Awanbets. Awanbets was a magician who worked hard for a very long time. He left behind all of his magic in the lab where he conducted his research. You have effectively cleared the dungeons created by Awanbets. The dungeon attack was finally over. As soon as the information panel that had popped up inside the dungeon started to fade, the shadow gate started to work again. The remaining students who participated in the party competition filed out of this gate. The number of personnel remained the same as at the time the parties joined forces to form a raid. They had succeeded in clearing the dungeon without further casualty. After the raid entered the third stage, not a single death occurred. Some were injured, but most were not seriously injured. The professors were surprised that such a thing could really happen. The difficulty of the third stage was close to that of a level 4 shadow world. Those who participated in the party competition were excellent enough to have previously cleared level 3 shadow worlds. For them, a typical level 4 shadow world was not a big deal. However, even in the case of level 4 shadow worlds, the difficulty is said to be at least 3 or more difficulty levels higher if the relevant information is not obtained prior to tackling the shadow world. A party can truly never be too cautious when it came to clearing shadow worlds, regardless of their alleged difficulty level. He really saved us all. That's impossible. How could they clear the dungeon at such a speed without any casualties? Many professors were left puzzled, even after witnessing this miracle with their own eyes. After all, the difficulty of the third stage was directly comparable to a level 4 shadow world. I'm glad to have a student of this caliber. The professors overlooking the ensuing line of people shuffling out of the shadow gate took immediate action. Medical staff was waiting for them to arrive, and immediately began to evacuate the injured students. All injured students should move over here. Where are you hurt? There is a serious injury over there. It's a miracle this person is standing right now. Medic, emergency patient. Let's move this boy first. With the injured dealt with, the professors and students that had watched the situation unfold through the judging panels proceeded to flock over to congratulate the returnees. Hey, are you okay? As Redoria emerged from the shadow gate, Red Dragon party members approached her in an attempt to cheer her up. I'm okay. But Patrick, I'm glad the remaining people are safe. Patrick will surely be happy to know that the rest are safe. The Blue Moon party followed the Red Dragon party out of the gate. Initially there were 6 of them, but only 4 left the gate. Someone barged through the crowd to approach them. Brother, it was a Pugman Napolitan. Pugman didn't care about who saw him, instead choosing to just hug Kelt. Kelt, my boy. Many were surprised by this action that was very unlike the Professor Pugman that they knew. After considering the circumstances, though, it didn't seem so odd after all. Except for the Duke of Napolitan, Celt was the only remaining blood relative of Pugman. No matter how badly he appeared to treat him, he cared greatly about his brother. Pugman freed Celt from his embrace and then encouraged the other party members to rest. Lastly, Desir and his party strolled out of the gate. Everybody's attention immediately honed in on the Desir party. The eyes of those who had personally witnessed Desir's ability through the panel had completely changed to how they were in the beginning. Not only his individual skill but also his masterful leadership. He was clearly the most skilled person across all grades of the Hebrion Academy. Desir Arman, the man who led the raid and successfully allowed everyone to return safely. However, Desir wasn't swept away in the commotion and didn't neglect to check the damage he had kept tally of while inside the dungeon. Against what Prof. Bridget had seen on her end outside the dungeon. He wanted to ensure that the data he had was correct. "How many victims are there, Professor?" These were the first words that Desir spoke to Bridget. Bridget sighed and solemnly replied, 14. He was only aware of 9 victims. As the number of victims was greater than what he had kept tally of, Desir's eyes immediately sharpened. Bridget noticed Desir's intention and elaborated further. There was a party in the beta class that entered the second stage. It was hard to reach the second stage with the skills of typical beta class students. It would have been completely safe for them to withdraw or drop out in the first stage, but the combination of abnormal circumstances ended up making this impossible. Damn it, Desir sighed. If only I had noticed a little bit faster. No abnormality had occurred in the first level where most of the dropouts occurred. Moreover, it was hard to suspect anything was wrong after they had witnessed defeated parties safely leaving the first level. The anomalies that occurred from the second level onwards made the criminals' purpose crystal clear. They were aiming for the death of Alpha-class students. It was clear that the sole purpose of the offender was just that. This time there was an exception, but usually the only parties that manage to enter the second stage are from the Alpha class. Then why did the criminal target the Alpha classes? The purpose of the criminal can only be those 2 things. The first would be the removal of all talent that form the central force of the Hebrion Empire in the near future. The Alpha classes who participated in this party competition were the cream of the crop of the Hebrion Academy. If all of them had died, Hebrion Academy would have been in serious danger. And the other purpose was the one possibility that Desir was most concerned about. That is, how are the things going? As this bad feeling started to rise in Desir, he turned towards Bridget. We are doing our best to find the culprit. Professor Bridget never lied. The Hebrion Academy was investigating the manipulated stone and attempting to figure out who the culprit was based on the traces of magic that they had found. The highest level of wizards were all mobilized, and as a result, it would not take long for the results to materialize. You did very well, Desir. Your efforts will forever be remembered. It was Justin, the dean of the Hebrion Academy. He had a neutral stance that neither favored nor abhorred commoners, but after seeing Desir in action, his impression had favorably changed regarding commoners. Justin conversed with Bridget and Desir in an attempt to bring things to an end. You spent several long hours clearing this dungeon. You must be so exhausted. Why don't you go take a rest and leave everything else for a later time? Justin's words entered one ear and went out the other. Desir continued to pivot while looking around the room. Many officials and spectators, including various students and professors, crowded the area. The area was so crowded that the exits were even obscured. Yes, I will. During the pandemonium, Desir managed to catch a glimpse of a professor that slipped out of the room. The man swept his belongings off his desk into a trunk that he was carrying. The trunk swallowed up items that added up to be tens of times larger than what a normal trunk of that size could store. There was no time for him to separate and orderly pack things one by one. He had to hurry. Somehow, he had to leave the academy before surveillance was intensified. Crap. Finally, he lifted the frame hanging by the window, pulling the paper out of the hidden space behind it and shoving it into the trunk. Through the gap in his unbuttoned coat was a tie loosened to the halfway point. He looked tired and disheveled. But he didn't have the luxury of time to neaten up his appearance. His escape was urgent. The wizards of the Hebrion Academy who were currently investigating the stone were definitely excellent. It was obvious that they would soon figure out that he was the culprit. He couldn't afford to be caught. His goal had not yet been realized. The man squeezed his hat and grabbed the doorknob with the hand that was also holding the trunk. The door opened quickly before he even managed to turn the door handle. He was momentarily embarrassed as the door swung open and the trunk handle slipped out of his hand. The load of items hastily shoved into his trunk erupted out, covering the floor. The intruder looked down at the mess covering the floor before turning to look at the man blankly looking around himself. "Where are you going so urgently, Professor?" The voice was as familiar as it was hateful. "I'm glad you escaped safely, Desir. I'm sorry for the concern I may have caused. I'm so happy to see that you didn't get hurt. I was really worried about you." The man referred to as a professor by Desir hastily began to clear the items littering the floor. "Thank you for your concern. But as I can see, you have a bunch of items packed into your trunk. It seems like you are intending to go somewhere far away." "Oh yes. I have something urgent to go on. A business trip." The professor walked back to the door after closing the trunk. He placed his hand on Desir's shoulder. His was clearly signaling Desir to move out of the way. But Desir stood fast and refused to move. "Why did you do this, Professor Benquick?" After Desir said this, Benquick's face, which always had a smile plastered onto it, rapidly hardened. Benquick Firiamos, a commoner that managed to become a professor of runic language through hard work. Someone had to do it. There was no trace of the old professor that was well loved by his students in the words he spat out in a frosty tone. His eyes glowed like a wild beast's. "How did you notice it was me?" "There was no evidence. At first it was just a guess," Desir stated without a hint of emotion. "But when I tried narrowing down the list of suspects to just those who were already inside the surveillance formation of Hebrion Academy, had the skills to manipulate the stone, and had the motive to kill nobles, there were only a few remaining suspects that met all of these conditions." It was at this moment where Benquick's sudden attempt to flee was as good as a confession of guilt to being the culprit. "I was in a hurry." "You really did it, didn't you? What is the point of denying it now?" "Yes, I did it." What Desir was most concerned about occurring had now been fully realized. He locked the door with a spell. Professor Benquick unleashed magic to block him from doing so. He was a third-circle wizard. However, his magic instantly broke into motes of light and disappeared before he could even properly form it. This was a full analysis. His spell had been inverted before he could even react. Benquick expected this but didn't expect it to be so daunting seeing it in person. He could not help but emanate a gloomy aura. After seeing the difference in skill level, he was essentially forced to just watch what Desir planned to do. It only took a moment for Desir to block all escape routes and shove Benquick in the chest. 14 people were sacrificed due to what you did. Benquick nodded without even blinking. "I'm well aware of what happened, Desir. I was watching the event too."
No grief? No remorse?
"Did these lives mean nothing to you?" "It was a necessary sacrifice." "A necessary sacrifice? People had to die without even knowing what cause they died for?" Desir approached Benquick in anger. It was only with this movement that Benquick felt something must have been wrong with his answer. He backed up unconsciously. Despite moving back so quickly, he didn't stop talking. "Look at the history of the world. The flow of history has only ever been changed by violence and bloodshed." Thud. Books that had piled up on his desk had fallen to the floor. He had finally been backed into his desk. There was no room for him to retreat further. Benquick anxiously continued speaking, hoping to dissuade Desir from taking drastic action. Hebrion Academy is also not an exception to this. Desir's eyes probed Benquick's body before settling on his ring. He could feel a high density of mana was collected at this location. Desir could tell with just a glance that it was an artifact. Artifacts are treasures that have a low chance of appearing after clearing a shadow world. As a result, artifacts are not only rare, but typically have power beyond human cognition. Typical examples of such treasures include Toa's crest, which provides power on the level of a third circle. There were also artifacts that help invoke high-level magic, like the one used by Crow Mask that allowed him to invoke spells while skipping all of the other steps usually involved. Although many artifacts have imitation copies floating around, using cutting-edge modern technology that has reached the current pinnacle in magical engineering, none of those imitations have reproduced anywhere near the original power of an artifact. Artifacts are unpredictable and strong since they transcend common sense. For that reason, Desir couldn't take his eyes off Benquick's finger. Hebrion Academy was originally an educational institution set up to cultivate the necessary manpower to combat the Shadow Worlds. A story that came from a distant past. A close but unreachable past where all of humanity was united and confronted the Shadow Worlds together with one heart and a single purpose. The ideology of the Hebrion Academy has faded away a long time ago. Humanity already has enough ability and power to clear Shadow Worlds. Ever since then, humans have begun to fight amongst themselves. They no longer have a need to unite. If you have eyes, see the reality of the world, Desir. This is just a breeding ground for nobles to abuse the common people and train them into dogs for their own pleasure. His tone was calm, but intense hatred thickened the air with every word he spat out. He looked at Desir. It was as if he was looking for Desir's consent. These schools no longer serve a purpose. No, this structure itself should not exist anymore. We need change, Desir. Fortunately, the Shadow Worlds no longer pose a threat to the world, and as a result, we no longer need to unite with the nobles. They are just enemies to us commoners. Change only starts when we attack the enemy. The books scattered on the floor made annoying crunching noises as they were trampled by their feet. Desir, you shouldn't have participated in this party competition or cleared the dungeon, even if your goal was to raise the status of commoners. But there is still a way to atone for this mistake. You are going to let me out of here right now. I still have a lot of work to do for the sake of commoners. After his monologue concluded, a moment of silence passed. Benquick looked at Desir's face, but couldn't fathom what he was thinking about. Was he sympathetic to the cause? Did he understand why things had to unfold this way? No, that wasn't it. Benquick's story did not touch Desir at all. Rather, it allowed him to make a decision. Desir had hope for such a professor that had been trying various things to improve life for commoners. But Desir no longer thought of him as a professor, he was just an outsider. I don't like you. Desir opened his mouth after breaking the long silence. Your way of dismissing the massacre in order to further your own cause is clearly wrong. This is for the common people. Who the hell asked you to do that? Don't put your own standards on others as if it is some kind of universal justice. Benquick spoke in a tone of self-mocking and self-loathing. Yes, I knew you were like this. I knew you would lament our choice. The professor's office was quite spacious. 6 bookcases were arranged in a row. Desir and Benquick stood off against each other with just a bookcase separating them from each other. Benquick's face was visible over the top of the books in the bookshelf. But you do agree with our goal. Desir agreed with their goal. He knew better than anyone else that the Hebrion Empire needed to change. Change was a necessary element not only for the Hebrion Academy but also for the entire continent. But it won't work out if we do it this way. If they continue down this path, the present situation may change for the better, but the future would still leave everyone in hopeless despair. For Desir, who knew the outline of the future to come, such changes were meaningless. In the first place, the premise itself was wrong. The threat of the Shadow Worlds had not disappeared. People and nobles have to work together. We must understand each other. We have to start from there. Benquick blankly stared at Desir. The words that Desir spoke didn't seem to register at all. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Are you talking about unity, Desir? The unity between commoners and nobles?" His lips subtly curled upwards. His face failed to hide a smile of utter derision. That shit can't be possible. The nobles as an entire species cannot possibly deign to join forces with commoners. Wake up from your dream. Wake up from your delusion. As if his words were the catalyst of a reaction, a chain of events rapidly unfolded. Professor Benquick knocked over the bookshelf while attempting to distract Desir with his response. Like dominoes, the bookshelf fell towards Desir, obscuring his vision. Desir arranged a spell while spreading his hands forward. Wand blast crack. A blast was shot. The bookcase was shattered and the books were torn apart and scattered everywhere. Would debris and paper hit Desir's face? Desir's mind was working in overdrive as he speculated what the professor's next move would be. It is not teleportation magic considering that the artifact has not been triggered yet. If so, is it an artifact that can only be triggered by certain conditions? Or does he need time to do something specific? Benquick's voice rang out. He is a hope for us commoners. He is the one who brings change to this world in a real sense. When the shattered bookshelves no longer obscured his vision, Desir could now see the professor. There was no place to escape. He had placed his other hand on his ring. He will truly build a society for the common people. Desir was nervous as he seemed to be pulling out a trump card. Desir prepared defensive magic and the artifact activated. A wave of mana spread out in an instant. At the same time, Benquick's body stopped moving, as if it had become stone. His joints then started to bend unnaturally like a doll's. Soon it raised its head to look at Desir. Desir could now clearly see what features had been built into the artifact and frowned after discerning these. Long-distance mind control. Mind control. Literally the art of controlling the mind of another person. It was a terrifying force that stood out as a power with no close competitor. What could possibly harm that which couldn't be seen? The person utilizing the magic would not be exposed to any direct harm. But why was Professor Benquick dominated? It was while Desir nervously stood and watched the situation unfolding in front of him that such an unexpected event occurred. Frack. Benquick's body began to rapidly dry out. All of the blood in his body appeared to evaporate. He became pale and skeletal. Anyone could see that his life was depleting at a rapid rate. Wait, what? Desir doesn't know what was going on, but now wasn't the time to figure out the situation. He couldn't let Benquick just die. There was still a lot of valuable information left to extract from him. However, Desir could only helplessly watch Benquick die in front of him. Crack. The thin lips on the puppet-like body curved upwards. It looked like he was laughing at Desir. Shortly after that smirk, his body, which was now twisted like an old tree, collapsed. Desir realized after seeing that smile, just to prevent information from leaking out. While Desir was staring blankly at Benquick's collapsed corpse, a flurry of footsteps could be heard reaching the door. After a small explosion, the door was smashed open and Professor Bridget and a few others entered the room. Seeing them force their way through the locked door, it seemed that Benquick was confirmed as a suspect. The faculty room was in a complete mess. A trunk lay open on the ground and its contents scattered across the room. The floor was also covered in splinters from shattered bookcases and torn paper from many books. Of course, there was also Benquick, whose corpse looked like a dried prune. Bridget looked at Desir with an expression of utter shock. Desir, what happened before we arrived? Desir opened his mouth while everyone's eyes focused on him. Professor Benquick is the culprit. Almost instantly, the atmosphere in the room changed. So it is a commoner? They make me sick. They really are just scum. Insults were hurled without restraint. The group that entered with Bridget was composed of Hebrion's Alpha class graduates as well as various members of prominent clans and families. The atmosphere had quickly turned heated from the naked fury that these nobles unleashed. After all, the commoners were once again aiming to overthrow the nobility. Indeed, talented people lost their lives and the Hebrion Academy nearly suffered irreparable damage. It was clearly obvious that Desir's goal of unity between the commoners and nobles would be simply rejected. Desir didn't want this to happen. If the relationship between the commoners and the nobles worsened more than it was now, it would be impossible to prevent the coming disaster. He closed his eyes and thought deeply about it. There was never going to be much leeway given though. Fortunately, however, he was given the option to escape the situation. I can't help but. He continued to murmur to himself internally. Do not lose sight of your purpose. He finally reached a decision. Desir opened his eyes. He then spoke to the graduates of the Hebrion Academy that had immersed themselves in gossip about the commoners. But Professor Benquick didn't do this arbitrarily. What? What do you mean? With words that they couldn't comprehend, one of the angry graduates stormed up towards Desir. However, Bridget stopped the graduate and addressed Desir in a calm voice. What do you mean, Desir? That's an artifact that clouds the mind of the wearer. Desir spoke calmly without any change in his facial expression. His finger pointed towards the ring that Benquick was grasping. While Bridget stared at it, the graduates approached Benquick's corpse and checked the authenticity of the ring. All of the graduates were top-level wizards. The result of their analysis came quickly. They confirmed Desir's words as true. You mean Professor Benquick didn't do everything on his own? Then, Desir spoke while suppressing the rising nausea coming from deep inside himself. Professor Benquick was manipulated by the outsiders through that artifact, and eventually lost his life. That is the truth of this case. There was a strange rumor making the rounds in the Divide Kingdom. Don't you think His Majesty has changed recently? They say he doesn't frequent Her Majesty's chambers anymore. Apparently, he's found himself a concubine. Not only that, but they say he also invites young girls into his sleeping chambers every night. The Royal Palace Garden. The gardeners who gathered there exchanged the rumors they'd each heard as they trimmed the trees. A place like the Royal Palace was an awfully secluded place, where rumors could cultivate and fester over the course of an afternoon. The circumstances are becoming more and more unsettling. He's been hiring strange people as guards. Shoo, he's coming this way. At the gardener's words, everyone went silent. A moment later, a well-built man wearing an intricate cloak passed them. All the while, the gardeners tried their best not to let out a single breath as they focused on trimming the trees. Once the parade of knights tailing behind him were out of sight, the gardeners let out a unanimous sigh of relief. He hadn't heard anything. It would be hard to hear anything from that far away. But their assumption was unfortunately wrong. As they let out a sigh of relief, the man gave a command to his knights. Kill all those who run their mouths within the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. The knights all headed towards the gardeners en masse. After being faced with derision, he dismissed his servants and walked along the hallway. Lined with marble, it was extremely long. Moments later, when he reached his destination, he mumbled to himself as he gripped the doorknob. The oaths of the abandoned will shine brightly even in the deep sea. As if it understood his language, the door opened. The place that was finally revealed was a room exuding a sinister air too dark to be considered the king's sleeping chambers. The king of Divide, Clora Ars F. Baldershoe. As he walked into the bedroom, he opened his mouth. Is it to your liking? A voice whispered coyly into his ear. Compared to what I've been through, it's very pleasant here. A woman lay upon the big bed. She didn't hide her busty figure as she wore a revealing outfit, but there was something else that drew attention. A mask that was embellished with intricate gems and feathers. Though not evident, there was most definitely a beautiful face hidden behind the mask. She spoke in a gentle tone. I'm grateful to you. She rubbed her face on a soft pillow. I really like it here. Soft blankets and extravagant food. But most of all, being provided with an endless supply of virgin's blood. It had been long since maids and servants, and even the queen consort had been dismissed. Not a single person within the palace could frequent the king's sleeping chambers. The king of Divide took off his cloak. As soon as he did, his strong and sturdy body shrunk as if it was never real in the first place, revealing a much slender body. Now only the face bore a resemblance to the king of Divide's figure. That's a relief then. My head is about to split as I try to take care of things I've never done before. He grumbled with his back facing the woman. He groped his face, taking the king of Divide's face off and placed it on the table. And from his chest he took out a clown mask and hid his face. There's no other mask that suits me more than this one. Clown Mask donned his usual mad smile at the bottom of his mask. The last thing countless people had seen was that smile, before being gruesomely murdered. He approached the bookshelf and pulled at books placed in various locations in a sporadic order. As he did, a whirring sound filled the room, indicating that some kind of engine had to come to life. The bookshelf slid to the side with a creak. A hidden area came into view. As Clown Mask and Feather Mask entered, the door shut automatically. In the dim room, a young man wearing a crow mask and an old gray-haired man wearing a skull mask were seated. A massive mirror had been placed in front of them. The mirror that spanned the entire length of the room displayed not only the major facilities of each nation, but also detailed information that only locals would know. The moment Clown Mask and Feather Mask took a seat, the mirror shivered as it continued to update information in real time. Small and big events were all displayed on the mirror in real time. Clown Mask had never seen an artifact more remarkable.